Only if your modification was successful would you know that the outer appearance of a modified ace mecha is different from that of official ace mecha. Only then would you realize this issue, explained Ling Lan indifferently. This kind of demeanor where it seemed like everything was according to plan received the deep admiration of the Battle Clan members, as expected of their boss Lan, nothing could be hidden from him. Chang Xinyuan nodded, thoroughly convinced. Boss Lan, you're completely right. I have indeed finished modifying the ace mecha successfully. Today, I'm just here to tell you this news. I would like for you to go online to test it out so I can conduct a data assessment and make some final adjustments to the mecha. At this point, Chang Xinyuan scratched his head bashfully, becoming somewhat embarrassed. Although I think that I've modified it successfully, without feedback from an operator, I can't be sure whether my modification is truly successful. Then what are we waiting for? Let's all go take a look. Qi Long was the first to leap up in excitement. This was the first time he would see a modified ace mecha. It was truly too exciting. Qi Long's words received hearty approval from everyone. At this moment, Lin Zhongqing, Xie Yi, and Luo Lang had finally brought all their food over. Before they could even set down the dishes, everyone was rushing at them like hungry wolves. The three of them did not have enough time to react before the dishes had been snatched away, leaving them with only the large empty trays in their hands. They stared at each other in bewilderment, eyes filled with incomprehension. It had only been several minutes and their companions had become so hungry to this extent. Frankly, after learning the truth, the members did not wish to waste time eating here. If they hadn't had to eat lunch to replenish their strength, they would have long left the canteen to return to their respective dorms and logged into the virtual world. Even though he was eating rapidly, Han Jijian still maintained his usual graceful air. Catching sight of the dumbstruck three at the door, he sighed softly inside his heart and said, "Eat quickly. Later, log on to the virtual world. There'll be a great surprise." Beside Han Jijian, Qi Long raised his head at Han Jijian's words to nod emphatically at Lin Zhongqing, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi, confirming that his sworn brother was telling the truth. His gaze was obviously telling them that they would regret it if they missed out. Although Lin Zhongqing was unsure what the so-called surprise Han Jijian had said could be, he also knew that for their companions to be so worked up, the surprise must not be some trivial thing. And so, he threw Xie Yi and Luo Lang a pointed look, and then turned into a ravenous wolf like the others to join in the scramble for the food. In less than 3 minutes, they had finished off the meal. In contrast to the others' messiness, Ling Lan was the most composed, but moving the swiftest. She had certainly been the one to eat the most. This caused the team members' eyes to express an extremely mournful sort of gaze. "Boss, when can you share this ultimate skill with us?" Speaking of which, they still were not full yet. Soon, the Battle Clan members assembled at top speed in the large main base camp of the Lingtian Battle Clan in Mecha World. As they had accomplished an SSS rank mission, the Lingtian Battle Clan possessed their own campgrounds. And in order to support the intensive cultivation of Chang Xinyuan, Ling Lan had spent an exorbitant amount of financial and materials resources to build a mecha modification research center for him in the camp. As soon as everyone entered the research center, they were automatically discharged from their respective mecha. In the spacious and empty research center, there was no sense of crowding even though there was suddenly 10 more people within it. The crowd had yet to get over their shock at how vast the research center was when their attention was drawn to the grand and mighty-looking mecha standing tall in the center of the space. This mecha was currently still in the original steely gray color of mecha steel, and because Ling Lan's original choice was a close combat mecha, Chang Xinyuan's modification direction was also heavily focused on close combat. The whole mecha's appearance had become extremely ferocious. In contrast to the typically graceful long lines of Ace Mecha, this mecha had veered away from this characteristic to pursue a sort of ultimate barbarism. In particular, the mecha's arms and legs were obviously much thicker. Holy sh*t, this form, so powerful, I like. The moment Qi Long set eyes on it, he was utterly besotted by the mecha. Red hearts bloomed in his eyes as he rushed forwards uncontrollably to stroke the mecha carefully, as if he were caressing the body of the woman he loved. That intoxicated expression on his face prompted goosebumps all over the others' bodies. Qi Long, who had been chasing in Ling Lan's footsteps all this time, had also inherited Ling Lan's style when it came to mecha combat and operation. He preferred thrilling and dangerous close combat attacks, so he had no defense at all against this type of powerful close combat-oriented mecha. Zhao Jun and Qi Long's feelings for the mecha were almost identical. If not for the fact that he had only joined the clan not too long ago, Zhao Jun most probably would have added one to the number of people molesting the mecha. Luckily, in order to retain his good impression in his clan leader's eyes, he managed to restrain himself. Of course, it was worth mentioning here that the primary hero which had enlightened Zhao Jun in time to stop him from committing such a mistake was Li Lanfeng's unmerciful stomp from beside him. It had almost fractured the bones in the back of Zhao Jun's foot. The others, such as Luo Lang, also revealed envious looks. However, though Luo Lang was envious, he was not as worked up as Qi Long and Zhao Jun. This was because he knew that close combat mecha had nothing much to do with him. He knew his own body well, although it looked like it was similar to boss Ling Lan's body type, slender and lean. In terms of strength, his body was considerably weaker than his boss's. If not for Li Lanfeng still being worse off than him, Luo Lang would have even suspected whether being part of a pair of twins had affected his constitution. Seeing how fascinated everyone was with his modification, Chang Xinyuan was unbelievably excited. He said to Ling Lan, "Boss Lan, because I didn't know what color you like, I haven't painted the outer armor of the mecha yet. Now you just need to say the word. What color would you like it to be? Or perhaps you would like a combination of colors." Ling Lan had been studying the outer appearance of the mecha. Sure enough, the modified mecha looked very different on the outside from normal ace mecha. If Chang Xinyuan had not said that this mecha had been modified from her ace mecha, she would probably have been unable to determine the level of this mecha at short notice. When she heard Chang Xinyuan's question, an idea sparked in her mind and she said, "Black will do." Black. The other members of the battle clan could not help but exclaim at Ling Lan's choice. Even Chang Xinyuan was gobsmacked. The Federation military had regulated that black was the specified color for special class mecha. Generally, modified mecha, unless they were special class mecha, would avoid this color and choose some other hue. Won't that be interesting? Since no one believes that ace mecha can be modified, then let's just use the color set for special class mecha and fool Lei Tang into thinking that it's a special class mecha, said Ling Lan coldly. Her composed demeanor belied how cunning and sneaky her words were. This was obviously a scam. What a great idea. Li Lanfeng was the first to step up and express approval for the plan. The fellow was a black-bellied sort to begin with, liking to snare and set up others, and this decision of Ling Lan's was obviously meant to trick Xiao Ting, so of course he would approve with his entire being. Frankly, Ling Lan's meaning was already very clear. All those who were not the slightest bit slow-witted in the team quickly picked up on the subtext, and their eyes began to shine. Although Chang Xinyuan was focused on research so he was much more naive than the others, he had also picked up on Ling Lan's obvious connotation. Additionally, he had suffered so much at the Thunder King's hands, so now that he found that his modified mecha could be used to trick the Thunder King, he was instantly pumped up. Loudly, he replied, "Understood, Boss Lan, leave it to me. I definitely won't let the others suspect that this mecha isn't a special class mecha." Thrumming with excitement, he immediately went to his experiment panel and began to mix and test colors. The others surrounded him with interest, putting forth suggestions to Chang Xinyuan to try and make this mecha look as much like a special class mecha as possible, with no care about whether the nonsense they were spouting would bother Chang Xinyuan. Ling Lan saw the excitement and enthusiasm in everyone's faces and once again found herself astonished at how unpopular the Thunder King was. There were so many people here who wanted to see him stumble. Being too arrogant truly resulted in bad outcomes. Only Zhao Jun did not join the crowd surrounding Chang Xinyuan. He glanced at the calm and composed Boss Lan, and then turned his gaze towards Li Lanfeng who was busy helping Chang Xinyuan with a face full of scheming intent. He finally understood why Li Lanfeng had wanted him to join Boss Lan's battle clan. Hells, these two were birds of a feather. In contrast to Li Lanfeng's obvious surface cunning and sneakiness, Boss Lan was the true master of black-bellied masters. Right then, Zhao Jun profoundly realized that this seemingly cool and aloof Boss Lan was someone he absolutely could not offend. Chang Xinyuan had a thorough understanding of all aspects of knowledge with regards to mecha. Even with so many inept advisors interfering with his work, it took less than 20 minutes for him to finish formulating that black dye used for special class mecha. All that was left was the actual production. Setting down the work in his hands, Chang Xinyuan asked Ling Lan to board the mecha and test it out for fine-tuning adjustments. Over the course of half a day, Ling Lan basically obtained a preliminary understanding of this modified mecha. This mecha almost abandoned all long-range power. Only the most basic long-range weapons were retained. However, its close combat capabilities were much enhanced. The strength of its arms was now 1.5 times stronger than before. Do not underestimate this tiny 0.5 increment. The moment mecha clashed in actual battle, if the opponent really believed this mecha was a special class mecha, or even if they knew the truth but was unprepared for this extra 0.5, this additional strength would be enough to strike the opponent's weapon from their hands. At that time, how could a weaponless mecha still be taken as a serious opponent? This would pretty much decide the final victory. Not just that, the mecha's mobility had also seen a breakthrough improvement. Although its outer form was savage and fierce, the mecha's mobility and adaptive ability had become nimbler than other ace mecha, perhaps even exceeding that of the most agile speed-type ace mecha. Ling Lan found that other than the requisite main engine and two secondary engines, Chang Xinyuan had added an additional row of miniature auxiliary engines at the back of the mecha. Though the thrust of these engines was very small, they could still assist the mecha in making fine adjustments during high-speed movement. In the past, there had been others who had suggested similar designs, but the research had ground to a halt due to the lack of appropriate miniature auxiliary engines. After Chang Xinyuan had completed that S modification mission, the most valuable among the miscellaneous rewards were these legendary miniature auxiliary engines. They had allowed him to successfully upgrade the close combat ace mecha's mobility and made it even more responsive. This would undoubtedly allow Ling Lan to design and execute countless super challenging combination moves other mecha could not, perhaps even producing more powerful combo attacks. Overall, Chang Xinyuan's modification was successful. However, to truly dig out the full potential of this mecha, one day was not enough. Ling Lan knew that she had to take some leave now even if she did not want to. In order to complete the final adjustments on the mecha as soon as possible, she would need to hole up with Chang Xinyuan in their battle clan's mecha modification research center for these last 3 days. In this manner, aside from Ling Lan, who took a sudden leave of absence, the other members of the Ling Tian mecha clan continued to attend classes as usual. Of course, Li Lanfeng bravely volunteered to be Ling Lan's sparring opponent. And so, every day, he was abused so terribly one could hardly bear the sight of it, and yet, he took joy in it and showed no intentions of retreating. This resilience caused Qi Long and the others to be profoundly awed. They who had been tormented by Boss Lan all this way knew very well how grueling it was on both mind and body to be Boss Lan's opponent. On the last day before the great fight, the thus far calm Ling Tian mecha clan finally stirred. All of the regiment commanders and the various team leaders requested leave from their respective instructors. As the mecha battle between Ling Tian and Lei Tang had already been set as an open fight, the administrators of the academy gave the green light to both mecha clans, requesting the instructors to cooperate fully. Thus, the instructors gave them no trouble, everyone had their leave requests approved. Right then, Xiao Ting, who was in the mecha training hall in Mecha World training on his own, suddenly received an emergency call from outside. With a flicker of his mind, Xiao Ting logged off. Outside the virtual login pod, his confidant was already waiting. The hatch to his pod had just opened when his confidant attentively offered him a towel. "Have you received proper news?" Xiao Ting accepted the towel and asked lowly. "Yes, Regiment Commander, we have obtained the actual participant list of the Ling Tian mecha clan." The confidant's expression was rather grim. They had always thought that the representatives of the Ling Tian Mecha clan would consist of only the regiment commanders and some of the team leaders, but unexpectedly, the other side had successfully accepted 2 fifth-year cadets into their fold with none the wiser. And one of them was ranked within the top 5 of the campus-wide combat power ranking. This made his heart feel somewhat heavy. Anyone we did not expect. Xiao Ting walked into the washroom, and seeing his confidant's complicated expression in the reflection of the mirror, he knew that something had come up. Yes, I've already sent the detailed name list to your communicator, Regiment Commander. Take a look later and you'll understand, said the confidant. Xiao Ting nodded in response. Washing his face, he sobered up a little more, and he then turned on his communicator and clicked on the Ling Tian Mecha clan name list his confidant had sent to him. The first on the list was, without question, the number 1 regiment commander of the Ling Tian Mecha clan, Ling Lan. He would also be the leader of the battle team this time. The second was Qi Long. This was also someone they had managed to predict. Since the other was strong enough to be the 2nd regiment commander of the Ling Tian Mecha clan, he must certainly be the 2nd strongest under Ling Lan. The 3rd and the 4th also did not deviate from their predictions, being the 3rd regiment commander Wu Jiong and the 4th regiment commander Li Yingjie. All 4 main regiment commanders of the Ling Tian Mecha clan would be participating in this mecha fight. It looked like the other side was going to give their all in this challenge and was not at all planning to just submit and admit defeat. At this point, Xiao Ting was smirking in his mind. This was the best, for the Ling Tian Mecha clan to try their hardest only to be crushed easily by his hand, only this way could his strength be proven. However, the subsequent names on the list made Xiao Ting frown. They were not the team leaders Lei Tang had expected. Other than Luo Lang, whom he had some memory of due to his involvement in the previous new cadet regiment fight, the other names were all rather unfamiliar to him. Xiao Ting very quickly realized that these people should be members from Ling Lan's battle clan. At this point, Xiao Ting found his estimation of Ling Lan rising considerably. Knowing to set aside the stronger team leaders in favor of his own battle clan members with better internal rapport, this would undoubtedly let the battle team learn how to work together within the shortest amount of time, and would also increase the combat power of the battle team. It was a masterful decision. Even though, other than the 5 or 6 names they had managed to guess, the other names within the first 10 names on the list had surprised them, Xiao Ting still did not feel pressured. Even if the opponent's battle team had better rapport because of this, these people were after all still freshmen. Their mecha control skills and experience were totally incomparable to that of the members representing Lei Tang. Xiao Ting could not comprehend why his confidant would reveal such a grave expression. However, Xiao Ting soon learned the reason. Seeing the final 2 names on the list, even someone as composed and confident as Xiao Ting could not help but be shaken. Zhao Jun, Li Lan Feng. Xiao Ting shouted. Aren't they part of Wuji? Why have they gone to Ling Tian now? Although Li Lan Feng and Zhao Jun had already refused Han Yu's invitation at the start of the academic year, this news had been kept under wraps by Han Yu all this while. Despite his anger and hatred of the two, Han Yu also did not want his rivals to find out about this news and somehow managed to recruit those two into their ranks. This was also why Lei Tang had remained completely oblivious about this. In the military academy, even though there was the possibility of members switching factions, this mostly occurred among the lower ranks. The true upper ranks of the factions would never have cases where members transitioned to other factions. Furthermore, Zhao Jun was a primary combat force of Wuji, while Li Lan Feng was the head advisor of Wuji. In Wuji, they held absolutely key positions. Normal people would never willingly let go of the power they wielded, and even if the conflict they had with the faction was too deep and they really wanted to leave, the faction would also use any means at their disposal to stop it from happening. It should be said that the true details behind Li Lan Feng and Zhao Jun's collaboration with Wuji were unknown by the other factions, which was why such a misunderstanding could occur. From the start, Li Lan Feng had taken advantage of Wuji's desperation to retrieve its position as the number 3 faction. In negotiations with Wuji, he had ensured that the conditions set were advantageous to himself. Therefore, there was nothing at all within their contract which Wu Ji could use to restrict Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun from leaving. This was also why, although Han Yu was filled with rage and frustration, he could only watch helplessly as the two left. Who'd have expected them to actually have something like this up their sleeves? Xiao Ting frowned slightly. It looked like his plan to finish off the Ling Tian mecha clan in a split second had been foiled. With Zhao Jun there, he would certainly have to put in some actual effort. And with the addition of that wily and resourceful Li Lanfeng, who liked to scheme and set up traps in secret, this fight would probably not be as simple as he had imagined it to be. Call all the members to assemble. We need to make some arrangements, ordered Xiao Ting decisively. Although the Ling Tian mecha clan had managed to get Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng, making this fight a little more difficult, so what? With him, Xiao Ting, around, victory was certain to belong to Lei Ting, certain to belong to him, Xiao Ting. Still, he wanted to accomplish a beautiful win. He wanted to win cleanly and efficiently, and as such, he needed to make some preparations. Xiao Ting had chosen this time to challenge the Ling Tian mecha clan because he wanted to use his strength to shock all the factions in the academy into submission. He would tell them with his victory that the king of the military academy had appeared. Yes, regiment commander. Seeing the bright gleam in Xiao Ting's eyes as well as the unrestrained ambition within them, the confidant was once again deeply moved by his regiment commander. This was the strong person he had chosen to follow, only someone like this had the right to his submission. Also, get someone to notify the person who leaked this name list to us. As soon as the battle ends, give him the elevated position of first-line team leader. Xiao Ting did not mind giving the person who betrayed their original leader what they wanted. He was even more unafraid that this kind of person would do the same to him in future, because he believed that as long as he was strong enough, no one would ever dare to betray him. Yes, regiment commander. I will notify him, replied the confidant, head bowed. A swift flash of envy passed through his gaze. He had not expected just the simple leak of a name list like this could net a first-line team leader position in the Lei Ting mecha clan. That person who had betrayed his mecha clan was truly wise. Instead of staying put in the Ling Tian mecha clan with its uncertain future, he might as well take a gamble. Now, his gamble had paid off in the form of a meteoric rise. On Ling Lan's end, after leading away the 11 people participating in the fight, they entered a combat training hall in Mecha World, heading straight for a pre-booked private room to conduct some final adjustments. Meanwhile, the other team leaders opened another private training room under Ling Lan's instructions and held a practice session of their own. Over the course of the day, all 11 participants finally understood Ling Lan's instructions thoroughly. Only then did Ling Lan dismiss everyone, and the next time they gathered would be at the life-or-death fight against the Lei Ting mecha clan tomorrow. After watching the other team leaders leave Mecha World one after another, Ling Lan led the 11 participants to leave as well, returning to the real world. By the time she opened her virtual login pod, the other 5 in her villa had already sat up. Qi Long was the first to jump out of his pod to say, Wu Jiong just told me that he'll be coming over here soon with Liangjie. Ling Lan's eyes flickered at these words, but she only nodded and said, understood. That said, she walked out of the virtual login pod room to return to her own bedroom and took a good shower. Refreshed, only then did she go down to the hall below. Wu Jiong and Liangjie had already arrived. They must have sprinted straight for Ling Lan's place immediately after logging off. Liangjie brought over some freshly brewed coffee and poured each of them a cup. Then, again from the kitchen, he brought out a cup of plain water for Ling Lan. Wu Jiong lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. The bitter flavor quickly spread across his tongue, as bitter as his current mood. Coming here so urgently, has something happened? Ling Lan drank a sip of her water, placed her cup down, and then asked with a calm expression. Our name list has been leaked, said Wu Jiong bitterly, a trace of pain flashing through his eyes. Ling Lan interlaced her fingers and, after a few beats of silence, she asked, who is the traitor? Wu Jiong reflexively looked towards Liangjie. At this moment, Liangjie still had not touched his cup of coffee, his face was dark, hands clasped tightly. His long and slender fingers were almost digging into the back of his hands, his entire person trembling uncontrollably. It's one of Ling Jie's. It was clear with one look. What else was there for Ling Lan to figure out? She had initially thought that those who might waver would be those not from the Central Scout Academy, but unexpectedly, it was one of their own who had stepped wrongly. I did not think he would do something like this. Ling Jie suddenly lowered his head. Even though they could not see his expression, they could hear the pain in his voice, like that of a cornered animal. Even the most arrogant and overbearing person would be gravely hurt when they were betrayed by someone they trusted, they may even be unable to bear it. Ling Jie's dispirited appearance caused the hall to fall silent again. In contrast to Wu Jiong's concern, Ling Lan's expression was indifferent. She only tapped on the cup in her hands, as if considering something. Not long after, Lin Zhongqing reappeared from the kitchen where he had been clearing things up. He came to stand before Ling Jie and placed a cup of ice water which was still radiating cold air onto the tea table. Compared to before, Lin Zhongqing seemed to set the cup down rather heavily. The sound of the cup slamming onto the tea table was loud and jarring. You two are laughing at me, aren't you? Ling Jie was startled by this noise. He jerked his head up and glared at Lin Zhongqing with red-rimmed eyes, expression stubborn as he snapped this question at the other. With a tray in his hands, Lin Zhongqing placidly leaned over to collect that cup of hot coffee in front of Ling Jie. He did not get angry, only tossing out the following statement. What is there to laugh at? Judging by your previous methods, I'm not surprised that someone would betray you. These words of Lin Zhongqing's hit Ling Jie right where it hurts. Ling Jie became livid, the sadness and frustration shrouding his heart being chased away in an instant. Pointing indignantly at the coffee in Lin Zhongqing's hands, he yelled, even though I used some bad methods in the past to bully you, you can't take my coffee away. Also, you are actually giving me ice water on such a cold day. Are you abusing your position to take revenge? Lin Zhongqing's lips quirked at these words. He pointed at the cup of ice-cold water and said coolly, I think, that it's best for you to use this to cool down a little right now. So there's been a traitor. Is that worth becoming so melancholic too? Seeing you like this, you're really not at all like the Ling Jie who only knows how to bully me and push me down. That said, he did not even turn his head back to look at the other as he stormed back to the kitchen with a stony expression. That manner showed clearly that he was not at all taking the now furious Ling Jie seriously. Ling Jie had always been arrogant, even though the traitor had appeared from his team, indeed dealing him a heavy blow, and from young, he had eaten crow many times by Ling Lan's hand. Overall, his life had been smooth sailing. He was loved by his family and constantly praised by his subordinates. This had cultivated his haughty and arrogant temperament. Now, actually being mocked by someone he used to look down on, he felt greatly insulted and could not stand it. Therefore, he actually ignored Wu Jiong and Ling Lan, charging after Lin Zhongqing impulsively into the kitchen, thinking to argue with Lin Zhongqing until he saw reason. Did this god *mn Lin Zhongqing not have any bit of comrade-like compassion? Striking a man when he's down 3, that's just too bloody despicable. Wu Jiong stared in astonishment at Ling Jie who had still been moping in self-recrimination and frustration a while ago. Now, he was actually spiritedly chasing after someone else into the kitchen and had begun an intense debate with Lin Zhongqing. He looked towards Ling Lan who was sitting on the sofa, his expression completely nonplussed. He had just been thinking how he could console that punk just a moment ago. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes slightly, set down the cup in her hands, and said calmly, Ling Jie's matter, let's not bother with it. I believe he knows where his problem lies. Otherwise, Ling Jie would not have been so shaken. He actually knew very well where his problem lay, he just did not want to admit it. Wu Jiong had also calmed down now. He nodded and said, makes sense. I just don't know whether this incident will affect tomorrow's battle. Wu Jiong could not help but worry. No matter. The reason why I did not want the name list exposed before the fight was to avoid complications. Frankly, even if Lei Tang knows now, it won't be an issue. The true killing blow had never been the name list to begin with. Ling Lan had only been misleading the opponent with a smokescreen of carefully cultivated truth and omissions, letting Lei Tang truly believe that Ling Tian's trump card was the two unexpected additions on the name list. After hearing what Ling Lan had to say, Wu Jiong's heart finally settled. Boss Lan would not make a promise unless everything was within his control. Wu Jiong and Ling Lan continued to discuss things they had to note for tomorrow's battle. When they suddenly noticed that Li Yingjia's initially loud and energetic voice in the kitchen had gone silent, the two of them turned with surprise to look in the direction of the kitchen. Then, they saw Li Yingjie huffily scrubbing a cup in his hands with a clean rag, the force with which he was doing so making it seem as if the cup was his archenemy. Wu Jiong felt that cup seemed extremely familiar. He reflexively looked down at the coffee cup in his hands and immediately realized what it was. Wu Jiong, do you still want more coffee? Lin Zhongqing noticed Wu Jiong's glance at his cup and briskly walked out of the kitchen with the coffee pot to ask seriously. Okay, just a little. Lin Zhongqing's sudden question made Wu Jiong respond reflexively. He thrust out the coffee cup in his hands only to find that he had barely taken 2 sips from his cup. It was still almost full, and so, he could only quickly amend his answer. Lin Zhongqing did not seem to notice Wu Jiong's embarrassment. He very carefully poured a little more coffee into Wu Jiong's cup and then carried the coffee pot back to the kitchen. I'm done cleaning this. Like this, you can finally give me coffee now, right? Li Yingjie saw Lin Zhongqing return and quickly raised the spotless cup he had wiped, showing Lin Zhongqing that he could pour him some coffee now. Lin Zhongqing cast a cold glance at him and put the coffee pot back on the shelf, saying coldly, if you want to drink, pour it yourself. Why? Wu Jiong is a regiment commander, and I'm also a regiment commander. Why can you pour for him but not for me? Li Yingjie was enraged once more. You were the one who made a mistake. Do you still have the right to get others to pour coffee for you? Lin Zhongqing calmly dropped this sentence and then stopped paying any more attention to Li Yingjie. Li Yingjie was flushed to his roots with anger, his hands were balled up into fists and he looked like he was on the verge of punching Lin Zhongqing. This logistics head of yours has finally gotten his revenge. At this point, Wu Jiong could not help but shake his head and comment with a wry smile, feeling somewhat speechless at how Li Yingjie was mindlessly serving himself up for this abuse. Ling Lan raised her head to look at Wu Jiong and said evenly, Zhongqing is not taking revenge. Wu Jiong was bewildered. Ling Lan said with a half-smile, what? Don't you feel how Li Yingjie has turned back into the Li Yingjie of before? Arrogant, overbearing, somewhat unreasonable. Wu Jiong was enlightened. He cast a searching look at Lin Zhongqing who was still ignoring Li Yingjie in the kitchen. Once again, he found that, in terms of understanding people, he was truly no match for Boss Lan. In his eyes, Lin Zhongqing's behavior had obviously been meant to taunt and mock Li Yingjie, revenge for Li Yingjie's oppression of him in the past. However, after Boss Lan's hinting, he realized that Lin Zhongqing was just goading Li Yingjie to motivate and encourage him so that the disheartened and lost Li Yingjie could be revived. It made sense when he thought about it. If Lin Zhongqing were really so petty and short-sighted, how could he be worthy of following Boss Lan till now? He had still underestimated Lin Zhongqing. Leaving aside the sense of failure in Wu Jiong's heart, Li Yingjie was feeling as if he and Lin Zhongqing were truly archenemies in their past life. Their enmity must have carried over into this life, dictating that they could not coexist peacefully for even one day. Worked up by Lin Zhongqing almost to the point of exploding, it was lucky that he still remembered that he was in Boss Lan's territory. He finally managed to control his anger with much effort, and only then did he leave Ling Lan's villa with Wu Jiong, expression still indignant. Right then, Li Yingjie could only think that he absolutely could not let Lin Zhongqing look down on him. He, Li Yingjie, was naturally born as an arrogant person, hells, wasn't it just one traitor? He would let the other know that betraying him, Li Yingjie, would result in no so-called future. Thus, he must win in the big mecha fight with Lei Tang tomorrow. He would let the other know that, if they wanted to make the Ling Tian mecha clan disappear, if they wanted to see Li Yingjie out of sorts and miserable, there was absolutely no way. Li Yingjie, who had always been somewhat breathless from the oppression of Thunder King Xiaoting, actually managed to sweep away the burden in his heart due to this betrayal and Lin Zhongqing's goading. Right now, Li Yingjie had once again reverted to that fearless and arrogant "I'm number one" mode. The Li Yingjie now would be able to rip a chunk of flesh off even someone as powerful as Thunder King Xiaoting out of sheer fearlessness. A night passed in silence. The time soon arrived at 1 in the afternoon. The military academy made the unprecedented decision of declaring the day a school holiday, allowing all the students to spectate the mecha fight between Ling Tian and Lei Tang. The instructors of each class even set an assignment for the students to write a reflection after viewing the fight. The mecha fight between Ling Tian and Lei Tang was a virtual battle. As such, the venue was in Mecha World. However, this match was set as an internal event by the mainframe, which only allowed people coming from login points in the First Men's Military Academy to enter and spectate. In Mecha World, both Lei Tang and Ling Tian were already primed and ready. They were only waiting on the mainframe's notification to enter the map of the mecha fight. In order to ensure fairness, the mecha fight's battlefield map would be randomly selected by the mainframe. Therefore, neither team knew which map they would be fighting in. Compared to the Ling Tian mecha clan, Lei Tang was obviously more confident in this regard. After all, having been through countless virtual mecha fights, they had a pretty decent understanding of all the various maps of Mecha World. It could be said that, from the very start when both teams entered the map, they would definitely have an advantage over the Ling Tian mecha clan in deciding how to adapt and handle the situation. In the waiting room of the 12 participating members of the Ling Tian mecha clan, when Ling Lan operated the mecha Chang Xinyuan had modified to appear before the group, those who did not know the full story were filled with awe. Just as Ling Lan and her team expected, Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, and the others all thought that Ling Lan's mecha was a special class mecha. Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, and the rest were both admiring and in awe that Ling Lan was the first to become a special class mecha master in the Ling Tian mecha clan. As expected, Boss Lan was the strongest of them all. As the Ling Tian mecha clan now had 3 special class operators on the roster, Wu Jiong and the rest found themselves a lot calmer. Although Ling Lan had always stressed that Ling Tian was not certain to lose in the fight against Lei Tang, they had still been uneasy deep inside. Now, they finally felt a little more confident. The only one who was calm was instead Li Yingjie. Lin Zhongqing's goading might have worked too well. Li Yingjie's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, as if planning to use strength to prove that he, Li Yingjie, would never be beaten down. Very soon, everyone received the alert from the mainframe. 3 minutes later, they would be automatically pulled into the battlefield by the mainframe. Ling Lan swept a cold gaze around at the 11 people in the room and said, "Later once we get in, if everyone is together, split up into the teams as we arranged previously before acting. If we're split up, the first thing is to hide yourselves well. I'll find a way to contact you all. At that time, it's highly likely that you all will have to team up with the 3 people closest to you. Team coordination might not be as good, so be mentally prepared, everyone." Ling Lan's warning made everyone's heart clench, but they immediately replied, "Roger, Boss Lan." 3 minutes passed swiftly. Everyone felt themselves being tugged by a powerful force into a black hole. The power behind the pull made everyone groggy, unable to maintain their clarity of mind for a beat. Only Ling Lan was an exception. She had long gotten used to this sort of pulling force and so still retained her mental awareness. Compared to the brute pulling force of the learning space, this tug by the Mecha World mainframe was clearly much gentler. As soon as Ling Lan entered the battle map, without any delay, she was conscious and aware. Every mecha which entered the map had 10 seconds of protection time. The entire mecha would shine with a white light, marking its invincibility. This was also an example of Mecha World's fairness mechanisms. After all, the time everyone needed to adjust to this pulling force varied. Some only needed 2 to 3 seconds to adjust, while others might need 7 or 8 seconds. Perhaps some might even need over 10 seconds to regain their consciousness, but for those people, the mainframe would judge them as unworthy to operate mecha. For them to be killed in a sneak attack after 10 seconds were up was perfectly acceptable. Because the moment one's mecha operation level entered lower mecha operator tier, one would require the support of the minimum level of spiritual power. Those who regained their clarity of mind slower were typically the type to have extremely low spiritual talent. With little potential to develop, it was pretty much a declaration that your future in mecha operation was unpromising. Taking advantage of her mecha's invincible state, Ling Lan quickly scanned her surroundings. This was a large map combining both a desert and an oasis. Other than some small shrubs, there were no so-called majestic trees or mountain rocks for mecha to hide. With unhindered yellow and green as far as the eye could see, as soon as a mecha approached, it would be very easily discovered. It should be said that there was very little chance of a mecha executing a successful sneak attack. Thus, to a large extent, this map was more suited for those mecha with vast experience and adequate strength. This map is advantageous for the Leitang mecha clan. The cadets spectating the fight saw the map displayed before their eyes, and all of them came to the same conclusion. Anyone who understood the Leitang mecha clan knew that this time, Xiaoting had brought experienced senior cadets with 2 or 3 years worth of mecha battle experience with him. As such, how could the Ling Tian members who had just started using mecha for not too long compare? Even those who mentally supported Ling Tian could not help but swear and be alarmed when they saw this map. Ling Tian was just too unlucky for the mainframe to actually draw this map. At this time, in one of the VIP rooms inside the military academy, a large screen was broadcasting the fight. Inside the room, there were about 20 people watching the screen avidly. When this map appeared, quite a few of them smiled, but there was also a small number who frowned. Tang Yu, what do you think? Asked an old man sitting beside Tang Yu. He was the principal of the First Men's Military Academy, and was presently attending this viewing arranged for the administrators and the mecha instructors. Principal, this map, did the academy really not have a hand in this? Asked Tang Yu with a grim expression. I only said it so that this match is an open fight, replied the principal calmly. But you know that the authority to designate the battle map does not lie solely with me. Tang Yu did not answer, but a trace of disgust flashed through his eyes. Hidden machinations, regardless of the outcome, this was a disgrace to the mecha operators. Are you not happy about this? Leitang's regiment commander, the team leader of his side in this match, Xiao Ting, is the student you are so proud of, isn't he? Said the principal jokingly. Ling Lan, Qi Long, Luo Lang, Wu Jiong, and Li Yingjie will likewise be my students starting next month. I believe that 3 years later, they too will be students I will be proud of. Tang Yu suddenly turned his head, quirked an eyebrow, and said, besides, this time, all the students I've accepted are from the Ling Tian mecha clan, unlike the previous batch where, out of the 5 students I took in, only Xiao Ting was from the Leitang mecha clan. 5 versus 1, don't you think I should stand on the side of the Ling Tian mecha clan more? Are you trying to protest the injustice being done to your students now? The principal's lips curved into a smile. This was why he admired Tang Yu the most. Xiao Ting had been with him for 3 years, undoubtedly, Tang Yu should favor Xiao Ting more, but this did not mean that he could accept this sort of secret manipulation. It was unconscionable even if his student would be the one to benefit. I just want to see a fair and exciting match, answered Tang Yu. However, I don't think the Ling Tian mecha clan will really be so helpless. Thinking back to 1 year ago, in order to obtain victory, these children had managed to stand their ground on the arena stage with their steadfast determination despite the multiple wounds they received. Their tenacious spirit had earned Tang Yu's approval and respect, which was why he had ignored the objections of the school administrators and broken the faction balance by insisting on accepting 5 students from the same clan. I also do not think that Ling Tian will lose just because of a map. The principal surprisingly agreed with Tang Yu's words, shocking Tang Yu into whipping his head around to stare at him. The principal smiled meaningfully, a subtle gleam in his eyes. Tang Yu's heart clenched. It looked like the principal was planning to use this match to do something. He turned his gaze back to the large screen in front, his heart heavy. Ling Lan waited as her 10 seconds of invincibility passed by. During this time, within the range of her radar, Ling Lan did not pick up anyone other than herself. It was as Ling Lan expected, she and Little Four had guessed correctly. This mecha fight which the Academy attached such great importance to was indeed unlike previous mecha fights where both teams were given time to assemble and prepare before hashing it out in proper teams. It would not be so simple. Little Four, can you find the coordinates of the other members? And contact them as well? Seeing this, Ling Lan immediately asked Little Four. This map which seemed disadvantageous to the Ling Tian mecha clan was instead most advantageous for them with the omnipotent cheating device Little Four on their side. In contrast to Lei Tang's true situation of fighting blind and solo, with Little Four's help, the Ling Tian mecha clan could locate their own companions within the shortest amount of time. No problem, responded Little Four. Once they entered a virtual world, he would become an omnipotent god with everything under his control. This was also why he especially loved virtual worlds. Also, get me the enemy's coordinates as well, added Ling Lan. Ling Lan stood in place as she calmly waited for Little Four to find what she asked for. Meanwhile, all the cadets spectating the fight had already chosen the viewing perspective they wanted to view this sensational battle from. There were 3 viewing angles to choose from: Challenger View, Defender View, and God View. Viewing from Challenger View was, indeed, choosing to watch from the Challenger's perspective. In this fight, that would be Lei Tang's battle team. Those who selected that viewing angle would be offered the selection of Lei Tang's 12 mecha. They could then freely choose whichever they liked and view the battle from that mecha operator's perspective, and could even experience the coping ability and mecha control ability of the operator secondhand. Almost more than half of the cadets chose Challenger View, and 70% among these chose the Ace Mecha Thunder King Xiao Ting was piloting. To the cadets, this was a rare opportunity for them to experience the control methods of an ace operator and learn from it. They just could not resist this temptation. Meanwhile, those who chose Defender View, that is to view the battle from the Ling Tian mecha clan's perspective, similarly had 12 mecha to choose from. However, those who chose the Ling Tian mecha clan were very few. Other than those members of the Ling Tian mecha clan who were not participating and those other freshman factions who were supporting the Ling Tian mecha clan in secret, there were not many others. Those who chose to view from Ling Tian's perspective were also not as concentrated under one operator. Instead, the viewing distribution was quite spread out, but overall, those who chose to view from the team leader Ling Lan's perspective was still the majority. After all, the team leader should be the strongest one in the battle team, and the Federation had always taught the students to honor the strong. Aside from that, those who chose God View, which was in fact the full map perspective, could choose any of the 24 mecha to zoom in on. Of course, even after zooming in, their viewing angle would still be that of an outside observer, able to take in the entire scene as well as the distribution of the other mecha on the map. That said, it would not shift automatically like the other viewing angles, but relied on the viewer to search and adjust on their own. All of the cadets entered the match under their respective viewing angles. "Boss, I've found it." Little Four projected the locations of the members he had gathered into Ling Lan's mind space. 12 green dots appeared, the one marking her position closer to the right side of the map. Of course, Little Four did not forget to mark down Lei Tang's coordinates as well with red dots. This time, the mainframe had scattered the members of both teams as expected. From the distribution of green and red dots, the two sides were interspersed all over the map. Each member not only had comrades by their sides, they also had enemies around them. This also showed that, if Little Four did not exist, whether the members of either team would encounter friend or foe would have depended solely on luck. Little Four, send all members the coordinates of our members and our opponents, and choose an assembly point nearest to the members and tell them to focus in on it at the same time, ordered Ling Lan. Being able to gather before the opponent would give Ling Tian a huge advantage. Also, help me find Xiao Ting's position. Right now, the most important thing was to isolate and neutralize Xiao Ting. As long as Xiao Ting did not have the chance to attack her members, Ling Lan believed that even if they met the other members of Lei Tang, it was not impossible for her members to win. Found it, boss. Little Four quickly highlighted Xiao Ting's position. Ling Lan's forehead scrunched up. It turned out that she was very far away from Xiao Ting's position. They were almost on completely opposite ends. If she wanted to meet Xiao Ting, she would need to cut through many other members of Lei Tang first. Similarly, for Xiao Ting to fight her, he would have to go through some trouble as well. It looked like the mainframe did not want the two team leaders to meet so quickly, and so had positioned the both of them so far from each other. Is this so that Xiao Ting has more chances to show off, sneered Ling Lan. It looked like the mainframe was still biased towards Lei Tang. Ling Tian's three special class operators were all very far away from Xiao Ting and were spread out at three distant points. Judging by the distance, by the time they rushed over to Xiao Ting's area, Xiao Ting would have had more than enough time to defeat the other members of Ling Tian. In that case, let's see who'll remain till the very end. Ling Lan decisively scrapped her initial plans. Since the mainframe intended for Xiao Ting to shine, then she would just let Xiao Ting show off a little. Besides, Ling Lan also hoped that her team members could go up against an ace operator once. This was also a type of experience. Even if they would be badly defeated in Mecha World, it would still be worth it. Having obtained the coordinates from Little Four, the Ling Tian members changed their initial cautiousness and all began to move. This made those cadets who had chosen Defender View and God View to cry out in surprise. Unexpectedly, the Ling Tian Mecha clan has actually started to move. The first years who had just entered the school and the second years were all exhilarated at this development. Compared to the Lei Tang Mecha clan, the first and second years liked the new cadet regiment turned Ling Tian Mecha clan better. The deeds of the new cadet regiment motivated these juniors to a large degree. So juniors too could fight back when they were oppressed and even obtain success. In contrast to those joyful first and second years who were unable to control their emotions, the third dash, fourth dash, and fifth year senior cadets were silently shaking their heads. They all felt that the members of Ling Tian were still a little too inexperienced, actually acting blindly before figuring out the true situation. Those cadets who had chosen God View were well aware that there were one or two Lei Tang members around the locations of the Ling Tian members. If the Ling Tian members accidentally entered the range of Lei Tang, they might really be taken by surprise and be attacked by the opponent. This scenario was extremely disadvantageous to the Ling Tian people. However, the performance of the Ling Tian members after that left the senior cadets flabbergasted, because they found that the two or three mecha closest to one another were actually sprinting in unplanned unison towards the same spot. Of course, those who could notice this were all those who had chosen God View. Using their bird's eye view to analyze the situation, they knew that as long as these Ling Tian members did not change course, they were sure to bump into each other eventually. Of course, as there were Lei Tang mecha around their meeting point as well, Ling Tian might already encounter these opponent mecha even before they met up with their teammates. After all, no one could be certain whether the Lei Tang people would unintentionally move to the spot they were converging towards. D***MN, is Ling Tian cheating? Those who witnessed this scene all exclaimed. They could not comprehend the situation. If they weren't cheating, how could the Ling Tian mecha clan head in the same direction so accurately, 2 to 3 of them simultaneously at that? Those cadets quickly submitted their suspicions to the mainframe, and the mainframe rapidly returned with a response. It turned out that the Ling Tian battle team possessed a powerful piece of equipment which could pinpoint the coordinates of their own members and display it to all the members. This was why the Ling Tian mecha battle team could respond so swiftly and move unerringly in the same direction. Of course, this was the answer Little Four had supplied to the mainframe. After all, this was an open fight, some things needed to be given a proper explanation. Fortunately, Chang Xinyuan had already modified Ling Lan's mecha in advance, so Little Four used his own simulation methods to add this legendary heaven-defying equipment of Mecha World to this modified mecha. It was a member locator that only powerful clans of star rank 1 and above could equip. F***CK, the Ling Tian mecha clan has prepared really well for this showdown. Many old players of Mecha World had heard rumors of this equipment before, a legendary clan equipment that only super strong clans of star rank and above had the right to equip. Rumor had it that it was extremely difficult to get one. Not only were the tasks that needed to be done extremely complicated, it was impossible to complete this mission without a certain level of strength. Who would have expected the newly established Ling Tian Mecha clan to be so lucky? Actually possessing such a nature-defying treasure. The senior cadets did not believe that Ling Tian was capable of earning this equipment from a direct mission. It was far more likely for them to have obtained it by sheer overwhelming luck during a reward lottery draw for some random mission. After completing a Mecha World mission, the methods of choosing a reward were all kinds of strange. It was not unheard of for some super lucky people to receive legendary equipment or weapons. Thus, the cadets did not suspect anything, only envious of Ling Tian's tremendously great luck. It looked like this match would not be the one-sided fight they imagined. Right then, all the spectators changed their original opinion in silent unison. This shift in attitude stirred up the excitement of the senior cadets who had initially been forced into coming to spectate despite their lack of interest. They liked watching suspenseful fights, and not those kinds of boring fights where the outcome was already known before the fight even began. Soon, the silence of the venue was broken by some of the spectating students. They actually could not help but cry out. It turned out that, on the way to its destination, the number 7 mecha of the Ling Tian battle team had very unfortunately stumbled upon the number 9 Leitang mecha. However, as the distance between the two mecha was more than 3 kilometers, the maximum range of an advanced mecha's radar was 3 kilometers, they were both oblivious to the presence of the other. Still, the spectators quickly found out under the mainframes hinting that it would only take a few seconds for the two to get within 3 kilometers of each other. At that time, they would inevitably discover each other's presence. It looks like the exciting first match is about to come. Those who had selected God View clenched their fists in excitement, thinking to themselves. Sure enough, several seconds later, almost simultaneously, both mecha received warning alerts from their respective mecha's radars that an unidentified mecha had appeared around 3 kilometers from where they were. Both operators chose to zoom in on the captured image of the other mecha, and when they saw that the other mecha was emitting the light sheen marking a different faction, they knew for certain that the other mecha was an enemy. Ling Tian number 7 did not decrease his speed, still traveling at high speed, he controlled the hands of his mecha to pull a quick draw from behind the mecha's shoulders. Then, with a beam gun in his left hand and a beam saber in his right, he was prepared for battle. Likewise, on the other end, Leitang Mecha number 9 had also discovered the enemy and was making battle preparations of his own. Other than one standing still in place while the other was moving at high speed, both mechas' battle prep actions did not differ by much. Who'd have expected that the Ling Tian Mecha clan members could also react so quickly? From the time they each registered the presence of an unidentified mecha, to the time they confirmed whether the other was friend or foe, both combatants' reaction time was almost the same. This drew shocked exclamations from the spectating cadets once more. It was very unexpected that these relatively green Ling Tian members were performing much better than they had imagined. In one of the VIP rooms of the military academy, Tang Yu saw this scene and the light in his eyes brightened. He could not stop himself from turning on the communicator on his wrist to begin searching for the information on this Ling Tian Mecha Clan number 7 member. The students might mistakenly believe that the reaction times of the two were roughly the same, but as an instructor, Tang Yu could see things much clearer. The Ling Tian member was able to execute the same battle prep as the Leitang member who had been standing still while moving at high speed, and his actions were clean and efficient, with no sign at all of any delay and stiffness. Undoubtedly, the control skills of the Ling Tian number 7 was definitely a bracket higher than that mecha operator of Leitang's. For a junior student to carry off this series of movements much more perfectly and swiftly than a senior, the mecha operation talent of this Ling Tian number 7 was most certain to be at the level of a prodigy. Tang Yu could not help but be interested at the prospect of a promising student. Ling Tian number 7, name, Lin Zhongqing. Status, free commoner. Age, 17. Physical skills, advanced level refinement stage 2. Mecha piloting level, advanced, intermediate to advancement results, excellent. Frankly, there was not a lot of info that could be obtained using this type of simple search. For truly detailed information, one would need to receive clearance to browse the restricted files of the military academy. However, this simple information was already enough for Tang Yu. He could barely restrain his excitement as he commented, "It is really unexpected that, other than those 5 in the Lingtian Mecha clan, there is still such an excellent member. Able to level up to advanced class operator at age 17 and have his advancement results judged as excellent by the Mecha World mainframe, this meant that the other's basic controls must be extremely solid. This would definitely be a great advantage to his future development." What surprised him the most was the other's status as free commoner. The average commoner's mecha piloting talent would not be that good. It looked like this was probably some form of genetic mutation. This reminded Tang Yu of himself. Even though he was not a commoner but a citizen, which was a rank higher than Commoner 3, his success at becoming an elite ace could also be ascribed to genetic mutation. He had the sudden impulse to take Lin Zhongqing as a student as well. He wanted to see if Lin Zhongqing could become an ace operator like he had, perhaps even surpass him. "You are willing to give up one of the other 5? Asked the principal. At his words, Tang Yu smiled wryly and sighed. Although he really wanted to, he could not give up any of those 5 he had chosen from the start. Those 5 children who were about to become his students were all very gifted in mecha piloting, not at all weaker than this Lin Zhongqing and perhaps even better. There are just too many prodigies with mecha piloting talent in this year. I wonder which mecha mentor he will choose." Tang Yu felt that such an excellent prodigy must be from the mecha piloting specialization. Furthermore, only those from the mecha piloting specialization could choose a mecha mentor at the start of their second year. The other specializations had to wait till the second semester of the academic year to begin their mecha study, and then, it would only be an elective for them. Thus, mecha mentors did not pay much attention to these students. Curious, Tang Yu typed in the query to search for Lin Zhongqing's mecha mentor on his communicator, but he received an unexpected response, unable to find any relevant answers. This shocked him, because he knew that all of the mentors for the students of the mecha piloting specialization had already been confirmed. He had originally wanted to find out who was the mentor of Lin Zhongqing so he could advise that instructor to properly cultivate Lin Zhongqing. After all, even he was tempted to teach this kind of prodigy. He would not want to see such a gifted child be ruined from a mentor's neglect. How can this be? Tang Yu could not help doubting this answer. The principal suddenly thought of something and prompted Tang Yu, "Try checking what specialization the other is in." The principal's suggestion made Tang Yu pause in mute shock for a moment, but he soon began to search for Lin Zhongqing's specialization. The answer was revealed very quickly, and this answer left Tang Yu instantly dumbfounded as he stared blankly in disbelief at the words, "Mecha Logistics." This specialization which everyone thought only rubbish students would take up was an absolutely rubbish specialization on the outermost fringes of the First Men's Military Academy 4. The principal saw Tang Yu's stunned reaction and was instantly curious as well. He took a peek and was instantly dumbfounded as well. Such a talented genius in mecha piloting was actually a student specializing in mecha logistics. This could not be true, right? This made even the generally composed principal feel unsettled. "I think, our First Men's Military Academy's method of assigning specializations is very flawed. Principal, you should really think of a good way to solve this issue," said Tang Yu, looking up with a grim expression. Mind you, the application requirements for the mecha logistics specialization in terms of results and physical fitness had always been very low. Perhaps, this Lin Zhongqing had been assigned to mecha logistics by the mainframe due to a problem with his results, because mecha logistics was really too horrible an option, almost no one would select it by choice, so the academy mainframe had no choice but to forcefully assign it to students based on results. Furthermore, the mecha logistics specialization had very low requirements on mecha control skills as well, students need only pass. All of the mecha instructors were completely perfunctory in their teaching when it came to the mecha logistics students. It could be predicted that, if Lin Zhongqing continued to remain in mecha logistics, his mecha piloting talent would definitely go to waste, and this was something he could not allow. The principal nodded in agreement. He too was deeply grieved that such a prodigy of mecha piloting had been shunted into mecha logistics by mistake. When this match ends, let's look for him and ask him about this. If he agrees, we can make an exception for him to transfer into the mecha piloting specialization. Since the administrators had collectively pleaded with him to make an exception previously to use his authority as principal to set this mecha fight as an open fight, then those people should have no reason to object if he used his power now to let one student transfer to a specialization better suited for him. If possible, I would like you, sir, to allow another exception. I want an additional student slot. Tang Yu was very satisfied with the principal's decision, and at this time, he also put forward this request earnestly. The principal smiled wryly. Even you cannot bear to see such talent go to waste and are willing to break convention, how can I refuse your request? With the principal's promise, Tang Yu could finally put aside his worries to focus his full attention on the incipient battle between Ling Tian No. 7 and Lei Tang No. 9. At this time, Ling Tian No. 7 was just like a ferocious beast which had broken out of its cage. Facing the more experienced Lei Tang No. 9, he showed no hint of fear. The speed of his mecha's sprint did not slow down at all due to the emergence of the enemy. Those with keen eyesight could even tell that Ling Tian No. 7 had actually become faster and nimbler than before. Meanwhile, after preparing his weapons, Lei Tang No. 9 saw Ling Tian No. 7 charging at him fearlessly. This move clearly carried a whiff of taunting. This made Lei Tang No. 9 rather angry, thinking that he was being looked down on. So that he would not lose in terms of force of presence, Lei Tang No. 9 did not hesitate to send his mecha sprinting towards Ling Tian No. 7 as well. Both combatants chose to speed towards each other. About 10 seconds later, they finally entered the effective range of their respective long-range attacks. The hearts of the audience were raised in suspense, all of them wondering which side would react faster and be the first to open fire. Lei Tang is attacking. Now, from the looks of it, Lei Tang No. 9 had more experience in attacking while running, thus managing to beat Ling Tian No. 7 to the punch. He aimed the beam gun in his right hand at Ling Tian No. 7 and pulled the trigger. A powerful beam of energy burst out from the muzzle to hurtle wildly at Ling Tian No. 7. Ah, watch out! In the audience, in contrast to the composure of the seniors, the new students as well as those who were concerned for the Ling Tian Mecha clan could not help but cry out. Right then, the attention of the entire audience, both juniors and seniors, was focused on Ling Tian No. 7. If Ling Tian No. 7 could not find a way to handle this shot properly, whether or not he was hit, he would still be forced into a passive position. Then, it could be expected that Lei Tang No. 9 would inevitably be the final victor in this clash. On the mecha battlefield, being the first to gain the upper hand would basically determine the final ownership of victory, unless the power gap between the opponents was really too wide. Alright. The entire audience burst out in wild applause and cheering. This was because Ling Tian No. 7 had handled the attack beautifully, leaving everyone speechless with amazement. Ling Tian No. 7 did not panic and choose to use his beam gun to fire back in an attempt to neutralize the other's attack, nor did he let himself be forced into a passive defensive position by swerving to avoid the opponent's attack. He had calmly controlled his mecha to execute an evasion maneuver, allowing that beam to brush past him mere millimeters from the outer shell of his mecha. The beam struck the ground and sent up a spray of dust and dirt, instantly making his figure hazy. Seeing the other's figure suddenly being partly concealed by the dust and dirt in the air, Lei Tang No. 9 paused for a beat but did not give up on his offense. He predicted the possible angles the opponent might dodge to and frantically shot a cascade of beams from his gun. Bang bang bang. Consecutive gunshots sent even more dust and dirt into the air, and Ling Tian No. 7's figure was now completely obscured. The Lei Tang mecha found that its attacks were ineffective and only then did he begin to feel that something was not right. He immediately retreated, thinking to pull some distance away. While he could not be sure of the opponent's position, pulling a sufficiently safe distance away was one of the best ways of protecting oneself. Unfortunately, he had still reacted too late. He had just mobilized his mecha when a shadow abruptly appeared on his left. By the time he could see clearly, he found that Ling Tian mecha number 7 had already come up beside him. There was a cold flash of light, and the opponent's beam saber came at him from a position he could not block, stabbing in at a strange angle. What's going on? How could he have appeared before me in an instant? Although Lei Tang number 9 could not believe what he was seeing, he still operated his mecha calmly. He pushed his mecha's engines to maximum power, attempting to evade at top speed and dodge this unexpected attack from the opponent. Those who are closely involved cannot see clearly. Lei Tang number 9 had not been able to see Ling Tian number 7's movements, obscured by dust as the other was, but the spectating cadets could choose to erase all visual obstacles and had seen Ling Tian number 7's actions without any obstruction. Just as Lei Tang number 9 had been using his beam gun to attack, Ling Tian no. 7 had suddenly performed a movement that could not be explained by normal logic. The strange and unsettling footwork he executed allowed a certain distortion to appear in the area around Ling Tian number 7, and in the very next second, he had already appeared at the opponent's side, creating an illusory sort of teleportation effect. This is the nature-defying technique that advanced mecha warriors are most unlikely to master, erratic flicker. Everyone was shocked. Some cadets who recognized this technique could not help but exclaim. Compared to the miscellaneous footwork that advanced mecha warriors practiced, such as figure 8-step, Z-shaped evasion, or whatever else, this erratic flicker was a top-class technique which advanced mecha warriors dreamed about. To carry off the erratic flicker, one needed to be completely proficient in all of the basic steps, perhaps even to the point where they had become instinct. But this was still not enough. Erratic flicker also required extremely high comprehension and perceptiveness. Without this type of innate intuition, no matter how thoroughly one mastered those basic moves, they still would not be able to convert these into the erratic flicker. The evolved version of the erratic flicker was the irregular flicker 2, which was an important milestone to advance to ace operator status. Consequently, in the world of mecha operation, there is this one saying: if you have mastered the erratic flicker, you basically already have half a foot inside the realm of ace. Unfortunately, a majority of advanced mecha warriors were often unable to master this nature-defying technique. There were even many mecha operators who had entered special class operator level who would not dare to say for certain that they had mastered this top-class skill. This was also why the number of ace mecha masters were so few. To a large extent, many excellent seedlings were wiped out on this point. This was also something that could not be helped. If one was unable to master the irregular flicker, even if they were allowed to move on and pilot ace mecha, once they arrived at the battlefield, an operator who could not execute an irregular flicker was pretty much just there to die. Therefore, in the world of mecha operation, there was no such thing as making do. The advancement of each level had stringent requirements. An operator must achieve the regulated stats, or else they would never be permitted to advance. Tang Yu saw this move of Ling Tian number 7's, and his eyes once again shone with an unnatural brightness. If the principal had not already agreed to his request to take on another student, at this moment, he was likely to cast aside his earlier reservations and abandon one of his initially determined students just so he could take in this Ling Tian number 7. No matter how gifted a prodigy of mecha piloting was, if they did not have formidable intuition, their future development would also be hindered in the end by the barriers of advancement. For this Ling Tian no. 7 to be able to come so far, he must have already entered mecha world at 13 to train in mecha controls. By all calculations, for him to have mastered the heaven-defying erratic flicker in these 4 years' time, it was clear to see that his intuition and comprehension skills were truly outstanding. And this aspect was even more precious than his talent in mecha piloting, which was yet another reason why Tang Yu was greatly moved. Clang! Mecha and beam saber collided violently. Lei Tang no. 9 felt his mecha judder violently, and the lights in his cockpit dimmed for a moment before being restored to normal again almost instantly. Experienced as he was, he could immediately confirm that he had been hit. His evasion maneuvers had not helped him to escape the opponent's strange and sneaky attack. What's fortunate was that he had activated his mecha's beam shield even as he had dodged. Under the protection of the beam shield, the opponent's saber had not caused much damage to his mecha. However, this did not mean that he was out of danger. Even though he was piloting his mecha in a swift retreat, the opponent was on his tail like a shadow. The other's beam saber was still viciously pressed to his mecha's cockpit, drastically whittling away the power of his beam shield. As soon as his mecha's beam shield ran out of power, that beam saber would pierce through his cockpit without mercy. At that time, he would certainly face death and dismissal from the field. Warning. Mecha's power only enough to hold out for 10 seconds. 10, 9. The AI began to report the time frame left for the remaining power the mecha had. Leitang number 9 did not dare to gamble that the opponent's saber would run out of power before his beam shield. He could only accelerate further to try and distance himself from the opponent's unrelenting beam saber, as only then could he salvage the situation. Just one move had been enough to turn the tables in this fight. Leitang number 9 had seemed to have grasped the upper hand at the start, but anyone with a discerning eye could now see that the one who was in a passive and desperate state was him and not Ling Tian number 7. Who would have guessed that Ling Tian no. 7's close-range offensive capabilities would be so strong? At this point, the spectating cadets could not help but sigh in awe. This was because, judging from the external appearance of Ling Tian number 7's mecha and the equipment he carried, he was more inclined towards long-range attacks. This was also why the spectating cadets had believed that this would be an intense long-range battle at the very beginning. The spectating students naturally did not know that this was because this Ling Tian no. 7 had been following a close combat maniac of a boss all this while. The long-range attackers in the team such as Lin Zhongqing and Han Jijian, after over a year of ruthless torment under Ling Lan's hands, had all seen their close combat skills improve tremendously. Their close combat standards were not much weaker than those actual close combat mecha operators. It could even be said that they were even better in terms of close combat reflexes. It couldn't be helped, up against their boss, Lin Zhongqing and Han Jijian had had no chance at all to execute any long-range attacks. Boss Lan's speed was just too fast. No matter how much distance they put between them and their boss would have caught up to them in the blink of an eye to attack from close range. In this kind of situation, they could only weave around their boss in close range. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Zhongqing and the others who favored long-range attacks would have such high close combat standards. After so much torment, it was impossible for their close combat skills not to become strong. Under this desperate situation, Leitang number 9's forehead was already dripping with sweat. He revved the engine of his mecha in a frenzy, pushing it to the extreme. Not just that, his two secondary engines also began to roar. The mecha's engines suddenly revved beyond capacity, causing the mecha's speed to go up a notch. Ling Tian number 7 did not seem to have taken this into consideration, his reaction a beat too slow. Leitang number 9 successfully pulled a distance away, escaping the threat of Ling Tian number 7's beam saber. Leitang number 9 saw that he had managed to pull away, but before he could breathe out a sigh of relief, his mecha's AI suddenly emitted a jarring alarm. Warning, evade. Warning, evade. Shocked, Leitang number 9 looked at the indication on his mecha's screen. His mecha had actually been locked onto by the opponent's long-range weapon. The fine hairs on his body stood up as his fingers danced madly in an attempt to evade this great crisis. Being locked onto meant that Leitang number 9's mecha had already been fixed as a target for Ling Tian number 7's long-range weapon. If he could not break free of the opponent's target lock before the other fired, Leitang no. 9's mecha was sure to be hit. And with the 17% power he had left, even if Leitang number 9 activated his mecha's beam shield, it would not be enough to withstand one long-range attack from a mecha of the same level. Right then, Leitang number 9 realized that he had been set up by the opponent from the start. Even his desperate retreat had been calculated. It was not that the opponent could not chase after him, the opponent had long decided how he would deal with him next. Boom! Ling Tian no. 7 calmly pulled the trigger. The beam gun in his hand released a powerful beam of energy in Leitang number 9's direction. Leitang number 9's eyes bulged, perhaps out of anger, and there was actually a trace of redness in them. He yelled, "Dodge, D*mit." The battle had just begun, he did not want to be the first person to fail and leave the scene. Furthermore, he could not accept leaving after being completely dominated by the opponent. When he had first seen Ling Tian No. 7, he had thought that he would be able to finish the other off easily. The opponent's reckless manner in charging at him drew his contempt, leading him to believe that this operator who was an advanced mecha warrior like him was just an impulsive boor. How could this kind of simple-minded mecha operator be his opponent? Yes, from the beginning, he had underestimated his opponent. He had loosened his guard, and so had not taken time to seriously plan and strategize during the fight, only blindly attacking from long range. Even when his first shot had struck air, he had just assumed that the opponent had gotten lucky, and he had not chosen to pull away as soon as he could. This was his greatest failing, and his subsequent attacks had been an even greater display of idiocy. His foolishness had given the opponent the opportunity to draw in close. All the advantage he had at the start was lost in one go, and he was thrust into a dire situation in the blink of an eye. Lei Tang No. 9 was filled with regrets. If he could do it all again, he definitely would not let the opponent draw so close, because he was a long-range attacker. A loud kaboom rang out. Ling Tian No. 7's beam shot unerringly struck Lei Tang No. 9. Despite his desperate struggles, Lei Tang No. 9 had not been able to salvage the situation. His entire mecha exploded instantly, becoming countless flaming parts in the air, scattering in different directions. At the moment his mecha exploded, Lei Tang No. 9 was declared dead by the mainframe and chased out of Mecha World. He needed to wait for the penalty for death to pass before he could log into Mecha World again and choose a new mecha and start over. F***ck, from discovery to the end of the fight, it only took a little more than a minute. Isn't that way too fast? The spectating cadets were all gobsmacked. For context, it should be known that a fight between mecha of the same level was unlikely to be ended without at least 10 minutes to half an hour. After all, both sides were of about roughly equal strength, it was very difficult for either side to defeat the other. Of course, if the winner of this fight had been Lei Tang No. 9, the cadets might still have been able to justify it. Ling Tian No. 7 was a junior after all, without much battle experience. If he had panicked, it would have been no surprise for him to be killed in a split second. However, it was precisely the newly established Ling Tian Mecha clan which had won this first encounter. The cadets really could not find any reason which could help them make sense of this reality. Just as the cadets were mired in confusion, seated in the VIP viewing room, Tang Yu's eyes held a trace of a smile. He could see things very clearly. Ling Tian No. 7 had been able to finish this match so swiftly because he had utilized the opponent's psychology well. It should be said that, from the very moment the two sides had met, Ling Tian No. 7 had already been laying his trap. This fight was well done. The experienced principal naturally could see the intricacy of this fight as well. A gratified smile appeared on his face. He was extremely pleased that such an outstanding student with both brains and brawn had emerged from the academy. Yes. Almost taking all of the opponent's possible reactions into consideration. Lei Tang No. 9 underestimated his opponent from the very start. Of course, this effect was partly encouraged by Ling Tian No. 7 on purpose. Ling Tian No. 7, truly a mecha operator with a tactical mind, said Tang Yu, smiling as well. At this time, he had already decided that regardless of whether Ling Tian No. 7 could transfer to the mecha piloting specialization in the end, he would still train this talented youth. The other's combat style was really very similar to his. For the first time, the notion of taking in a disciple stirred in Tang Yu's heart. Yes, the present Tang Yu not only wanted to take Lin Zhongqing in as a student, but even wanted to make the other his true disciple so he could eventually inherit his mantle. You've really been tempted. Tang Yu's expression caused the principal to chuckle knowingly. Ever since Tang Yu had transferred to the First Men's Military Academy to be an instructor, even though he had taken countless gifted students under his tutelage, he had never ever considered taking in a true disciple. And now, the other had obviously been tempted. This made the principal extremely happy. It should be known that it was extremely difficult to find a true disciple that one found suitable. Not only did the candidate have to be talented, they had to catch the instructor's fancy, and there was also an element of serendipity to it all. Even if Tang Yu had felt that Xiao Ting, Ling Lan, Qi Long, and the rest were all abnormally gifted prodigy mecha operators, because he had not felt a sense of affinity with any of them, he had not been moved to take them in as true disciples. Only Lin Zhongqing had caught Tang Yu's eyes, prompting him to start thinking about taking the other in under his sect for focused cultivation. I think, if I have such a disciple, my master will also be happy for me. The principal's words made Tang Yu's expression even warmer. Since he had been moved, then he should immediately take action. Otherwise, this disciple he had decided on might be snatched away by someone else if he delayed. Tang Yu had noticed that Ling Tian No. 7's exceptional performance had already drawn out admiring gazes from quite a number of the instructors around him. Then I should congratulate you. Seeing that Tang Yu was about to obtain a satisfactory disciple, the principal was also very happy for this disciple of his old friend. Frankly, for a period of time, the principal had been very worried for Tang Yu. He was afraid that the knowledge and techniques of Tang Yu's sect would be lost due to Tang Yu's high standards. Mind you, someone as exceptional as Xiao Ting had still been unable to move Tang Yu. The principal had even believed at one point that there would never be a child who would move Tang Yu in this world. Unexpectedly, several years after that, this person had still finally appeared, and his appearance was so sudden but also so matter-of-fact. Ling Tian No. 7 finished off Lei Tang No. 9 so simply, and then, amidst the audience's exclamations, he continued to pilot his mecha to head towards his original intended destination. Very soon, he met up with two other members of Ling Tian. Unlike Lin Zhongqing's misfortune, the other two Ling Tian mecha clan members had come here unhindered, without encountering anyone from Lei Tang. After the three of them met up, they seemed to have a brief discussion, and after another minute of rest, the three mecha arranged themselves in a triangular formation, chose a direction, and departed swiftly. This purposeful assembly of Ling Tian was occurring at the other places as well. Due to the actions of Ling Tian, there was now a higher chance of them encountering Lei Tang mecha on this large composite map of desert area and oasis land. In the next 10 minutes or so, several clashes between Ling Tian and Lei Tang broke out all across the map. Both teams incurred losses in these clashes, but overall, Lei Tang's losses were a little greater. In these fights, they lost 5 members while Ling Tian only lost 3. I didn't expect the fighting to be so intense right from the start. The spectating cadets felt their blood begin to boil with excitement. Originally, a majority of students had favored the Lei Tang mecha clan, but now they also began taking a shine to the Ling Tian mecha clan. There were even many people who changed their minds and began hoping that the ultimate victors of this match would be the Ling Tian mecha clan. Of course, they knew that this was just wishful thinking. With the ace operator Xiao Ting in their ranks, Lei Tang would be able to turn things around even if Xiao Ting was the only one left on their side in the end. There was still no one in Ling Tian capable of contending with Xiao Ting's strength, even their 3 special class operators would not be able to change this outcome. Despite knowing that Lei Tang was certain to win, what could have changed the minds of the spectating cadets so drastically within these 10 minutes? This was because in the fights within these 10 minutes, the Ling Tian mecha clan's members performed much better than the members of Lei Tang. The 3 members of Ling Tian who had been defeated and forced to leave had thoroughly convinced the spectating cadets with their indomitable spirit. These 3 members who had been sacrificed could not actually be said to be defeated. 2 of the 3 had taken down their opponent with them under disadvantaged conditions, so Lei Tang had not gained anything from their defeat. What was even more surprising was that, though the participants were all advanced mecha warriors, anyone who paid attention could tell that this 3rd member of Ling Tian was clearly the weakest of the 24 people on the field. And his luck was even worse. The Lei Tang member he encountered was very experienced. Among the 12 members of Lei Tang on the field, his strength ranked in the top 5. With such a large gap between the two, everyone thought that the Lei Tang mecha would defeat this member easily. However, under this sort of obvious disadvantage, the Ling Tian member had actually fought till the opponent's mecha had been half damaged. Although he was still defeated in the end and had been unable to take the Lei Tang member down with him, all the spectators knew that the opponent was no longer able to continue fighting. A half-damaged mecha would be easily eradicated by any single member of Ling Tian on the field. In other words, although Lei Tang officially only lost 5 members on the scoreboard, in reality, they had lost 6 members. That one lucky survivor was actually just a participant in name now, unable to contribute anything for his team, and he may even become a burden on his team. The members of Ling Tian are too savage. The spectating cadets were thrilled by Ling Tian's methods and tenacity in taking their opponents down with them even if they perished, but at the same time, they also viewed it with trepidation. On the battlefield, this kind of opponent was the worst kind to encounter. Even if one's strength was a hair better than the opponent, there was no guarantee of winning unscathed. In the meantime, the moment he had entered the map, Lei Tang's team leader Xiao Ting had done exactly as Ling Lan had, carefully observing the terrain around him. When he found that it was an endless desert plain interspersed with grassland, he felt a thrill of joy pass through his heart. He was well aware how advantageous this map was to them seniors. It could be said that they had used this map many times before and basically knew which areas had traps, which spots would prompt accidental situations, and which areas made good hiding places. This made him even more confident of victory. However, his good mood was quickly interrupted. 1 minute later, he was notified by the mainframe that the Lei Tang Mecha clan had already lost 1 member, dropping their member count from 12 to 11. Xiao Ting's heart clenched, and his first reaction was to check on the Ling Tian Mecha clan's numbers. The other side still had 12 people. His brow furrowed as he wondered whether his team members were just unlucky enough to bump into one of the 3 special class operators of Ling Tian. Xiao Ting was not particularly frustrated or regretful that one of his members had fallen. On the battlefield, anything could happen. Luck was also a major factor. Still, for one of his members to be done in by the opponent in just 1 minute, Xiao Ting was rather disgruntled. He felt that even if his team member was only an advanced mecha warrior, they should still be able to hold out for at least 2 to 3 minutes. Being finished off in less than a minute was like a slap in the face for him. Right then, Xiao Ting still did not know that his team member had only encountered an advanced mecha warrior of Ling Tian's. He had only been defeated so swiftly because he had underestimated his opponent and fallen for the other's trap. On the other hand, it was fortunate that he did not know this, otherwise he would have definitely blown his top. Xiao Ting knew the importance of morale. He could not allow the morale of Ling Tian's battle team to blaze higher from this. Thus, he decided to take action and begin searching for opponents. He wanted to eliminate a few members of Ling Tian to push down the other side's numbers and suppress their morale. However, this map was too vast. Xiao Ting could only choose a random direction and skim across the land rapidly as he used the radar of his ace mecha to scan his surroundings. The radar on an ace mecha was 2 ranks higher than that of an advanced mecha's. It could pick up conditions within 5 kilometers. Xiao Ting believed that as soon as they were discovered by his radar, Ling Tian's members would never be able to escape his grasp. In terms of speed, advanced mecha were utter trash before ace mecha. Just as Xiao Ting was conducting his search, the situation shifted drastically. The numbers on both sides began to change constantly. For almost every 2 or 3 minutes that passed, Xiao Ting would receive another notification that a Lei Tang member had been defeated and eliminated from the field. 10 minutes later, Lei Tang was actually down 5 members, his team's overall member count dropping to 7, almost half of their initial number. Luckily, Ling Tian had also suffered some losses in these 10 minutes, losing 3 of their own. Still, Xiao Ting's mood had already been significantly soured. It was very obvious that in the frontal clashes between the 2 teams thus far, Lei Tang was now at a disadvantage. Bloody Ling Tian. At this point, Xiao Ting could no longer maintain his composure. He could not help but curse. Right then, a warning rang out from the AI of Xiao Ting's mecha. Beep. Caution, 3 unidentified flying objects discovered ahead. This alert made Xiao Ting's spirits rally. Perhaps because the map was too large, and Xiaoting's luck also did not seem very good, within these 10 minutes, Xiaoting had not encountered a single Ling Tian mecha, nor had he come across any of his teammates. Xiaoting was rather disappointed by this. Even though he really wanted to hack and slash at the opponent to suppress the other side's morale, he was truly helpless against the empty vastness of this map. Xiaoting's first decision was to close the distance between him and the 3 unidentified objects. Clearly displayed on his mecha's screen, from about 5 kilometers away, 3 mecha were approaching him in a triangular formation. The 3 mechas' bodies were exuding the red light marking an enemy faction, and Xiaoting was extremely familiar with one of the mecha. From its appearance alone, Xiaoting could tell that it was an old rival of his, that boorish special class mecha operator Zhao Jun. There were 2 other advanced mecha behind him. It looked like the 3 mecha had formed a battle column. Seeing this, Xiaoting vaguely understood how his team members had been eliminated within such a short amount of time. They were very likely to have been surrounded and beaten to death by the opponent's greater numbers. Rage surged in Xiaoting's heart. The mainframe was obviously biased towards the Ling Tian mecha clan for this scenario to happen. It was likely that some of the Ling Tian members may have already been grouped together when they first spawned on the map. Humph, how despicable. Thinking to use this kind of method to prevent me, Xiaoting, from becoming the king of the military academy? No way. Rage blazed in Xiaoting's eyes. He felt that this was an obstacle the academy had intentionally set in his path. He had no idea that the side that had truly been favored by the mainframe was his Leitang. However, no one could have foreseen that Ling Lan would have the heaven-defying cheating device Little 4, forcibly turning Ling Tian's disadvantage into an advantage, causing the scales to tip in favor of Ling Tian. Furious, a trace of coldness emerged in Xiaoting's eyes. Since everyone was against him, then he would have to pull off an even more impressive performance. He would use true strength to tell everyone that no one would be able to stop him, Xiaoting, from becoming the king of the military academy. Xiaoting's killing intent-filled eyes fell upon that black special class mecha in the lead on his screen. As long as he eliminated Zhao Jun, the only one in Ling Tian capable of withstanding 10 to 20 moves under him, this match's final outcome would basically be determined. Xiaoting's aberrant control talent had indeed been the main reason he had been able to become the first student of the military academy to advance to ace operator at his age. However, his ability to control his emotions was also a large factor. Regardless of the fury in his heart, after Xiaoting became determined to eliminate Zhao Jun, his entire being became unbelievably cool and collected. This was a point that Tang Yu greatly admired in Xiaoting. To develop into a strong person capable of holding one's ground, though talent was extremely important, rationality, mental fortitude, and accurate battle judgment were even more important than raw talent. Without those other qualities, even the most aberrant prodigy would be shot down on the battlefield due to sheer blind recklessness. Xiaoting did not choose to rush forwards immediately. Instead, he sneakily closed in on Zhao Jun, carefully maintaining a 4-kilometer distance between them to travel in sync with the other. The search limit of a special class operator's radar was 4 kilometers. As long as he kept a distance of 4 kilometers between himself and Zhao Jun, the other would never be able to discover him. Xiaoting was so careful because he wanted to confirm that there were no other Ling Tian members around. Xiaoting still remembered a case study instructor Tang Yu had told him once. He did not want to fall into a trap of Ling Tian's out of impulsiveness. It had to be said that Xiaoting was extremely careful. It turned out that in the history of mecha combat, there had been such an example. An ace mecha of some nation had once encountered a team full of advanced mecha warriors from an enemy nation. Based on common sense, even though the side with the advanced mecha warriors had greater numbers, due to the natural suppression of mecha levels, as long as the ace operator handled things properly, he could definitely break the other side's battle formation apart and obtain victory in the encounter. However, the outcome was the complete opposite. Perhaps that ace mecha too believed that victory was assured, for he underestimated the battle fervor of these advanced mecha warriors, accidentally falling into the other side's ploy and ending up heavily surrounded. The ace operator thought that even if he could not kill all of the advanced mecha warriors around him, it should still be extremely easy for him to run away in his mecha. But unexpectedly, some of the advanced mecha warriors had chosen a horrific method to prevent his escape: self-destruction. Yes, those advanced mecha warriors had not cared about their so-called lives, each of them throwing themselves forward one after another. They did not even choose to attack, nor did they dodge. They did not use any beam gun or beam saber, simply using their mecha's two arms to grab hold of the ace mecha desperately. Right after that, they would self-destruct. Even if they were hacked to death while holding onto the ace mecha, they would make sure to press their self-destruct button in time. Whether or not it was of any use, they wanted to leave some bit of damage on the opponent. This was how this group of advanced mecha warriors used the combined power of their self-destructs to exhaust the power of the ace mecha's powerful beam shield. In the end, the final outcome was that the ace mecha was forcibly kept in place by those advanced mecha warriors using that brute self-destruct method. At the end of it all, just like those advanced mecha warriors who had self-exploded, he became a speck of dust in the starry skies. The example of this fight struck fear into the hearts of all ace operators. Fortunately, not all advanced mecha warriors could view death like coming home, so such an occurrence of trading their own lives for the life of an enemy was not commonplace. Unless death was truly inevitable, only then would most advanced mecha warriors choose to do such a thing. However, also due to this case study, all ace operators became exceedingly cautious. When battling advanced mecha warriors, they would be wary of letting themselves be surrounded, afraid they would also fall victim to that self-destruction method. Xiao Ting had learned of this case study right after he had advanced to ace operator level. Tang Yu had made him watch the recording of said battle in order to let him understand that, on the battlefield, ace operators were not the only ones who could contend with ace operators. Only the Huaxia Federation had a recording of that battle, because that group of fearless self-sacrificing advanced mecha warriors was one of the platoons of the Huaxia Federation. Meanwhile, that unfortunate ace operator was from the Caesar Empire. Out of this platoon comprising of 30 advanced mecha, only 7 survived. In order to take down that one ace mecha, the Federation paid the price of the lives of 23 advanced mecha warriors, clinching the victory of that battle. And the recording of the battle was captured back then by these 7 survivors. This battle was the pride of the Huaxia Federation, but was also the sorrow of the Huaxia Federation. This was because at that time, the Huaxia Federation had considerably fewer ace operators than the Caesar Empire. It couldn't be helped. In order to obtain the final victory, the Huaxia Federation could only resort to this type of methods to plug the gap. However, this also caused the Federation to sacrifice countless advanced mecha warriors. At one point, even the mid-range forces were rather thin, and had required a whole 20 years for the deficit in manpower to be compensated. This was also why the Federation took it so seriously whenever they discovered any promising sprouts who showed possibility of advancing to ace. After that historic battle, the Federation had no longer wanted to revisit the grief of using numbers to bridge the gap of power ever again. Xiao Ting was also afraid that Ling Tian would choose to use such methods against him. After all, in Mecha World, death was not true death. If the Ling Tian battle team really wanted to obtain the final victory in this challenge fight, Xiao Ting believed that this was the only avenue they had. Thus, although Xiao Ting really wanted to finish off Zhao Jun, he still had to be on guard against the other in case he used such a method against him. If he accidentally fell into the opponent's trap, became surrounded, and was then finished off by the opponent under such despicable methods, he, Xiao Ting, would never be able to live it down. Xiao Ting followed Zhao Jun's group of 3 for approximately a minute, and finding no other Ling Tian people around, his heart settled. He could basically confirm that the other had set no traps for him now. But just as he was about to make a move, Zhao Jun's group suddenly changed directions. Taking a sharp right angle, they rapidly pulled a distance away from him. Their abrupt actions made Xiao Ting's heart skip a beat. Had he been exposed? Xiao Ting immediately refuted his own speculation. As he had been tracking the data produced by his mecha's AI. All this way, he was sure the distance between his mecha and Zhao Jun's had not ever fallen below the 4-kilometer limit, keeping him out of the range of detection of Zhao Jun's mecha. In real life, perhaps due to various reasons, the data collected by mecha fluctuated erratically, so there was the possibility of an error leading to exposure. But in mecha world, the data was set to be dead accurate. As long as one did not go against the data given, there should be absolutely no chance of being discovered. Xiao Ting made a decision instantly. He quickly sped up to follow them, wanting to see what exactly had made Zhao Jun change directions so abruptly. At the same time, he had already made up his mind to eliminate Zhao Jun. He did not plan to wait any longer. Even though Zhao Jun's group of 3 had pushed their mecha's engines to their respective limits, the 2 advanced mecha had still dragged down Zhao Jun's speed. Xiao Ting quickly caught up to them in his ace mecha. If not for the fact that Xiao Ting wanted to find out what Zhao Jun was doing and so was still keeping 4 kilometers away for now, at this time, Zhao Jun's group might have already been facing Xiao Ting's mecha. Not too long after, Xiao Ting discovered the reason why Zhao Jun had suddenly changed directions. Ahead of Zhao Jun, that is, within the 5-kilometer range of detection of Xiao Ting's mecha, the AI once again sounded an alert, notifying him that there was an unidentified flying object there. Xiao Ting immediately zoomed in and saw that this mecha which had just appeared was actually from Lei Tang's battle team. It looked like Zhao Jun had discovered the other's presence and so had changed course in preparation to attack this mecha. Xiao Ting was just thinking to speed up and rescue his team member when an idea flashed through his mind. He gave up on accelerating, choosing to maintain his speed instead as he moved forwards. He continued to maintain 4 kilometers between himself and the 3 mecha of Zhao Jun's group, trailing them as they sprinted towards that team member of his. Because he knew who the other was, Xiao Ting did not hesitate to send a heads up to that team member. That member of Lei Tang had actually noticed Zhao Jun and the others coming for him as well by this time. When he saw that the one in the lead was a special class operator, he knew that he was no match for the group and had quickly turned tail to run. This was also why Zhao Jun's group was pushing their engines so far in pursuit. Since they had found prey, they naturally could not let their prey escape from right under their noses. As he was running, the Lei Tang member suddenly received an alert from his mecha's AI, conveying a message from a teammate. His heart leapt in joy, and even as he continued running at top speed, he rapidly skimmed the message. When he saw its contents, his heart settled and he abruptly stopped running to turn around, calmly waiting for the 3 mecha of Zhao Jun's group to catch up to him. As Lei Tang's member had stopped running, Zhao Jun's group managed to catch up to the other a few seconds later. D*MN, you run fast. Zhao Jun's group surrounded the Lei Tang member immediately. At the same time, Zhao Jun's loud voice rang out from his mecha's loudspeakers, his tone mocking as he said, "Why don't you continue running? You really think I can't overtake you?" If not out of consideration for the 2 fellows behind him, he would have long caught up to the other. "I'm too unlucky today, actually bumping into you. However, Zhao Jun, aren't you stooping too low? Actually joining a tiny, insignificant freshman mecha clan. Isn't this a waste of your talent? If you just don't have a good place to go, as long as you quit this battle, I can recommend for our regiment commander to take you in as a member of Lei Tang. How's that?" The Lei Tang member was not flustered, actually speaking up to negotiate with Zhao Jun. "Don't. This Lord One is very happy throwing my weight around in this freshman clan. I'm provided with good food and drink and treated well. Since I can be a lord, why should I make myself suffer by submitting myself to become Xiao Ting's underling?" Even though Zhao Jun's expression was not visible, the smugness in his tone caused the other 2 Ling Tian members with him to sweat drop endlessly. "Luo Lang, has this person always been this arrogant? Throwing his weight around? Hells, what did he take the Ling Tian mecha clan for?" Li Yingjie was very dissatisfied with the other's words too. Luo Lang pursed his lips in thought, silent for a moment before replying, "Leave it. This person is especially stupid. He speaks without the words going through his mind. If you take him seriously, you're just torturing yourself." The connotation being that Li Yingjie should just let the words pass and not take it to heart. Zhao Jun was a member of the Ling Tian battle clan, a comrade of Luo Lang's, so Luo Lang could not sell him out and tell Li Yingjie the truth. In fact, in the team, before Boss Lan, Zhao Jun was as obedient as a harmless cat. How could he be arrogant? Lei Taing's members still seemed to have more to say, but Zhao Jun had no interest in blathering on with him any further. With a cold huff, he said, "Stop your chattering. Young brother Li, young brother Luo, why aren't you all attacking? Do you still want such a master as myself to take action for this kind of minor character?" Zhao Jun's apparent tone of ordering underlings around made Li Yingjie's chest feel stuffed up with annoyance. Luo Lang too was extremely speechless. Could it be that, out of Boss Lan's sphere of influence, this Zhao Jun was finally exposing his true nature? Li Yingjie only submitted to Ling Lan. Even though he knew Zhao Jun was a special class operator, this fact could not make him lower his head to the other. He could not suppress a sound of indignation, but he was stopped by Luo Lang before he could say anything more. Li Yingjie, leave it. Let's go. After saying that, Luo Lang drew the beam saber from his back and operated his mecha to leap at the opponent. Li Yingjie saw that Luo Lang had already begun to move. In order to work together with Luo Lang, he suppressed the rage in his heart, merely throwing a fierce glare at Zhao Jun before pulling the beam saber from behind him and charging out as well. This advanced mecha warrior of Lei Taing seemed to be very strong. Li Yingjie and Luo Lang actually were not able to gain the upper hand with their joint attack. Instead, there were even times when the two of them fell out of sync and disrupted the other's attack, leading to several occasions where they ended up attacking each other, giving the opponent a chance to turn around and beat them back. For a while, both sides were actually evenly matched in a tough battle. F***ck, how stupid, little Li, what are you hacking at? Are you trying to cut the enemy or your ally? Little Luo, can't you see where your teammate is? Actually blocking your own teammate's attack, are you a spy sent by the enemy? Watching the terrible rapport between his two comrades, Zhao Jun's anger was stoked and he began muttering out loud, pointing out their mistakes. The cadets who witnessed this scene could not help but break out into an uproar. The Ling Tian battle team had undoubtedly performed extremely well in the past 10 minutes, whether it was the members who had died or those who had won, their skills in mecha control had been vividly displayed, almost indistinguishable from that of old veterans. Those members' excellent performances had increased the anticipation of the spectating cadets towards the other members of the Ling Tian battle team. But now, the terrible performance of these two members greatly disappointed the audience. So not all of the Ling Tian Mecha clan members are good. Some are just here to make up the numbers. The disappointed cadets began to criticize the Ling Tian Mecha clan harshly. It could not be helped, when expectations soared too high and were crushed, the sudden drop from that height would always seek an outlet to regain psychological equilibrium. That's strange. Why are Ling Tian number 4 and Ling Tian no. 5 performing so badly? Likewise, the school administrators and instructors were also shaking their heads, finding both these participants' performance lackluster. In contrast, instructor Tang Yu frowned, puzzled. After some thought, he searched for information on the two, and when he saw their details, he was even more bewildered. Ling Tian number 4, name, Li Yingjie. Status, elite family descendant. Age, 17. Physical skills, intermediate level Qi Jin stage. Mecha piloting level, advanced, intermediate to advanced advancement results, excellent. Ling Tian number 5, name, Luo Lang. Status, military family descendant. Age, 17. Physical skills, intermediate level Qi Jin stage. Mecha piloting level, advanced, intermediate to advanced advancement results, excellent. These two boys had not performed like this last year. Tang Yu had a very deep impression of these two, especially Luo Lang. That ruthlessness that he had turned on himself had sent chills into Tang Yu's heart. How could this kind of person allow himself to perform so badly? Tang Yu's gaze turned to several hundred meters behind Zhao Jun. An idea flashed across his mind, and his expression could not help but shift slightly. The change in Tang Yu's complexion was noticed by the principal beside him, who then asked curiously, "Tang Yu, what have you discovered? I'm wondering whether those boys are plotting something." Tang Yu pointed with a wry smile at the mecha only they could see, which was hiding about 100 meters behind Zhao Jun. It was Xiao Ting who was quickly slinking forward. These boys look like trash at a glance. What could they possibly be plotting? Xiao Ting's performance this time can pretty much be called perfect. While the attention of the Ling Tian members is all on this other Lei Tang member, he fired some radar interference missiles and has silently snuck up to lurk behind Ling Tian. I think that these three members of Ling Tian will soon become battle points for Xiao Ting. It can be predicted that the upper hand Ling Tian has established since the beginning will all be gone after this encounter. One of the administrators to one side had overheard the conversation between Tang Yu and the principal, and was extremely dismissive of the idea. Xiao Ting's current performance pleased them greatly. The candidate they had chosen for their god-building project was truly exceptional. After saying all this, the administrator smiled ingratiatingly and said, "A renowned teacher produces accomplished students. The student Xiao Ting whom instructor Tang Yu has raised is indeed impressive." At the end of his speech, he did not forget to give a big thumbs up, and then turned to flatter the principal, saying, "Principal, this is all the result of your sagacious guidance." While the principal only nodded and smiled, making it hard to tell his true thoughts, Tang Yu was obviously less experienced in dealing with this type of situation. At the administrator's words, his brows knitted together and he rebutted immediately, "Xiao Ting is still very young and inexperienced. Faculty Head Lin, you think too highly of him." As intelligent as Tang Yu was, he already had a vague sense of what the administrators were aiming to do. With regards to that, he did not approve. Knowing Xiao Ting well, he truly believed he had to take responsibility for Xiao Ting's future. He needed to let the confident and somewhat domineering Xiao Ting experience more setbacks for his sake. Trying to show favor but receiving a cold reception in return, this faculty head Lin was rather upset. His smile faded and he harumphed softly before turning away to speak with the other administrators instead. Even half a phrase is too much when two people don't see eye to eye. 3. This faculty head Lin no longer had any interest in talking with Tang Yu. "You don't think Xiao Ting will do well in this encounter?" asked the principal with a kindly smile. "I have full confidence in Xiao Ting's capabilities, and also think that Zhao Jun, Ling Tian No. 4, and Ling Tian No. 5 cannot handle him on their own. However, I do not believe that Ling Tian No. 4 and Ling Tian No. 5 strength is as terrible as they are portraying right now. If Xiao Ting truly underestimates these two because of this, I think that Xiao Ting may not get what he wants. It's hard for me to foresee clearly." Tang Yu frowned. Just as he said, he really could not figure out what the three members of Ling Tian were trying to do. "Since you can't foresee it, then just continue watching." Unlike Tang Yu, whose attention was all on Xiao Ting, the principal's gaze drifted towards the opposite direction of Xiao Ting's position, his lips slightly turned up in a knowing smile. Xiao Ting stared at Zhao Jun's group of three surrounding his team member with cold eyes. Ling Tian No. 4 and Ling Tian No. 5's control skills could only be described as passable. Xiao Ting reckoned they were not from the same team before this and so had nothing much in terms of rapport. This was also why his team member had not been put at a disadvantage even though he was up against two opponents. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun was also trying to instruct them. Even though his tone was terrible, he was not taking any action, and everything he said was targeting his two teammates' mistakes. Seeing that Zhao Jun's attention was fully engaged on the three fighting mecha, Xiao Ting knew that his opportunity had come. Xiao Ting was confident that he could defeat Zhao Jun easily even in a frontal attack and obtain victory. However, he would need to spend more time to do so. Xiao Ting did not want to waste any time, so he chose a method which could kill the enemy in one move. While Zhao Jun was distracted and unprepared, he would launch a sneak attack and kill him instantly. Caught off guard, a special class mecha would be completely unable to withstand even one attack from an ace mecha, and this was precisely the ultra-effective attack Xiao Ting was aiming for. On the battlefield, Zhao Jun's group of three were currently completely oblivious to the incoming danger, but the spectating cadets could see very clearly that Xiao Ting had already silently drawn his beam saber and was coiled like a hunting cheetah preparing to strike. That special class mecha of Ling Tian's was in danger. This conclusion surfaced in everyone's minds. Against an ace operator's sneak attack, they just could not see how a completely unprepared special class mecha could survive. It could be said that the key moment determining the ultimate outcome of this fight was about to come. Right at this moment, Xiao Ting's eyes lit up. Having long been prepared to attack, he suddenly burst forth from his hiding place like a hunting cheetah, the beam saber in his hand slashing right at Zhao Jun's back, aiming for the most defensively weak cockpit area. Ah! Even though the spectating cadets had known this was coming, Xiao Ting's sudden action still made them cry out involuntarily. Zhao Jun had his back to Xiao Ting, and Xiao Ting's speed was already at the limits of what an ace mecha could achieve. He could truly be described to be moving as fast as thunder, as quick as lightning. It could be seen that Xiao Ting had no intentions of giving Zhao Jun any little chance of surviving. Was Zhao Jun really about to be finished off by Xiao Ting in one move? The supporters of Ling Tian could not bear to watch, they could not help but close their eyes. If Zhao Jun was kicked out of the match like this, there would be absolutely no chance for Ling Tian to obtain victory after this. Everyone knew very well that Zhao Jun was the strongest one in Ling Tian. ZNG. This was not the sound of a mecha being pierced but the sound of two energies of equal strength clashing. Those who had closed their eyes opened their eyes again in surprise, only to see incandescent sparks blooming between the two mecha, so blinding that white spots appeared in the vision of the spectating cadets. The whole scene was a bright sheet of white. Luckily, the adaptive ability of the cadets' eyes was very strong. 1 to 2 seconds later, they had all regained their vision. Only then could they see the scene clearly. As expected, Zhao Jun had not been killed by Xiao Ting in one blow. He still had his back to Xiao Ting, but his mecha was lowered in a half-kneel, shrinking his body height down by half. Furthermore, this action also allowed the half-drawn beam saber on Zhao Jun's back to perfectly intercept the attack Xiao Ting had launched at his cockpit. The feedback from his mecha made Xiao Ting pause for only a moment. He knew that his attack had not succeeded as he had hoped, though he had no idea why Zhao Jun could block his strike so coincidentally. He also knew that he still had the upper hand. The opportunity could not be missed. Without any hesitation, he raised his beam saber and swung it forwards viciously once more. This attack came hard and fast. Zhao Jun, who still had not fully drawn his beam saber and had his back to Xiao Ting, had no time at all to try blocking Xiao Ting's attack with his beam saber again. Everyone thought that even if Zhao Jun did not die this time, he would certainly be heavily injured. The beam shield of a special class mecha could not completely offset the power behind an ace mecha's beam saber. At that time, not only would Zhao Jun's mecha be damaged, but, at the same time, the intense shockwaves brought by the beam saber would also injure the operator's body. Just as Xiao Ting's attack was about to succeed, he suddenly sensed danger. Without conscious thought, the beam saber in his hand suddenly changed directions, giving up on his attack on Zhao Jun to sweep out at his right flank. ZNG. His beam saber clashed with another beam saber, once again sending out countless electrical sparks into the air. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun took this opportunity to operate his mecha to flip backwards, and after bracing his mecha with one arm on the ground, he successfully rolled out to land securely. With that, Zhao Jun was now facing Xiao Ting directly. Xiao Ting's plan to kill him in one move had failed completely. Xiao Ting's face was stormy, he had not expected his sure-kill sneak attack to fail. This made him very unhappy. If he had known this was how things would turn out, he might as well have attacked the other directly from the front from the very start. Even if that would have required more time, he still would not be as annoyed as he was now. Xiao Ting's frustration passed quickly. His gaze then turned swiftly to his right. It was this person's perfectly timed attack which had allowed Zhao Jun to get away. However, after glancing over, he was taken aback. The one who had attacked him turned out to be that unimpressive Ling Tian number 5. Xiao Ting had not thought much of the other two mecha with Zhao Jun, but it was precisely this inconspicuous mecha operator who had successfully taken him by surprise. The other's timing had been impeccable, giving him no choice but to give up on attacking Zhao Jun to save himself. It should be known that even for Ace Mecha, the beam shield protecting the cockpit was still the weakest. As long as it was hit directly, the energy shockwaves would still leave him injured. Ling Tian No. 5 had been aiming straight for his cockpit in his sneak attack, which was why Xiao Ting had had no choice but to save himself. This outstanding attack from Ling Tian No. 5 gave Xiao Ting the inkling that something was not right. He immediately looked towards his team member and found that the other was in a terrible situation. Against Ling Tian No. 4's attacks alone, his team member was reduced to pure defense with no room for counterattacking. Right now, Ling Tian No. 4 was showing none of the previous clumsiness he was showing earlier. With just one glance, Xiao Ting could tell that this Ling Tian No. 4's strength was greater than his team members. Xiao Ting's thoughts stirred and he instantly realized that he had been tricked. Xiao Ting was furious that he had been set up. Tone icy, he asked Zhao Jun, "I would like to know. How did you know I was here?" They could only have set this up if they had discovered his presence. Zhao Jun waved the beam saber in his hands, smiled, and said, "Actually, from the very moment you began following us, we already knew." Xiao Ting's eyes turned cold. Zhao Jun's answer was clearly just humoring him. It looked like the other would not be telling him the truth. "Since you don't want to tell, then leave it. Just with the three of you, even if you've set a trap to lure me out, so what? The outcome will not change. You will all die here." Xiao Ting coolly announced his verdict for the three members of Ling Tian. He had barely finished speaking when he had moved to come right up to Zhao Jun. Even though Xiao Ting was proficient in long-range offense, as instructor Tang Yu's student, his close combat abilities were not that weak either. "Bring it." Facing Xiao Ting's frontal attack, Zhao Jun hollered, raising the beam saber in his hands and moving forwards to meet the other. Zhao Jun was a close combat mecha operator to begin with, so he had the utmost faith in his own close combat ability. Even up against an ace operator one level higher than him, as long as his own mecha had enough power, he was not afraid. ZNG, ZNG, ZNG. The two beam sabers met several times in succession, sending sparks flying everywhere. The intense bursts of light when they clashed left the eyes of many of the students watching the fight aching. Still, even so, they could not bear to turn their eyes away, because they could not know whether the fight would end in the very next second. Because anyone with eyes could see that after exchanging several blows, Xiao Ting had gained the upper hand. The power differential in mecha levels and control ability had still pushed Zhao Jun into a disadvantaged position. As the power levels of Zhao Jun's mecha drained rapidly, this disadvantage grew bigger and bigger. It was entirely possible that he would be defeated by Xiao Ting and eliminated in the very next second. Beep. The thus far silent mainframe suddenly emitted an alert once more. Xiao Ting glanced at his system notifications reflexively, and found that the section marking his battle team's numbers had gone down by one again. At present, the number of active members left on his team had become 6. Xiao Ting's heart clenched. He quickly turned to look at where his team member had been fighting earlier. This one glance made Xiao Ting's expression change drastically. His team member was already down on the ground, a beam saber slowly being pulled out from the team member's cockpit. The one holding the beam saber was not Ling Tian No. 4 but Ling Tian No. 5, the one who had attacked him earlier. It looked like while he had been trading blows with Zhao Jun, Ling Tian No. 5 had chosen to go back and combine forces with Ling Tian No. 4. The rage in Xiao Ting's heart surged. The Ling Tian battle team's persistent face-smacking fueled abnormal hate in Xiao Ting. The powerful killing intent he felt pushed his finger speed to rise once more, truly reaching the speed an ace operator should have. Perhaps Xiao Ting had felt that victory was at hand and had still somewhat underestimated his opponents, for he had not truly shown the standards an ace operator should have up till now. This was another reason why Zhao Jun had been able to hold out for so long. With the increase in his control finger speed, the beam saber in Xiao Ting's mecha's hands also began to move a level faster. It swung at Zhao Jun like a thunderstorm. This kind of wild and frenzied attacks placed several times more pressure on Zhao Jun. He could only parry desperately, hoping that he would be able to endure and survive these intense attacks. The spectating students could only see a sea of sword light at this point. Zhao Jun's black mecha was completely obscured by the light of the beam sabers. The students did not know what would happen, they could only open their eyes wide and wait for the light to fade to witness the final outcome. Only several keen-eyed instructors and several powerful administrators were able to see what was happening through the light. Right then, the light representing the power behind Zhao Jun's beam saber was already extremely dim, and the beam shield on his mecha was only glowing very faintly. This meant that the power supply of Zhao Jun's mecha was about to be completely exhausted by Xiao Ting's frenzied attacks. In perhaps another 2 or 3 attacks, Zhao Jun's mecha's power would be finished. At that time, the inevitable outcome awaiting Zhao Jun was a merciless killing, defeat, and elimination. As expected, a special class operator has no way of resisting against an ace operator. Some of the administrators relaxed at this point, unable to stop themselves from laughing. When they had first realized that Xiao Ting had been tricked, they had been afraid that Xiao Ting would drop the ball at this critical moment. But now, from the looks of it, their worries were unfounded. How could an ace operator be defeated by these measly small fry? Just as Zhao Jun's life was hanging in the balance, Ling Tian No. 4 and Ling Tian No. 5, who had already successfully killed off the other Lei Tang member, suddenly attacked at the same time. Coming in from the top and bottom at very tricky angles, their beam sabers stabbed viciously at Xiao Ting. In the face of their sudden attack, a sneer appeared on Xiao Ting's lips. Compared to the start, he was already extremely vigilant against these 2 Ling Tian members. As such, how could he be unprepared for their sudden attack? Xiao Ting's mecha suddenly twisted in a bizarre fashion, and the 2 attacking beam sabers grazed by the sides of his mecha without damaging him at all. At the same time, his beam saber turned away from attacking Zhao Jun to pierce towards one of the other 2 mecha at an unimaginable angle extremely quickly. Xiao Ting's attack was too abrupt. His beam saber broke through the protective beam shield of the mecha to sink directly into the opponent's cockpit. The severe pain of his body being stabbed almost made Luo Lang unconscious. Luo Lang gritted his teeth, and with a full-body jolt, his initially watery and bright eyes had turned cold and ruthless. Right then, he almost seemed to not feel the agonizing pain his body was in. "Humph, actually pushing me out to suffer on your behalf at this critical moment. Primary identity, you are just too irresponsible." As Luo Lang muttered to himself, he decisively pressed the self-destruct button on his mecha. Then, he reached out with both hands to grip the beam saber, piercing him firmly. The energy radiated by the beam saber instantly seared Luo Lang's hands, but Luo Lang did not seem to feel it, just as if this body was not his. Meanwhile, at this time, Xiao Ting was trying to pull out his beam saber from Ling Tian No. 5's cockpit. However, when he tugged, he actually did not succeed. Could it be that the beam saber was stuck? Luo Lang. Seeing Luo Lang pierced by the beam saber, Li Yingjie screamed in horror. "Run!" Luo Lang's icy voice came through his mecha's comlink. Suddenly realizing something, Li Yingjie's face paled and he began retreating swiftly. "Damn *T, you little punk Luo, wait for me." Zhao Jun had also heard Luo Lang's voice. What else was there to figure out? It looked like Luo Lang was prepared to carry out Ling Lan's second battle tactic now, who asked them to be the first to encounter Xiao Ting. Even a little junior 4 years younger than him was unafraid. How could he shrink back? Zhao Jun clenched his teeth, taking advantage of the time Xiao Ting was struggling to pull out his beam saber and was unable to attack. He decisively threw aside his beam saber that was almost completely drained of energy and dove forwards fiercely to wrap his mecha around Xiao Ting's mecha. Xiao Ting saw the 2 of them unwilling to back off no matter what, and in his shock and consternation, a notion suddenly crossed his mind. His expression changed drastically. Decisively casting aside the beam saber in his hands, he pushed his mecha to maximum power, trying to escape Xiao Jun's entanglement. At the same time, he dialed his ace mecha's beam shield to its maximum setting. Quicker than words could say, before Xiao Ting could wrest free of Xiao Jun's grip, two loud explosions rang out in quick succession. Luo Lang's mecha and Xiao Jun's mecha had exploded, and the massive energy produced through the white sand below them into the air. Within the range of 100 meters, the entire area was shrouded by white sand, so the spectators could not see what was happening inside. Bang, bang, bang. In this kind of uncertainty, the sounds of violent collisions rang out once more from inside the sphere of swirling sand. Then, a mecha suddenly flew out from the sands. Its body was emitting trails of dense smoke, and the initially gleaming mecha was not rather dull. There were also many scars now on the initially smooth outer shell. It was Xiao Ting's ace mecha. Having lost the original weapon he had been attacking with, the beam saber, Xiao Ting substituted it with a beam gun. He pointed it at the swirling sands and pulled the trigger, sending a beam of energy bursting out from the muzzle. Immediately after, another mecha also flew out from the sandy sphere. Up against the shot coming at his face, the other mecha did not choose to dodge but faced it head-on. This mecha was the third Ling Tian mecha, the only surviving Ling Tian number 4. This fellow is asking for trouble. Seeing this idiotic behavior of Ling Tian number 4, the spectating students could not help but grumble angrily. They were not looking down on Ling Tian no. For, it was just that the fierce performance of the other Ling Tian members had drawn the spectating students involuntarily over to Ling Tian's side, so they did not want to see Ling Tian number 4 be sacrificed for nothing. The beam shot struck Ling Tian number 4 as expected, and his mecha's beam shield became dim instantly. Everyone knew that if he was hit one more time, Ling Tian number 4's mecha would not be able to take it. At that time, the operator would perish along with the mecha. Dodge quickly, you bastard! The spectating cadets yelled as they clenched their fists, hoping that Ling Tian number 4 would not be impulsive and protect himself well before thinking of some other way to attack Xiao Ting. Unfortunately, the spectating students' wish did not come true. Ling Tian number 4 seemed to have lost his reason after his two teammates had self-destructed. Berserk, he was like a moth to a flame, charging fearlessly at Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting's face revealed his contempt for this kind of brainless behavior. He operated his mecha to retreat even as he calmly pulled the trigger in his hands. Just one more shot, and this Ling Tian number 4 would end up exactly like the other two, killed by him and ejected from the field. The beam gun once again released a bright beam of white light which hurtled towards Ling Tian number 4. Just as everyone thought that Ling Tian no. 4 was sure to die, suddenly, from the skies above the two fighters, a beam of light came down and intercepted the beam about to strike Ling Tian number 4. The two beams offset each other and finally dissipated into the air. Of course, as the two beams were dissipating, there was still some leakage of energy. If Ling Tian number 4 had waited a bit for the energy to fade completely, he would be fine, but Ling Tian number 4 did not consider this at all. Instead, he sped up to leap at Xiao Ting. As his mecha passed through the area where the beams met, the ambient energy once again brought harm to the mecha. The initially already very dim beam shield became completely dark due to Ling Tian number 4's actions, leaving his entire mecha a sheet of gray. Even if I, Li Yingjie, am defeated and have to leave the field, I will still rip a piece of flesh from my opponent first. Li Yingjie saw that a teammate had arrived and began laughing arrogantly. He decisively activated all the engines of his mecha, pushing them to their limits. The mecha was thrown into overdrive, drawing a trail of shadow through the air as it leapt onto Xiao Ting's mecha. Due to overdrive, the already extremely battered body of Li Yingjie's mecha could not take any more and began to disintegrate. Some of the outer armor actually fell off the mecha's body, dropping down from the sky. Even without receiving any external attack, Li Yingjie's mecha would not hold out for more than a few seconds before completely disintegrating. As soon as Xiao Ting saw what Li Yingjie was doing, how could he not know what the other was thinking? He was just about to push his mecha to maximum speed in preparation to dodge Li Yingjie's suicidal attack when, at this moment, from the skies above him, a string of beam shots rained down on his head. Facing these overwhelming wave of beam attacks, Xiao Ting had almost no chance of avoiding them. He could only choose to return fire to try and counteract these attacks, but this decision made it completely impossible for him to also escape Liangjie. In the next second, Liangjie had wrapped himself securely around his mecha's right leg. Xiao Ting's face changed and he quickly turned his gun to aim at Liangjie, who was hugging his thigh. Even if his mecha would be hit by a shot coming from above, he still needed to first get rid of this Ling Tian number 4 which was threatening his mecha. Number 11, the rest is up to you. Even as he shouted, Liangjie pressed the self-destruct button on his mecha. And though that Ling Tian mecha that had just appeared did not respond verbally to his cry, the beams pouring forth in a torrent from his gun was a clear response to Liangjie's words. As Xiao Ting's beam shot struck Liangjie, a tremendous boom rang out at the same time. Liangjie's dilapidated mecha was instantly reduced to a fireball. The incredible force of its explosion distorted the air. At this time, all the spectating students were silent. They did not know whether the explosion was a result of Liangjie's successful self-destruct or a result of Xiao Ting's attack. Still, whichever it was, they were now filled with admiration for Ling Tian, this newly established mecha clan. Who could have guessed that the Ling Tian battle team which no one thought had any chance of winning could fight back to this extent? One special class mecha and 2 advanced mecha actually managed to push Xiao Ting into such an awkward and disheveled state. This was something that had never occurred ever since Xiao Ting had become an ace operator. Ah, look, Thunder King's mecha. Xiao Ting's mecha finally flew out from the cloud of smoke and fire. His mecha's appearance at this time shocked the spectating students to their core. The lower half of Xiao Ting's mecha's right leg had been completely blown off and was no longer there. Ling Tian number 4, he managed to self-destruct in time. The supporters of Ling Tian cheered. Ling Tian number 4 had really managed to do as he had said before he left the field. He had indeed ripped off a chunk of Xiao Ting, bringing the lower half of the other's right leg with him in a glorious withdrawal. Warning, warning. Mecha has already been destroyed up to 15%. Defensive power decreased by 15%. Flight speed decreased by 12%. Please adjust mecha's balance parameters immediately. The AI of Xiao Ting's mecha blared several urgent warnings. Face dark, Xiao Ting swiftly operated his mecha to perform balancing and repair procedures. At the same time, he also needed to dodge that Ling Tian number 11 who was still attacking him. The other was another old rival of his, the original head strategist of the Wuji mecha clan, the 5th year Li Lanfeng. Unexpectedly, the Ling Tian battle team members also know about that battle case. At this moment, in the audience, Tang Yu's expression was complicated. He looked at the disheveled Xiao Ting on the screen and sighed softly. Compared to Lei Tang, the Ling Tian battle team had prepared much better for this battle. All their members knew very clearly what they had to do. It looks like Ling Tian is planning to use this tactic to handle Xiao Ting. A satisfied smile appeared on the principal's face. It should be said that this tactic of Ling Tian's was pretty good, it was the only tactic that could let them defeat Xiao Ting at present. Heaven knows how they learned of this tactic, commented Tang Yu with a bitter smile. Mind you, this battle case had always been kept sealed away by the Federation, only ace operators and above had the clearance to view it. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Yu's comment made the principal erupt into a sudden burst of coughing. The principal could not help but think silently whether Ling Xiao had secretly given his son a private lesson. Thinking about it, it was very likely. The principal decided that he must help cover up for his close friend, and so he said vaguely, "Don't underestimate the Ling Tian mecha clan. Many of the members come from military families or elite families. They probably knew about these things long ago." The principal's words made a lot of sense to Tang Yu. He had seen Wu Jiong's and some of the others' data before, and they were indeed from military families or elite families. As such, it was not impossible for Ling Tian to have learned of this battle case from them. And so, Tang Yu set aside the doubts in his heart and continued to watch the fight closely. Meanwhile, Ling Lan was hurrying towards a target. This time, not only had the mainframe cast Xiao Ting far, far away from the others, it had also cast Ling Lan far, far away from the others as well. Although Ling Lan's mecha had been able to deceive everyone's eyes, it had not been able to fool the mainframe which had control over all the data. In order to ensure fairness, the mainframe had treated Ling Lan like it had Xiao Ting, throwing the both of them to the outermost reaches of the map, far away from the center of battle. This action of the mainframes had thrown all of Ling Lan's original plans out the window. This time, in order to handle Xiao Ting, Ling Lan had designed two tactics. The first tactic was for her to keep Xiao Ting busy while her team members boldly spread out to wipe out the rest of the Lei Tang battle team. After that, they would regroup with her and they would lay siege to Xiao Ting to finish him off together. Of course, Ling Lan also knew that things might not go as smoothly as she imagined. So, she had created another supplementary tactic. This was their second tactic: if she was unable to meet Xiao Ting within the shortest amount of time, then, those members closest to Xiao Ting should move up to gang up against Xiao Ting if none of the other Lei Tang members were around. As the power difference between the other Ling Tian members and Xiao Ting was very large, Ling Lan instructed her members to self-destruct if they had no other option, using this method to cause some damage to the other. The reason for this arrangement was out of sheer helplessness on Ling Lan's part. Frankly, the moment they encountered Xiao Ting, due to the power gap caused by their mecha levels and strength difference, her members would not be able to escape even if they tried to run. As such, they might as well take a gamble and fight, perhaps then they might stand a chance. Of course, there was another advantage to this decision. That was, her team members would have an opportunity to fight with an ace operator. The experience of trading even just one move with a powerful opponent was much more effective than arduous training. Ling Lan did not want her team members to miss this chance. You say that Ling Lan is also an ace, so wouldn't fighting with her also give the team members the same benefits? Well, that would make sense, but the fact was that this was not the case. Perhaps in the team members' hearts, Boss Lan was just too strong. Her oppressive force of presence crushed any bit of competitive spirit they might have when they were up against her. Therefore, fighting with Ling Lan not only brought no benefits to the members, it may even be detrimental to the members' morale, which made the potential gains not worth the loss. This was also why they had come up with these two tactics. Regardless of which they chose, the team members would have the chance to trade blows with Xiao Ting. The only difference was that one would let them go up against him earlier, while the other would let them go up against him later. It had to be said that in order to let her companions develop faster, Ling Lan had put a lot of thought into creating these tactics. She had even asked Little Four to dig out that battle case sealed away by the military academy so that she could watch and analyze it together with her team members for one full day. When one learned that the power gap between themselves and an ace operator was not insurmountable, and then come to understand that no matter how strong an opponent was, they were not unbeatable, these insights would allow her companions to truly become strong. And this was the true intention of the two tactics Ling Lan had crafted. Ling Lan knew that the distance between her and Xiao Ting was too far, so the first tactic was completely impossible. Thus, she decisively highlighted Xiao Ting's coordinates to all her members. When the team members saw Xiao Ting's coordinates, they knew immediately that they were going with the second tactic. This was also why Zhao Jun, Luo Lang, and Li Yingjie had appeared at Xiao Ting's location, and it was also why Li Lanfeng had managed to rush over in time. Ling Lan allowed her team members to grapple with Xiao Ting as they liked. In the meantime, she was also rushing swiftly towards the center of the map. Of course, her mission and that of her members had now been exchanged. The task of her members to eliminate the members of Lei Tang in the first tactic now fell to her. In order to let her team members concentrate on Xiao Ting, Ling Lan would be seeking out all the scattered members of Lei Tang on the map and eliminating them one by one. If at the end, Xiao Ting still managed to survive despite the Ling Tian members' suicide campaign, then she, Ling Lan, would wrap things up and put an end to the so-called indomitable legend of Xiao Ting. Of course, Ling Lan was hopeful that her team members would be able to hold out till the end and wait for her to join them after she had wiped out all the small fry of Lei Tang. At this moment, Ling Lan's cold gaze was already locked onto a random Lei Tang member 3 kilometers away, who was still completely oblivious that he had been targeted. Good control skills. An experienced veteran. Unfortunately a little careless. Zooming in on his image, Ling Lan judged the other's abilities. At the same time, Little 4 rapidly mapped out the route the other was taking. Ling Lan did not choose to attack from the front. This would startle the other and may cause him to run, lengthening her hunt time. Thus, Ling Lan chose to ambush the opponent by rushing before the other to lie in wait along the path he would take. Watching as the opponent sprinted over cluelessly, Ling Lan calmly operated her mecha. A vortex force appeared under her mecha's feet, creating a deep hole in the desert sand below. Her mecha then sunk into the hole silently, descending into the white sands until it was completely hidden from view. When the desert once again resumed its original appearance, even the energy reaction of the mecha vanished completely, not a trace of it to be found. Although a majority of the spectating students' attention had been drawn to the fighting on Xiaoting's end, there were still quite a number of people watching the team leader of Ling Tian closely. Witnessing this scene, they were somewhat puzzled, unsure why the Ling Tian team leader would choose to hide himself there. And according to the mainframe's elaboration, they knew that Ling Lan had already turned off the mecha's engines. It would be impossible for another mecha to discover the mecha hidden below the desert sands by relying on radar searching. Just as everyone was boggled by this inexplicable development, on the screen, a Lei Tang mecha suddenly appeared in the area where Ling Lan was hiding. The audience exclaimed in shock. At this moment, they finally understood why the Ling Tian team leader had chosen to hide here. Without question, his target was this Lei Tang mecha. As the Lei Tang mecha drew closer and closer to the ambush point, the audience could not help but feel their hearts creeping up their throats. Some of the students even cried out uncontrollably, "Don't go there." Unfortunately, their warnings would never be transmitted into the battlefield. That Lei Tang mecha continued to run obliviously towards the ambush point. Swoosh! A blinding ray of light suddenly shot out from the desert floor. The Lei Tang mecha's feet had barely stepped onto the ambush point when this ray of light had shot out to pierce straight through the Lei Tang mecha's cockpit. This attack had come too suddenly, the Lei Tang mecha had no chance at all to react. That ray of light pierced into the cockpit without meeting any resistance, and in the next second, the white sands below had suddenly surged up like a wave to crash towards the Lei Tang mecha. A loud boom rang out, the Lei Tang mecha was thrown to the ground by the overwhelming wave of white sand. Everyone was shocked awake, only now did they realize that the mecha of the Ling Tian team leader which had been hiding beneath the desert had long vanished. They quickly started to search but soon found that the Ling Tian team leader's mecha was already 1 kilometer away. After succeeding in one strike, he had not dithered, moving right away to leave the scene. Clean and efficient, not draggy at all. The encounter on Ling Lan's end had also been displayed by the mainframe onto the large screen used by the VIPs. Right then, the screen was split into two sections, one was displaying the fight on Xiaoting's end, while the other was focused on Ling Lan. It looks like this team leader of Ling Tian is very careful, afraid that the opponent might choose to self-destruct before death. So he chose to leave immediately after his attack succeeded. The principal could not help but nod and smile at the sight. Yes. This also means that he has the utmost confidence in his own attacks, knowing that the opponent would have no chance of surviving. Tang Yu was very admiring of Ling Lan's calmness, decisiveness, and efficiency. This was how an excellent mecha operator should behave, never leaving an opponent any shred of a chance. In this regard, Ling Lan did much better than Xiaoting. It looks like the task distribution in the Ling Tian battle team is very clear. The strongest team leader handles the Lei Tang members while the other Ling Tian members use self-destruct methods to drag Xiaoting down. The outcome of this challenge is probably hard to predict now. The principal's words caused the expressions of the administrators beside him to turn ugly. They were intelligent people, of course they could tell that this tactic had wiped away all of Lei Tang's advantage, even drawing the ace operator Xiaoting into danger. Principal, you speak truly. However, Lei Tang's situation is not that bad. As long as Xiao Ting calms down, even though his mecha is now missing half a leg, special class mecha would still be no match for him due to the disparity in mecha levels. Tang Yu stated matter-of-factly. Xiao Ting appeared to be in an awkward situation, mecha damaged and all, but he had not actually sustained any major injury. As long as he could avoid being caught in further self-destructs by the Ling Tian members, it was not impossible for him to win. Let's continue to observe. This fight is very interesting. It's really true that, on the battlefield, anything is possible. The principal's words left everyone silent. Some began reflecting on themselves, had they really taken things too much for granted? Xiao Ting swiftly examined his mecha and found that there were not any huge problems with it. Only then did he relax and begin properly engaging in long-range attacks with Li Lanfeng. Because the damage on his mecha had affected his mobility and balance, at first, Xiao Ting was being overpowered by Li Lanfeng in their fight. However, Xiao Ting was still an ace operator after all, his adaptability was very strong. It did not take too long for him to recalibrate himself. Having grasped the new parameters of his mecha, Xiao Ting once again took the initiative on the field. The two combatants weaved and dodged, dashing and fluttering swiftly through the air. Very soon, Li Lanfeng was being suppressed by Xiao Ting and was falling into a disadvantaged position. With the passage of time, he was finding it harder and harder to fight back. In the end, Li Lanfeng had no choice but to defend as he evaded the other's attacks, only able to counterattack once or twice with great difficulty. Xiao Ting once again claimed an overwhelming advantage in the fight. The administrators of the academy could finally breathe easier. However, they did not dare to fully relax. A special class operator was not like an advanced mecha warrior who could only wait to be killed when facing an ace operator. The defense of a special class operator's beam shield, as well as its power reserves, were formidable. Even an ace mecha in perfect condition would still need to expend quite a bit of effort to wipe out a special class mecha. Ah! The spectating students suddenly cried out in surprise, because behind Xiao Ting, 3 more mecha had appeared, Ling Tian number 3, Ling Tian number 6, and Ling Tian number 7. It was Wu Jiong, Xie Yi, and Lin Zhongqing. After receiving Ling Lan's orders, they had gathered together and then raced desperately towards Xiao Ting's coordinates to carry out the tactic they had agreed upon from the start. They would use tactic number 2, that is, the one they had named the swarm tactic, to pull Xiao Ting off his high horse. As they were rather far away from Xiao Ting's location, even though they had engaged all the engines on their mecha to fly at high speed, they were still the third batch to arrive. At this time, following the departure of Zhao Jun, Luo Lang, and Li Yingjie, the Ling Tian battle team only had 6 people left on the field. Meanwhile, in another direction, a mecha was running speedily over the ground. When he saw on his screen that all his remaining teammates on the field had already arrived at the spot Boss Lan had pointed out, he was very frustrated. F***CK, they've all arrived. I'm actually the last one. He was Ling Tian number 2, Qi Long. Originally, his position was actually even closer than Lin Zhongqing's group to Xiao Ting's coordinates. However, as a lover of close combat, in order to increase the close combat abilities of his mecha, Qi Long had asked Chang Xinyuan to modify some local aspects of his mecha, sacrificing a portion of the mecha's speed. For this reason, he had ended up lagging behind to be the one and only member yet to arrive. There's still 3 kilometers from here to my destination. Based on my mecha's speed, I should arrive there 3 minutes later. Once again checking against the new coordinates Boss had sent, Qi Long found that he would soon arrive. His tense expression eased and he wiped the sweat from his forehead, continuing to pilot his mecha forwards. However, he had not gone far when the AI of his mecha sounded a warning, alerting him of the presence of an unidentified flying object 3 kilometers away on his radar. Looking towards that unidentified flying object, Qi Long could not stop himself from cursing his luck. Apparently, that mecha had been diagonally to the rear of his position. If he had just been a tad bit faster, he might have crossed paths with the other without either of them being the wiser. Qi Long's gut feeling was that this was certain to be a Lei Tang mecha. When he zoomed in to check, it was just as he expected. That mecha had also noticed Qi Long, and just as if he had been pumped up with stimulants, the opponent accelerated to charge in Qi Long's direction. As things were, Qi Long could no longer avoid the other even if he had wanted to. Qi Long could not help but swear silently, F***ck, I'm just so bloody unlucky. Qi Long was not afraid that he could not match the Lei Tang member, he just really wanted to rush over to Xiao Ting's area as soon as possible so his team could lay siege on Xiao Ting with as much firepower as possible, thus carrying out his boss's second plan to the best of their abilities. As such, he did not want to waste time fighting with other Lei Tang members. However, since he could not avoid it now, although Qi Long was rather disgruntled, he still drew his weapon and made proper preparations for battle. Frankly, there was a reason why that opponent mecha had become so excited at the sight of Qi Long. He had actually met Wu Jiong, Lin Zhongqing, and Xia Yi's three-man mecha column first, but as clever as he was, he knew that he was absolutely no match for three opponents, so he had turned without hesitation to flee. Honestly, when he had made that decision, he had not really believed that he would be able to escape the opponent's group attack. However, unexpectedly, the opponents acted like they had not noticed him, showing no signs of pursuing him to kill him. Instead, they merely continued flying rapidly in the direction they had initially been headed towards. Even as the Lei Tang mecha rejoiced at his luck, he could not help but be a little curious, wondering what exactly those three Ling Tian mecha were up to. Just as he was debating whether or not to follow them in secret, he actually discovered another mecha coming from another direction. This mecha was also a Ling Tian mecha, and the direction it was heading in was the same as the three mecha before it. He may not dare to confront three mecha, but one mecha alone, and just an advanced mecha like his as well. The Lei Tang member believed that he was sure to win. He thought to himself that he may perhaps be able to find the answer he sought from this lonesome Ling Tian mecha. Very soon, the two mecha were facing each other. Unlike the other, Qi Long did not have a beam gun in one hand and a beam saber in the other. Instead, he only carried a giant sword made of steel. Due to the weapon's great size and weight, Qi Long's mecha seemed incredibly clumsy and slow, and its speed naturally would be no match for the Lei Tang mechas. Qi Long did not mind the decreased speed of his mecha. A worshipper of Boss Lan, he had also learned to love fighting with steel-made giant cold weapons. Thus, in the Ling Tian battle clan, he was the only one who, like Ling Lan, chose to use cold weapons in battle. And just like Ling Lan, he also wielded these cold weapons with great proficiency. Seeing that the Ling Tian participant was using a giant cold weapon which slowed his entire mecha down significantly, the Lei Tang member could not help but view the other with contempt. Although giant cold weapons had greater destructive power than heat-based weapons, their heavy weight and massive size prevented mecha from attacking at high speeds. If both combatants were slow-moving close combat mecha, perhaps these weapons might have some astounding effect, but against speed-type mecha, they were pretty much useless because they would be easily dodged by the opponent. And this Lei Tang member just so happened to be piloting a speed-type mecha. Speed being one of his primary strengths, a slow and clumsy close combat mecha would never be able to hit him. This was why he looked down on Qi Long, but at the same time, he was delighted at bumping into a mecha weak against his own. The victory of this encounter was sure to be his. Now more confident, the Lei Tang member charged forwards with his beam saber and beam gun. As soon as Qi Long entered the attack range of his beam gun, he pulled the trigger without any hesitation, sending a cascade of beam energy at the opponent. Since the opponent lacked speed, these barrage of beam shots should be able to hit the other. Once the other's beam shield ran out of power, he would be able to clinch the victory of this fight even before the other could get close. After a round of frenzied shooting, it was unclear whether the opponent was just too lucky or if his shooting had been off the mark, but the Lei Tang member found to his great surprise that none of his long-range attacks had caused any damage to the opponent. F***ck, why are my hands so stiff today? The Lei Tang member was rather annoyed. Still, he did not think much of it, merely figuring that his hands had not warmed up yet and so had lost their normal accuracy. He saw that his beam gun was not doing any good, plus the two of them were about to enter close combat range anyway, so he put the beam gun back to its original place. Then, he focused on driving his mecha forwards at Qi Long with his beam saber in hand. Ha, perfect. Qi Long was just growing frustrated at his mecha's lack of speed, worried that the opponent would keep up the long-range attacks and choose to keep his distance. If that had happened, he would have been stuck in a stalemate with the other, and this match would become a battle of endurance to see whose power would run out first. And this was something that Qi Long absolutely did not want to see happen. Qi Long was tangled up in worry inside, but when he found that the opponent was not doing as he had expected but rather taking the initiative to attack instead, he was overjoyed. As soon as the opponent was within close combat range, Qi Long believed that he would definitely be able to finish off the other within a matter of seconds. The speed of the Lei Tang member's incoming beam saber was very fast. The light and quick sword allowed the opponent to stab out several times in just 1 second. The spectators could only see Ling Tian's mecha being surrounded by the light of the beam saber in an instant. No one believed that this clumsy Ling Tian mecha could completely evade so many beam saber attacks. Everyone felt that he would at least be hit several times. Even the attacking Lei Tang member believed so in his heart. Whenever his beam saber struck the opponent, the power of the opponent's beam shield would be drained, and as soon as the power of the opponent's beam shield ran out, the very next second would the opponent's last. However, the subsequent scenario went beyond everyone's expectations. The weighty giant steel sword which everyone originally believed would slow the Ling Tian mecha down actually produced a streak of layered images within the span of a second. And then, the violent sounds of collisions rang out. These sounds made alarms ring in the Lei Tang member's mind. They were not the sounds of a beam shield's power being drained, but was the sound of something solid hitting another solid object. He was just about to pull back to see what was going on when, the giant blade which had been shrouded by afterimages suddenly disappeared from his sight completely. An unprecedented sense of danger sparked in the Lei Tang member's mind. Frightened, he piloted his mecha to move back swiftly, but it was too late. He only saw a cold light flash across his eyes, and immediately after, he felt his mecha being struck by a tremendous force. The tremendous force threw his mecha out of his control, and it began to fall backwards. Besides that, the tremendous blow had also created large vibrations which were so strong that his shock-dampening devices inside his cockpit were all ineffective. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and a mouthful of blood shot out of his mouth. Before he could recover from the pain, another forceful blow struck his mecha again. This time, the blow struck his cockpit directly. The horrifying blow dealt great damage to the already weakened cockpit whose defense was at its lowest point. The operator inside felt as if a mountain had crashed on top of him, his vision turned black. By the time he was conscious again, he found that he was already back at the login point of the virtual world. He quickly browsed through the notifications he had received from the mainframe and found that the mainframe had declared him dead and kicked him out of Mecha World around 10 seconds ago. Now, he could only wait for the death penalty period to pass before he could apply for a new trainee mecha and start anew. The opponent's physique is absolutely at the level of a monster, commented the Lei Tang member with a rueful smile. Although it looked like they were each operating their respective mecha to fight, in truth, the actions executed by the mecha would be fed back to the operators themselves. For the opponent to be able to pull off such terrifying attacks with that giant cold weapon and bear the feedback force generated by it, his physical constitution must definitely be extremely aberrant. Having finished off his opponent, Qi Long happily slung the giant steel sword back on his mecha's back. Then, without delay, he continued to use his damnable speed to rush as fast as he could to his destination. From start to end, this fight had still wasted 3 minutes of his time won. If only he had not bumped into the other, he would have already arrived at his destination. Even though Xiao Ting had obtained victory here, he was not very happy. He was very afraid that by the time he got there, the fighting would already be over. Regardless of whether Xiao Ting had been finished off by his teammates or if his teammates had been wiped out by Xiao Ting instead, either outcome would make him very unhappy. On his end, Xiao Ting had just managed to suppress Li Lanfeng, but before he could think of a way to finish off the other once and for all, he suddenly felt his heart clench, a strong sense of danger rushing over him. He decisively stopped attacking Li Lanfeng and operated his mecha to rise rapidly into the air. Xiao Ting's intuition was undoubtedly accurate. He had just left his original position when 3 beams of light struck right there. Xiao Ting quickly zoomed out his mecha's screen, and only then did he notice that several hundred meters behind him, heaven knows when, another 3 Lingtian mecha had appeared. Seeing this, Xiao Ting felt the faint stirrings of regret in his heart. If you recall, back when he had tried to ambush Xiao Jun, he had fired a radar disruption missile. Indeed, this radar disruption missile had caused the radars of Xiao Jun's group to lose their functionality, but within the same area, the radar in his own mecha was equally affected by the missile. This was why he had not noticed Li Lanfeng, nor had he discovered the unexpected arrival of these 3 mecha. Now, in retrospect, this decision of his back then was just digging a pit for himself. Keep in mind that the mecha he was operating was an ace mecha which had a radar search range of 5 kilometers. If he had not fired that missile at the start, with his search range of 1 to 2 kilometers larger than the Lingtian mechas, how could he have been taken by surprise again and again by these Lingtian mecha? The ones who had failed in their sneak attack were Wu Jiong, Lin Zhongqing, and Xie Yi. Seeing Li Lanfeng fighting alone and catching sight of the thick smoke down below as well as the remains of mecha scattered on the ground, and then looking over at Xiao Ting to see that his mecha was missing half a leg, they had a good idea of what had happened. Their teammates who had arrived before them had most probably used the tactic Boss Lan had designed, and bringing that piece of Xiao Ting with them as their spoils of war, they must have been defeated and ejected from the field. The 3 of them did not dare to hesitate. As the primary mecha, he was the first to pounce with his mecha, while his secondaries Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing followed close behind. Meanwhile, at that moment, due to the assistance of Wu Jiong's trio, Li Lanfeng had finally managed to catch his breath. He likewise operated his mecha forwards, the initially snuffed-out beam gun in his hands lighting up once more to attack Xiao Ting. God ** mit. Seeing Ling Tian about to attack as a group once more, Xiao Ting carefully evaded Li Lanfeng's beam attacks while flying swiftly in a particular direction at the same time. He did not want to be surrounded again and be forced to endure the opponent's self-destructs and add even more wounds on his mecha. Seeing Xiao Ting choose to flee, Wu Jiong and the others were surprised, but they immediately revved their engines to fly after him. Even though Xiao Ting's speed was very fast, perhaps the damage on his mecha had still affected his speed, combined with the fact that Wu Jiong and the rest did not hesitate to overload their engines, Xiao Ting was actually unable to lose them for a while. In this manner, chasing and running, this stalemate continued for 2 to 3 minutes. The extended pursuit made many of the spectating students think that this might be a match of endurance now. Perhaps they could only wait for one side's mecha to completely run out of power before this boring chase war would end. The cadets were dissatisfied by this. They wanted to see a fierce battle, and not this kind of boring chase which carried some element of luck. Xiao Ting's active retreat also tarnished the glow of his previous glorious image as an unbeatable legend. He was swiftly losing his shine. In contrast, the Lingtian mecha clan which had always presented a brave front had earned the goodwill and favor of many of the cadets. Even the spectating administrators in the VIP room were extremely unhappy at this moment, thinking that Xiao Ting's performance was indeed too lame, upsetting their plans. However, they still did not give up hope. They were waiting for Xiao Ting to turn the tables around and carry off an exciting reversal from his dire situation right now. Just as everyone was starting to feel bored, thinking that Xiao Ting would continue to run, Xiao Ting did something that shocked everyone. He suddenly stopped his rapid flight and almost without pause, he flew in the opposite direction, charging ferociously at the chasing 4 Lingtian mecha. This action may seem extremely simple but was actually very hard to do. To suddenly stop while one was moving forwards at a rapid pace required one to withstand the inertia of the movement, only then would one be able to stop instantly. On top of that, after coming to a stop, to shift and fly in the opposite direction was several times harder than just pulling off an emergency stop. The average ace operator whose skills were still far from perfect would never dare to attempt this, because it was all too easy to lose control of one's mecha this way, and might end up pushing one into a desperate situation instead. This movement was considered a super hard SS rank ace mecha control technique which only elite aces had the guts and qualifications to use. Even among the ace mecha instructors within the military academy, only the elite ace mecha master Tang Yu could do it. The other instructors would never dare attempt it normally, because they had no way to guarantee that they would pull it off successfully. This action made instructor Tang Yu's eyes glint, a faint satisfied smile appearing on his lips. This was the first time he had expressed any satisfaction at Xiao Ting's performance. Only a Xiao Ting like this deserved to be called his proud student. You've taught him well. Xiao Ting is finally about to display his skills. The principal's eyes were sharp. Xiao Ting's previous performance had at most been at pseudo-ace level. But the appearance of this technique was enough to prove that Xiao Ting was now truly entering the mindset of an ace operator. Xiao Ting's weakness is that he's too slow to warm up. The fact that he's able to enter the mindset of an ace operator so quickly this time should be all thanks to the repeated oppression of the Lingtian mecha clan. The victory of this challenge fight now looks like it may really belong to Lei Ting. Tang Yu had not been certain of the outcome of the fight at first because he was well aware of Xiao Ting's weakness. Although Xiao Ting was already an ace operator, he could not immediately enter the mindset of an ace operator. At most, he could only enter a pseudo-ace state, which was just a little higher than special class, but he would not be able to completely overpower a special class operator. This was why Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng could wrangle with Xiao Ting for so long. Mind you, a true ace operator could easily kill a special class operator in a matter of seconds. Xiao Ting's sudden change of direction this time turned him from a fugitive to an attacker. He charged towards the four mecha who had been pursuing him. Wu Jiong was at the fore of the group. Originally, among the four mecha, Li Lanfeng was piloting a special class mecha, which was also a speed-type mecha, so he should have been the one in the forefront. However, because he was a long-range attacker, he had not forgotten to attack Xiao Ting during the pursuit. This was also why Xiao Ting had not been able to blast away and escape at full speed. He needed to watch out for Li Lanfeng's beam attacks. This had also led to Wu Jiong taking the lead among the four mecha, followed closely by Li Lanfeng, Xie Yi, and Lin Zhongqing. Therefore, when Xiao Ting abruptly changed directions to attack them, Wu Jiong naturally became his first target. Perhaps this action of Xiao Ting's was too sudden, or perhaps the distance between the two was too close. Whatever the case, when faced with Xiao Ting's sudden attack with his beam saber, Wu Jiong had no time at all to take any defensive action. The only thing he could do was to turn the power on his mecha's beam shield to the max, hoping that it would be able to withstand the other's sudden attack. There was a soft swoosh, and the glowing beam shield on Wu Jiong's mecha turned dark. Those with keen eyes could clearly see that Xiao Ting's beam saber had sliced cleanly through Wu Jiong's cockpit, achieving a one-hit kill. Xiao Ting's sudden outburst-like reversal left the spectating cadets gobsmacked. Some seniors who understood just how difficult the moves Xiao Ting had just executed had been could not help but become serious. This was how the Thunder King should perform. Regiment Commander Wu. Xie Yi cried out in shock. He had never expected that the third strongest from the Central Scout Academy, Wu Jiong, would be killed instantly, unable to withstand even one attack from an ace operator. He finally understood the meaning of Boss Lan's words right before the challenge fight. When they were up against a true ace operator, do not even think about exchanging blows with the other. Instead, they should think about how they could successfully self-destruct as soon as they made contact, so they could just deal even the slightest bit of damage to the other. The gap between them and an ace operator was just too large. Though it looked like just a gap of 2 levels, this gap was the difference between heaven and earth. Wu Jiong was killed on the spot, without any chance at all to self-destruct. He had been defeated and kicked out of the field. In intense pain, Wu Jiong was sent out of Mecha World by the mainframe. At the login point, Wu Jiong could not help but crouch on the ground. He was extremely frustrated. At that instant, why had he chosen to adjust his beam shield to the maximum instead of cleanly pressing his self-destruct button? Truly, if you don't listen to Boss Lan, you will make mistakes, said Wu Jiong with a bitter smile. He knew that he had chosen as he had back then because he still had that bit of ambition and competitive spirit in his heart. He had hoped to prove to Boss Lon that he was not as weak as Boss Lon thought he was. However, reality proved that he really was as weak as Boss Lon thought. Wu Jiong was expelled from the fight without achieving anything, and his elimination had left Xiao Ting an opening in Ling Tian's encirclement. Xiao Ting did not push his advantage to chase victory, instead choosing to continue flying forwards to flee. This time, however, Xiao Ting managed to shake off Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing. Although Li Lanfeng continued to stick close behind him, he had still fallen quite a distance behind Xiao Ting. After all, flying backwards after an emergency stop was something only an ace operator could do. It was not that easy for the three from Ling Tian to change directions. Li Lanfeng moved the swiftest. He used a horizontal 8 turnabout maneuver to turn his mecha around. Meanwhile, Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing had to make a large loop to turn their mecha around, and this was another reason why they had fallen so behind. The chase began again, but this time, none of the spectators had any more objections about Xiao Ting's actions. They knew very well that Xiao Ting could switch from running away to massacring his opponents at any time. It was all a matter of whether he wanted to or not. Actually coming back here. How lucky for me. Rushing here with all his might, Qi Long had been very irritated to see his target originally going further away, as this would delay his reunion with his teammates even further. But unexpectedly, the target had turned back not too long later. This made Qi Long ecstatic. Judging by the speed of the opponent, he should be able to join his teammates about a minute later. Very soon, Xiao Ting had returned to where Zhao Jun and the others had set him up at the beginning. He noticed that Li Lanfeng had pulled quite a distance away from the other two Ling Tian members, and a cold smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. The reason he had not pressed his advantage but chose to run instead was that he did not want to fall into the opponent's encirclement again. He hoped to destroy the formation of these Ling Tian mecha with his speed. It should be said that, based on the current situation, Xiao Ting had achieved his objective. Xiao Ting's attitude had changed from his restless ambition of before to caution. The Ling Tian mecha clan still had 5 members. If he was tricked by the opponents again and fell into effective self-destruct range, even he would not be able to confirm whether he would be able to hold off the frenzied actions of 5 mecha with this battered ace mecha of his. Xiao Ting had instigated this challenge fight to obtain unmatched glory. He did not want to become a stepping stone to fame for the Ling Tian mecha clan. He absolutely would not allow such an outcome to occur. His previous mistakes had already caused him incredible grief, thus Xiao Ting absolutely would not permit himself to commit the same mistakes. Therefore, Xiao Ting had deliberately plotted to turn the situation around to his advantage. When Xiao Ting saw that he had already destroyed Ling Tian's encirclement formation, he consciously slowed his mecha, creating the impression that his mecha was running low on power, and waited for Li Lanfeng to approach. With regards to the 3 Ling Tian mecha chasing him, the special class operator Li Lanfeng was undoubtedly the biggest threat. He wanted to eliminate Li Lanfeng, then the remaining 2 Ling Tian advanced mecha would be not much threat at all. Xiao Ting waited for Li Lanfeng to catch up to him, but reality made him frown. It turned out that, even as he decreased his speed, the other was also decreasing his speed. Only then did Xiao Ting notice that Li Lanfeng was constantly maintaining the distance he needed to attack him from long range. He really is a wily and difficult character to deal with. Xiao Ting was very annoyed. Li Lanfeng had always appeared in their circles as a cunning and scheming persona, which led many to overlook his mecha piloting skills. Xiao Ting was no exception, but after today's fight, Xiao Ting could clearly feel that the other was even harder to handle than Zhao Jun. This was because the other knew very well how to protect himself. It was very hard to trick or bewilder him with tactics since he was so proficient in them himself. Like right now, Xiao Ting had intended to draw the other in, but Li Lanfeng had prudently noticed his plan at soonest notice. Knowing that his plan had failed, Xiao Ting could only give up on his original objective. He compared the distance between Li Lanfeng and the 2 other opponents behind him, and an idea emerged in his mind. Xiao Ting did not hesitate to once again display that super technique of stopping suddenly and then flying inversely. His mecha abruptly switched directions to leap at Li Lanfeng, the beam saber in his hand stabbing right for the other's cockpit. The whole attack screamed, "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." Although Xiao Ting's actions were rather sudden, the always vigilant Li Lanfeng was long prepared for this. Seeing the opponent pounce at him, Li Lanfeng decisively revved all his mecha's engines, forcibly sending his mecha shooting several meters up into the air, narrowly dodging Xiao Ting's savage attack. At the same time, the beam gun in his hand once again unleashed countless beams at Xiao Ting passing by below him. Li Lanfeng thought that Xiao Ting would definitely turn back to attack him after this attack of his missed, but the following scene surprised Li Lanfeng greatly. Xiao Ting's mecha suddenly twisted so that all the beams Li Lanfeng had shot struck air, and then, the very next second, Xiao Ting was already 100 meters or so behind him. Irregular flicker. Li Lanfeng, who had fought with his rabbit before, naturally knew that this was a hallmark evasion technique of ace operators. Li Lanfeng had initially been prepared for his beam attacks to miss. What surprised Li Lanfeng was that Xiao Ting actually chose to bypass him completely to expressly target Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing. Not good. I fell for it. Li Lanfeng immediately figured it out. The objective of Xiao Ting's attack this time was actually not him but Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing behind him. If Xiao Ting killed Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing without any trouble right before him, Li Lanfeng would definitely feel unworthy of all the trust the rabbit had in him. In fact, whether or not the team members' self-destructs could deal heavy damage to Xiao Ting depended, to a large extent, on Li Lanfeng running interference by bombarding Xiao Ting with long-range attacks. When designing the tactic, Ling Lan knew very well how large the gap between the team members and Xiao Ting was. If there was no expert coordinating with them to run interference, there was almost no chance for the team members to get close to Xiao Ting and self-destruct by themselves. As such, the heavy responsibility of running interference on Xiao Ting fell to the one most proficient at long-range attacks who had also already advanced to special class operator, Li Lanfeng. This was also why Li Lanfeng had been so careful to maintain his distance from Xiao Ting all this while. Li Lanfeng naturally did not want to disappoint Ling Lan. Without having to think about it, he instantly followed Xiao Ting, the beam gun in his hand shooting countless beams at the other, hoping to cause enough trouble to Xiao Ting that he would give up on his attack. Clack, clack, clack. Right then, Li Lanfeng suddenly felt the beams die out from his gun's muzzle. He realized that the energy block of the beam gun was almost empty. One misfortune comes in the wake of another one. Unbelievably frustrated, Li Lanfeng knew that every second counted in the fight right now. He decisively pressed down a button on his control panel, and then a block-shaped object suddenly sprang out from a random slot on the waist of Li Lanfeng's mecha to fly into the air. Quicker than words could say, his mecha's hands, which should have been unwieldy, performed nimbly at this moment to tug forcefully at the back of his beam gun. A block-shaped object fell out from the area, and at the same time, the other block-shaped object just happened to fly up to the level of the mecha's chest. With a smooth grab, the mecha's left hand caught the block-shaped object, and then with a flutter of the mecha's fingers, the block-shaped object was instantly plugged into the back section of the beam gun, replacing the previous block-shaped object. This seemingly extremely complicated series of actions was actually completed within the blink of an eye. Equipped with a new energy storage unit, the beam gun once again lit up and sent countless beams flying wildly at Xiao Ting. Perhaps he was in too much of a hurry, or perhaps Li Lanfeng was not at all concerned whether or not he would hit his teammates with friendly fire right now, for the overwhelming cascade of beams rained towards Xiao Ting's, Xie Yi's, and Lin Zhongqing's mecha without distinction at this moment. At the sight, the audience's hearts were in their throats. They were shocked and bewildered. Could it be that this special class mecha was willing to sacrifice his teammates for the sake of the ultimate victory? As expected, Li Lanfeng is a selfish person who prioritizes personal interest over all else. In order to obtain victory, he doesn't care at all whether his teammates would die for no reason. The regiment commander of the Wuji Mecha clan, Han Yu, was also watching this match. When he saw Li Lanfeng's current ruthless attack method, a mocking smile appeared on his face as he spoke to Wei Ji sitting beside him. He is an excellent strategist. In his opinion, everyone participating in this fight is working towards the goal of the ultimate victory. As long as victory can be assured, he does not care how many are sacrificed in the process. I thought you had already known this a long time ago, which was why you have been so wary of him all this time. Wei Ji raised an eyebrow at Han Yu's words. From the very first year they had met Li Lanfeng, he had already gotten a vague sense of Li Lanfeng's style of doing things. Even though it was a rather heartless style, this character trait was undoubtedly perfect for a schemer. That was why Wei Ji did not hate Li Lanfeng like Han Yu did, and even respected him a little for it. Yes. It's precisely because I know what kind of person he is that I could not trust him with Wuji's future. I'm truly afraid that he will sell out Wuji completely one day for his own ends. Having said all this, Han Yu's eyes turned cold and forbidding. He was extraordinarily vigilant when it came to Li Lanfeng, he just could not shake the feeling that this person was filled with a bellyful of calculations featuring Wuji. Let's not talk about his character. It seems we have underestimated his mecha control skills. Who knew he was this strong? That series of actions is not something any ordinary special class operator can do, commented Wei Ji with a sigh. That rapid action of switching out the energy block of his beam gun had seemed so simple, but it was actually not easy. Mecha were mecha, after all. Even if one could control mecha like one's own limbs, when it came to this sort of detailed control, many mecha operators would not be able to do as Li Lanfeng had done. Fine control was an extreme test of an operator's abilities. From his control over these fine details, it could be seen that Li Lanfeng's control had truly reached a level where man and machine were united as one. Only that way could he have carried off those actions so naturally. He was delayed for close to 2 years on advanced mecha warrior level. Looks like it was because of this. Han Yu now finally understood why Li Lanfeng had persisted on not advancing to special class operator for so long. This kind of person who is very clear on his own goals, would he really serve a newly established mecha clan loyally and obey the orders of a second year? After several seconds of silent contemplation, Wei Ji suddenly asked Han Yu. It wasn't that they did not want Li Lanfeng in their clan, but after spending a full 3 years on him, they had still been unable to get Li Lanfeng to serve Wuji with undying loyalty. This was also why Han Yu had no choice but to use some methods to suppress Li Lanfeng's reputation within the clan while simultaneously fostering a new strategist to diminish Li Lanfeng's importance to Wuji. Of course it's impossible. He must have some motive for joining the Ling Tian mecha clan. It's just that we can't tell what it is right now, replied Han Yu with conviction. At present, the Ling Tian mecha clan will be happy to have 2 extra special class mecha operators in the clan, greatly increasing the strength of their mecha clan. But in future, there'll be a time yet when they'll be crying. Li Lanfeng, that fellow. Humph. Han Yu had always thought badly of Li Lanfeng. He did not believe that Li Lanfeng would truly join the Ling Tian mecha clan out of sheer kindness. In battle, Li Lanfeng did not know that his previous clan's leader, Han Yu, was casting all sorts of malicious speculation on the reasons behind his joining the Ling Tian mecha clan. However, even if Li Lanfeng knew of it, he would merely have laughed it off. The ties and emotions between him and the rabbit were absolutely not something someone like Han Yu could understand. Li Lanfeng's unexpected ruthless action stunned the spectating cadets and threw Xiao Ting into a dilemma at the same time. If he continued to attack Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing, he would undoubtedly receive the full force of Li Lanfeng's wild barrage of beam attacks alone. In that case, although he would be able to eliminate 2 of the opposing team's members, he might also end up with a certain degree of damage to his own mecha. Was this really worth it? Xiao Ting involuntarily hesitated at this time. This brief moment of hesitation by Xiao Ting, however, gave the initially helpless sitting duck Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing a chance to counterattack. The 2 of them were ecstatic, they did not hesitate to pilot their mecha to charge fiercely at Xiao Ting. Even though they too might face that wave of beam energy Li Lanfeng had shot in this direction if they moved forwards, this still could not stop them from doing so. Lin Zhongqing and Xie Yi were well aware that up against a powerful ace operator, they were incapable of taking any blows from the other, much less counterattacking. Wu Jiong, who was stronger than them, had already proved this point. Once they hesitated and wavered, they may likely die in vain, unable to even use self-destruction to apply some damage on the opponent. Thus, when they saw a chance to approach Xiao Ting, the two of them naturally had nothing to fear. Even as they charged towards Xiao Ting, they each pressed the self-destruct buttons of their mecha. Witnessing all this, inside the VIP room, Tang Yu could not help but sigh and say, "Xiao Ting, he is too indecisive." At the critical moment, Xiao Ting had still been too cautious. With his abilities, if he could have just been a bit more resolute, quickly drawing his beam saber to attack Ling Tian number 6 and Ling Tian number 7, he could definitely have killed those two instantly. Then, Ling Tian no. 6 and Ling Tian number 7 would never have had the chance to get close to Xiao Ting, and so they would not have been able to use self-destructs to harm Xiao Ting. The keen-eyed Tang Yu had seen through Ling Tian number 6 and Ling Tian number 7's plans with just one glance. Unfortunately, Xiao Ting had hesitated at that key moment. This hesitation that should not have appeared gave the initially hopeless Ling Tian number 6 and Ling Tian number 7 a chance to self-destruct. Xiao Ting is likely to suffer some trouble now. The principal too could see very clearly. Compared to Tang Yu, he was even more objective. From the very start, Xiao Ting had actually held the absolute upper hand, but after time and time again of mistakes in decision-making during battle, his advantage had been whittled away bit by bit. If Xiao Ting continued to make mistakes after this, he might really lose all of his advantages as an ace operator. In terms of taking control of the larger picture, he was undoubtedly somewhat lacking. If Xiao Ting still cannot commit fully here, this match is likely to become treacherous for him, said Tang Yu, frowning. Even though he could not see as clearly as the principal had, he still knew that Xiao Ting's advantage was steadily decreasing. If he did not put his full effort into the fight now, the outcome would really become unpredictable. Xiao Ting probably didn't think that Ling Tian number 11 would be so ruthless. The principal found an excuse for Xiao Ting's mistake. At this point, the principal could not help but shake his head and say, "To tell the truth, this number 11's methods are a little over the top." In order to attack Xiao Ting, he doesn't even mind doing so at the expense of his teammates. Being retired, the principal especially treasured those old battle comrades of his, and so found this sort of behavior rather unacceptable. If Ling Tian number 11 had not done as he did, Ling Tian number 6 and Ling Tian no. 7 would, without question, have been killed by Xiao Ting and directly eliminated. Tang Yu held an opposing view, however. Since the outcome would be the same either way, he might as well push it to the limits. Perhaps then, his teammates' deaths would not be as worthless. Also, principal, this is the virtual world. Death isn't really death here. Tang Yu reminded the principal that the virtual world was still fundamentally different from the real world. I'm only afraid that these children will develop a habit here, that for the sake of victory, they would be willing to sacrifice anything that can be sacrificed. Even though the competition in the academy was fierce, it was still not a true battlefield after all. If someone could already be so cold and ruthless here, then would they be even more callous and unfeeling on a real battlefield? The principal could not avoid worrying about this. Sometimes, sacrifice is unavoidable even if it is undesired, said Tang Yu. The principal's words had caused Tang Yu's eyes to darken, revealing a glimpse of a deep well of pain, as if he were recalling something unpleasant. Tang Yu's strange state jolted the principal to awareness. He quickly changed the topic by saying, "Matters of the future, no one can tell what will happen. Let us just continue watching. Who knows? Perhaps, these children will bring us some pleasant surprises." The principal somewhat blamed himself for speaking too thoughtlessly and accidentally prodding at the deeply hidden wound in Tang Yu's heart. Tang Yu only nodded in silence. At this moment, he really had no more interest in talking. During the conversation between the principal and Tang Yu, Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing had died by self-destructing as Tang Yu and the principal had foreseen. It should be said that the boys had achieved their objective, though imperfectly. Although Xie and Lin Zhongqing had been charging at Xiao Ting at full speed, Xiao Ting was Xiao Ting after all. His reputation as the top person in the military academy was not just for show. His control skills were indeed outstanding, despite the short distance which did not allow him to completely evade the two opponents' sudden charge. His improvised reactionary operation had still let him successfully avoid Xie Yi's charge, and Lin Zhongqing's charge had only brushed his mecha a little. If Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing had not chosen to self-destruct, their attacks could have been said to be perfectly counteracted by Xiao Ting. However, Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing had already been determined to self-destruct from the start, so the moment they brushed by Xiao Ting's mecha, just as they were about to face Li Lanfeng's beam attacks head-on and bring about a scene of death by friendly fire, the two of them successfully self-destructed. Two loud explosive booms rang out. Xie Yi's and Lin Zhongqing's mecha exploded at the same time on both sides of Xiao Ting's mecha. The great force generated by the two explosions instantly shook Xiao Ting unconscious. Without anyone to pilot it, his mecha instantly lost control and began to plummet towards the ground head first. In the air, Li Lanfeng saw this and his heart leapt in joy, for he knew that Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing had succeeded with their self-destructs. He quickly operated his own mecha to fly down as well, his beam gun shooting without hesitation at the out-of-control ace mecha. Bang, bang, bang. There were several consecutive sounds of beams hitting mecha. If the beam shield of Xiao Ting's mecha had not maintained a certain degree of energy protection throughout all this, his mecha would have likely incurred a considerable amount of damage from these few shots. Still, these few shots had caused the beam shield of Xiao Ting's mecha to turn dim all of a sudden. As long as Li Lanfeng continued shooting, a few more shots would probably break the beam shield completely. At that time, an ace mecha with no defenses would not be able to withstand a blow from any weapon. Xiao Ting was after all the most outstanding talent in the military academy in recent years. He could be termed aberrant both in terms of spiritual power and physique. It took only the blink of an eye for him to regain consciousness. When he found that his mecha was in freefall and saw Li Lanfeng's tenacious pursuit from above, he did not panic even in the face of such a desperate situation. His first choice was not to try and rein in his out-of-control mecha. Instead, he raised the beam gun in his hand, aimed it at Li Lanfeng, and calmly returned fire. Bang, bang, bang. Although both combatants were proficient at long-range attacks, Xiao Ting's skills in this respect were even more impressive than Li Lanfeng's. With just 3 shots, Li Lanfeng was forced to evade and the beam attacks from the gun in his hands were interrupted. This let Xiao Ting breathe a sigh of relief. Warning, mecha entering into low altitudes of less than 100 meters. There is a risk of crashing. Now 90 meters, 80 meters. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Danger. Danger. Please raise mecha's altitude immediately. Xiao Ting had barely just finished dealing with Li Lanfeng's attacks when a new crisis involving his mecha came to his attention. The mecha's AI was screaming urgently, alerting Xiao Ting that, once the mecha passed the 30-meter limit without raising its altitude, it would be impossible to avoid a crash. Rise up for me. Xiao Ting temporarily stopped attacking Li Lanfeng to turn his full focus on operating his mecha. Engaging all the engines on his mecha, Xiao Ting's fingers flew, changing the fixed coefficients of his mecha. The plummeting mecha finally came to a sudden stop at an altitude of 20 meters. The incredible power of the engines pushed the mecha, which had been calibrated to suit low altitudes, in a desperate attempt to defy gravity. The deep rumble of the engines reverberated throughout the entire venue. As the mecha was very close to the ground, the airflow bursting out of the engines actually sent sand and dirt spraying up into the air. Very soon, the dust had spread, turning the airspace of about 20 to 30 meters high into a world of swirling sand, so turbid that no one could see what was going on inside clearly. Finally regaining control of his mecha, Xiao Ting divided his attention between operating his mecha in a slow ascent and pulling the trigger of his beam gun to keep Li Lanfeng, who was still attempting to attack him, at bay. The mecha finally managed to reach an altitude of 50 meters, escaping from the risk of crashing. All mobility functions of the mecha were back to normal. Xiao Ting felt pained as he looked at that 30% damage indicator. The self-destructs of those two punks earlier had still ended up dealing quite a bit of damage to his mecha. Xiao Ting was filled with hate, which deepened to loathing with regards to Li Lanfeng in the air above him. If not for the other's wide-scale attack heedless of friend or foe, Xiao Ting would not have hesitated and given those two mecha the chance to self-destruct. Xiao Ting blamed his error in judgment on Li Lanfeng's insanity. He decided that before the last two members of Ling Tian arrived, he would first finish off this sticky candy of an opponent, Li Lanfeng. Just as Xiao Ting was about to take action, beep. 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 3 sounds marking notifications from the Mecha World mainframe rang out in quick succession. Xiao Ting reflexively swept a glance over the notifications panel, and the contents of the notifications almost made him spew blood and die right then and there. It turned out that his only remaining 3 team members had been successfully taken out by Ling Tian within the last few seconds. In other words, he, Xiao Ting, was the only representative left for Lei Ting. He was now truly all alone. In contrast, the Ling Tian Mecha clan still had 3 members to its name. Xiao Ting felt rage crest in his heart. He had initially thought that this would be a one-sided fight, but now the outcome was reversed where it was them, Lei Ting, who were being beaten badly. Even he was somewhat messed up, and this made hate rise in Xiao Ting's heart. With a face full of killing intent, Xiao Ting looked towards Li Lanfeng who had been keeping his distance. This sudden burst of cloying killing intent chilled Li Lanfeng's heart, though he had sensed even stronger killing intent coming from Ling Lan before. He knew for certain that the following fight would not be ordinary. He clenched his hands hard over his beam gun, his entire being alert for what was to come. Xiao Ting's mecha suddenly warped in the air, and in the next second, he was already by Li Lanfeng's side. At this key moment, Xiao Ting had abandoned the long-range attacks he was most proficient in and had chosen to use his relatively weaker close combat skills instead to engage the enemy. This unexpected move caused everyone in the audience to exclaim, unable to understand Xiao Ting's decision right then. Only Tang Yu alone could not help but cry out in approval, an accurate decision. From Ling Tian no. 11's performance so far, his skills obviously marked him as a special-class mecha master with a proficiency in long-range attacks. Although Xiao Ting could rely on even better long-range attacks to defeat the other, that would no doubt make this a protracted battle, a great waste of time. Moreover, Xiao Ting's current condition, both in terms of the state of his mecha and the state of his mind, would not allow for a protracted battle. His only option was to defeat the current opponent as quick as possible so he could have as much time as possible to rest. Hopefully, he would be able to regain his optimum state to deal with the other 2 Ling Tian members who had yet to show themselves. Tang Yu believed that Xiao Ting himself was aware that one of the 2 remaining members was the main regiment commander of the Ling Tian Mecha clan, one of the 3 special class operators of the Ling Tian Mecha clan. Since the other was able to become the regiment commander of the Ling Tian Mecha clan, his capabilities definitely could not be underestimated. If Xiao Ting could not face the other at his best, then it would not be so easy to defeat the other. Of course, Tang Yu had cheered for Xiao Ting's decision to engage in close combat not just because of that. Tang Yu knew his student very well, although Xiao Ting had chosen an ace mecha geared for long-range attacks, in truth, his close combat skills were exceedingly strong, even better than some of the average close combat mecha masters. It could be said that Xiao Ting was an all-rounder who could fight at both long range and close range, so, for him to use close combat against Ling Tian No. 11, a long-range expert, was undoubtedly the best choice. Truth be told, Tang Yu also did not believe that there would be another in the academy like Xiao Ting, a mecha master proficient in both long-range combat and close combat. Take this Ling Tian No. 11 for example. Xiao Ting's sudden change in attack style indeed caught Li Lanfeng by surprise. This attack was undoubtedly very abrupt. The beam saber appeared in an instant right before Li Lanfeng's face. Li Lanfeng did not have time to dodge, much less draw the beam saber from his own back to block. In a flash of inspiration, he decisively flung the beam gun in his right hand out to meet that incoming beam saber. Pow! Swoosh! The beam gun and the beam saber collided, emitting a soft sound. Immediately after, the beam saber's greater energy instantly cut right through the beam gun. Lacking any beam shield defense, the beam gun naturally could not withstand the beam saber's attack, splitting into two halves. Although Li Lanfeng had lost a beam gun, he had also managed to resolve this sudden one-hit kill attack of Qiao Ting's. Li Lanfeng took advantage of Qiao Ting's ending momentum. Before Qiao Ting could come at him with a new attack, he grabbed the opening to dash away at top speed in his mecha. Swiftly pulling a distance away from Qiao Ting, he drew the beam saber from his back at the same time, so he was no longer unarmed. This Ling Tian number 11 has extremely exceptional reflexes. The principal's eyes shone at the sight. These reflexes alone was enough to prove that this Ling Tian number 11 was a good potential sprout for close combat. On the tail of the principal's delight was disappointment. Such good candidates for close combat, and they just had to go and choose long-range combat. Ling Tian number 11 was one, and Qiao Ting was another. The students now all tended to choose speed-type mecha or long-range mecha in order to ensure their own safety. In contrast, close combat mecha with the highest offensive power but also high risk were being chosen less and less. Who'd have guessed that there would not be just one genius? Tang Yu's gaze was complicated at this moment. Honestly speaking, he did not want to see his student Qiao Ting, whom he had so painstakingly cultivated and was so proud of, to lose the challenge fight, but the performance of so many of the Ling Tian members had made him sit up and take notice. Each of them had their unique points of brilliance, making him yearn to teach them, and one of them had even made him decide to take him in as a true disciple. As such, he also did not want to see them return in defeat. Cough. Tang Yu could only sigh in the end. Troubled either way, he could only force himself to watch as a neutral bystander and wait patiently for the final outcome to emerge. Qiao Ting saw his carefully planned blow strike air and was frustrated. Unwilling to lose his initiative, he quickly chased after Li Lanfeng and once again swung his sword out angrily. Li Lanfeng did not hesitate to meet him with his own beam saber. Countless sounds of beam sabers clashing rang out, and the audience could only see a dancing light show. The forms of the beam sabers were almost indiscernible. It was clear to see that the attack speed of both combatants had reached a fever pitch, so quick that others could no longer see the exchange of blows clearly. Boom! A dead beam saber suddenly flew out from the sphere of light. As the attack speed of both combatants had been too fast, none of the spectators knew whose beam saber exactly had been sent flying. Of course, many people were leaning towards the idea that it was Li Lanfeng. After all, Qiao Ting was an ace operator. No matter how damaged his mecha was, it should still be impossible for him to be disarmed of his beam saber. The audience's eyes were discerning. Indeed, the one who had his beam saber sent flying was truly Li Lanfeng. Facing a now unarmed Li Lanfeng, Qiao Ting laughed coldly and once again swung the beam saber in his hands. This attack was even fiercer than those before. It was clear to see that Qiao Ting had no intention to let Li Lanfeng continue living. With no other tools at his disposal to intercept this blow, Li Lanfeng looked like he was about to be pierced by Qiao Ting's beam saber. Right at this critical moment, Li Lanfeng's mecha suddenly sank down low, both his mecha's arms rose up, and his palms clapped together. The beam saber was caught between the mecha's two palms. Where the two met, dazzling electrical sparks bloomed. With that, Qiao Ting and Li Lanfeng were stuck in a deadlock in the air. Empty-handed weapon grab. The spectating students exclaimed collectively. Even the spectating instructors could not help but leap to their feet in shock. This move was considered an extreme skill of mecha control. Not any ordinary mecha master could master this move. How can this be possible? Even Qiao Ting was unable to master this move. Tang Yu was equally astounded. The empty-handed weapon grab was one of his favorite special moves. Unfortunately, even Qiao Ting, the student he was proudest of at present, had not been able to learn this move. This was because this move not only had high demands on mecha piloting talent, it also required perfect mastery of the mecha basic controls. However, most operators typically did not like wasting time on the basic controls. Even Xiao Ting had only trained up his basics till they were excellent enough before moving on. This was why Tang Yu had not been able to pass on this technique thus far, but unexpectedly, he had seen it executed by this Ling Tian number 11 today. Ling Tian number 11. Name, Li Lan Feng. Status, Elite Family Descendant, age 20. Physical skills, Early Stage Qi Jin, Mecha Piloting Level, Special Class, Advanced to Special Class Advancement Results, Excellent. The excited Tang Yu immediately searched for Ling Tian number 11's information, and discovered that the other was actually from the same year as Xiao Ting. I actually missed such an outstanding student, said Tang Yu with a regretful expression. It should be said that our academy is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are just too many exceptional seedlings of this type, consoled the principal. The principal's words improved Tang Yu's mood. Tang Yu thought about the 6 new students he would be taking. Although Lin Zhongqing had not officially become his student yet, in Tang Yu's heart, he was already his disciple, and he believed that they would not be worse than this number 11. In mid-air, Xiao Ting and Li Lan Feng were stuck in a deadlock. And then, right at this moment, Xiao Ting suddenly felt his heart clench, an unprecedented sense of danger stealing over his heart. Could it be that Li Lan Feng was about to self-destruct as well? Xiao Ting could not confirm where the danger was coming from, and just as he was hesitating over whether he should just let go of the beam saber in his hands and run. Ah! Down below. Spectators see a game better than its players. The spectating cadets who had chosen God View could all see where the true source of danger to Xiao Ting was. Apparently, right below the pair in the air, on the dust-submerged ground, a mecha had snuck in. He suddenly rose into the air, his cold weapon glinting with cold light as he raised it high and stabbed it insidiously at Xiao Ting's mecha suspended in a deadlock with Li Lan Feng in the air. Fortunately, Xiao Ting was high up enough that, at the final moment, he finally saw where the true danger was. This unexpected attack chilled everyone's hearts and also frightened Xiao Ting enough to make him break out in cold sweat. Xiao Ting decisively let go of the beam saber in his hands and piloted his mecha to forcibly shift a meter away in parallel. This 1 meter distance let him avoid the crisis of having a sword shoved up his chrysanthemum, but even so, that giant blade still scraped across his mecha, sending up countless sparks to blind everyone. An approximately 2-inch deep gouge appeared starkly on the outer armor of Xiao Ting's mecha. If not for the substantial thickness of the steel of an ace mecha's body, this gouge might have directly ruined the mecha's body. Xiao Ting narrowly survived this crisis, and one more of the final remaining 3 Ling Tian members on the field had appeared. Except for the regiment commander of Ling Tian, Ling Lan, who had not appeared yet, the others had all appeared before Xiao Ting. Good, I didn't come too late. Qi Long succeeded in one strike and then immediately retreated to one side. His mecha hovered in the air, that giant sword over one shoulder, as he spoke loudly to Li Lan Feng. A bit later and I would not have been able to hold on anymore. Li Lan Feng was glad that Qi Long had come in time. A little later and he would not have been able to hold Xiao Ting off anymore. At his level, an ace operator really was not someone he could contend with. Sorry about that. My mecha's speed is low. I was already moving as fast as I could. Qi Long was rather embarrassed. In order to make up for it, he raised the giant sword in his hands suddenly and said, "After this, watch me." Qi Long had hardly finished speaking when he shook his giant sword and charged ferociously towards Xiao Ting. Compared to Li Lanfeng's speed, Qi Long's speed was truly like that of a tortoise. Xiao Ting's face expressed his contempt, and with a slight shift, he had dodged Qi Long's charge. As Xiao Ting moved, he pulled out his backup weapons, 2 high-frequency blades, aimed them at Qi Long, who was about half a body length past him, and attacked. With a loud bang, the high-frequency blade struck Qi Long's giant sword. No, it should be said that they were blocked by Qi Long's giant sword. Although high-frequency blades were extremely destructive, they could not display their power before Qi Long's massive cold weapon. The only thing they left on the giant sword in commemoration was a shallow scrape across the body of the giant sword. It was likely that when the weapons had collided, the high-frequency blade's energy had caused a little bit of damage to the surface of the sword's giant blade. This fellow's physical constitution must be at monster level. Qi Long had only swung his giant sword twice, but the principal could already tell Qi Long's base stats. Yes, this fellow is a close combat oddball genius. It's a shame that in order to raise its strength, the mecha's speed is a little lacking. Tang Yu had also identified the weakness of Qi Long's mecha. Thinking to contend with Xiao Ting, looks like this brat won't be doing well. If his speed couldn't keep up with Xiao Ting's, even having all the strength in the world would be useless. The principal's face revealed some regret. It was so hard to finally find someone who chose close combat, but he turned out to be such an extreme person. Tang Yu's gaze, however, was on Li Lan Feng, who was calmly observing all this from the sidelines. Compared to this Ling Tian No. 2 who had just appeared, Tang Yu felt Ling Tian No. 11 deserved more attention. As long as this person was around, Tang Yu could not be certain that Ling Tian No. 2 would be unable to threaten Xiao Ting like the principal had said. The cool-headed ruthlessness Ling Tian No. 11 had displayed previously in battle made Tang Yu concerned despite himself. The principal had also noticed the focus of Tang Yu's attention. He cuffed his own head in a slight reprimand and said with a wry smile, "Okay, fine, I actually forgot about this person. Looks like I spoke too early. As long as that monster brat has this teammate around, it's hard to say for sure that that brat won't be any threat to Xiao Ting." Xiao Ting patiently exchanged 2 or 3 blows with Qi Long and felt that he had thoroughly figured Qi Long out. The other's close combat skills were very strong, but he was disadvantaged by the speed of his mecha. If this fellow before him had been operating a special class mecha, perhaps the danger to him would be far greater, but for now. Xiao Ting did not think that this Ling Tian No. 2 would have any chance to get close to him and successfully self-destruct like the other members of Ling Tian had. Having come to a decision, Xiao Ting did not hesitate any longer. Facing yet another of Qi Long's naively fearless attacks, a faint sneer emerged on Xiao Ting's lips. He abruptly raised his finger speed. On his control panel, his fingers were no longer visible on his hands, replaced by layers of blurred shadows. That's right, Xiao Ting was planning to directly kill off this newly arrived Ling Tian No. 2. For this purpose, he had brought out his highest finger speed, sending the high-frequency blades in his hands spinning into a wild dance. Right then, even the spectators could not see clearly where Xiao Ting's attacks would really land. Just when everyone believed Ling Tian No. 2 was done for, in a swathe of shadows, the clanging of collisions could be heard. Qi Long, who seemed to be moving in slow motion, actually managed to block all of Xiao Ting's attacks. All the spectators just could not comprehend what they had seen. How the hell had this Ling Tian No. 2 known for certain where Xiao Ting was going to attack? No one knew that Qi Long's innate talent was animal instinct. His beast-like intuition could help him determine where the true danger was coming from even if his eyes could not. Already used to relying on this instinct of his, Qi Long did not hesitate to swing his sword towards the spots his intuition dictated. D***mit. Xiao Ting saw all his attacks being blocked miraculously by Ling Tian No. 2. Foiled once more, Xiao Ting could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. This rage made his hand speed jump once more, and the already stacked afterimages of his fingers actually turned into nothingness. Qi Long suddenly felt a frisson of danger flash through his heart. Without conscious thought, he instantly piloted his mecha to dodge. At this time, the weakness of the speed of his mecha was officially exposed. Although Qi Long's reaction time was swift, he was still unable to completely evade Xiao Ting's unexpected attack due to the drag of his mecha's speed. There was a massive boom, and the remaining right leg on Xiao Ting's mecha kicked out savagely at Qi Long's waist. The powerful force behind the kick sent Qi Long's mecha flying. Xiao Ting was just about to chase his advantage and follow up when a sense of danger crept over his heart once more. His leaping mecha jerked to a sudden stop. Not just that, Xiao Ting's entire mecha tilted backwards, the 2 high-frequency blades in his hands raised high in a cross. Thunk! A muffled sound rang out in the air. The spectating cadets could even see the range of the energy shockwaves the mainframe had specially simulated for this collision. Four high-frequency blades clashed fiercely, causing the entire space around them to be distorted. It turned out that Li Lanfeng, who had merely been watching all this while, had finally made his move. While Qiao Ting had been concentrating on dealing with Qi Long, Li Lanfeng's attack came silently out of nowhere. If Qiao Ting had not been an ace operator, without the unique danger senses ace operators had, perhaps Li Lanfeng's sneak attack would have worked. Li Lanfeng's attack was seen through by Qiao Ting and failed. However, due to his interference, Qi Long escaped with his life. Anyone with eyes could see that if Li Lanfeng had not acted then, Qi Long, who had already lost his balance, would definitely have died under Qiao Ting's purposeful pursuit. This Ling Tian no. 11. His judgment is impeccable, Tang Yu could not help but praise. Even though he was still quite a distance away from Qiao Ting in terms of strength, perhaps even incomparable to those other senior cadets in the academy who had long advanced to special class operator status, this precise judgment of his had made him the one and only member who had managed to wrangle with Qiao Ting for so long on the field. It could even be said that those Ling Tian members from before were able to harm Qiao Ting with their self-destructs largely because he had successfully interfered with Qiao Ting's judgment. An assassin-type mecha master, no, he should also be a strategist-type mecha master. With such a person in a battle clan, the clan's survival rates on the battlefield will be significantly increased. The principal's expression was solemn, but his eyes could not hide his delight. He was very happy for the son of his old friend for obtaining such an outstanding member. It should be known that, other than a powerful leader with great leadership, a perfect battle clan also needed various other roles to be filled. A strategist-type mecha master was in fact the second most important character for a battle clan to have, even more important than the typically most valued primary fighter mecha. Unfortunately, many battle clans these days tended to overlook this, blindly looking for powerful mecha masters to fill their ranks. They did not understand that a truly strong battle clan was not powerful just because of its combat power, but because each of the positions and roles within the battle clan were filled well and could work together seamlessly. While Tang Yu and the principal were astonished at Li Lanfeng's brilliant performance, the other spectators were not thinking so deeply. Although they too were amazed at how accurately Li Lanfeng had timed his attack, they only felt that Li Lanfeng must have noticed the danger Qi Long was in and had acted at this moment to save him. Perhaps even they would have been able to do that if they had been the one on the field. It had to be said that the student's vision was so much weaker compared to that of the principal and instructor Tang Yu. The students could not see at all that it really was not as simple a thing as they believed to grasp the timing of an attack so accurately. Moreover, Li Lanfeng's attack had contained a certain degree of stealth. It was clear to see that Li Lanfeng had prepared well for this attack. He had not acted hurriedly just because Qi Long was in danger. However, Qiao Ting was after all Qiao Ting. An ace operator was indeed very formidable, he had still managed to break Li Lanfeng's near-perfect attack. After Li Lanfeng had failed in his attack, everyone thought that he would retreat quickly to maintain his distance from Qiao Ting like he had before. However, they were mistaken once again. This time, Li Lanfeng did not choose to withdraw. From both sides of his mecha's rib area, two chains suddenly shot out at Qiao Ting's two thighs. There it is. Chang Xinyuan, who had been watching the fight from the audience seats all this while, saw this scene unfold, and his face flushed with joy. He could not help but clench his fists briefly. Even though he had not been able to go on the field to fight against Lei Tang personally due to his level being too low, Chang Xinyuan had not sat idly by while the others fought against this Thunder King Qiao Ting who had oppressed him for 4 years and had almost forced him to drop out against his will. When Li Lanfeng had come to him the night before the challenge fight and had asked him to design something for him, Chang Xinyuan had been completely unable to refuse. The two of them had spent the whole night researching and had finally designed these two chains coming from the mecha's rib area. These two chains were not offensive weapons, they were only capture devices, like how a lasso had been created in order to capture wild horses. These two chains designed by Chang Xinyuan and Li Lanfeng were created precisely for the purpose of capturing Qiao Ting's mecha. The second tactic that Ling Lan had created received Chang Xinyuan's full acknowledgement. He too felt that only this tactic would give them a chance to win this challenge if they were going to rely on their advanced mecha warriors. However, to deal the greatest amount of damage to Xiao Ting's mecha, they would need to stick as close to the other as possible when they self-destructed. But Xiao Ting just so happened to be an ace operator, he would never give the Ling Tian members the chance to get close. Perhaps out of his disdain for them at the start, they might be able to take advantage of that and succeed, but after Xiao Ting suffered some losses at their hands, it would become absolutely impossible to once again get close to him. In order to solve this problem, Chang Xinyuan and Li Lanfeng had come up with this idea. In order to catch Xiao Ting by surprise, this design had only been implemented on Li Lanfeng's mecha. After all, Li Lanfeng's mecha was a special class mecha. If he managed to stick close to Xiao Ting and self-destruct, the damage dealt to Xiao Ting's mecha would also be the highest value possible. And now, this modification which had taken the two of them a whole night to create had finally appeared on the battlefield. Chang Xinyuan's emotions were running high, but he also had mixed feelings at this moment. If Boss Lan had not invited him to join the Ling Tian battle clan, he would never have had the chance to use his own designs, his own modifications, to successfully take revenge on Xiao Ting. Once, Chang Xinyuan had believed that it was almost impossible for him to seek revenge on Xiao Ting. The two chains from Li Lanfeng's mecha had truly appeared rather suddenly and bizarrely. After all, standard mecha could never have something like this. Xiao Ting had neglected this possibility. By the time he noticed them, the chains had already wrapped themselves around both legs of his mecha. Besides that, both chains actually ended in curved hooks. After wrapping themselves around Xiao Ting's legs, they automatically hooked themselves on his thighs with a snapping sound, securely fastened. Seeing this, what doubts could the spectators have? Ling Tian number 11 is about to self-destruct. In near unison, the spectators cried out. The Ling Tian Mecha clan's self-destruct tactic was displayed in all its glory now. D*MN, you actually still had this trick hidden away. Qi Long had finally regained control of his mecha at this time. When he saw this unexpected attack from Li Lanfeng's mecha, he instantly understood what this was. Extremely pleased and surprised, he threw away the giant sword in his hands and lunged. This was such a great opportunity. If he did not rush over to self-destruct now, then it would truly be a disgrace to the hellish training his boss had given him all these years. Qi Long was well aware that the opportune window to self-destruct was fleeting. There was no time at all for him to hesitate. Trapped securely by Li Lanfeng, unable to break free immediately, Xiao Ting saw Qi Long charge right up to him to hug him close, and Xiao Ting was livid, shouting, "Let me go." This was the first time Xiao Ting had felt so humiliated. The rage and frustration of knowing that he actually had the strength and skills to finish off all the enemies before him, but could only wait for this tragedy to happen because he had been trapped by the opponent due to his own carelessness, was almost enough to make him faint. Xiao Ting is done for. Seeing Xiao Ting being surrounded by the two mecha, all the spectating students thought the same. Those supporting the Leitang mecha clan felt overwhelmed with despair. Up against a pincer-style self-destruct attack from an advanced mecha and special class mecha, even an ace mecha probably could not withstand the horrific force produced. Not to mention, Xiao Ting's mecha had already received damage many times prior to this from the repeated tactical self-destructs of the Ling Tian members. Quicker than words could say, two intense explosions rang out on the battlefield. The three entangled mecha were instantly turned into a humongous fireball due to this massive explosive force. After that, this giant fireball smashed into the ground, sending up a spray of sand as well as quite a significant number of broken mecha parts and armor fragments. Only after the yellow sand had settled did the spectating students see that a deep pit of about 10 meters deep and 100 meters wide had appeared in this desert land. And right in the center of the pit, there was a lump of still burning wreckage. Xiao Ting is not dead. Heaven knows who yelled out. All the spectators pinned their stares on the burning wreckage, their hearts beginning to race, and they could not help but hold their breath, waiting for the mainframe to announce the final verdict. The mainframe indicated that Leitang still had one member left active. This proved that Xiao Ting currently still had not died and been kicked out of the battlefield. Everyone began to guess at Xiao Ting's current condition. Was he already so severely injured that he was merely holding on to his last breath, or had he been lucky enough to survive with some strength to continue fighting? Ling Tian and Lei Tang, now it's finally one-on-one. The spectators noticed how many people Lei Tang had left, but they also noted Ling Tian's information. They discovered that there was also only one person remaining in the Ling Tian mecha clan, and that was that regiment commander of Ling Tian's who had been eliminating all the other Lei Tang members elsewhere, who had never faced Xiao Ting thus far in this fight. The spectating cadets began to murmur in discussion. Li Lanfeng's and Qi Long's successful self-destructs must have dealt heavy damage to Xiao Ting. Furthermore, Xiao Ting had already been damaged from the successive self-destructs of the other Ling Tian members before. After all that, would the present Xiao Ting be able to match up against Ling Tian's regiment commander who was still in peak condition? Say, do you all think Xiao Ting will lose to Ling Tian? Right then, most students were not optimistic about Xiao Ting's and Lei Tang's chances. This was completely opposite to what they had all believed at the start. This question spread across the entire venue, making the entire stadium noisy. Many people even predicted that Xiao Ting was truly doomed this time, because they believed that no matter how strong a mecha was, it was impossible for it to be unscathed after suffering the self-destructs of a special class operator and an advanced mecha warrior at the same time. Perhaps, Xiao Ting was already supremely fortunate for keeping his life. It was very likely that Xiao Ting's ace mecha had already lost all combat capability. Of course, many of the senior cadets were still very supportive of Xiao Ting and the Lei Tang mecha clan. They still believed that the ace mecha operator Xiao Ting would not be taken down by this kind of barbaric self-destruct tactic of Ling Tian's. Xiao Ting would definitely counterattack from these desperate depths and wrest victory back from the jaws of defeat. Unconsciously, for the first time, phrases to do with defeat or desperation were used on the unbeatable myth of Xiao Ting. This showed that the seniors were actually uncertain too. They did not want to see the juniors successfully overcoming the seniors, they wanted to retain the suppression of seniors on the juniors. However, the reality was brutal. Xiao Ting had not projected his usual aggressive and domineering manner. Instead, he was being suppressed by the junior students. Now up to this point, the situation was extremely unfavorable. This caused the seniors who were supporting Lei Tang to be unable to keep calm. Just when everyone was deep in discussion, that hunk of steel in the crater shuddered and then sprang into the sky. This action dislodged the flaming debris surrounding its core, and as the debris was shed to fall back into the crater below. Finally, the core revealed itself. It was Xiao Ting's ace mecha. However, at this time, this originally majestic ace mecha was incredibly dilapidated. Strictly speaking, it could not even be described as humanoid anymore. Its entire right arm had been blasted off completely, revealing sparking wires of all sorts, and its head had also been half ruined by the explosion, leaving only half a face behind. Lower down, both legs were completely gone, and on its chest area, an extremely thick steel plate had been shattered. Several pieces had chipped off to expose the countless intricate wiring and parts behind it. The only thing worth being thankful about is that the waist area where the cockpit was located was surprisingly not much damaged. This was also why Xiao Ting had been able to survive and why his mecha was still able to move around freely. After all, the cockpit was the true lifeblood of a mecha. As long as the cockpit was fine, even the most broken down mecha would still have some fight left in it. It's Xiao Ting. As expected of an ace mecha. Actually able to endure even after suffering all those self-destructs. The spectating students could not help but be envious. The sheer strength of an ace made their eyes burn with want. And many students who had already achieved advanced mecha warrior level and above secretly vowed to themselves that they would definitely advance to ace operator level. Ace mecha were clearly divine protective artifacts. At this time, the administrators still did not know that their original God creation plan to motivate the students to grow stronger and become more passionate in their mecha studies had come to fruition, albeit not in the way they had intended. Under the frenzied self-destructs of Ling Tian, Xiao Ting had persevered, inspiring the students. This display reminiscent of an undying cockroach gave students a much deeper understanding of ace mecha. They clearly realized now that, on the battlefield, only ace mecha could guarantee one's survival. For the sake of their own safety, the students were eager to obtain their own ace mecha before entering an army division. This would push them to begin training their mecha control skills fervently, setting off a tenacious mecha training craze in the military academy. This craze would not die down in the following few years. This made the first men's military academy have a constant string of Xiao Ting's record being broken in those years. Every year, there would be 1 to 2 students who succeeded in advancing to become ace operators. The most horrifying would be Ling Lan's year. There were actually as many as 5 people who managed to advance to become ace operators. The moment this number emerged, the entire Huaxia Federation was astounded. This also reaffirmed the first men's military academy's spot as the #1 military school in the Federation. Xiao Ting piloted his mecha to fly in the air. He swiftly checked on the condition of his mecha, and as he scanned down the AI's report, a trace of bitterness could be seen on his face. His mecha's condition was really as bad as he imagined it to be. Its overall damage rate was already up to 48%. The mecha's initially abundant energy had also been drained significantly in order to protect the mecha's main core. There was only 30% left. Meanwhile, in terms of weapons, aside from that single high-frequency blade in his left hand, he had nothing else. Xiao Ting looked at the high-frequency blade in his hand and found that it was already very beat up due to the explosions and probably could not be used as a weapon anymore. He rapidly scanned his surroundings and soon discovered a beam saber which had belonged to God knows who lying about 300 meters away. Xiao Ting's heart was seized by joy. He operated his mecha over and with a quick swoop, at the same time he let go of his high-frequency blade, he picked up the beam saber from the ground. Beam saber in hand, he checked its remaining power and found that it was still quite sufficient. Xiao Ting's heart settled. Even if Ling Tian's regiment commander Ling Lan appeared now, with this beam saber, he had the confidence to fight the other. Even with a half-destroyed mecha, I will let everyone in the academy know that defeating me, Xiao Ting, is impossible. Xiao Ting gripped the beam saber in his hands tightly, swearing determinedly in his heart. After fighting for so hard and so long, now there was only one enemy left. Xiao Ting would not allow himself to lose this challenge fight at this last moment and become someone else's stepping stone. Honor could only belong to him, Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting's eyes carried a touch of cold as he thought about the yet-to-appear Ling Tian regiment commander, Ling Lan. He could not hide the ill feeling he had towards the other, for destroying the glorious image he had painstakingly cultivated, he would never let the other go. Xiao Ting forced down the killing intent in his heart and swiftly conducted some minor adjustments and repairs on his mecha. He was very thankful that this was mecha world where he could use some emergency means to improve his mecha's condition. Focused on his mecha, Xiao Ting did not notice right then that several hundred meters behind him, a black mecha had already silently appeared in mid-air and appeared to be looking at him with an indifferent expression. Ah, he's here. The spectators noticed and exclaimed in unison. In contrast to the sorry state of Xiao Ting's mecha, the mecha of the Ling Tian regiment commander seemed so bright and perfect, as if he had never been fighting at all. I just went back to review Ling Tian no. One's battles. Holy sh*t, they were all one-hit kills. That final fight, against 3 Lei Tang mecha, wow, it was still a one-hit kill. How can this be? How did he do it? The students who had been following Xiao Ting's fight all this time only thought of looking up the Ling Tian regiment commander's fights now. When they viewed that final fight, they saw how the other had eliminated 3 Lei Tang members simultaneously with one move. This godly battle record was unbelievable. Even Xiao Ting had been unable to accomplish that when he had been up against 3 Ling Tian members on his end who were operating advanced mecha just like the Lei Tang members. Watch closely. He did not face them from the front. This Ling Tian regiment commander is very sneaky. Every fight was an ambush, where he hid from the opponent and assassinated them with a sneak attack. Those students who had studied Ling Lan's fights carefully could not help but speak up to remind those exclaiming students. Chided, those students began reviewing the fights again from start to finish and found that it was indeed as those people had said. The Ling Tian regiment commander was just too sly, often hiding in places no one would have considered. In particular, in that last fight, he had actually boldly impersonated a destroyed mecha and faked thick columns of smoke coming out from his mecha's body. This had drawn the 3 Lei Tang members over to investigate, clueless and unsuspecting, where they were then killed off by the Lingtian regiment commander. He is a tactical genius. Observing Ling Lan's combat style, Tang Yu and the principal thought long and hard, and this was the only answer they could come up with. Ling Lan had used the simplest and most energy-efficient way to eliminate those Lei Tang members. However, thinking back on Ling Lan's combat style, everyone was confounded, because no one could see anything from Ling Lan's fights. The spectators had only seen how cunning, sly, and imaginative Ling Lan's combat tactics had been. His control skills should be equally strong, otherwise he would not be able to do this much that perfectly, said Tang Yu, somewhat tentatively. Even though he knew Ling Lan was a special class operator, he could not tell which stage of special class Ling Lan was at. Interesting as expected. The principal chuckled. This style was really like Ling Zhao's. Back then, that fellow Ling Xiao had been just as unpredictable. When Ling Xiao had first joined the army division, even the principal had not been able to figure out which level Ling Xiao was at. All of the information everyone knew about Ling Xiao was merely surface details and could not be taken to be fully accurate. The second Ling Xiao, other than his son, who else could do this? These words of the principal were practically mumbled through closed lips, even seated beside him, Tang Yu could hardly hear him. Tang Yu raised his head curiously and asked, "Principal, what did you say? Are you talking to me?" "Nothing. I just think that this match is very interesting. Our military academy really has a lot of good seedlings." The principal burst out laughing at his words. To ensure the safety of his good friend's son, he could not tell Tang Yu the truth. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. This year was indeed rife with talent, almost dazzling his eyes with it all. Unfortunately, in order to guarantee the proper cultivation of the students, the academy had regulated that each instructor could take in no more than 5 students. And he, due to Lin Zhongqing, had already asked the principal to make an exception for him once. He could not be greedy anymore. Although Qiao Ting did not notice Ling Lan's appearance immediately, Qiao Ting was after all an ace operator. Very soon, he discovered Ling Lan's presence several 100 meters away. He whipped around, and when he saw the perfect, gleaming appearance of the special class mecha, which was somehow fearsome and formidable at the same time, he could not help but shout through clenched teeth, "Ling Lan!" Ling Lan looked at the beat-up, no longer humanoid mecha of Qiao Ting and said with a cool expression, "I did not expect that after our members' consecutive self-destructs, your mecha can still hold on. Color me surprised." Frankly, after resolving those final 3 Lei Tang members, Ling Lan had rushed to the scene. However, in order not to affect Li Lanfeng and Qi Long, she had been observing this fight from about a kilometer away. Of course, Ling Lan could have chosen to join the fight. With her abilities, she definitely could have killed Qiao Ting off and welcomed victory together with Li Lanfeng and Qi Long. However, Ling Lan did not want to do that, because she wanted to see how her leopard and the follower she had painstakingly cultivated would perform. Moreover, she hoped that the both of them would gain something from their fight with Qiao Ting. It had to be said that Ling Lan was a warrior. She had taken Li Lanfeng and Qi Long to heart, so she wanted to increase their strength to the best of her ability. As such, she was willing to drag out the fight and even forsake the favorable scenario to her team at this moment in time, all so that Li Lanfeng and Qi Long would have the chance to truly exchange several moves with Qiao Ting. Reality proved that Ling Lan did not make a mistake. Li Lanfeng's performance amazed her. She had not expected her leopard to actually keep what she had said offhand so close to his heart. That had been during the time after the enemy air invasion on the academy. Not having to attend classes, Ling Lan was rather bored, so she had put all her attention onto Li Lanfeng and his physical constitution problem. During that period of time, Li Lanfeng finally experienced the boss's exclusive hellish training Qi Long and the others had mentioned. Every day, he would be trained by Ling Lan until he collapsed from exhaustion. In contrast to Qi Long and the others' attitude of avoiding it as much as they could, Li Lanfeng was happy to experience it. Every time, he was practically crawling as he left the virtual login pod, but the next day, he would still appear in full spirits before Ling Lan. This made Ling Lan suspect at one point whether Li Lanfeng was a masochist, but Li Lanfeng's indefatigable performance had also given Ling Lan a deep taste of the pleasure instructor number 5 felt when training others. Sure enough, tormenting others was really very interesting. Of course, every time Ling Lan felt this way, she would crush the feeling mercilessly, not allowing it to flourish. She would then chastise herself sternly that she absolutely did not have that perverse mentality of instructor number 5, she was only so strict with her leopard all for his own good. Finally, after some agonizing torment, Li Lanfeng's physical constitution took a turn for the better and was now already extremely close to that of the average mecha operator. But if it came to a high-intensity battle, his stamina would still be stretched rather thin. Ling Lan was not too concerned about this, however, because she knew that this constitution problem was not something that could be resolved in just a day or two. Back then, she had also spent a whole 3 to 4 years' time to fully resolve the latent issues caused by her excessive spiritual power. For Li Lanfeng to have accomplished this much in several months' time, Ling Lan felt that he had already done very well. Ling Lan may not be anxious about the matter, but Li Lanfeng was. That said, he was not rushing to solve everything in one go and eradicate his constitution problem completely. This was because Li Lanfeng knew very well that this problem could not be solved in a short period of time. Now, with Ling Lan's help, he had almost resolved the constant threat of his body breaking down which had plagued him for many years. Just this point alone was enough to satisfy him. Li Lanfeng's anxiety was revolving around the upcoming Lei Tang vengeance match. He was afraid that his stamina problem would hold the others back. To that end, he had once asked his rabbit how he could do better on the battlefield. Frankly, whether Li Lanfeng performed well or not did not matter much in the large scale of things for Ling Lan. However, when she saw Li Lanfeng's eyes shining brightly, eager to perform well, Ling Lan just could not bear to speak honestly. In the spirit of not harming an old friend, Ling Lan considered things seriously and then said to Li Lanfeng that, if he wanted to last longer in battle, he would need to treasure every bit of his stamina. He could not throw his stamina around profligately like that stamina monster Qi Long, he needed to carefully calculate every move he made and strive to make sure his every attack was effective. Ling Lan's advice made Li Lanfeng feel rather lost. So, Ling Lan kindly hinted to Li Lanfeng that if he could not be a berserk warrior, then he should become a swordsman or an assassin. These words of Ling Lan's had left Li Lanfeng in deep contemplation. On her end, Ling Lan had promptly forgotten about it after saying it, not taking the matter to heart. But today, seeing Li Lanfeng's combat style, he had completely walked onto the path Ling Lan had outlined for him and he had performed outstandingly. Ling Lan was greatly moved by this. She was touched over Li Lanfeng's trust in her. It was due to this trust that he would take her words so seriously and even change his combat style accordingly. Li Lanfeng's outstanding performance proved that he had put in a lot of effort in secret to research these things and had not just changed things blindly. In order to accomplish his mission, Li Lanfeng had even quietly sought out Chang Xinyuan to design this trap together. It had to be said that this idea of Li Lanfeng and Chang Xinyuan's worked wonderfully in tandem with her planned tactic. Ling Lan could not help marveling at their creativity and innovativeness. Li Lanfeng's performance had exceeded Ling Lan's expectations, but Qi Long's performance had not disappointed Ling Lan either. Lurking, grasping the timing to attack, and other aspects, Qi Long had done all those things well. The only pity was that his mecha's speed was just too weak. If the speed of Qi Long's mecha could have been increased by just a hair, perhaps she would not even have had to take part in this final fight. Li Lanfeng and Qi Long might have been able to finish off Xiao Ting on their own. Such a shame. Ling Lan felt rather regretful. She was not Xiao Ting, she did not really care whether she could be in the limelight. Compared to all this, she was more concerned over her members' performance. If Qi Long and Li Lanfeng had been able to eliminate Xiao Ting on their own, she would have been even happier. Ling Lan decided that she would definitely increase the speed of Qi Long's mecha and make Qi Long a close combat king with both speed and power. At this moment, Qi Long, who had already been ejected from the field, suddenly felt a chill run up his spine. He could not help but shiver and immediately circulate his chi gene to chase the chill out, even as he muttered in confusion, "That's strange. Where is this cold feeling coming from?" Qi Long did not know that his boss could not tolerate his tortoise speed and was already planning to torture him well. Opposite her, Xiao Ting did not know that Ling Lan was feeling regretful over the fact that her leopard and follower had not been able to finish him off themselves. When he heard Ling Lan's disdainful words, he almost exploded in anger. When had he, Thunder King Xiao Ting, ever been looked down upon by a mecha newbie who had just risen to their second year and had yet to even touch real mecha? Just those rookie team members of yours, even though they use this type of despicable self-destruct methods, they won't be able to defeat me. In this military academy, no one can defeat me. No one, declared Xiao Ting vehemently, eyes bloodshot. He, Xiao Ting, was an undefeated king. Is that so? Ling Lan could not help but raise her eyebrows at his words. Looking at Xiao Ting's battered mecha, Ling Lan did not know where the other's confidence was coming from. Even if her mecha was mistaken to be a special class mecha, comparing her almost undamaged mecha to Xiao Ting's dilapidated mecha, anyone with eyes could see that the odds were on her side. Honestly, dying at my member's hands would have been luckier for you. Ling Lan studied Xiao Ting carefully before speaking again. Her voice was as cold as ever, but all the spectators could hear how seriously she meant what she said. Ling Lan's words caused an uproar among the audience. Even though Ling Lan's chances looked better, Xiao Ting was still the acknowledged number one in the academy after all. As long as he could still operate his mecha, no one could be certain that they would be able to defeat him. Ling Lan's words were obviously rather arrogant and presumptuous, raising the hackles of many in the audience. In particular, the administrators of the academy undoubtedly felt as if Ling Lan's words were smacking them in the face. This punk, the principal could not help but shake his head. He had originally thought that this child had inherited Ling Zhao's low-profile manner, but now, from the looks of it, Ling Lan was still a little too young and unbridled. In truth, the principal was blaming Ling Lan unfairly. Ling Lan had really meant no disrespect to Xiao Ting with her words, nor had the words contained any so-called arrogance. The fact was that Ling Lan was merely speaking the truth. If Xiao Ting had died under the consecutive self-destructs of her members, he would still have been able to use the excuse that Ling Tian's tactics had been too despicable. However, if he died at her hands without being able to resist, Xiao Ting would have no excuse, and Ling Lan truly did not want to deal such a heavy blow to the prideful heart of this aberrant talent. Shut up. How could Xiao Ting know the truth of Ling Lan's words? He was thoroughly enraged by these seemingly disdainful words. Pointing his beam saber angrily at Ling Lan, he laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha, if you want to kill me, just you all, Ling Tian, are not qualified enough." Not qualified enough? Ling Lan was unconcerned that she was being looked down on, but she would not allow her companions and teammates to be looked down on. She could not help but sneer at Xiao Ting's words, and she then slowly pulled out a weapon from behind her back. Just like that, a sword-type cold weapon that was even bigger and even heavier than Qi Long's had been emerged before the crowd. Ling Lan held the sword with one hand, and with an easy swing, a strong gust of wind was produced out of nowhere. This scene astounded all the spectating cadets and caused Xiao Ting's gaze to narrow as well, his expression turning even grimmer. Ling Lan's expression was nonchalant as she held this giant cold weapon. She said measuredly, "Who exactly is not qualified enough? Let's battle it out." "My pleasure," responded Xiao Ting coldly, beam saber in hand. For his dreams, for his ambitions, he could not lose here. After saying that, Xiao Ting faced Ling Lan from a distance. Neither side made a move, merely hovering in the air like two statues. The spectating students all knew that both combatants were looking for openings in the other's defense. As soon as one found a chance, a grand fight would begin. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, time passed bit by bit, and the two still did not make a move. Just as everyone was about to lose their patience, the two combatants finally moved. Almost at the same time, the two mecha rushed at each other. Perhaps because they had had plenty of time to prepare, their speeds were like light, suddenly crossing paths then suddenly breaking apart again. The spectating students did not even actually see the two of them move. All they saw was a beam of cold light and a beam of white light shining against one another and then disappearing abruptly. By the time they could see the two mecha clearly again, the two combatants had already crossed each other and swapped positions. The only change was that they were now back to back instead of facing each other. The two mecha still maintained their attack stances, each holding their respective weapons. Is it a draw? The spectators could not tell. They all began discussing with the people around them, trying to figure out the result of that last exchange. Unfortunately, the people around them were similarly in the dark. Equally confused, they never managed to find a proper answer. Ah, they're moving. Someone yelled out, drawing everyone's attention back to the battlefield. Ling Lan could be seen slowly sliding the giant sword in her hand back into the sheath slot on her mecha's back. With an audible click, the giant sword slid back into place. Following this sound, Xiao Ting's mecha, which had been suspended in the air, still and silent, suddenly broke apart. Only then did the audience see that Xiao Ting's mecha had actually been forcibly split in half, and the split even encompassed Xiao Ting's cockpit. It turned out that, when the two mecha had attacked as they passed each other, Ling Lan had instantly split apart Xiao Ting's mecha and its cockpit, defeating Xiao Ting in one blow without giving him any chance to fight back. Thunder King Xiao Ting, not much after all. Ling Lan commented coldly. She turned her head around to watch dispassionately as Xiao Ting's mecha broke apart to fall to the ground. This image was etched into everyone's minds, a black mecha with its back to the crowd, hovering in the air. Its head was turned around slightly, and the faint blue light shining from the mecha's eyes seemed to look down at everyone, announcing that the new king had arrived. Beep. All the spectating students received this notification alert from the mainframe. It officially declared the end of the match, for Lei Tang's headcount of remaining members had changed from 1 to 0. The entire venue exploded with noise. This reality sent the entire academy into a frenzy. The number one of the military academy, the one and only ace operator Xiao Ting, had really been defeated. And the one who had defeated him was actually a junior cadet who had just entered their second year. The mainframe quickly announced that the Ling Tian Mecha clan had obtained the victory of this challenge match. When the members of the Ling Tian Mecha clan saw this result, they all leapt up in exhilaration. Some of them were even moved to tears. Before the big fight, none of them had dared to imagine that they would really be able to obtain victory. The only reason they had not chosen to withdraw from the clan was that they did not want to submit to an older faction, just as it had been back during their days at the Central Scout Academy, when they had rather instigate a grand armed melee than submit to the 10th graders. Your juniors performed very well. In another viewing room, someone said to another. Unfortunately, they established a new mecha clan. If they had joined the Duotong faction, the position of number 1 faction would have been at our fingertips. These people were part of Zhang Jing'an's group, part of the number 4 faction in the military academy, the Duotong Mecha Clan 1. Zhang Jing'an huffed coldly at the other's words and said, "Stop dreaming. That person, Ling Lan, cannot be taken down by anyone." In the past, Zhang Jing'an had tried, only to be crushed so badly by the other that he had no face to continue staying at the Doha Central Scout Academy. He had only been able to slink away to the first men's military academy to lick his wounds. Now, the number 1 of the military academy, Xiao Ting, had also wanted to bring Ling Lan to heel, and he had likewise been beaten so badly by the other that he had lost all direction. An instant kill. Xiao Ting has disgraced himself big time this time. Recalling the past, Zhang Jing'an indeed felt very humiliated. However, in comparison to the current Xiao Ting, he felt his experience was really nothing after all, and so his mood improved considerably. Yes, Xiao Ting can be said to have thoroughly flipped his boat in the gutter this time. He's lost all the honor and prestige he had worked so hard to build up these past 4 years. The person beside him agreed wholeheartedly. His eyes did not hide any of his own ambition. Perhaps, this will be our chance. Don't act rashly. Tianji and Wuji still haven't acted. Our Duotong should not stick our necks out first, said Zhang Jingyan in warning. He did not want to pit himself against Ling Lan once again, that fellow is really too unfathomable. Unfortunately, the other person did not seem to take Zhang Jingyan's words seriously. Seeing this, Zhang Jingyan's mouth twitched, but he held himself back in the end and did not say anything more to dissuade the other. Zhang Jingyan did not continue to dissuade the other because he was about to apply for enlistment with the army divisions, so he had already officially stepped down as the regiment commander of the Duotong Mecha clan. The newly appointed regiment commander was not from the Doha Central Scout Academy, and so he did not know Ling Lan's true capabilities. No matter how formidable he painted Ling Lan to be, the other would not believe him. As such, he might as well let the other experience Ling Lan's fearsomeness for himself. That would be much more persuasive. Everyone was excited over Ling Tian's upset win over Lei Tang, and they were especially filled with envy, jealousy, hate when it came to Ling Tian's regiment commander, Ling Lan, because Ling Lan was the one who had dislodged the undefeated legend from his high horse, and on top of that, he had accomplished a one-hit kill on Xiao Ting. This was an unrealizable dream for all of the cadets, but Ling Lan had realized it. Is Ling Tian's regiment commander really very strong? This was the question in all the cadets' hearts. If he was not strong, then how had he managed to kill the half-crippled Thunder King in 1 second? Even half-crippled, the Thunder King was still the Thunder King. Right then, the VIP viewing room was already completely silent. Ling Tian's successful reversal made the expressions of the administrators turn very sour. If they had known this would be the outcome, they would not have requested for the principal to make this an open match. This way, they might still have used their authority to declare this match null and void, but everything was irrefutable now. After all, Xiao Ting's defeat had been before the eyes of all the cadets, the outcome could no longer be changed. Their initial plans were now completely dashed. Besides that, Xiao Ting, whom they had carefully cultivated over the past 4 years, had utterly lost his value due to this defeat. What was even more worrying was that this loss had caused Lei Tang to lose their title as #1 faction of the military academy. 3 months later, the Federation would be holding the All-Federation Military Academy Grand Mecha Tournament. If they really sent the Ling Tian Mecha clan, which had gained the position of #1 faction by defeating Lei Tang here today to represent the academy, would this cause the first men's military academy to become the bottom last school, thus becoming the laughingstock of the entire Federation? The administrators were distraught at the very thought. They very quickly gathered together once more to begin discussing how they would resolve this issue. In the end, they decided they would let Tianji and Wuji, part of the top 3 factions, to take turns to challenge the Ling Tian Mecha clan within these 3 months, and strive to pull the Ling Tian Mecha clan down from that top spot. This fight had pretty much exposed the full strength of the Ling Tian Mecha clan. If Xiao Ting had not been overconfident and had sent a few more special class operators onto the field, the outcome might have been different. At this thought, the administrators were extremely upset, becoming displeased with Xiao Ting's arrogance and overconfidence. The only 2 who were not part of the plotting were Tang Yu and the principal. They were currently deeply stunned. In those final moments of the match, they had discovered a secret. In that final clash between Ling Lan and Xiao Ting, everyone had been fooled by the outer appearance of Ling Lan's mecha. They believed that Xiao Ting had only been killed instantly by Ling Lan's special class mecha because Xiao Ting's mecha had been too severely damaged. However, all of this could not deceive the keen eyes of these 2 people. The 2 of them shared a glance, a look in their eyes that only the 2 of them understood. Everything that Ling Lan displayed in that moment where she had killed Xiao Ting proved that the mecha she was operating could not be a special class mecha. Whether it was in terms of explosive power or in terms of attack force, special class mecha could never achieve those stats. Although special class mecha and ace mecha seemed to just be one level apart, in truth, the difference between all aspects of performance of the 2 level of mecha was like heaven and earth. Truth be told, even the most beat-up ace mecha could not have been destroyed instantly by a special class mecha. If ace mecha could be so easily defeated and destroyed, it would not have become the king of the battlefield. To be able to achieve a one-hit kill against an ace mecha, only another ace mecha could do so. As such, without a doubt, Ling Tian number 1, that is, the mecha Ling Lan was operating, was definitely no special class mecha but a true ace mecha. The principal and Tang Yu had discovered Ling Lan's secret, but they both decided in unplanned unison to keep silent. They were well aware of the parable of how the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed. In order to protect this aberrant talent, they must bury the truth of the matter deep in their hearts. Tang Yu, that kid Ling Lan, I'll leave him to you, said the principal solemnly to Tang Yu. In the military academy, the only one he could trust completely was Tang Yu. Tang Yu nodded gravely back and said, "Understood, principal. I will protect him well." Advancing to ace operator level in his second year. Tang Yu knew that as soon as this news got out, it was not impossible for another enemy nation air invasion to be drawn to the school. The Federation's nemesis would never allow another Ling Xiao to appear in the Federation. In the Leitang Mecha clan's headquarters, there were currently quite a few people morosely gathering up their things. They all needed to move out of this place by 2 p.m. this afternoon. According to the Academy's duel regulations, if a lower-level mecha clan managed a reversal in a challenge duel, all the benefits the higher-level mecha clan enjoyed would be transferred to the winning mecha clan. Therefore, this mecha clan headquarters, the largest in the military academy which represented the number 1 faction, would no longer belong to the Leitang mecha clan but would officially become the headquarters of the Lingtian mecha clan. To that effect, the time given to the Leitang mecha clan to pack up and leave was just 3 days, and today was precisely the 3rd day. Very soon, the time was close to 2 p.m. Many of the already packed clan members were about to leave when one Leitang member, hefting his things up in his arms, swept a look around this place they had spent so many years in, and a crestfallen expression appeared on his face as he sighed and said, "Who'd have expected that we would one day leave this place in disgrace? I always thought that this would always be the place for us to grow before we graduate from the military academy." At his words, his companion by his side could not hide his bitter smile as he said, "Yes, our Leitang has always been the strongest mecha clan in the academy all these years, standing proud above the rest. Sadly, we actually lost in a situation where we most could not afford to lose." The decision of the regiment commander this time, at this point, he suddenly clammed up, merely shaking his head. In fact, he was extremely dissatisfied with the arrangements of the regiment commander this time. He felt that Regiment Commander Qiao Ting had been too reckless in his overconfidence. If the Leitang mecha clan had sent out all of their best elites, how could their Leitang have lost? Then, they would not have had to leave the headquarters so pathetically today. The regiment commander was indeed rather rash this time. Another member by their side could not help but comment when he overheard their conversation. If Qiao Ting had not been the one and only ace operator in the academy and thus had great repute within the Leitang mecha clan, perhaps his misstep and defeat this time would have been enough for his subordinates to impeach him. "Shoo, don't say any more. The people from Lingtian are here." Another member leaving together with them saw that there were people entering from the main doors now and quickly spoke up to warn them to mind their words. His reminder silenced everyone instantly. Everyone's attention turned towards the main doors to focus on the group of youths stepping into the hall right at that moment. There were about 15 to 16 of them, and most of them had excited smiles on their faces. It was clear to see that these hot-blooded youths were overjoyed and somewhat worked up over springing straight up to become the strongest faction of the academy in one bound. These half-grown youngsters were still rather immature and unpolished, they had not learned yet how to hide their emotions well. These radiant smiles were frankly rather irritating to the eyes of the Leitang members who had yet to leave the headquarters. Animosity quickly brewed within their gazes. "Humph, what a bunch of petty victors. Hopefully they won't be slinking out of here in shame in just a month." A fiery-tempered Leitang member could not help but sneer at this time. The military academy had ruled before that every mecha clan would have the right to challenge another mecha clan once per year, and any mecha clan could only be challenged once a month. This year, Leitang had already used up their challenge for this vengeance match, so they had no more chances. However, the members of Leitang believed that the other factions in the academy definitely would not give up this opportunity to become the first faction. A month later, there would inevitably be another mecha clan which would challenge Ling Tian. It was just unclear which of the remaining 3 mecha clans of the top 4, Tianji, Wuji, or Duotong, would be the first to challenge Ling Tian. Perhaps, they will create the record for shortest tenure as the number 1 faction in the academy, said another Leitang member mockingly. His words made many of the other Leitang members' lips curl up in disdainful smirks. They had already forgotten that the ones who had pulled them off their divine pedestal was precisely this Ling Tian mecha clan they were so disdainful of. The youths at the door did not care at all about the hostile stares. Despite their excitement, their gazes filled with the eagerness to explore their new headquarters, they did not continue to move forwards. Instead, they stopped at the door, looking around from time to time, as if waiting for someone. One of the most eye-catching was an incomparably beautiful teenager. Each move and each smile of that teen were unequivocally breathtaking. Even though the Leitang people were filled with animosity towards the Ling Tian people, they could not deny that they had indeed been mesmerized by the youth's beauty. If they had not known that all students accepted by the first men's military academy had to be male, there would certainly be a significant number of people who would be wondering right now whether the youth was a cross-dressing female. Although the chest area was very flat, in this militaristic society right now, it was not uncommon for girls to be less endowed in this respect. Suddenly, that lovely youth's subtle smile bloomed into a large smile, a smile so radiant that it dazzled the senses, causing everyone present to instantly lose themselves in it for a moment. "Boss!" A warm voice accompanied by a warm smile. Many of the Leitang boys dearly wished that this cry was for them. But very quickly, everyone was dealt a cold awakening. An austere youth stepped through the doors of the number 1 faction under the respectful gazes of the other Ling Tian youths to come into the main hall. As soon as he entered the hall, the ambient temperature in the room instantly plunged to freezing point. "Boss!" When the Ling Tian youths saw this austere youth, they instantly greeted him with respectful expressions. The cold-faced youth swept an icy gaze over them and then nodded slowly in acknowledgement. This action appeared somewhat perfunctory, but the youths did not seem to feel that way. Rather, their uptight expressions actually relaxed considerably following the youth's actions. This was the response they expected from their boss. If the expression or motion had been any different, they might perhaps be terrified, wondering whether they had done something wrong and if their boss was about to deal with them. Those Leitang members who had initially stared at the Ling Tian group with contempt instantly tucked away the sneers on their faces at the entrance of this person. They had not forgotten that it was this person who had unseated their Thunder King from his throne. That's right, this frigid teenager was our main protagonist Ling Lan. She was here today to accept the handover of the number 1 faction's headquarters. As soon as the transfer was done, the Ling Tian mecha clan would officially become the number 1 faction of the military academy. Of course, to secure this position was not easy. They would have to accept and weather the consecutive challenges of the other factions in the academy in the subsequent few months, but what Ling Lan feared least was challenge. 3 people trailed behind Ling Lan. They were the 3 other regiment commanders of the Ling Tian mecha clan, Qi Long, Wu Jiong, and Li Yingjie. Wu Jiong followed Ling Lan into the hall and took a look around. Not seeing the person he was looking for, he quickly stepped forward to come up to Ling Lan's side and said with a soft chuckle, "Boss Lan, Xiao Ting isn't here yet." Wu Jiong wondered if Xiao Ting was too embarrassed to come earlier. Ling Lan's lips quirked. "When 2 o'clock comes, he will definitely appear." The academy would not permit its rules to be broken. No matter how much Xiao Ting resisted, he would still come to carry out this responsibility at that final moment. When Xiao Ting challenged us, he must never have imagined this moment. He's definitely too embarrassed to come early, haha. Li Yingjie heard the conversation between Wu Jiong and Ling Lan, and he chimed in with smug laughter. In contrast to Wu Jiong's and Ling Lan's restrained manner, Li Yingjie's voice was obviously much louder. Those Leitang members who had yet to leave the hall were all enraged by his arrogance. Some of them even looked about to charge over to punch him, but they were held back by their companions. All of a sudden, the atmosphere of the entire hall was tense. Ling Lan and Wu Jiong sweat dropped. This Li Yingjie was an absolute troublemaker. They were here to accept the transfer of the headquarters and not to instigate a fight. Trailing behind them lazily, Qi Long sensed the sudden shift in the hall's atmosphere and his spirits rallied instantly. He looked around with lively eyes, his earlier indolence completely swept away. He licked his lips and said excitedly, "Boss, is there going to be a fight?" Bored as he was, he had not paid any attention to Ling Lan and the others' conversations and so did not really know what was going on. However, his beast-like instinct had alerted him to the potential of a fight. Wu Jiong could no longer maintain his initially serious expression at Qi Long's words. His facial muscles twitched, and he sent a plaintive gaze at Ling Lan, obviously complaining to Ling Lan for assigning him two such offbeat partners. Whether it was with the new cadet regiment back then or the Lingtian Mecha clan now, Ling Lan had always held a laissez-faire attitude as a general. All clan internal affairs were handled by Wu Jiong, Qi Long, and Li Yingjie. Unfortunately, the haughty Li Yingjie would stir up some trouble every so often, and when he could not settle the matter himself, Wu Jiong and Qi Long would be dragged in as well to help him clean up the mess. On the other hand, although Qi Long did not cause as much trouble as Li Yingjie did, he was perpetually at the combat arena. To ask him to handle the affairs of the faction, fine. To pry him out of the combat arena was even harder than directly asking Boss Lan for help in Wu Jiong's opinion. Then again, to ask Boss Lan for help. Wu Jiong felt that he really had no way of withstanding that piercing gaze capable of freezing a person to death. Every time he had no other choice but to seek Boss Lan out to resolve a problem, Wu Jiong felt that his lifespan had been reduced by at least 5 years. So that he did not die before his time, he decided that it was better for him to just put in the extra effort himself. Wu Jiong's mournful gaze was resolutely ignored by Ling Lan. She pretended that she did not know anything. She would not step into this stinking puddle of water. One would not step into this stinking puddle of water, i.e. not going to involve herself in this mess. Right at that moment, the elevator at the end of the hall suddenly dinged. The elevator doors opened, and a handsome youth with chiseled features appeared before the crowd. His initially domineering and confident brow now carried a touch of gloom, his entire being seeming somewhat diminished. He was the present regiment commander of Leiting, Xiao Ting. When he saw Ling Lan standing by the doors, his gaze flickered and he hesitated for a moment. But he quickly shook it off and strode out of the elevator to come before Ling Lan. The two of them faced each other. Even though Ling Lan was half a head shorter than Xiao Ting, she did not lose to the other in terms of force of presence. Rather, the sharp chill surrounding Ling Lan was even more evident through the encounter. For a brief moment, the other people there even had the impression that the Thunder King was being suppressed by Ling Lan. At this sight, Ling Lan's eyes narrowed. Her already cold and expressionless face became even more forbidding. Those who understood Ling Lan well would know that this was an indication that Ling Lan had become even more serious and vigilant. The two youths did not say anything, merely staring at each other in silence for 1 to 2 minutes. The atmosphere in the entire hall was unbelievably heavy. Some people with lower tolerance found their bodies beginning to tremble, pressed so far by the two's auras that they were on the verge of breaking down. Just when everyone thought that the two youths would continue their silent confrontation indefinitely, Xiao Ting spoke up first. "You have come." Perhaps only Xiao Ting knew the full meaning behind these simple 3 words. The moment Xiao Ting opened his mouth to speak, the heavy atmosphere was swept away. Those who were on the brink of collapse due to the pressure from the two youths abruptly felt the pressure ease and were revived. "I have come," replied Ling Lan, likewise 3 words in return. Perhaps only Ling Lan herself understood the true meaning behind these 3 words as well. Xiao Ting raised his eyebrows slightly at her words and said calmly, "Follow me." Having said that, he turned to leave, unconcerned whether Ling Lan and the rest could keep up. Xiao Ting's attitude made the expressions of the Lingtian members change. Rage rose in many of their eyes, but all of this died away under Ling Lan's cool gaze. Everyone could read the meaning in Ling Lan's eyes. She was telling all of them to be quiet and to let her handle this. After settling her faction members with her gaze, Ling Lan walked after Xiao Ting with steady footsteps. The two of them entered the elevator, and when the elevator doors closed, everyone left behind released a sigh of relief in unplanned unison. Xiao Ting and Ling Lan's forces of presence were just too powerful, being in the same room with them was really too stressful. In the elevator, the two youths continued to be silent. Ling Lan looked at the flashing numbers of the elevator, waiting for the final floor they would reach. Right at this moment, Xiao Ting spoke up unexpectedly, "Next year, I will not lose again." Ling Lan glanced over at him in surprise, but before she could say anything, the elevator dinged and they had arrived at their destination floor. Xiao Ting did not require Ling Lan to respond to his statement, he had only wanted to tell Ling Lan his determination. When the elevator doors opened, Xiao Ting immediately walked out of the elevator. Seeing this, Ling Lan quirked an eyebrow. She had not expected that Xiao Ting would actually think to fight her again in the academy. Although the military academy was a 6-year system, all cadets would typically leave the academy in their final year. They would either enter an army division for practical training, or sign up for an adventuring group to participate in interstellar expeditions to gain practical experience. Almost no one would continue to remain at the military academy. These words of Xiao Ting was clearly intended to tell Ling Lan that, next year, he would still be at the military academy to fight her again. Ling Lan did not understand why Xiao Ting would want to do this. She seemed to remember that Xiao Ting had already caught the 3rd Marshal's eye and would be joining the 3rd Division this year. It went without question that early admittance into an army division would be extremely beneficial to Xiao Ting's future development. Now, in order to fight her again, Xiao Ting was actually planning to delay his enlistment. Was this truly necessary? Ling Lan was rather puzzled, but she did not pause her footsteps. Following closely behind Xiao Ting, they soon arrived at the central control room of the building. Xiao Ting pushed the door open, and Ling Lan saw that there was one other Lei Tang member still seated in front of a control panel in the central control room. "Regiment Commander, you're here." When that person saw Xiao Ting, he immediately leapt to his feet. Catching sight of Ling Lan standing behind Xiao Ting, his eyes turned dim, and there was even a trace of indignation contained within them. It looked like the people of Lei Tang still felt resentful that their headquarters had been taken by Ling Tian. They were not convinced of their defeat, believing that their regiment commander had just taken the enemy too lightly. Along with other miscellaneous reasons, Ling Tian had just had the luck of the devil that day. Xiao Ting was well aware of this sentiment in his people. In fact, he too was unconvinced by his loss. However, a defeat was a defeat. Lei Tang's loss of the title of number 1 faction had already become fact and was not something they could shy away from. Prepare transferal procedures. That person's face stiffened, and with a trace of unwillingness, he once again sat back before the control panel and began the operations to execute the transferal procedures. Soon, Xiao Ting had wiped all the fingerprints belonging to the current regiment commander of the Mecha clan from the headquarters systems. After Ling Lan's fingerprints were successfully input into the system, the new owner of the headquarters would become the Ling Tian Mecha clan. Watching as the optical supercomputer declared the completion of the procedure, Xiao Ting zoned out for the first time. He quickly got a hold of himself, however, and turned his head to say to Ling Lan, "Regiment Commander Ling, I hope that you will be able to hold on to this place for this year. Don't make me have to fight an extra challenge." Clearly, Xiao Ting did not think much of the Ling Tian Mecha clan. Ling Lan snapped her head around, her gaze piercing straight through Xiao Ting as she answered coldly, "Don't worry. Before I graduate, this place will only belong to the Ling Tian Mecha clan. No other Mecha clan will be able to touch it." Ling Lan absolutely would not allow anyone to look down on her companions or her faction. Her gaze pressed down on Xiao Ting as she said with full conviction, "Ling Lan, we'll be waiting for your challenge." Ling Lan's attitude was clearly telling Xiao Ting that, she, as the winner, was king, while Xiao Ting, as the loser, would be the challenger in a year's time. Ling Lan's words and her overbearing aura whipped up the hate in Xiao Ting's heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingers almost breaking the skin of his palms. Ling Lan did not seem to be satisfied, for she continued to bear down on Xiao Ting, saying, "This academy has only one king, and that is I, Ling Lan. 3 days ago, you lost to me, and in future, you also will not win. I will use the truth to tell you that you are destined to be my stepping stone." When the words "stepping stone" were uttered, Xiao Ting could no longer tolerate the situation. He threw an angry punch at Ling Lan. With a smack, Ling Lan stopped Xiao Ting's fist with an open palm. Two unseen forces collided fiercely, sending the Lei Tang member seated at the control panel flying outwards to crash into the floor. That member climbed up with difficulty, a trickle of blood flowing down from the corner of his lips. He stared in horror at the two people still connected by a palm and a fist. His physical skills were already at the peak stage of refinement, yet he had still been sent flying and had suffered some minor internal injury just from being in the range of the aftershock of the two hidden forces at play. Just how strong were these two's physical skills? Peak top-level Qi Jin. Xiao Ting's eyes glinted with a keen light. A year ago, he had already known about Ling Lan's physical skills stage 1. Back then, he was not confident whether he could beat Ling Lan in physical skills, but now, he had a good fighting chance. "I've said that you will never ever win." A smirk appeared on Ling Lan's lips. She had barely finished speaking when she unleashed her full force of presence, and a powerful and chilly pressure instantly blanketed the entire control room. Xiao Ting felt the temperature of the central control room dropping drastically, an inescapable chill invaded his heart, and he felt as if his 4 limbs were about to be frozen stiff. It was then that he saw a thin layer of ice actually appear on his fist touching Ling Lan's palm, and the ice was slowly winding its way up his arm. Seeing this, Xiao Ting frowned and he did not hesitate to unleash his own force of presence as well, trying to prevent that layer of ice on his fist from spreading any further. However, he soon found that when his force of presence encountered the ice, it seemed to sink like a stone into the ocean, disappearing completely without a trace. Why wasn't it working? A notion flashed through Xiao Ting's mind. His expression changed drastically and he shouted in disbelief, "Domain? That's impossible." Xiao Ting could not be blamed for his disbelief. Insight alone was not enough for one to become a domain master. Even the most prodigious talent would need to accumulate countless years of actual battle experience and endure many trials and tribulations before they might grasp the profound secrets of domain by sheer serendipity, to finally join the ranks of these top-class experts. In over several 100,000 years of Huaxian history, there had never been anyone who managed to enter the stage of domain below the age of 30. No matter how talented Ling Lan was, how aberrant, without the accumulation of real and substantial experience, he should not have been able to enter that enviable realm at the young age of 17. Even Xiao Ting himself, who had just entered the peak of Qi Jin, would not dare to claim that he would be able to enter that realm 10 years later. Xiao Ting did not know then that although Ling Lan appeared to only be 17 years old, due to the learning space, she had already lived through multiple hardships and had been through countless massacres. The experience she had accumulated through all that was definitely no less than several decades of an average person's life. Seeing the shock on Xiao Ting's face, a trace of pity appeared in Ling Lan's eyes. She said softly, "Anything that is impossible will become possible when I'm involved." Xiao Ting's eyes narrowed at her words. He understood her meaning, his speculation was actually confirmed to be fact. An unnameable emotion rose in his heart, and Xiao Ting was left dumbstruck for a long while. But then, Ling Lan's next words jolted him back to awareness. "You should feel blessed, because you are the first person to experience my domain." Domain, activate. Ling Lan was doing this on purpose. The activation of one's domain could be done silently, but Ling Lan was intentionally using a verbal command to deal Xiao Ting another blow. When she had first met Xiao Ting earlier, his reserve and low profile had raised flags in Ling Lan's mind. Xiao Ting was a prodigy. Ling Lan knew very well that if she did not have the learning space and the careful guidance of the learning space's instructors, without that cheat code, her current abilities would definitely not be at Xiao Ting's level. This kind of peerless prodigy with talent, skill, and diligence had unfortunately become her opponent. And now, He had learned forbearance and knew how to endure for the sake of future vengeance. Ling Lan knew this was not a good thing just thinking about it. If the other was given ample time to grow, when he came after her again in the future, it would be a tragedy waiting to happen. Ling Lan was well aware that to live on securely, she would need to nip this threat in the bud. Therefore, Ling Lan had turned on the aggression, thinking to completely curb Xiao Ting here. She wanted to make it so that Xiao Ting would be plagued by psychological demons and would no longer have the courage to challenge her again. Following this cry of Ling Lan's, Xiao Ting felt as if he had been encased in ice. He even had the illusion that his blood had become frozen in his veins. No, I cannot be frozen in place. I want to move, I have to move. Xiao Ting was a prideful person, how could he so easily bow down and submit? He was screaming internally as he forced his arm back strenuously through sheer willpower. Looking at the contorted expression of Xiao Ting who still refused to submit despite the toll on his body, a trace of acknowledgement flashed across Ling Lan's eyes. Although Xiao Ting was too forceful and overbearing, he still had the integrity of a Huasyan soldier embedded in his bones. Ling Lan found this kind of Xiao Ting admirable. Her initial plans of crushing the other changed instantly. She pulled back slightly on the force of her domain, letting Xiao Ting successfully pull his fist away from her palm. Although Ling Lan had eased up on the strength of her domain, allowing Xiao Ting to pull back his fist, the gap between domain and Qi Jin was just too wide. In order to resist the binding power of Ling Lan's domain, Xiao Ting had still exhausted too much of his own strength, causing himself to take internal damage. He could not stop himself from spewing out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Xiao Ting slip out of her control with his own strength, Ling Lan quickly retracted her domain and then stared at the other with cold eyes. Since Ling Lan had decided to show the other some mercy, she did not press any further. After escaping from the restriction of Ling Lan's domain, Xiao Ting stumbled back several steps. Perhaps the binding force had disappeared too abruptly. Xiao Ting was not fully prepared, his retreating footsteps appeared rather unsteady. After falling back 4 to 5 steps, Xiao Ting found his footing and pressed his right hand lightly to his chest. He tolerated the intense pain shooting through his body, his gaze becoming dull, with even a trace of despair in them. Could it be that this world truly had such an aberrant existence? An unmatched prodigy who had reached domain at 17 years old, could he really defeat him? Doubt flashed through his heart, but very soon, Xiao Ting had regained his composure. He thought of how this was not the Huaxia of old, when physical skills were dominant. It was now the era of mecha dominance, and he was the only fourth-year cadet to have advanced to ace operator, a feat which was comparable to that of the Huasyan legend Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Lan was abnormally gifted in physical skills, in terms of mecha, he, Xiao Ting, was still the strongest one. Xiao Ting's heart settled and the light in his eyes was rekindled. Then, he suddenly thought of how Ling Lan was already a special class operator. It was hard to be sure whether the other would not advance to ace in 2 years. At this thought, Xiao Ting was even more apprehensive of Ling Lan, and the gaze he directed at the other became dark and inscrutable. Ling Lan may not have fully comprehended Xiao Ting's entire thought process, but she still had a pretty good guess. It was not to say that Ling Lan was good at reasoning and deduction, rather, Little Four had applied 360-degree monitoring on Xiao Ting, capturing every single change in his expression without errors. Furthermore, Little Four had many expert advisors behind him. Instructor number 5 was the primary force. Very quickly, they had managed to deduce Xiao Ting's true thoughts via analysis, and Little Four had then conveyed these results to his boss. Of course, Little Four very shamelessly took credit for all of the work without revealing that he had other advisors behind him. Seeing Xiao Ting regain his confidence, Ling Lan sighed mentally, unsure whether to be relieved or concerned. Ling Lan was appreciative of Xiao Ting's resilience. After some thought, she said, "In future, if you're ready, you can come find me at any time." Although Ling Lan's tone and expression were still endlessly cold, Xiao Ting could still sense that Ling Lan was not being as overbearing as he had been at the start. Xiao Ting's heart was a complex myriad of emotions at this realization. It was unexpected that there would come a time when he, Xiao Ting, would be oppressed by another. Was this karma for when he had been the oppressor? Xiao Ting chuckled dryly but quickly rallied himself. He looked at the Lei Tang member lurking in a corner and said, "Let's go." That member hurriedly ran over, his expression one of great relief at being spared. Earlier, when Ling Lan had unfurled her domain, even though he had not been within the range of the domain, he had still felt a destructive wave of energy. He had almost thought he would die here. Now, hearing that his regiment commander was going to lead him away, he rushed over quickly, not daring to tarry. That speed was as if there were evil ghouls on his tail. In the blink of an eye, he had run out of the central control room. Before Xiao Ting left, he glanced one more time at Ling Lan, his gaze extremely complicated. After cooling down, he realized that Ling Lan had shown mercy just moments back. Under Xiao Ting's lead, the Lei Tang members quickly departed from the headquarters. Meanwhile, the already ready Ling Tian members surged into the headquarters representing the number 1 faction as soon as the Lei Tang people left. And the nameplate hanging high over the door also changed from Lei Tang to Ling Tian at this moment. Xiao Ting, Li Lanfeng stared at Xiao Ting's departing figure, his brow furrowed. He had come a little late, he had only arrived in time to see Xiao Ting leading his people away. Apprehensive of Xiao Ting all this while, Li Lanfeng paid a lot of attention to every move of Xiao Ting's. It could be said that he understood the other very well. Although he had only caught a glance of the other, the sensitive Li Lanfeng had still sensed the change in the other. How should he put it? The past Xiao Ting was extremely imperious and domineering, prideful and self-centered, his entire being shone so brightly that others did not dare look straight at him. Though this kind of person would draw the adoration of some people who worship strength, it would also incur the dislike or even revulsion of some others. Although Xiao Ting had been very strong all this while and had bested everyone by a head, Li Lanfeng had not felt that Xiao Ting was really unassailable. It was not completely impossible if he wanted to oppose the other. However, the Xiao Ting who had just left, although his force of presence was as strong as ever, it was no longer so keen and sharp that it would irritate others. It seemed as if he had learned how to temper it. Carrying some bit of worry, Li Lanfeng arrived at the office resting room of the regiment commander of the Mecha clan, only to find Ling Lan standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the scenery of the military academy. "Rabbit, what are you looking at?" When it was just the two of them, Li Lanfeng would intimately call Ling Lan Rabbit. This made him feel closer to Ling Lan. It could not be denied that Li Lanfeng had his own selfish wish. He did not want to just become a normal member of Ling Lan's battle clan, so he constantly tried to highlight the uniqueness of his existence before Ling Lan. Ling Lan did not answer, merely staring coldly at the scene below. Li Lanfeng walked over and followed the line of her sight and saw that she was actually looking at Thunder King Xiao Ting. Even though Xiao Ting had led his men away from the headquarters of the number 1 faction, they were now standing at a hover car stop several hundred meters away and was facing off against another group. Those are the vice-regiment commanders of the Lei Tang Mecha clan. Li Lanfeng thought that Ling Lan might not know what was going on, so he took the initiative to explain. In fact, Ling Lan had long known who those people were. From the very moment she set eyes on them, Little Four had already reported the details of these few people. Li Lanfeng's eyesight was very good, he could see how worked up and indignant those people were from here. Li Lanfeng could not help but laugh at their expressions. It looks like the Thunder King won't be having an easy time of it for the near future. His subordinates have started to grow some ulterior motives. The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked. Seeing her opponent in trouble, she was undoubtedly in a good mood, and so deigned to give Li Lanfeng a verbal response. This is also a result of him being too overbearing in the past, leaving no room for dissent. So, as soon as he tripped up, the dissatisfaction of all those he had oppressed is breaking out now. Li Lanfeng was rather gleeful at the other's misfortune. With a half-smile, he peered at Ling Lan and said, "I had originally thought it would be a long time before I could see the Thunder King so down on his luck. Who would have guessed that that wish would be realized so soon?" Hearing Li Lanfeng's somewhat loaded words, Ling Lan cast an assessing glance at him and said with some realization, "Leopard, you hate the Thunder King?" Li Lanfeng's eyes narrowed and he was silent for several seconds before saying with a soft sigh, "Yes, I hate him. Such a proud elite. Both in terms of talent and physique, he is so outstanding that it's sickening. No matter how hard I work, I'll never be able to chase up to him." At this point, Li Lanfeng seemed to lose focus a little. All the reasons he had mentioned were all just surface reasons. Li Lanfeng had no idea how to broach the true reason for his hatred, that seemingly absurd reason that even he could hardly believe in. Picking up on the displeasure in Li Lanfeng's tone, Ling Lan thought about how Li Lanfeng had just pushed his body out of the danger zone, and she was instantly filled with understanding. She recalled how she could not help her jealousy in her previous life whenever she saw someone else with a strong and healthy body. Back then, she had even cursed the heavens and hated the people around her at times. Why could they possess healthy bodies and spirits while she could only lie there in bed every day, grappling with death? Perhaps out of sympathy for having shared the same affliction, or perhaps because she could empathize, Ling Lan felt that she could understand Li Lanfeng's complicated psychological state at this moment. Thus, she patted Li Lanfeng's shoulder consolingly and said firmly, "I believe that, in a few more years, you will definitely not be weaker than him, and you may even be stronger." Ling Lan's actions and the sincerity and conviction behind her words warmed Li Lanfeng's heart. This was probably what the books called a bosom friend, right? Someone who would trust him without having a reason to, who would stand unwaveringly by his side no matter what happened. Li Lanfeng felt heat run through his entire body. At this moment, the usual tendrils of cold air emanating from Ling Lan felt so refreshing to Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan cast a dubious glance at Li Lanfeng, unsure why the other's ears had suddenly flushed so red. She started thinking back on what she had said. Could it be that he had become so moved and excited by her encouragement? It looked like the leopard was someone who liked to hear kind words of encouragement. She needed to note this down. It might be a good way to spur the leopard forwards in future. Ling Lan stroked her jaw as she thought about this. Li Lanfeng was still very good at controlling his emotions. He calmed down again very soon. When he saw Ling Lan staring at the Thunder King and stroking her jaw thoughtfully, an idea sparked in his mind. Thinking of the change he had sensed in the Thunder King, he said with confidence, "Rabbit, are you staring at the Thunder King because you've also noticed the change in him?" Thunder King. Ling Lan was just planning how she could heap some tough training on Li Lanfeng in the upcoming period of time to raise his physical constitution even more as much as possible when she registered what Li Lanfeng asked, and her heart clenched in shock. Cough, cough, always thinking about how she could torture her friends. It was rather inhumane of her no matter how she looked at it. Ling Lan was afraid her dark intentions would be discovered by Li Lanfeng, so she quickly gathered up her thoughts. Switching tracks smoothly into Li Lanfeng's topic, she replied, compared to 3 days ago, he is indeed a little different now." Since the topic of conversation had turned to the Thunder King, Ling Lan began to seriously recall some of the things which had happened during the fight with him. A new idea suddenly appeared in her mind. Eyes glittering, Ling Lan asked Li Lanfeng seriously, "Leopard, setting aside your subjective opinions for now, objectively speaking, what is Xiaoting like?" Li Lanfeng frowned at her question, not really willing to answer it. However, since his rabbit had asked, no matter how much he disliked to do so, he would answer the question seriously. Xiaoting was extremely forceful and overbearing in the past. Always determined to do things his way, he was rather lacking in leadership ability. The creed he lived by was the survival of the fittest, where strength determines everything, so the strong should rule. Ever since he became the regiment commander of Leitang's power structure has basically been distributed according to strength. It should be said that this is another version of fairness and justice, but an excellent faction should not look at pure strength alone. At this point, Li Lanfeng paused for a moment before continuing. If we only consider strength, Leitang is the indisputable #1 faction in the military academy. However, in terms of clan battles, whether it is the second faction Tianji or the third faction Wuji, who I used to be part of, those other two factions are all a little better than Leitang at clan battles. Unfortunately, Tianji and Wuji are both lacking a Thunder King. Ling Lan finished his sentence. Yes, we did not lose to the Leitang Mecha clan but to Thunder King Xiao Ting, said Li Lanfeng, nodding with a bitter smile. Teamwork was indeed very important for a clan, but before absolute strength, even the strongest clan could only submit. Xiao Ting, who was forever a level higher than the others, was an obstacle which no faction had ever been able to overcome. Thus, he was called Thunder King, and not just because he's from Leitang 1. No matter which faction the Thunder King was in, he would have been given the title of a king. If it had not been Thunder King, it would have been Sky King or Earth King. Ling Lan acknowledged Xiao Ting's strength. Yes. It is precisely this kind of brilliant prodigy who people look up to. But sadly, he hasn't had very good luck. Li Lanfeng laughed. Looking intently at Ling Lan, he could not hide how proud he felt. He just had to meet you. He may be a rare talent which only pops up every 100 years or so, but I believe that you must be a peerless aberrant which only emerges every once in 10,000 years. Perhaps Li Lanfeng's gaze was too passionate, for Ling Lan actually felt a little embarrassed. After all, some of her strength could be said to be a product of cheating, while Xiao Ting was the one who had truly fought for every bit of his achievements. Being worshipped by an oblivious good friend like this, wasn't this just too brazen and shameless? In fact, Qi Long and the rest also worshipped Ling Lan immensely, but because they had encountered Ling Lan, who already had a strange anti-mentality at that time, while they were so young, Ling Lan felt that she was so much older than these little brats. If she could not handle them, then that would be a horrible disgrace. As such, Ling Lan could accept the idolization of Qi Long and the other children with ease. In contrast, Li Lanfeng had joined her later on, and he had always acted extremely mature and reliable, giving Ling Lan the feeling that he was a peer. Therefore, Li Lanfeng's worship made Ling Lan feel rather flustered and uncomfortable. Li Lanfeng did not sense Ling Lan's shyness. This was all thanks to Ling Lan's perpetual and unchanging ice block of a face. Almost no emotion could be discerned from it. He retracted his heated gaze and continued on to say, however, though that Thunder King has superior strength, he also has quite a few weaknesses. His aloof personality and insistence to do things his way makes it impossible for him to work with others well. And on top of that, his willfulness and methods of oppression to get his own way also lost him the support of a considerable number of regular faction members. The previous few years were all smooth sailing, so the problems between him and those below him were not obvious, but the defeat this time has completely brought out all the hidden conflicts within the clan. At this point, Li Lanfeng's expression turned solemn. Just now when I saw Xiao Ting, I felt that this defeat may not be a completely bad thing for him. He seems to have learned some tolerance. You are very perceptive, Ling Lan indicated for Li Lanfeng to look out the window. Li Lanfeng saw that although Xiao Ting was being taunted and provoked by his subordinates, he did not get angry. Instead, Xiao Ting listened calmly with a stony expression. If not for the deep furrow of his brow, one could almost assume there was no confrontation between the two sides. It really seemed like Xiao Ting had learned how to be tolerant. Li Lanfeng's brows knitted together at the sight. As expected, Xiao Ting has grown even more. Who knows how far he'll go? With such an opponent, it looks like things will be rather troublesome. Ling Lan's lips quirked up at his words. Isn't it more interesting this way? Some appropriate pressure can prompt us to improve. Xiao Ting is a good rival. The Thunder King's strength may perhaps spur on the growth of Qi Long and the others, including the leopard before her, Li Lanfeng. However, before Xiao Ting becomes a troublesome opponent for us, perhaps there is the possibility of a collaboration. After saying this, Ling Lan stepped away from the window to sit back before her office desk. Collaboration. Li Lanfeng ran some swift calculations in his head and figured out the deeper meaning behind Ling Lan's words. You're saying that Xiao Ting might leave Leitang to join Ling Tian? Li Lanfeng's mood was suddenly horrible, a great sense of danger stabbing him straight in the heart. Could it be that he was going to have yet another rival? Qi Long alone was enough to make him feel suffocated from the pressure, and now Xiao Ting, who was stronger than Qi Long, was going to come. When would he earn the right to stand by his rabbit's side and truly become Ling Lan's right hand who could be trusted and depended on? Ling Lan cast a cold glance at him, and Li Lanfeng shuddered, crushing his wandering thoughts. How can that be? I only mentioned the possibility of collaboration. Have you forgotten? 3 months later, the All-Federation Military Academy Grand Mecha Tournament will be starting. This year, I do not intend to continue remaining as number 2. The All-Federation Grand Mecha Tournament was held once every 3 years. As per the First Men's Military Academy regulations and tradition, the battle team representing the school every time were always members from the number 1 faction of that year. This had also led to a frustrating consequence. Despite having assembled all the most outstanding talents in the entire federation, the First Men's Military Academy's representative students had only performed on equal ground with the other outstanding students from the other military academies. According to Ling Lan's intel, the First Men's Military Academy had already obtained second place for 7 consecutive years in the mecha tournament. You're saying that, you want to break past the current faction boundaries and choose the strongest few students from every specialization in our academy as representatives? Ling Lan's words made Li Lanfeng's eyes light up. If this move of Ling Lan succeeded, then it would definitely be a great pioneering achievement for the First Men's Military Academy. Yes, since we're representing the academy as a whole, then why should only members from one faction be representatives? This is unfair for those exceptional students belonging to other factions. They have the right to shine as well in the Grand Mecha Tournament. The administrators of the academy had originally intended for Qiao Ting to win first place in the Mecha Tournament. If they know your plans, they will definitely support it fully, said Li Lanfeng with a smile. I'm not doing this for them, but because I want everyone in the Federation to know that the strongest military academy is our First Men's Military Academy. A glint of ambition shone in Ling Lan's eyes. Those rules which she disliked, she shall destroy them personally. After the headquarters of the number 1 faction was transferred to Ling Tian, Ling Lan did not do as everyone thought and remain in headquarters. Instead, she passed on everything regarding Ling Tian and the new headquarters to Wu Jiong, and then continued on with her usual simple classroom dormitory 2-venue lifestyle once again. However, Ling Lan's peaceful life was about to end. The second year's first mecha practical training lesson was finally here. Ling Lan received the time and venue for their meeting from her communicator, and then led Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi over together. The mentor Qi Long and Luo Lang had chosen was Tang Yu, the same as Ling Lan, while the mentor Xie Yi had chosen was also one of the top instructors in long-range ace mecha. The meeting time and place was exactly the same for all 4 of them, so they boarded a hover car together to head to their destination. The location of the practical training was, as everyone had predicted, that large mecha storehouse they had snuck into during the enemy air invasion back then. Today was the first practical training lesson for the mecha piloting department. Along the way, Ling Lan's group met quite a few other students headed the same way. Once they entered the storehouse, they saw quite a number of students already waiting there. This was the junior mecha area, but Ling Lan and the rest were already advanced mecha warriors, so their classes would not be held here. Under the envious gazes of the students here, Ling Lan's group of 4 moved ahead to the advanced mecha area. Once there, they saw Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, as well as the other team leaders who were already at the level of advanced mecha warrior. Of course, there were also a few unfamiliar faces who were probably promising newcomers from the other factions. At this moment, the crowd was looking up excitedly at the tall and majestic row of advanced mecha before them. They were rubbing their palms together in eagerness, wishing they could board the mecha immediately and have a good go operating one. Although the members of Ling Tian had already ridden mecha before during the enemy air invasion, they had had to be sneaky while doing so after all. Moreover, the situation that night was tense, so their nerves had been tightly strung, and the moment they had left the storehouse, they had been embroiled in bitter battle, constantly afraid that they would die in combat at any careless misstep. Today was the day they would truly get to enjoy the joy and excitement of piloting mecha. They were that close to pouncing forwards to touch the mecha they favored. Boss! A familiar voice cried out from behind Ling Lan. Ling Lan turned in surprise. Lin Zhongqing, why are you here? Lin Zhongqing was in the logistics specialization. According to Ling Lan's intel, the mecha practical training lessons of the students of that specialization would be delayed till their third year. Lin Zhongqing was also very puzzled at this moment. I'm not sure myself. I just received a notification just now, telling me to come here immediately to report for class. That said, Lin Zhongqing stretched out his right wrist to display the notification on his communicator. Ling Lan glanced at it and saw that it was no different from the notification she had received. A thought struck her and she said, "It's probably a good thing." Lin Zhongqing smiled at her words. "Yep. When I saw you, boss, I felt that it couldn't be a bad thing." Ling Lan was just about to say something when her ears twitched. She peered at the excited crowd and decided to just let it go. Several seconds later, they heard the clap, clap, clap of applause coming from behind them. The group was startled and quickly turned around to look for the source of the sound. There was now a group of instructors standing behind them, and Tang Yu was in the lead, currently clapping his hands together in a slow measured pace. The clapping sounds they had heard had been produced by Tang Yu. Qi Long could not help but blink blankly at the sight. His animal instinct actually had not alerted him to the presence of the instructors. It looked like the instructors' methods were truly special. Wu Jiong frowned as well. The vigilant senses he had trained from young had failed to pick up the instructor's arrival. This frustrated him. Ling Lan, Qi Long, Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, Luo Lang, and also Lin Zhongqing. All of you follow me. Tang Yu was the first to speak. He motioned for Ling Lan and the other 5 to come with him, and when Ling Lan turned her head to look back, she saw that the other students were also following the other instructors away. Tang Yu led Ling Lan's group of 6 to an extremely quiet place and then said, "You 6 will be learning from me from now on." When he saw Qi Long and the others staring at Lin Zhongqing with curiosity, he explained, "Lin Zhongqing is a student I accepted under special circumstances. He will study with you all in future. I hope that you all will learn from one another and improve together." "Yes, sir." Qi Long and the rest answered loudly, happy for Lin Zhongqing. Even Ling Lan could not stop her lips from quirking up into a slight smile. For Lin Zhongqing to have caught Tang Yu's eye was undoubtedly his luck. Ling Lan's heart lightened at this turn of events. It should be known that Lin Zhongqing had sacrificed his passion to choose the logistics specialization instead for the sake of the battle clan. Ling Lan had always felt rather sorry on behalf of Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing was extremely gifted in mecha piloting, but that talent was wasted in service of the others. Now, having obtained Tang Yu's favor, Lin Zhongqing's future in mecha piloting was boundless. After giving this instruction, Tang Yu instantly went into their lesson for the day. He first asked Qi Long, Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, Luo Lang, and Lin Zhongqing to choose the advanced mecha they wanted, and then he uploaded a document on mecha controls which matched the mecha type they chose onto their communicators. After that, he asked them to board their mecha and to work on matching their control panel to the contents of their respective documents. He requested that they swiftly learn the relevant control buttons and control stick of the mecha they had chosen within half an hour. Seeing the 5 youths enter their mecha and begin studying and familiarizing themselves with them, Tang Yu then turned to Ling Lan and said, "You, follow me." Tang Yu led Ling Lan into the deepest area of the storehouse. Ling Lan knew Tang Yu was planning to bring her into that hidden room to choose a special class mecha to operate. Sure enough, Tang Yu opened the secret door and walked into that hidden room to arrive at the special class mecha area. However, Tang Yu did not stop here as Ling Lan had expected. He walked right through the special class mecha area, going further into the room to stand before those 5 different types of ace mecha. Ling Lan followed close behind him, but was silently surprised, unsure why Tang Yu would bring her here. Could it be that the other had noticed her ruse in hiding her true mecha level? The mecha you chose in mecha world all lean towards close combat, but, in the real world, I hope you will choose a little more carefully. Even though close combat mecha are extraordinarily powerful, reigning in the top ranks of ace mecha in terms of combat power, the risk of danger is correspondingly high. On the battlefield, the mortality rate of close combat mecha is also the highest. Tang Yu's warning made Ling Lan raise a brow and she asked in return, in the Federation Army, which type of mecha operator is the majority? Ling Lan's question made Tang Yu pause for a beat, a little stunned, but he soon smiled faintly and replied, it's close combat mecha operators. As you have mentioned, sir, since the mortality rate of close combat mecha operators is the highest, then why does everyone still choose close combat mecha? Ling Lan continued to ask. Tang Yu said in response, I think you know what the answer is. Because close combat mecha are also called guardian mecha. They are the first line of defense protecting one's teammates. That's why I want to guard those who have put their faith in me. Ling Lan said all this lightly, but her tone could not hide the determination in her heart. For the sake of those childhood friends who had grown up alongside her and believed in her with all their hearts, for the sake of her little companions who did not mind sacrificing their own interests to choose other specializations in order to help her obtain the greatest advantages. Lin Zhongqing was one, Han Jijian was another, and then there were the others, such as Luo Chao and the rest in the Federal Co-ed Military Academy, as well as that Li Lanfeng who trusted her and was willing to fight by her side. All of this trust weighed heavily on Ling Lan, so she did not dare to relax. In this world where war could break out at any time, she needed to grow strong enough to protect them all. Ling Lan's words made Tang Yu's eyes shine with a brilliant light, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. He had asked many other students this question before, and every student's answer had been different. Each of those answers had their own charm and radiance, but Ling Lan's answer was undoubtedly the one which pleased him the most thus far. Only by having people to safeguard would one be unafraid of sacrifice and choose close combat mecha, which were known as mecha of death. Since you understand the meaning behind close combat mecha, then I'll hand this life-risking close combat mecha to you, said Tang Yu with a smile, pointing at the ace mecha right in the middle. That's an ace mecha. Instructor Tang Yu's unexpected arrangement surprised Ling Lan. Isn't your level in mecha world at ace operator? Tang Yu peered at Ling Lan with a half-smile. Ling Lan's heart dropped. Having successfully deceived all the instructors and students in the academy, she had not expected to be caught out by the keen eyes of Instructor Tang Yu. Rest assured. This matter is only known to me and the principal. While you still lack the ability to protect yourself, the matter will stop here with me and the principal, added Tang Yu. He could understand what Ling Lan was thinking. Even though the First Men's Military Academy was tightly defended, after the enemy air invasion incident, even the principal could not be certain whether the academy would once again see another enemy invasion if the news of Ling Lan becoming an ace operator as a second year was exposed. The principal could not take the risk, and he did not intend to gamble. Thank you, sir. This decision of Tang Yu's and the principal's was undoubtedly meant to protect Ling Lan. Ling Lan could feel their kind intentions and accepted it gladly, and so she earnestly thanked Instructor Tang Yu. Once you've entered ace level, there's nothing much for me to teach you. Every ace operator has their own unique control methods, and this depends on your own study. I won't keep you by talking any further. If you have anything you don't understand or anything that confuses you, you can come find me to discuss it. Perhaps my experience can provide you with some tips. At this point, Tang Yu could not help but smile wryly and grumble, who'd have guessed that there would be a student even I, Tang Yu, can't teach? Taking you in as a student gives me no sense of achievement at all. Ling Lan could only listen awkwardly. At this time, she was immensely grateful for her ice-block face for hiding her true thoughts. It was thoroughly unexpected that Instructor Tang Yu, who was so mature and steady in her mind, would also have such a childish side to him. Her impression of him was crumbling. Tang Yu did not know that his image in Ling Lan's mind was in jeopardy. He asked Ling Lan to board her ace mecha and study on her own. Just like he had said, at ace level, he did not have anything much to teach Ling Lan. And so, he left the hidden room. Compared to Ling Lan, the other 5 outside was a greater concern for him. Hence, Ling Lan was left alone to research control methods that would belong to her exclusively. In the meantime, Qi Long and the rest were pushed into grueling trials and tribulations, every day, they were tortured by Tang Yu till they were half dead. However, the results were excellent. Not long after, Qi Long's hand speed gradually increased till it was infinitely close to special class operator level, and his operation began to show signs of Qi Long's unique style, brutal violence. For 28 Duotong and Tianji. The Duotong Mecha clan was the first to step out and challenge Ling Tian after Ling Tian's defeat of Lei Tang. The moment this challenge fight was initiated, there was a great upheaval within Duotong. It should be known that, in the Duotong Mecha clan, there was a portion of members who were students of the Doha Central Scout Academy. Also, the Ling Tian Mecha clan just so happened to be a mecha clan which consisted primarily of students from the Doha Central Scout Academy, while the 4 main regiment commanders were all from the Central Scout Academy. In contrast with Duotong, which gathered students from all scout academies on planet Doha, the purer Ling Tian Mecha clan gave these Central Scout Academy students a greater sense of relatability. Thus, when Duotong issued its letter of challenge this time, the seniors in the faction who had graduated from the Doha Central Scout Academy were infuriated. They rose up in indignation and demanded that the regiment commander of Duotong would take the initiative to give up on this challenge. Unfortunately, the current regiment commander of Duotong, Gu Jingxing, who had succeeded Zhang Jingyan, was not from the Central Scout Academy. He rejected the demand without any hesitation. This move thoroughly enraged the members who had graduated from the Central Scout Academy, and the conflict among the members began to intensify. Duotong began to break apart from within. When the challenge against Ling Tian was just about to start, the seniors who had graduated from the Central Scout Academy made a move which flabbergasted all the cadets. They collectively withdrew from the faction. This move reduced Duotong's numbers by almost 1/5, also causing Duotong to fall to the dusty depths from their position in the top 4. Both in terms of numbers and strength, Duotong was now pretty much equivalent with the other middling factions. Meanwhile, those Central Scout Academy students who had left Duotong unsurprisingly all joined the Ling Tian Mecha clan. This boosted the strength of the Ling Tian Mecha clan greatly, and those other factions which had still considered Ling Tian's success a consequence of sheer dumb luck at the start now no longer dared to underestimate them. Gu Jingxing. Jingxing, cautious action, caution in acting 1, Gu Jingxing really does not live up to his name. Zhang Jingyan, who was currently devoting all his attention into his enlistment applications, broke out into a cold smile when he heard the news from a member of his battle clan. He said, Ling Lan's group is not so easy to deal with. He is really quite stupid, actually completely oblivious to the other side's tactic. Zhang Jingyan's words confused his clan member. Seeing this, Zhang Jingyan could not help but shake his head, sigh, and say, our Duotong is lacking a good strategist. It's likely that even Wuji, Tianji, and Lei Tang have seen and understood what Ling Tian was doing. Timely provocation combined with emotional investment, and then by pushing things to a head, under this entire series of calculation, Duotong can be considered done for. That fellow Ling Lan, his methods are as vicious as ever. Either he does nothing, or else once he acts, it's like a thunderstrike. This kind of person is very scary as an opponent. His team members were rather disgruntled. Even so, our Duotong is overall still stronger than Ling Tian. Our Duotong has over 2,000 members, while Ling Tian won't have even a full 1,000 even if they add in those members of ours who quit to join them. Our Duotong still has the better chance of winning in the challenge fight. Zhang Jingyan chuckled dryly. How can it be that simple? I can bet with you that the final outcome will be Ling Tian's victory. This fellow Ling Lan had never ever lost before, unless he gave up on purpose. Just as Zhang Jingyan predicted, the final victor was the Ling Tian Mecha clan. Even though Duotong's regiment commander Gu Jingxing had learned from Lei Tang's example and gave up on the elite 12-man team format to choose the 50-man mecha battle, Duotong's fate was even worse than Lei Tang's. At least Lei Tang and Ling Tian had fought till both sides had only one man left standing. At the time Duotong's team was completely eliminated, Ling Tian's side still had 7 people remaining. The remaining 7 included all the 4 regiment commanders without exception, and the 2 senior special class operators Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng. No one was overly surprised that these 6 had remained till the end. After all, the strength of these 6 had already been acknowledged by the cadets. What truly surprised the audience was the 7th survivor on Ling Tian's side. It was not one of the team leaders of the various battle clans in the Ling Tian Mecha clan, nor was it any of the primary fighters in the various battle clans. It was one of the secondary fighters in Ling Lan's battle clan, that enchantingly beautiful, delicate and slender Luo Lang. But when they thought back on Luo Lang's performance during the fight, everyone could see how reasonable it was for him to have survived. When Luo Lang got into the groove of fighting, he was extremely tenacious and was also willing to be ruthless at the same time, not only towards others but also towards himself. Many times, when he was forced into a disadvantageous situation, just as everyone believed he was sure to lose, he would fight his way out with frighteningly explosive combat power that verged on the edge of harming himself in the process. That attitude of never giving up gained the admiration of everyone there. Duotong's fragmentation before the battle and their defeat in the battle was a wake-up call to all those mecha clans that were thinking of taking advantage of Ling Tian. Though there had been an element of luck involved in Ling Tian's victory over Lei Tang, in reality, Ling Tian's strength was not as weak as these other factions had believed. Additionally, after taking in 1/5 of Duotong's men, it could be said that Ling Tian was now fully qualified to rank among the rest of the top-line factions. Under these circumstances, the third-place Wuji silently retreated. Han Yu was wary of Ling Tian's soaring power, and was also apprehensive over Li Lanfeng's scheming ways. He was certain that Li Lanfeng had a hand in orchestrating Duotong's tragic outcome. After much consideration, Han Yu decided to give up on this chance to represent the First Academy in the Grand Mecha Tournament. Of course, the reason Han Yu could give up so easily was that he had long heard that even if their Wuji defeated Ling Tian, in order to ensure the best team represents the Academy at the Grand Mecha Tournament, the school administrators would still specially arrange a fight between Wuji and Tianji. The final victor of that match would be the faction which would really represent the Academy. The Academy administrators definitely wanted to choose the strongest faction in the team to represent the Academy. If Lei Tang had not lost to Ling Tian so publicly, thus preventing the administrators from enforcing any hidden manipulations, they would not have had to back down and make do with Tianji. Han Yu was a clever person, he was not willing to benefit Tianji with the fruits of his efforts. Sure enough, after confirming that Wuji had given up on challenging Ling Tian, Tianji issued their challenge. The challenge mode they chose was like Lei Tang, the 12-man elite team battle. However, unlike Xiao Ting's self-centered and overconfident approach, Tianji chose to send out a whole team of special-class operators as its representative, the strongest 12 Tianji had to offer. Before the challenge fight, everyone thought that Ling Tian's good fortune was about to be ended here. This time, Ling Tian would lose for certain. After all, Ling Tian only had 3 special-class operators, Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng, and Zhao Jun, and no matter how strong the others were, they were still only advanced mecha warriors. 3 versus 12, no matter how you looked at it, the Ling Tian mecha clan had no chance of winning. But the results made everyone's eyes fall out of their sockets too. The final victor was still Ling Tian. Moreover, there were 2 members who survived the battlefield, Ling Lan and Zhao Jun. It should be said that this challenge fight was not as one-sided as everyone had assumed. Even though 9 of Ling Tian's members were advanced mecha warriors, those 9 people worked together extremely well. The battle had not started for long before they had managed to group themselves into 3 team formations. In comparison, the Tianji members reacted much slower. Not only did they not get into formation successfully, 3 of their number had been taken out by Ling Tian's formations not too long after the start of the battle. If the regiment commander of Tianji had not picked up on how bad the situation was and ordered all his members to retreat and regroup, Ling Tian might have had even more members survive till the end of the battle. It was only after Tianji had assembled themselves into formation that Ling Tian found themselves caught in a precarious situation. The 9 advanced mecha were successfully killed by Tianji, but the members of the Ling Tian mecha clan were extremely ferocious. Even when they died, they did not forget to pull their enemies down with them. In the fighting, Tianji also lost 2 mecha. However, even as the 9 advanced mecha of Ling Tian were being besieged and killed, Ling Tian's one and only formation made up of special class mecha similarly revealed its fearsome side. successfully killing off the opponent's mecha formation it encountered. At this time, Tianji's upper hand was completely gone. 4 against 3, although Tianji had one extra member, in this situation where both sides were special class operators, that one additional member was not enough to decide the ultimate victor yet. In the end, the two teams simply ended up pitting blunt force against blunt force. The 7 mecha clashed in a melee battle. In order to protect Ling Lan, after he defeated one mecha, Li Lanfeng used his battered mecha to bring down another mecha in mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun engaged the regiment commander of Tianji in a bitter fight with his strength as the second rank in mecha. Of the 3 Ling Tian special class operators left, Ling Lan, the weakest one in the audience's eyes, ended up having the easiest time of it. He fought against another special class operator from Tianji who also was not very strong for up to several hundred rounds. Finally, half-crippled, Zhao Jun found an opening in the other's defense and defeated his opponent. It could be said that Zhao Jun and the regiment commander of Tianji were about equal in strength. It would not be surprising for either side to win, it all just depended on who was luckier that day. And in this battle, Zhao Jun's luck was indisputably better than that of the Tianji regiment commander as he had managed to catch the other's weakness a step earlier. At the same time that Zhao Jun defeated the regiment commander of Tianji, Ling Lan also successfully killed her opponent, clinching the final victory for Ling Tian. In contrast to Zhao Jun's beaten-up mecha, Ling Lan's mecha was almost undamaged, only slightly drained of power. The spectators were very curious about this because, during the battle, Ling Lan's opponent had previously managed to land a hit on Ling Lan. When struck by mecha of the same level, even the sturdiest mecha armor would also inevitably be scarred. With this question in mind, everyone began rifling for information on Ling Lan's mecha, and only then did they discover that Ling Lan's mecha was a modified mecha. Of course, all they could find out was the line saying that it had been modified. As for more detailed information, they could not find anything. The mainframe had to protect the privacy of its users. However, just this point alone was enough to make the cadets think they had found the answer. They believed that Ling Tian was just too lucky in having managed to recruit the modification prodigy Chang Xinyuan, thus obtaining such a tough and fearsome modified special class mecha. As a consequence of this battle, Chang Xinyuan's reputation unexpectedly soared within the military academy. This was notably the first time that a mechanic who could modify special class mecha had appeared in the first men's military academy. As such, Chang Xinyuan shot to fame overnight, becoming the most sought-after person in the area. Many factions all began to inquire about the nature of the contract Chang Xinyuan had signed with the Ling Tian mecha clan. They were hoping that Chang Xinyuan had only signed a temporary collaboration contract with Ling Tian so that they would have a chance to bring this future maestro of mecha modification into their fold. For context, it should be known that an exceptional mecha engineer could add several layers of protection to a mecha operator's mecha. To be blunt, a mecha engineer would give mecha operators better rates of survival. This was why outstanding mecha engineers were enthusiastically sought after by mecha battle clans, making them hot pursuit targets of all battle clans. However, everyone was destined to be disappointed. Annoyed by all the attention, Chang Xinyuan simply announced that he was already a fixed member of Ling Tian. That meant that unless the battle clan he was in was destroyed, it was impossible for Chang Xinyuan to transfer to a new battle clan. Tianji's defeat rendered the academy administrators completely speechless, and it also made all the other factions which were already wary of Ling Tian even more apprehensive. Ling Tian's defeat of Duotong could still be said to be a confluence of luck and circumstances in Ling Tian's favor, but their defeat of Tianji was achieved through a straightforward show of strength. The number of mecha experts within Tianji was just slightly less than that in Leitang. Even the number 3 faction, Wuji, had no choice but to collaborate with Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun to compete with Tianji. It was clear to see how deep Tianji's power reserves went. Yet, it was precisely this kind of mecha clan, one that even Wuji found difficult to deal with, which had lost in such a clear-cut manner to Ling Tian. This was absolute proof that Ling Tian was not a mecha clan which was surviving by luck. Ling Tian had truly risen by its own power. Planet Southcrest. In the Strategic Planning Division of the 23rd Division, He Shuyang I, who had secured the position of head advisor to General Ling Xiao, unexpectedly received an invitation letter from his subordinates. When he opened and read it, a slight smile appeared on his face. He did not detain the invitation as he would typically, instead sliding it smoothly into the pile of documents to be sent over to General Ling Xiao for perusal. This move surprised his deputies. It should be known that there were almost over a dozen of these kinds of invitations every month, but General Ling Xiao had long ago instructed that they should refuse all of them. The workload involved in establishing the 23rd Division was massive. General Ling Xiao just did not have the time and leisurely mood to deal with these sorts of boring gatherings or events. Will it be okay? When the second advisor Tong Jiying too saw He Shuyang pick up the stack of documents with the invitation within it, ready to go to General Ling Xiao's office, he could not help but ask and give a cautious reminder. Even though General Ling Xiao was always extremely friendly and affable, Tong Jiying, as He Shuyang's partner, did not want to see him commit any mistakes that might cause him to be reprimanded by General Ling Xiao. He Shuyang smiled at Tong Jiying and explained, "This one is different." Tong Jiying's heart clenched and he quickly nodded to show he understood. He did not ask any more questions, but turned his gaze back onto the document in his own hands. Those who had managed to climb up so far to get to a position like his were all very cautious and discreet people. They knew not to casually ask about secrets they should not know. He Shuyang's smile deepened. This was also something he greatly appreciated in Tong Jiying. In addition, the other was exceptionally skilled. He Shuyang was very happy to be partnered with him. However, regarding matters which concerned young Master Lan, before General Ling Xiao announced their relationship to the public, He Shuyang decided he had better still keep everything secret. That's right. This very different invitation had something to do with young Master Lan. Half a month later, the highly anticipated All-Federation Military Academy Grand Mecha Tournament would begin. On each occasion, the commanders of every army division would receive an invitation card to attend and view the Grand Tournament. The 23rd Division, as a newly established standing army, had also received an invitation this year. And the reason He Shuyang treated this invitation so seriously was that he had heard General Ling Xiao inadvertently bring up the topic a few days ago. He had mentioned that young Master Lan, who was only in his second year, had already created history in the first men's military academy. He had led his clan in a victorious upset over the original number 1 faction in the academy and had then moved on to successfully defend his faction's new position, thus clinching the representation rights for this Mecha Grand Tournament. An excellent advisor needed to understand the mind of their leader. He believed that General Ling Xiao would definitely want to observe his son's outstanding performance with his own eyes. General Ling Xiao should be extremely willing to see this invitation letter. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Ling Xiao, who was focusing intently on a document in his hands, heard the alert of the door and softly called out, "Enter." The voice-activated door opened automatically following Ling Xiao's call, and He Shuyang strode through it holding a tall stack of documents. Ling Xiao saw that great stack of documents in He Shuyang's hands and kneaded his forehead in consternation, saying, "Why are there so many documents every day? Are you all slacking off and bringing all sorts of nonsense documents to me as well now?" He had clearly instructed his men to only bring those extremely critical and vital documents to him for approval. All other documents could just go to his 3 chiefs of staff to deliberate and decide on. He Shuyang speechlessly put the stack of documents down on General Ling Xiao's large desk. Recalling the documents piled up as high as a mountain on his own office desk, He Shuyang said sullenly, "General, our strategic planning division is so filled with documents that we hardly have anywhere to stand anymore. If you still have any complaints at this point, don't blame all of us in the strategic planning division for going on strike." He Shuyang's words reminded Ling Xiao of the cluttered and hectic environment of the Strategic Planning Division. Everyone there worked as if they were fighting a war. Ling Xiao could not help but shudder just thinking about how dizzying the constantly shifting environment was over there. Fine. He Shuyang's threat had a lot of weight behind it. If the Strategic Planning Division really went on strike, his 23rd Division was sure to be dead in the water 3. Thus, Ling Xiao could only point at those documents and ask, "What are these documents?" "These are the letters of appointment we've drawn up for the latest batch of officers. Please review them. And this is the proposal to set up a special forces team. After collective discussion, the Strategic Planning Division has decided that it is necessary to have one. Also, this one is, He Shuyang handed over the documents one by one, explaining their contents as he did so. In the end, he took out an invitation and said, "This is the invitation for a special guest viewing of the Mecha Grand Tournament. They want to know if you will be attending, General." Ling Zhao's head was already spinning from the great stack of documents earlier. He did not hear what He Shuyang said clearly, only catching the words invitation, so he quickly spoke up to refuse, like before, refuse them all. However, He Shuyang did not take back the invitation card as Ling Xiao had expected, instead opening it and placing it right on top of the document Ling Xiao had been looking at. This move stunned Ling Xiao, who did not know how He Shuyang could be this daring. But Ling Xiao was well aware that He Shuyang would never do such an audacious thing for no reason. Thus, doing so, he had to have his reasons. Consequently, Ling Xiao turned his attention to that invitation. Respectfully inviting the commander of the 23rd Division, General Ling Xiao, to attend the 279th Military Academy Mecha Grand Tournament. The time will be. The Military Academy Mecha Grand Tournament will be starting in just half a month, said Ling Xiao as he lifted the invitation, his face filled with pleasant surprise. That's why I wanted to ask you, sir, if you would be attending, said He Shuyang helplessly. He still remembered how General Ling Xiao had specially disguised himself and went undercover as an assessment officer to sneak into the First Men's Military Academy last year just to see young Master Lan. Now that there was an officially endorsed chance to see young Master Lan, he just could not believe that General Ling Xiao would be able to let it go by. Sure enough, General Ling Xiao replied firmly, "Attend, I must attend. And I'll bring my wife with me." He just knew that this invitation was special. He Shuyang nodded calmly, replying that he would return a letter of confirmation to the military. Only then did he sedately bid farewell to General Ling Xiao and take his leave. Perhaps he should also take a vacation and go with General Ling Xiao to the Mecha Grand Tournament. Speaking of which, he had not seen young Master Lan for almost half a year, that icy youth who had such a distinctly different aura from General Ling Xiao and yet was equally charismatic. The Chief of Staff He Shuyang thought to himself as he walked out of General Ling Xiao's office. At this moment, Ling Lan, who was deeply engrossed in her close combat ace mecha training, had no idea that her old man had already decided to attend the Mecha Grand Tournament, or that he would bring her mom along as well to meet her. After close to half a month of operating and researching with a real mecha, Ling Lan now finally understood that operating a real ace mecha was not so simple. Real-world operation was still somewhat different from operation in Mecha World. Ultra-difficult mecha moves that could be executed smoothly in Mecha World were not so easy to pull off in the real world due to the limitations of her physical body. Of course, this was not to say that Ling Lan could not do them. However, after she executed those moves, Ling Lan's body would incur varying degrees of internal damage. Ling Lan felt rather helpless on this matter. The difference between the physical constitutions of men and women, which she had never taken to heart initially, had finally reared its ugly head when it came to ace mecha operation. Ling Lan had cultivated a tough constitution almost on par with Qi Long's through the use of countless gene agents and practice of her Qi exercises. And yet, a flaw had still been exposed during ace mecha operation. It looks like the physical differences due to gender are not so easily resolved. No wonder there were no female mecha operators who managed to climb to the top in this world. The difference in gender also meant a difference in physical endurance. A female's body was still a little weaker. Ling Lan knew that if she wanted to progress further and advance to imperial level, or even that supreme god class level, she would need to find a way to break through the limitations of her body. Otherwise, everything would merely be empty talk. Maybe, this is what instructor number 1 was talking about, because my body is incompatible with the Tao I've chosen to walk. Perhaps when my body and my Tao become compatible, then the physical issues restricting my progress will no longer exist. Ling Lan had this feeling in her heart. Even though she was rather anxious inside, Ling Lan knew rationally that hurrying was pointless. To solve these issues, she needed a serendipitous chance. Unfortunately, this chance was not so easy to come by. Beep, beep, beep. While deep in thought, Ling Lan suddenly heard her communicator ringing. She opened the device and glanced at it, and found that it was actually Wu Jiong calling her. Surprised, she accepted the call and immediately heard Wu Jiong yelling on the other end, "Boss Lan, are you free?" Glancing at the time displayed on her mecha's screen, Ling Lan saw that it was already a little after 3 o'clock. Considering that there wasn't much time before class would end, she said, "What's up?" Wu Jiong received the implicit permission to go on and said, "If you're free, boss, I'll call all the team leaders of the battle clans in the regiment, as well as all the outstanding student members of the various major specializations in the regiment to come to headquarters for a meeting." Ling Lan frowned and asked, "A meeting?" As if picking up on the displeasure in Ling Lan's tone, Wu Jiong hurriedly explained, "Boss, could it be that you've forgotten that, yesterday, the school administrators have already handed over the representation rights of the Mecha Grand Tournament to our Mecha clan? Qi Long, Liang Jie and I have discussed things at length yesterday and think that it is very hard to determine who should be the representatives, so we want to open a meeting and brainstorm together." So it's about this matter. Ling Lan thought of her original decision, and so she said, "That's fine. Inform the rest. Tonight at 6, we'll have a meeting." It was about time for them to know what she was thinking. "All right, Boss Lan," replied Wu Jiong happily, pleased at obtaining a concrete time. They only had 1 week to confirm their name list of 100 people. Even though that was not a lot, to choose among all the exceptional talents of all the various specializations in the academy who would also be willing to join Ling Tian. Wu Jiong still felt the time was a little tight. Very soon, night came, and Ling Lan arrived at the headquarters of Ling Tian. She had just stepped through the doorway when one of the reception staff in the main hall of headquarters saw their regiment commander arriving. He reacted swiftly, charging over to the elevator as quick as he could and attentively helped Ling Lan press the button to call the elevator. Ling Lan nodded gently at that member in thanks, and when she saw the doors of the elevator open, she stepped into the elevator and turned around to press the button for the floor she wanted to go to. The elevator doors had barely closed when Ling Lan, with her exceptional hearing, heard excited voices piping up outside, "Heavens, I've finally seen the legendary 1st Regiment commander. Boss Lan is just too cool." This was obviously a member who had just joined Ling Tian. The older members would certainly have seen Ling Lan before. "Lilvan, you are just too goddamn fast. Actually getting the chance to interact with the boss close up," said another member, tone jealous as he looked at the youth still standing by the elevator doors. "Big brother Lu, did the regiment commander nod at me just now?" That person standing by the elevator did not seem to be able to trust what he had seen. His tone was filled with dreamy wonder. "Yes. Boss Lan is very cold, you know. And he actually responded to you this time. You're really such a lucky devil," said the one called Big Brother Lu enviously. Yeah, we all saw it. Boss is so cool and so cold, just a glimpse of him is enough to give me chills. But he actually nodded to you, you're so lucky." All of the members in the hall were filled with envy, jealousy, hate. They could barely restrain themselves from beating up that obviously overexcited fellow. Mit, why had they been just that beat slower than him? The ruckus in the hall made Ling Lan sweat drop. She had never expected her simple polite nod to create such a stir among these members. Could it be that she was usually too aloof? Ling Lan was unaware that, because she had always thrown all the matters of the faction to the other 3 regiment commanders to handle, she did not appear in front of others very often. The chances were infinitesimal for a regular faction member to see her. This had made her the most mysterious regiment commander in the minds of the faction members. Furthermore, she had led Ling Tian to create one miracle after another which had also made her become the idol of her faction members. Thus, the regular faction members could not help but be thrilled to catch sight of her. As soon as Ling Lan neared the doors of the conference room, she could hear how noisy it was inside. The atmosphere seemed to be very lively. Ling Lan shoved the door open and saw that all of the upper ranks of Ling Tian were already here. They were all seated around the conference table, engaged in lively discussion, and some were even bantering playfully with those they were familiar with. Catching movement at the door, the members in the room collectively turned their heads, and when they saw that it was their regiment commander Ling Lan, the room instantly fell silent. Subsequently, they all quickly stood up from their seats, bowed their heads, and shouted, "Boss!" Ling Lan found herself sweat dropping. Even though Qi Long and the others had always called her boss, they were the little companions who had grown up beside her. They had only started calling her that as a joke, and now they merely continued calling her that because it had become a habit over time, which was why she had just let it be. But in the present, these team leaders were all people who had joined their group later on. Some of them were even members who had only joined the group after they had entered the military academy. Being called boss by so many people gave Ling Lan the strange impression that she was the head of a heinous and deplorable mafia group. "Just call me regiment commander. You don't have to call me boss." Ling Lan decided that she needed to fix the group's skewed perspective and salvage her glorious regiment commander image. As she said this, she swept a cold gaze tinged with threat around the room in hopes that everyone would not make the same mistake in address again. Perhaps the threat in Ling Lan's gaze was too intense. Under Ling Lan's forceful stare, the members once again lowered their heads and replied, "Yes, boss." Ling Lan was speechless. Did this really count as agreement? Why were they still calling her boss? Ling Lan looked at the three people who were standing by the door to welcome her. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie were working partners, so she could not pressure them. Thus, she turned a fierce glare on Qi Long, hoping that this fellow would be sharp enough to figure out what she wanted and get everyone to change their form of address and call her regiment commander instead. She had established a mecha clan, not a mafia society. Qi Long bore the brunt of his boss's mean glare and asked tentatively, "Boss, can we start the meeting?" "Fine, Qi Long, you're strong. Actually not folding to my threat. I'll deal with you when we return." Ling Lan gnashed her teeth silently, though she only nodded coolly on the outside. Seeing Ling Lan nod, the group let out silent sighs of relief. It could not be helped. The pressure of Boss Lan's gaze was just too formidable. Qi Long was still the man. Everyone secretly cast respectful gazes at Qi Long. Meanwhile, Qi Long surreptitiously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thinking about it, over this recent period of time, Boss's force of presence had become even stronger. Even he who spent so much time by Boss's side was feeling the pressure. Ling Lan walked into the conference room under the accompaniment of the three boys. Qi Long rushed one step ahead to pull out the chair at the head of the conference table and invited Ling Lan to sit. After Ling Lan took her seat, she swept another cold gaze over the high-ranking members in the room before saying, "Sit." "Yes, boss." Receiving Ling Lan's order, the group sat. However, the atmosphere at this moment was no longer as raucous as it had been before Ling Lan entered the room. Instead, there was a still silence. Ling Lan's gaze swept across the room and she found that other than the team leaders of the various battle clans and the four regiment commanders, Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian were also in attendance as the strategists of Ling Tian. Li Xiu, as the dux of the military medicine specialization, and Chang Xinyuan, as a prodigious mecha engineer, were also here. Meanwhile, as the primary offensive force of Ling Tian on the surface, Zhao Jun had also been specially invited to join the meeting. Lin Zhongqing was the note-taker for the meeting, responsible for taking the minutes and keeping track of the agenda. He was sitting slightly behind Ling Lan. As for Luo Lang and Xie Yi, they were pitifully delegated as T-boys, making sure to keep the cups of the people attending the meeting filled. All in all, everyone in her battle clan was here in the conference room, with no exceptions. Ling Lan cast a pensive look at Wu Jiong. Seeing Ling Lan's eyes turn to him, Wu Jiong coughed and said, "Since boss is here, let's officially proceed with the agenda of the meeting." Yesterday, the administrators of the academy have officially announced that the representation rights of the Mecha Grand Tournament this time will be given into the full responsibility of the Ling Tian Mecha Clan. All of us know that though the Mecha Grand Tournament is known as the Mecha Grand Tournament, it is actually a competition with multiple events which span almost all of the specializations in the military academies. However, our mecha clan has just been established, and a majority of our members are second years. Not only are our members spread thin across the various specializations, even if we manage to scrounge up enough talent from all the specializations, those members also would not have 4 years of learning experience. For them to handle these competitions is likely impossible. Wu Jiong's words made the hearts of all the battle clan leaders sink. Li Yingjie then added to what Wu Jiong had said, the representatives for the last tournament was the Leitang Mecha clan. Even a mecha clan with such a long history and substantial reserves had chosen to give up on several of the less popular specializations when they composed their representation name list, because they did not have any members in those specializations within their faction. That said, because Leitang had an overwhelming advantage in a few of their strong suits, despite giving up on several events, Leitang still managed to obtain second place in the end. If our results are terrible this time, I'm afraid our Ling Tian will become the common target of hatred for all the cadets in the academy. Everyone understood what Li Yingjie was implying. Although the first men's military academy was always rife with internal conflict, all the cadets attached great importance to the reputation of the military academy. If Ling Tian suffered a great defeat in the tournament this time, not only would the popularity and prestige Ling Tian had earned this past 3 months through the challenge fights be wiped away, in future, Ling Tian would not be able to develop well after as well. Ling Tian may even fall apart due to this and become a mecha clan which only lasted for 1 year in the military academy. Seated right after Qi Long were the Ling Tian strategists Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian. Li Lanfeng saw that everyone was mute, so he concluded the topic by saying, I have here a listing of all the events in the mecha tournament. I'll pass it out to everyone and you all can take a look. After saying that, Li Lanfeng passed out the document. He then waited for everyone to at least skim through it once before continuing to say, frankly, some of the smaller events are not very important. The really essential event is the last one. This event contributes half of the point value for the tournament. It can be said that, if we manage to win this event, even if we don't obtain first place, second place will be certain. Li Lanfeng's words drew everyone's attention to the final event. That event was listed as, Integrated Team Battle Royal. In the Integrated Team Battle Royal, each team would have 120 members participating. The representing teams from all military academies in the Federation would be placed on the same map to fight it out in a time-limited battle royal. The time limit would be set as 3 days, or 72 hours. Li Lanfeng continued his analysis. This battle royal does not only challenge a team's combat power. There will be all kinds of sustained damage, double-crossing, schemes and manipulations aplenty. It can be said that the tactics will be endless. The 120 members of each team will not be from just one specialization. The team will be an amalgamation of all the specializations, thus representing the strength of the military academies in its truest sense. It is precisely due to this reason that the first men's military academy has come in second for 7 consecutive tournaments. Everyone knows that the specialization distribution of the first men's military academy's representative team is too narrow and focused. Our academy basically only sends mecha operators. From the looks of it, to get good results, just relying on us alone is impossible, said one of the team leaders of a battle clan under the Lingtian mecha clan. Yes. For a 120-man team, it would be best for there to be 5 strategists to coordinate operations. Han Jijian confirmed what that team leader said and elaborated, and right now, the only people in Lingtian who can hold the position of strategist are Li Lanfeng and myself. We're lacking 3 more people. To win the tournament, we must gather a whole set of 5 people. Unfortunately, for the role of strategist, as soon as any sign of a person who can take on such a role reveals itself, some mecha clan will whisk them away. To start looking now will probably be very difficult, said Gao Jinyun with a deep frown. Could it be that we'll have to steal one from the other mecha clans? Even if we want to steal someone, the other mecha clans won't let them go. A team leader by Gao Jinyun's side immediately shot down that idea. Not stealing, but collaborating, said Ling Lan abruptly. Wu Jiong said dubiously, Boss Lan, you mean for us to collaborate with the other mecha clans? Ling Lan nodded and said, "Yes, send out invitations to all the major mecha clans. We'll draw the talent we need from them and carry out a school-wide collaboration. And our first target will be Thunder King Xiaoting." Everyone in the conference room was stupefied by Ling Lan's words. Collaborate with Thunder King Xiaoting? Had they misheard? Thunder King Xiaoting had been having a hard time lately. Even though he knew that he would certainly receive some flack after his defeat at the hands of Ling Tian, he had not expected the impact of the defeat to be so significant. He was so affected by it that he could hardly bear it. Those vice-regiment commanders of Leytang who had been so reverent to him before were now flippant and disrespectful, blatantly and subtly conveying their wish for him to abdicate his position on his own. Even those major battle clan leaders he had personally cultivated had also begun to be disobedient behind his back. In the eyes of the regular members, Xiaoting had even perceived some discontent and distrust. Was losing such an unsalvageable catastrophe? Xiaoting was a proud person. Since Leytang could no longer abide him, he simply resigned from his post as the regiment commander of Leytang. If not for the fact that he still wanted to represent Leytang to fight against Ling Tian again next year and wash away this debt of shame personally, he definitely would have quit completely and left Leytang. However, Xiaoting did not expect that things did not end with his resignation from the post of regiment commander. Very soon, a rumor spread across the campus, saying that while he had been the regiment commander of Leytang, not only had he oppressed the talented juniors in his faction, keeping them from being able to shine, he had also abused his authority to practice nepotism. The rumors also said that he was very high-handed, completely suppressing all views which opposed his own, causing the Leytang mecha clan to be constantly filled with anger and resentment. Under the purposeful instigation to spread the rumors, Xiaoting's reputation continued to fall. Now, every time Xiaoting stepped outside, he could feel the scornful gazes of the people around him, many of which were also tinged with schadenfreude. Xiaoting was not a stupid person. After some quick investigation, he found out that this was the handiwork of the current regiment commander of Leytang. Xiaoting did not feel much anger, only some disappointment. In order to completely supplant him, the other had actually employed such an underhanded method. How could someone like this lead Leytang to greater heights? Thinking about that cold regiment commander of Lingtian's with his outstanding abilities, Xiaoting began to fear for Leytang's future. At the thought of Ling Lan, Xiaoting's feelings were extremely complicated. Not only because of his defeat at Ling Lan's hands, but also because of Ling Lan's ability to subdue her subordinates. Ling Lan's actions and behavior were actually very much like his own, domineering to the extreme, and yet, his own subordinates were only loyal and obedient on the surface, having their own private schemes and plots in secret, while those other regiment commanders of Ling Tian were serving under Ling Lan wholeheartedly. Regardless of any mistakes Ling Lan may commit, or however great the losses those mistakes may cause to Ling Tian, Xiaoting believed that those regiment commanders would only blame themselves for their shortcomings and not harbor any resentment towards Ling Lan. Was this the difference between a king who had created his own kingdom and a king who was only defending the kingdom his predecessors had handed down? Truth be told, Xiaoting was very envious of Ling Lan. He envied how the other could make decisions so willfully, never ever being checked by anyone. In contrast, even at his most glorious hour, he still had to bend and compromise for the sake of the larger picture. If possible, Xiaoting too wanted to be like Ling Lan and be a king who had forged his own kingdom, with everything within his control. Xiaoting did not know that although Ling Lan was the first regiment commander of Ling Tian, Ling Lan had always been a free-rein general who had left everything in the faction to be handled by the other three regiment commanders. This attitude of absolute trust was also the main reason why Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, and the others were so loyal in their support of Ling Lan. Since you trust me so, I will return it 100-fold. Despite the rumors circulating around the campus, Xiaoting carried on as usual. When his mecha group training was over, he led his battle clan to the canteen for food. As soon as he entered the canteen, as other times before this, the noisy canteen abruptly fell silent before bursting into susurrations of whispered discussions. Many people began hissing into another's ear too. The heat of the rumors around Xiaoting had not dissipated yet. With his sensitive hearing, Xiao Ting naturally could not avoid hearing some of those rumors about him. However, having already heard much prior to this, he was now immensely calm. Expressionless, he strode into the large canteen, found an empty table, and sat down. "Boss Qiao, let me bloody go teach them a lesson." One of the members of Qiao Ting's battle clan was not as calm. Face filled with indignation, his fists were clenched in anger as he asked if he could go educate those juniors who did not know how to respect their seniors. Knowing Boss Qiao well, they knew that a majority of the rumors flying around were false. What's there to teach? This world has always been a world where the winners reign. Since I've lost, it's normal to be laughed at, replied Xiao Ting calmly. In the past, he had always been arrogant and domineering, but because he was standing at the peak, even if there were those who disliked him, they would keep it concealed and not show it outright. But now, he was a tiger who had tumbled down from his mountain. It was perfectly normal for those people who were dissatisfied with him to take the opportunity to stomp on him a few times. If he became angry at all the people who did so, he would not be able to continue living properly. Xiao Ting smiled self-deprecatingly. These 3 months had smoothed out some of his sharp edges, he now knew how to reconcile things with himself. So what? Boss Qiao, you're still the strongest mecha operator in the academy. Prevented from venting his frustration on those students, the team member could only sit down huffily as he grumbled. Xiao Ting did not say anything. So what if he was the strongest mecha operator in the academy? Everyone could only see his current sorry state now. When would they even think about the strength he possessed? It was funny to think about, an ace operator like him actually being laughed at and mocked by these weaklings who were not even special class operators themselves. However, it did not matter anymore. As long as he could endure past the Mecha Grand Tournament, the enlistment for army divisions would open up. When his battle clan passed the assessment, they would be able to leave the military academy, and then everything here would no longer have anything to do with them. Perhaps because the gazes of everyone were just too irritating, Xiao Ting's battle clan had no interest in lingering. After scarfing down their lunch, they prepared to leave the canteen. The group had just reached the door when a large group of people streamed in. The one at the head of the group was a cold-faced youth in a white uniform. It was Ling Lan shrouded in cold air. How Ling Lan became the dux of her specialization for the second years was actually quite a funny story. As she had been absent from all the physical conditioning courses in her first year, Ling Lan was actually not qualified to become the dux. In the end, Qi Long, who had the best grades, was chosen to be the dux, but Qi Long immediately went to meet the instructor and declined the position. This was because he did not think he could beat his boss. After the first rank Qi Long rejected becoming the dux, the instructors had no choice but to offer the position to Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, and the rest, in order of their ranking. Unfortunately, Wu Jiong and the rest also refused to become the dux. In the end, all of the top-ranking students had refused the position, because all of these students were members of the Lingtian Mecha clan. If their own boss did not become the dux, how would they dare to take the position? This caused the instructors of the second-year mecha piloting specialization to be teased by the other instructors, laughing at how no one was willing to be the dux of the second-year mecha piloting specialization. This annoyed the instructors of the mecha piloting specialization, and so they made a shocking decision. They threw the treasured position of dux to Ling Lan, who had no achievements to her name. Since all those students believed that Ling Lan was deserving of the dux position, as instructors, who were they to refuse? In this manner, Ling Lan became the only student to become dux without any actual results, once again making history. Even though this was history that Ling Lan had had no intentions of making. When Xiao Ting saw Ling Lan, his footsteps paused. The two of them drew closer, and just as they were about to brush by each other, Ling Lan suddenly halted, and Xiao Ting reflexively stopped as well. The two of them faced each other. This unusual scene caused the entire canteen to fall still and silent. Everyone had their eyes pinned on the doorway, unsure what would occur between Ling Lan and Xiao Ting. "Senior Qiao, how have you been recently?" Ling Lan was the first to speak. Xiao Ting smiled coldly, asking, "Why? Are you here to laugh at me as well? Senior Xiao." It looks like the other already knew he was no longer the regiment commander of Leiting. "What is there to laugh about, Senior Xiao?" asked Ling Lan with a raised brow as if completely clueless as to what Xiao Ting was alluding to. Xiao Ting did not reply, but his expression turned even colder. He was the hot topic all over the academy right now. It was unbelievable that Ling Lan truly did not know anything about the rumors. "It's so rare for our academy to produce an ace operator. I really don't know what there is about you, Senior Xiao, for others to laugh about," said Ling Lan casually, completely ignoring the stony expression on Xiao Ting's face. Ling Lan's words made Xiao Ting's gaze narrow. He peered intently at Ling Lan's eyes, trying to discern the true meaning behind Ling Lan's words. Unfortunately, Ling Lan's eyes were clear and untroubled, extremely calm. There was no hint of anything untoward within them. Since he could not tell what Ling Lan was plotting, and because Xiao Ting did not want to play around with Ling Lan, he asked directly, "You specially stopped here not simply just to chat like this with me, right? Speak, what do you want?" Ling Lan did not bother with courtesies either. She stated her purpose outright, "Senior Xiao, I would like to collaborate with you." "Collaborate?" Xiao Ting was both stunned and amused. "You think that we can still work together?" Having pulled him down from his pedestal in the clouds and ground him into the mud, causing him to lose all face, this person actually dared to suggest a collaboration. Did he, Xiao Ting, look like an idiot? "Why not?" asked Ling Lan brusquely. "You tell me, would I help a person who has made me lose everything?" "Do I look like a fool?" asked Xiao Ting, livid. "Help me?" "Senior Xiao, you think too highly of yourself." Ling Lan's countenance turned dark, and the temperature in the canteen instantly dropped by several degrees, causing everyone to shiver. "If it's not helping you, are you saying that it would be helping myself?" said Xiao Ting with a sneer. Unlike the others, the cold air emanating from Ling Lan did not affect Xiao Ting at all. "Exactly so," said Ling Lan bluntly. Xiao Ting's eyes narrowed into slits, a dangerous breath of aura rising up from him. These absurd words of Ling Lan had indeed enraged Xiao Ting. "If we become the champions of the Mecha Grand Tournament, it will definitely be very beneficial to your development in the army. Senior Xiao, shouldn't you consider collaborating this once?" Ling Lan was not at all afraid of Xiao Ting's rage. She calmly stated her stance. As soon as these words were out, all those who caught what they had said could not help but inhale sharply. They looked towards Xiao Ting, waiting for his answer. If it were them, they would not be able to resist this temptation. Taken aback, Xiao Ting was silent for several seconds as if pondering the deeper meaning behind Ling Lan's move. Not long after, he asked, "Why me?" Ling Lan responded evenly, "I do not want to continue being the perpetual number 2. Since this is a matter concerning everyone in the academy, why should Ling Tian shoulder the entire thankless burden ourselves?" Ling Lan's words rendered Xiao Ting briefly speechless, but Ling Lan had not expected to receive an immediate answer from Xiao Ting anyway. She said, "There's still 5 days' time. I hope that you can give me a good answer in the end." Done speaking, Ling Lan moved to pass Xiao Ting. At this moment, Xiao Ting suddenly asked, "If I don't accept?" Ling Lan swung her head around and her gaze pierced right through Xiao Ting, making his heart clench. Could it be that after losing once, Senior Xiao has lost his ambition and drive? Or perhaps, you're afraid that you will lose in the Mecha Grand Tournament as well and lose face in the outside world too? A trace of disdain pulled on the corners of Ling Lan's lips as she said this pointedly. Xiao Ting's eyes narrowed again at these words, rage blazing in his eyes. It looked like Ling Lan's words had aggravated him. "Me? Afraid of losing? Ling Lan, are you looking down on me?" Xiao Ting bit out word by word. From his tightly clenched fists, it was clear to see that he was indeed furious. In that case, it's settled. Ling Lan's brows lifted up as she replied with a half-smile. And with that, she led the Ling Tian members into the canteen. The members by Xiao Ting's side waited till Ling Lan's group had moved further away before saying ecstatically, "Boss Xiao, that's awesome. This is a great chance. If we can become the champions of the Mecha Grand Tournament, when we return, there definitely won't be anyone who would continue nattering on about us. Even when we enter an army division, this result would gain us the attention of the upper ranks of the military." Xiao Ting smiled wryly and shook his head without responding verbally to the member who had spoken. That member's expression changed. "Boss Xiao, can it be that you're planning to refuse?" But this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiao Ting sighed and said, "No, I'm just frustrated that I fell for Ling Lan's goading. That punk, unconsciously, he had let the other grasp the initiative, and he himself had jumped into the trap accidentally." At Xiao Ting's words, the member thought back on the earlier conversation and came to a realization. Xiao Ting turned his head to look at that dazzling cold youth. He believed that for as long as the other was around in the academy, the position of number one faction would never fall to another. Lei Tang was likely to have difficult days ahead of them in the future. After Ling Lan's group left Xiao Ting, they immediately walked upstairs and entered a private room. Li Lanfeng, Xiao Jun, and the rest were already waiting there. After Ling Lan had taken her seat, Li Lanfeng said with a smile, "Congratulations on obtaining Thunder King Xiao Ting." Ling Lan glanced at Li Lanfeng, and her penetrating gaze almost wiped the smile from Li Lanfeng's face. Li Lanfeng's smile dimmed as he asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Don't smile if you don't feel like smiling." Ling Lan frowned slightly. Too fake. Why was Li Lanfeng acting like this? Recalling that Li Lanfeng had mentioned hating the Thunder King before this, Ling Lan consoled him by saying, "Leopard, Xiao Ting is just working with us. After the collaboration ends, we will still be rivals. We will never be friends." At these words, Li Lanfeng instantly broke out into a true smile. Ling Lan sighed softly. This was how Li Lanfeng should be, like the normal Li Lanfeng. It looked like Li Lanfeng really hated the Thunder King, who knew what had transpired between them in the past. Ling Lan decided to let Little Four investigate the matter. "Why did you choose to goad him?" Regaining his usual composure, Li Lanfeng piped up to ask. Earlier, due to this goading tactic, Xiao Ting's depressed mood had lifted considerably. Once Xiao Ting bucked up, he would definitely grow rapidly. For them who could only be his opponents, Xiao Ting's accelerated growth was extremely disadvantageous. With a rival like this, won't it be very interesting? Ling Lan's eyes glittered. Besides, I think, for an exceptional ace operator like the Thunder King to grow up as soon as possible, it should not be a headache for us, but for our enemy nations. Li Lanfeng jerked and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His eyes were shadowed and hard to read. In the end, he sighed and said softly, "Rabbit, I was wrong. Even if the Thunder King could be that destined king of his, how could he plot and scheme to destroy the other just because of that? Rabbit, train me hard. I want to become strong." Li Lanfeng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. The corners of Ling Lan's lips curled upwards. The way he was right now was just like the leopard of old. Planet Qiming was a third-rate planet with very limited resources. Originally, Planet Qiming was not called Planet Qiming, but Planet Bizarre. This was because the weather changes on the planet were extremely hard to predict. The changes were bizarre and would come on suddenly without warning. One might even experience all 4 seasons in a single day. However, this type of bizarre weather conditions had caused the natives living here to have extremely sturdy bodies. Through scientific research, specialists had discovered that the bizarre climate of Planet Qiming contained a strange type of magnetic field. This magnetic field had subtly enhanced the physiques of the people living here. This discovery made many of the physical skills experts of the Federation very curious. They all came over to experience it for themselves, and after living in the area for a time, they found that it was indeed somewhat effective. Especially when one was stuck at a bottleneck, under the influence of the magnetic field, they could better sense the possibility of a breakthrough. When this hypothesis was proven, a significant number of physical skills masters who had encountered bottlenecks would specially make a trip there and stay for a period of time to look for the catalyst to break through. Over the past few decades, there had indeed been quite a number of physical skills masters who had broken through their bottlenecks this way. In their great joy, all these physical skills masters spoke up to say that this was their place of enlightenment. Over time, this planet became known as Planet Enlightenment, hence Planet Chiming 1. However, due to its changeable weather and scarce resources, other than those physical skills masters searching for a catalyst to break through, no one else was drawn to Planet Chiming. Thus, Planet Chiming had always been very quiet. That said, this silence would be shattered every 3 years because the All-Federation Military Academy Grand Mecha Tournament was held on Planet Chiming, and this year was the year when the 279th All-Federation Military Academy Grand Mecha Tournament would be hosted. A month or so ago, almost everyone in the Federation was busy over one thing, fighting to obtain a viewing ticket for the Mecha Grand Tournament. There were too many monks and very little porridge too. If one was just a tad late, they would only be able to watch the live broadcast from their own homes. No one who had the means wanted to miss this opportunity to view the future of the Federation with their own eyes, and this caused the price of the limited few viewing tickets in the black market to rise again and again, even setting a new record. The tickets for this year's event were so highly sought after because the cadet who was known as the second Ling Xiao was very likely to appear. Everyone wanted to get a personal glimpse of the future God-class operator as he grew. As the time to the tournament drew ever closer, Planet Chiming became increasingly livelier as well. The area around the stadium where the tournament would be held had already been turned into a lively marketplace by now. There were specialties from various planets on sale. The merchants were very clever and planned to use the Mecha Grand Tournament to earn a hefty sum. One day away from the start of the tournament, the participating students from all of the military academies were basically already on Planet Chiming. At 12 midnight today, the spaceport of Planet Chiming would officially be closed. In the following 2 weeks' time, unless it was a military operation coming from the highest command, the spaceport would not open up for any spacecrafts. This was in order to protect the students participating in the tournament. After all, this tournament would gather all of the most outstanding cadets of the Federation in one place. The Federation could not afford to lose them. In the enclosed accommodation area of the participating students, 2 girls came to the registration hall. One was delicate and graceful, while the other was handsome and robust. One intense, one fragile, their temperaments were distinctly different, yet the two fit surprisingly well together. These 2 girls with distinctly different temperaments that somehow enhanced each other's radiance instantly attracted the attention of the students from some academy currently registering in the hall. Oh wow, I never expected to see such superb goods at the Mecha Grand Tournament. A frivolous-looking young man's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicate young girl, his greed completely unconcealed. She's even 30% prettier than the school beauty of the Art Institute next door. By the looks of their uniforms, they should be students from the Federal Co-ed Military Academy. A friend by that person's side seemed to know the uniforms of the various military academies very well, instantly able to guess which academy the 2 girls were from. Co-ed military? The frivolous youth rubbed his jaw contemplatively and said, other than our 3 major men's military academies, only the Co-ed Military Academy is worth watching. Ali, go and find out who the primary force for the Co-ed Military Academy is this time. It would be best if you could obtain detailed information on him. Perhaps we'll have the chance to sample the women of the Co-ed Military Academy. After saying that, the frivolous youth sniggered creepily. He had managed to get his way more than once using this kind of ploy. The 2 girls saw the students from some military academy busy with their registrations, and the delicate girl shyly tugged on the arm of the handsome girl beside her, asking her wordlessly to wait. The handsome girl could not help but roll her eyes at this, but nevertheless, she obediently stopped walking and waited for those people to leave the hall. Only after that did the handsome girl pull the delicate girl by the hand up to the registration area and say to the staff there, "Big brother, can we trouble you with something?" The 2 girls were truly too dazzling. The staff member had also noticed them earlier. Seeing the handsome girl talk to him, his face was instantly flushed with pleasure as he said, "What is it? As long as it's something I can help you both with, just ask." The handsome girl nudged the delicate girl, indicating for her to speak. The delicate girl's face turned red instantly and she lowered her head. Her bashful demeanor showed that she had absolutely no intentions of speaking. The handsome girl could only sigh helplessly. She was trying hard to cultivate her good friend's interpersonal skills, but unfortunately, after more than a year, she still was not seeing any results. Resigned, she had to speak on their behalf. Big brother, I would like to know if the first men's military academy has come. The staff member shook his head in response. No. No. Big brother, are you sure you aren't mistaken? Do you want to check your records again before answering? The handsome girl was very disappointed at his reply. Doggedly, she continued to ask, and her brusque attitude made the delicate girl's face turn even redder. The delicate girl pulled hard on her handsome friend's arm, trying to remind her friend to keep calm. At the same time, she did not forget to smile apologetically at the staff member. The handsome girl's interrogation had initially made the staff member a little angry, but when he saw the delicate girl's smile, his heart melted. He could not help but explain, I have been keeping a close eye out for the first men's military academy, because the rumored second Ling Xiao is from that academy, so I would not have remembered wrongly. But, you don't have to worry. There are still 8 hours before the spaceport closes. The participating students from the first men's military academy are probably still on their way, and they should make it in time. Thank you. The delicate girl flashed a grateful smile and thanked the staff member sweetly. This put the staff member in an even better mood, and after some thought, he suggested, why don't you all leave a message? When I meet the first men's military academy later, I'll pass on your message. The handsome girl immediately nodded in approval and said, tell them that Luo Chao and Han Shuya are here, and for them to come find us quickly. If their communicators had not been disabled as soon as they entered planet Chiming, preventing them from contacting the outside world, they would not have had to resort to such a stupid method to look for Boss Lon and the others. The staff member smiled and said, got it. Why don't you all leave a note too? Han Shuya and Luo Chao shared a smile and, in the end, Luo Chao was the one who bashfully picked up a paper and pen to leave a note. Only after that did they say goodbye to the staff member and went off to wait patiently for Boss Lan's group to arrive. Night had descended, and the staff members at the registration hall who had been bustling around all afternoon could finally relax. The spaceport was about to close, almost all of the participating schools had already arrived. That staff member who had promised to pass on a message for Luo Chao and Han Shuya picked up the paper note in the drawer of the counter, his expression troubled. Big brother Su, why haven't you gone to eat? It was already time for them to eat, so they were preparing to leave the hall. The one called brother Su sighed and said, you all go ahead. Let me stay here alone. That person saw the note in brother Su's hand and winked at him, saying, so it's all because of the obligation those beauties entrusted to you, big brother Su. He did not forget to knock shoulders with brother Su after saying this. Big brother Su shoved the other, annoyed, and said, don't talk nonsense. Just go away and eat. Seeing the other grinning cheekily as he packed up his things to leave with the crowd, big brother Su thought for a moment and said, help me buy a takeaway meal. Since he had made a promise, he would fulfill it. Got it, got it. I won't bother you from carrying out the duty a beauty has requested of you. That person waved and said nonchalantly. Big brother Su smiled helplessly. Even though the beauties were part of the reason, it was still mostly because he did not want to break a promise. Soon, the hall had become silent and only big brother Su was left sitting in the working area. He opened his communicator and began to browse through the relevant information on the year's Mecha Grand Tournament. So it turns out that other than Xiao Ting from the first men's military academy, the second and third men's academies are not willing to just roll over either. They've actually sent out 6th years who have also achieved ace operator level. Looks like this tournament will be a clash among tigers and dragons. One. Even the federal co-ed military academy those two girls are from has a pretty good team leader. Lin Xiao too. I remember him. Not even indicating his mecha level. The last tournament, he had participated as well. Back then, as a third year, he was already a special class operator. Now that he's a sixth year, he can't have stopped at special class operator, right? Big Brother Su's eyes were pensive. He still remembered Lin Xiao, mostly because this name sounded so similar to that of his idol Ling Xiao's. It had made an impression on him. The tournament this year will be really interesting. These academies, in order to suppress the first men's military academy, they have actually sent out sixth-year students. It's been many years since sixth years have appeared in this tournament. I had almost forgotten that military academies are run on a 6-year system, muttered Big Brother Su to himself. Which academies have sent sixth years, Big Brother? Can you tell me about them? Suddenly, a voice rang out by Big Brother Su's ear. Brother Su's heart clenched in fright and he snapped his head up, only to see a large head before his eyes. It was pillowed on the registration counter, staring at him with curious eyes. Brother Su calmed himself and only then noticed that two people had abruptly appeared out of mid-air in the hall. One of them was the handsome youth before him, staring at him curiously, while the other had his back to him and was looking at the door as if waiting for something. Hey, Big Brother, I'm asking you. Which schools have sent sixth years? Tell me quickly please. The handsome youth flashed a wide grin, so sunny that it could not be refused. Big Brother Su said, it's the second and third men's academies, and also the Federal Co-ed Military Academy. As soon as he said it, Big Brother Su was rather annoyed at himself. How could he have just blurted this information out just like that? With a wary gaze, he asked carefully, who are you? Why are you here? That youth once again flashed a hearty smile and replied, sorry to disturb you, Big Brother. I'm called Xie, and I'm from the First Men's Military Academy. He stood upright and when he saw Big Brother Su's attention flit to the person behind him, he raised his right hand and pointed with his thumb at the youth there and said, that fellow is called Luo Lang. Big Brother, you can just ignore him. Whenever my boss isn't around, that punk is always such a tight-lipped gourd. Subsequently, he asked, Big Brother, how should I address you? The youth's sunny and open smile, as well as his respectful attitude, set a good impression in Big Brother Su's mind. Big Brother Su returned a smile of his own and said, I'm called Song Yenshu. You can just call me Big Brother Su. Okay, Big Brother Su. Xie was not shy, immediately adopting the new form of address. You all are from the First Men's Military Academy. Have you all registered? Asked Song Yenshu as he turned on the optical supercomputer. The First Men's Military Academy? So you're here. Before Xie could reply, Song Yenshu suddenly exclaimed. He had just realized that the people before him were from the First Men's Military Academy. Song Yenshu quickly took out the paper note he had been entrusted with previously and passed it to Xie, saying, in the afternoon, 2 girls were here looking for you guys from the First Men's Military Academy. They even left a note. Take a look and see if you know them. Puzzled, Xie accepted the note and when he opened it, he cried out in surprise, ah, it's from little sisters Luo Chao and Han Shuya. He had barely finished speaking when the note in his hand was whisked away by a slender hand. After he took the note, Luo Lang swiftly skimmed through the message and he could hardly contain the shock he felt inside. They are actually participating in the Mecha Grand Tournament too. Reflecting back on when he had contacted Luo Chao a while back, she had indeed seemed very timid and evasive, extremely strange. Back then, Luo Lang had assumed that his little sister was just shy, but now things made sense. His little sister must have been trying to hide this from them to give them a surprise. After being apart from him for more than a year, she had become rather audacious, actually daring to fool even him. Luo Lang was annoyed. Setting aside the note in his hands, he stepped forwards into the light and pushed Xie to one side to speak to Song Yenshu who still had his head bowed as he worked. Big Brother Su, did they leave any other messages? Song Yenshu raised his head at the question and when he saw that familiar face, he perked up and said happily, you've come at the perfect time. The people from the First Men's Military Academy are already here. I have just handed over your note to them. He pointed at Xie and added, "He's from the First Men's Military Academy. You can ask him about it." When Xie heard this, he instantly burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Luo Lang was apoplectic, his entire face turning bright red. Arg, he was a man, a man, a man, a man. Xie's laughter startled Song Yanqiu, and when he saw that the familiar face before him was not sporting a bashful smile but fuming rage, he felt that something was not right. And then, when he saw that the other's uniform was exactly the same as Xie standing beside him. You're male. Song Yanqiu pointed at Luo Lang in shock, his face a picture of disbelief. Xie slung an arm over Luo Lang's neck and explained with a smile, "Yes, he is my brother, also a student of the First Men's Military Academy, called Luo Lang. The one you saw, Luo Chao, is this fellow's twin sister, Yo." Only then did Song Yanqiu believe it. He could not help but say under his breath, "How eerie. How could he look exactly like his younger sister? Not at all like a man." Although Song Yanqiu had been speaking extremely softly, who was Luo Lang? Of course he heard everything loud and clear. His eyebrows rose sharply, but just as he was about to explode in anger, Xie, who had also heard what Song Yanqiu had said, quickly stepped in to stop him. "Boss will be here soon. Don't cause trouble." Only then did Luo Lang rein in his anger. He hated most when others said he looked like a girl, if not because he did not want to cause trouble for his boss, he definitely would have challenged the other to a duel. Sure enough, not too long later, footsteps could be heard coming from outside the hall. The noise suggested that the number of people was considerable. The one in the lead was a dashing youth dressed in a white military uniform. His almond eyes were sharp and penetrating, he was definitely someone who did exactly as he said. Song Yanqiu knew that only Duxas had the right to wear this color. Moreover, the bearing of this person and the reverence the others around treated him with all marked this person as the primary force of the First Men's Military Academy. Song Yanqiu stood up and asked loudly, "From the First Men's Military Academy? Please come and register." At his words, the white-clothed youth led his entourage right towards him. Xie smiled at the sight and brought Luo Lang with him to retreat to one side, giving way to the other. "Excuse me, how should I address you?" asked Song Yanqiu respectfully. "Xiao Ting," replied the young man crisply. Immediately after, he drew a nameplate out of his pocket and handed it to Song Yanqiu. Song Yanqiu accepted the nameplate and scanned it with the optical supercomputer, and the computer instantly registered the information in the nameplate. As expected, this youth was the rumored second Ling Xiao, Xiao Ting. His mecha level was ace, and he was also the primary power candidate of the First Men's Military Academy. After Xiao Ting was done registering, Song Yanqiu handed him a room card. This would be the place Xiao Ting would be resting at for the next half a month. This also meant that Xiao Ting was done with his registration procedures. Those following behind Xiao Ting immediately took out their respective nameplates and handed them to Song Yanqiu for registration as well. This was a necessary procedure. If they did not register, they would lose the right to participate in the Mecha Grand Tournament. There were 20 people who had come along with Xiao Ting. As Song Yanqiu was the only one left to handle their registrations, he was so busy that his head was spinning, and his forehead was soon dripping with sweat. After much effort, these people were finally all done registering. Only then did he remember that the two who had first arrived still had not registered yet. He was just about to call them over when he saw Xiao Ting pass by those two. Xie and Luo Lang did not behave respectfully like the others, instead, their expressions were carefree and relaxed. Xie even greeted the other casually, "Senior Xiao, hello." Song Yanqiu could only stare blankly at the sight. The primary force of an academy was the strongest person in said academy, and he would be used to the respectful behavior of those following him. Xie and Luo Lang's rather casual and irreverent demeanor surprised Song Yanqiu, and so he swallowed his words to call them over, planning to let the situation play out a little further. Xiao Ting's steps halted when he heard the greeting. He turned his head to look at Xie and Luo Lang, but he did not seem at all angry at their demeanors, nor did he ignore them. Instead, he actually took the initiative to say, "Your boss is right behind me. He'll be here soon." Your boss? Could it be that the First Men's Military Academy had sent two factions this time? And these two factions did not get along with each other? Song Yenshu was curious now. Even those not from the academy itself knew the rules of the First Men's Military Academy. Every mecha grand tournament, the one sent to represent would inevitably be the mecha clan which had earned the title of number one faction within the academy. "Thanks, Senior Qiao." Xie thanked Xiao Ting with a smile. Xiao Ting was about to say something more when he noticed a large batch of First Academy students coming up behind him. So he stopped and merely nodded to Xie before saying, "We'll head off first." Done speaking, Xiao Ting led his group out of the hall, while Xie and Luo Lang turned to place their attention on the people who had just walked into the hall. They were the battle teams from Tianji and Wuji. The battle teams each took up one side of the hall. The two sides stood very far apart, so it was clear at a glance that the group was made up of two different parties. This time, Tianji and Wuji had 12 member slots each. As per Boss Lan's request, they had brought the strongest 12 special class operators from their respective mecha clans. The regiment commanders of both mecha clans arrived before Song Yenshu at the same time, one on the right, one on the left, neither willing to give way to the other. Song Yenshu surreptitiously wiped away the sweat beating up on his forehead. He glanced to the left and then to the right, before asking cautiously, "Which of you shall come first?" Han Yu coolly glanced sideways at Tianji's regiment commander, Mu Xiaoyu, who looked back at him just as coolly. Fiery sparks flew between the two, but neither made a move to answer Song Yenshu's question. For a moment, the hall became extremely still and silent. The silent confrontation between the two made the cold sweat spring out even faster from Song Yenshu's forehead. He could not help but curse internally, "Hells, what is this bunch of First Men's Military Academy students planning to do? Are they going to fight? Why don't they show any intention of working together?" Song Yenshu believed that the First Men's Military Academy definitely would not be able to accomplish any good results under these circumstances. He silently blamed the primary force Xiao Ting for not leading his team well, for not resolving these conflicts in his team in time and allowing this issue to worsen. The situation in the hall was deteriorating, and just as the two seemed about to blow, Xie, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up to say, "How about we let Regiment Commander Mu go first?" He could not bear to see Song Yenshu become dehydrated from sweating too much due to the stress of being stuck between the two regiment commanders. Besides, Song Yenshu had been kind enough to pass on a message for Luo Lang and Han Shuya, so he should give him a hand no matter what. Mu Xiaoyu and Han Yu both turned to look at Xie at the same time, trying to figure out the deeper meaning behind Xie's words. Xie only smiled and shrugged, looking for all the world as if he was just trying to be helpful. Han Yu was greatly frustrated, but he merely sniffed coldly and turned his head away, no longer holding Mu Xiaoyu's gaze. This was an indirect acquiescence of Xie's suggestion. Seeing this, Mu Xiaoyu stepped forwards matter-of-factly. Even though Tianji had lost to Ling Tian, it was still originally the number 2 faction after all. How could he allow Wuji, whose ranking was behind Tianji, to be a step before him? No matter what, the dignity of Tianji had to be maintained. After Tianji had registered, Mu Xiaoyu nodded at Xie in thanks for helping him out and also in acknowledgement of the favor. He then side-eyed Han Yu once more before leading his group away from the hall. When Han Yu finally finished registering with the rest of the Wuji group, he glared at Xie and harumphed coldly, a sign that he would remember this slight. Only then did he haughtily lead the Wuji group away from the hall. "What kind of people are they?" said Luo Lang, mouth thin, very displeased by Han Yu's attitude towards Xie. "It's fine. With boss around, he won't be able to pull anything," replied Xie with a grin. He did not mind Han Yu's attitude at all, especially for the duration of this Mecha Grand Tournament. Mind you, even though the public leader of the First Men's Military Academy team was Xiao Ting, in reality, the true leader was Ling Lan. Although Hanyu had qualified to become a representative here at the Mecha Grand Tournament, whether or not he actually got to represent the first academy in battle still depended on whether boss allowed it or not. With the decision-making power in the hands of his boss, as long as Hanyu wasn't retarded, he definitely would not cause trouble for Xie during this period of time, therefore, Xie was very calm. I really cannot understand why boss decided to give some spots to those mecha clans below. Luo Lang had been puzzled by this all this while. The honor and glory obviously belonged to their Ling Tian. Think about it. How many special class operators have we brought this time? Xie cackled. We've pretty much brought the whole pot. I'm really looking forward to that final battle royal involving all the academies. If they knew that their opponents are almost all special class operators and top class experts from the various specializations, I wonder what their expressions would be like. Luo Lang imagined that scene and a smile pulled at the corners of his lips. That should be fun. This smile instantly caused his entire being to dazzle brightly, and Xie reflexively turned to look elsewhere. Hells, why was this punk so beautiful when he smiled? He was fast unable to hold on. Right then, another large group of people entered through the doorway again. One of those in the group was extremely familiar to Xie. He instantly let out a sigh of relief and rushed forward to greet the other, calling out, "Senior Zhang, you all have come." That was pretty quick. He was saved. He finally had a proper reason to distance himself from Luo Lang and rescue his heart, which was on the brink of an accident. The one who had just arrived was the previous regiment commander of Duotong, Zhang Jing'an. He was leading a battle team from his own faction as well as those other participating students from the other minor factions. Although there were not that many people from each faction, with some only having one or two, when taken in total, they had slightly greater numbers than the two teams which had come before them, making up approximately 30 people. Zhang Jing'an saw Xie coming up to greet him and he cast a reflexive glance around the currently empty hall, then said somewhat pointedly, "They've all left?" Xie smiled, nodded and said, "Yes, those from Leiting and Wuji have already finished registering and went off to their own accommodations to rest." Hearing this, Zhang Jing'an turned to say to the regiment commanders of the other factions, "Let's quickly handle our registrations too then. Regiment Commander Ling's group will be coming soon. Let's not hold up the line." The regiment commanders nodded and quickly led their men over to the counter to register. Only then did Zhang Jing'an turn to say to Xie, "This time, thanks to Regiment Commander Ling's faith in me, he gave me an additional 8 slots, but unfortunately my faction cannot compare to Leiting, Tianji and Wuji. Some of the members are a bit lackluster." Xie smiled and said, "Senior Zhang is worrying too much. Our boss Lan has said that there is no need for the strongest, just the most suitable. Senior Zhang's battle clan is one of the teams with the best teamwork in our academy. Our boss Lan trusts in you all." Zhang Jing'an smiled at those words and could not help but sigh in admiration. "Rascal. You're really good with words, and strong too. No wonder your regiment commander let you be the one to greet and handle us." Xie hurriedly said in a humble manner, "That is just boss Lan being trusting. I'm not that amazing." Xie's attitude of being immune to all flattery made Zhang Jing'an shake his head, silently admiring of how Ling Lan had been able to excavate so many talented people. This group of people led by Zhang Jing'an all had pretty good rapport with one another, everyone got along rather well. Song Yanqiu sighed softly at this, finally feeling like this was a true team. Those in the last batch of people had almost given him the impression that they were two teams with different affiliations which hated each other. While Song Yanqiu was busy processing all the registrations, his colleagues came back from their meal. When they saw so many people in the hall, they knew that a new military academy must have arrived, so they quickly rushed forwards to help with the registering. With the reinforcement of 10 more staff, the staff very quickly completed everyone's registration. Right at that moment, 40 more people surged in from the doorway. The one in the lead was also a youth dressed in a white uniform. The moment he stepped into the hall, the temperature instantly dropped, and the initially noisy hall became silent immediately. Song Yanqiu suddenly felt a chill surround his body and could not stop himself from shivering. Xie and Luo Lang had been leaning on a wall, waiting all this time for the crowd to finish their registration. When they saw the new arrivals, their eyes instantly lit up and they rushed out to stand before the cold-faced youth and called out respectfully, "Boss." The cold youth nodded at Luo Lang and Xie, and then turned to look at Zhang Jingyan to ask him calmly, "Senior Zhang, your registrations are done?" Zhang Jingyan quickly replied, "Yes, Junior Ling, we are all done." Zhang Jingyan's reply instantly shook the people in the hall from their stupor. They hurriedly made way, allowing Ling Lan and the people she brought here to move forwards and register with the staff members. Ling Lan's arrival made the regiment commanders from the mecha clans of various sizes feel the pressure of a mountain upon them, thus, they all quickly bid farewell to Ling Lan and led their team members in a swift departure from the hall. Ling Lan saw Zhang Jingyan and friends running out of the hall like demons were chasing after them, and found herself extremely speechless. She turned her head to ask Wu Jiong, "Am I very ugly? Very scary?" Even though this lady one always has a cold face, this lady's genes are absolutely top of the line. Both Daddy Ling Xiao and Mummy Lan Luofeng were super good looking and elegant. Did those boys have to run away in such fear as if they had just seen a ghost? Wu Jiong threw a quick glance at Ling Lan and then immediately lowered his eyes. Boss Lan should have pretty good looks, right? Wu Jiong actually could not imagine what Ling Lan truly looked like. Only Ling Lan's penetrating gaze remained in his memory, as well as that silent penetrating chill. Seriously, who would dare to study Boss Lan's looks so closely? One look was enough to make a person retreat 3 feet. Sensing Boss Lan's cold and penetrating gaze sweep sharply past his face, Wu Jiong tolerated the chill which seemed to slice him right to the bone. With effort, he gathered his thoughts to reply, "How can that be? Boss Lan is handsome and majestic, unparalleled in your dominance." Why was the cold intent in Boss Lan's eyes growing thicker? He had clearly only said good things. Wu Jiong could not know that all the things he had said were indeed good things when used to describe boys, but when used to describe girls, those words were actually rather horrible. Wu Jiong felt that he really might not have a chance to participate in the Mecha Grand Tournament if things went on like this. Just as he was about to be killed on the spot, Qi Long spoke up and rescued him. "Boss, your force of presence is too strong. When you stand beside people, they feel really pressured, like a mountain is pressing down on them. Normal people can't take it." When Ling Lan heard this, the cold air around her dissipated a little. Wu Jiong cleverly started nodding his head in agreement. "Yes, Boss Lan, those able to stand firmly by your side must already have physical skills at our level." Ling Lan's brow furrowed, just as instructor number 1 in the learning space had said, her force of presence was becoming stronger and stronger, even already at the critical point. Sometimes, there were even signs of her losing control over it. But, even after such a long time, she still had not been able to find the catalyst to merge her force of presence with her own body. This made her wary of displaying her physical skills, afraid that she may lose control and end up doing something she would regret greatly. Coming to terms with the answer, Ling Lan gave up on pressing Wu Jiong any further. Standing behind her, Li Lanfeng's gaze shimmered. He had not forgotten that smile so lovely that it could fell cities and nations. However, this was his secret, he would not share it with others. Ling Lan's arrival made Song Yanqiu and all the other staff members there rally their spirits. They focused on registering all the people who had come along with Ling Lan. It was only after sending Ling Lan off that they breathed a sigh of relief. Some of them even slumped over in their seats, their limbs limp and powerless. Only then did Song Yanqiu realize that he had actually forgotten to speak more with Xie and Luo Lang. He did not even know when they had finished their registration procedures. Ling Lan That person's force of presence is really strong, even stronger than that of their primary force Qiaoting. It would have been hard to breathe even for someone standing far away to one side. Song Yanqiu looked down at Ling Lan's information recorded on the optical supercomputer and muttered to himself, "Only a special class operator." His tone was full of doubt. At this time, in the accommodation area assigned to the 2nd Men's Military Academy, a boy rushed into the living quarters of his regiment commander. This boy was Ali, who had been attracted by Luo Chao and Han Shuya, and who had also been dispatched by his regiment commander to scout for information. "Regiment commander, I found it. The leader of the first co-ed military academy one this time is Lin Shao." When he saw his regiment commander, Ali immediately reported the news he had gathered. Speaking of his regiment commander, in their second men's military academy, he was a famous figure. He was the tacitly acknowledged number one in their academy, the one who had successfully advanced to ace operator in his 5th year, Jiang Xiaoyu. By all accounts, for his regiment commander to have advanced to ace operator at such an age was also outstanding, belonging to the ranks of the cream of the crop. Unfortunately, he was outshined by Qiao Ting of the first men's military academy by a head, who let the other manage to advance in his 4th year. That allowed Qiao Ting to recreate Ling Zhao's record of advancing to ace operator level as a 4th-year cadet, making the people of the Federation call him the second Ling Xiao. In this way, Qiao Ting had completely stolen the thunder of his regiment commander too. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu had been willing to lead the representative team into battle partly because he wanted to take the chance to defeat Qiao Ting. Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to use the truth to tell the other that, even if Qiao Ting had been lucky enough to advance to ace level in his 4th year, he would never be the number one of the military academies. Lin Xiao, what a familiar name. Hearing this name, Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been half reclining on the sofa, sat up straight. He opened his communicator and began to search for information on Lin Xiao, and only afterwards did he say with a tone of realization, "So it's him." In the last tournament, he also joined the Mecha Grand Tournament. It's unexpected that he would join again this time and become the team leader to boot. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled coldly. Lin Xiao was just like him, they were both 6th-year students. In the last tournament, when they had still been 3rd years, the first co-ed military academy had made an exception for Lin Xiao due to his extraordinary mecha piloting talent, allowing him to represent the school in the tournament. Meanwhile, although Jiang Xiaoyu's piloting talent had been no weaker than the others, he had not earned the right to participate due to the intense competition in his military academy. He was still rather sore over the fact. 3 years ago, he was already a special class operator 3. Now that these 3 years have passed, if his talent is truly as strong as they say, he should already be an ace operator. Jiang Xiaoyu may be jealous and resentful of Lin Xiao, but this did not affect his judgment. It looks like this Lin Xiao will also be a formidable opponent in our way to the top this time. We must pay some special attention to him. Noted, Regiment Commander. I will keep an eye on it, replied Ali immediately. His mecha piloting skills were average, but he was very skilled in collecting intel. The regiment commander had deliberately wasted a member slot to bring him along, just so he could utilize this specialty of his. He naturally could not let his regiment commander down. Jiang Xiaoyu trusted in Ali's abilities, thus, he put the matter of Lin Xiao to one side and then glanced meaningfully at Ali. Ali immediately picked up on what his regiment commander wanted and quickly reported what his regiment commander was most eager to know. Those 2 girls from before, the strong and handsome one is called Han Shuya, a 2nd-year mecha piloting student. The sweet and delicate one is called Luo Chao, a 2nd-year starship navigation student. Why are 2nd years being allowed to participate in the Mecha Grand Tournament now? Jiang Xiaoyu rubbed his jaw in confusion. Mind you, with the exception of truly outstanding students, those who earned the right to participate in the Mecha Grand Tournament were typically almost all students in their 4th year and above. Ali had gathered his intel well. He immediately explained that Luo Chao is extremely outstanding. The competition she will be participating in is the Starship Navigation Contest. As for Han Shuya, I heard that Luo Chao had personally sought out Lin Xiao to ask for a member slot for her. Ali thought about the gossip he had inadvertently overheard. It appeared that there was a lot of internal disagreement as well over the participation rights of these 2 girls. Even in casual conversation, the members of their academy had not forgotten to grumble about it. Ali, say, do you think Lin Xiao is also interested in that Luo Chao, which is why he did this? A lewd smile appeared on Jiang Xiaoyu's lips. He had the feeling that Lin Xiao must definitely be like him in having an ulterior motive towards Luo Chao. Ali thought about that delicate and beautiful face of Luo Chao's which inspired care and affection, and he said somewhat uncertainly, perhaps. Right, have you found out why they were at the registration area? Jiang Xiaoyu moved on to ask. Ali said regretfully, I couldn't find out anything on that. The staff members of the registration hall are very tight-lipped. They wouldn't tell me anything no matter what I tried. Ali could not know that the staff at the registration hall were definitely not as professional as he imagined. The key reason why he did not succeed was that he was not a beautiful girl, so he did not have that instant kill effect that Luo Chao had. Continue to observe their actions closely. If they go out, remember to notify me. Jiang Xiaoyu was not disappointed in these results. He gave the instruction for Ali to continue following the two before sending Ali away. The next day, which was also the final day before the Mecha Grand Tournament would begin, the marketplace around the tournament area entered its first peak in activity. The entire place was bustling and hectic, there were people everywhere one looked. Even a few cadets who would be participating in the tournament could not help but be curious and take some time out of their busy schedules to browse the market, planning to try and find a bauble or two. Meanwhile, after Luo Lang and the rest were done registering that night, Luo Lang had gone with Qi Long and Han Jijian to look for his sister at the first co-ed military academy area and told the two girls where they were staying and their room numbers. Therefore, early this morning, Luo Chao and Han Shuya, who had long wanted to go browse the marketplace, had come to the living area of the first men's military academy, planning to seek Boss Lan and the other boys out to be their escorts for. The arrival of the two pretty sisters in the first men's military academy area which was filled with only boys naturally caused a commotion. However, when the boys heard Han Shuya say that they were here to find Boss Lan, the ardor of the first men's military academy students was instantly extinguished. They did not have the guts or the confidence to try and steal Boss Lan's women, unless they had strength at the level of Xiao Ting. Implicated for no reason, Xiao Ting wanted to state that he had no interest at all in younger sisters, the one he liked was the Federation's goddess of healing, Li Yinfei. As such, he definitely would not ever clash with Boss Lan over this. Frankly, the shy little Luo Chao had not wanted to come find Boss Lan directly, she felt that this was way too stressful. However, Han Shuya believed that if Luo Chao continued to be shy like this, she definitely would not be able to break through to that 1,000-year-old iceberg Boss Lan. For the sake of her sworn sister's happiness, Han Shuya ultimately decided to ignore Luo Chao's wishes and dragged Luo Chao by her little hand right up to the door of Boss Lan's room. Su. Shuya, are we really going to knock on the door? Luo Chao was already so frightened that she could not speak properly. Even though she liked Boss Lan, when faced with that cold face of Boss Lan's, she still could not help being timid. Luo Chao, do you not want to become Boss Lan's girlfriend? If you continue to hold back like this, Boss Lan will one day be snatched away by someone else, said Han Shuya in frustration. Who will, snatch? Han Shuya's words made Luo Chao's small face turn white. Helplessly, facing her fingers, she retorted weakly, Boss Lan is attending the first men's military academy. There are no girls. Han Shuya scoffed and flicked her communicator open with a snapping sound. A virtual screen appeared on her communicator and, on the screen, a seductive and enchanting woman was displayed, so beautiful that it dazzled the senses. Luo Chao looked at the picture and said somewhat uncomprehendingly, Shuya, why are you showing me this picture? Li Yinfei, the Federation's sole songstress, also the Federation's goddess of healing. Last year, she performed at the first men's military academy, and she has also announced before that her future husband must be a king among men. Han Shuya quirked an eyebrow at Luo Chao and said with a smirk, you think Boss Lan cannot become a king in the future? Luo Chao's lips trembled and her face paled even further, no longer sporting any trace of color. Han Shuya felt rather sorry at the sight, but thinking about Luo Chao's personality, if she did not force Luo Chao this time, Luo Chao definitely would not take the initiative to step forwards. For the sake of her good friend's future happiness, she needed to harden her heart and give Luo Chao a good hard shove. If you still don't take the initiative, by the time Boss Lan becomes a king in future, do you think you can still beat Li Yinfei? That's a national goddess. According to my cousin brother, Boss Lan has a liking for Li Yinfei. Han Shuya dealt another heavy blow, shattering that final bit of assurance Luo Chao was harboring. Although Luo Chao's face was as white as paper, her initially unsteady gaze suddenly became steady. She was silent for several seconds, and then she finally made up her mind and said softly, I won't hold back anymore. Only then did Han Shuya close the virtual screen, satisfied. With a jerk of her chin, she motioned for Luo Chao to go knock on the door. Right then, Luo Chao and Han Shuya did not know that while they had been talking outside the door, someone had coincidentally come to look for Ling Lan as well. When he was about to turn the corner into the corridor, he had heard the voices of the two girls before he had made the turn. He had instinctively shrunk back to hide behind the wall and in doing so had overheard their conversation. Rabbit likes Li Yinfei. How can that be? Li Lanfeng's face was a picture of disbelief as he tried to digest this piece of information he had just heard. He had spent so much time together with Ling Lan, but he had never heard Ling Lan even mention Li Yinfei's name. Who were these two girls? Luo Chao? Shuya? From their conversation, Li Lanfeng quickly deduced their identities. They should be Luo Lang's sister, Luo Chao, and Han Jijian's younger cousin sister, Han Shuya. And when Han Shuya said that she had gotten this news from her cousin brother, she must have meant Han Jijian. Could it be that the rabbit had told Han Jijian about this? At the thought, Li Lanfeng felt extremely lost and bitter. So he still could not compare to those little companions who had grown up alongside the rabbit, that's why the rabbit would rather tell Han Jijian and the rest but not him. Li Lanfeng could not help but split hairs 5, his heart growing colder and colder, his mind turning dark and blank as he felt as if he was being abandoned by his rabbit. Ding dong, ding dong. Ling Lan, who was currently practicing her chi exercises on the balcony, heard the doorbell ring. She walked into her room, pulled her uniform from its hanger and put it on, and only then did she walk to the door and open it. Ling Lan was dressed in a sharp-pressed white uniform. The moment she appeared before Luo Chao and Han Shuya, the two girls felt an invisible wave of pressure pressing down on them. Even the bold and audacious Han Shuya could not help but shudder, feeling her legs grow a little weak. She silently gulped, trying to give herself courage. Luo Chao was in an even worse state. Her initially pale little face was now flushed a brilliant red and looked as if it would catch fire in the next moment. Han Shuya was both surprised and resigned at Luo Chao's state. She was surprised that Luo Chao was not at all afraid of Ling Lan, but she was also resigned to see that as soon as Luo Chao saw Boss Lan, Luo Chao's soul had been completely sucked away, leaving her only capable of blushing. Ling Lan was surprised to see who was outside her door. She asked, "How did you all come here?" She leaned slightly to one side, motioning for the two girls to come in. Han Shuya saw that Luo Chao was completely immobile now, so she decisively grabbed Luo Chao's hand and pulled her into the room. Only then did Ling Lan close the door, turn around, and ask, "What would you all like to drink?" Ling Lan was very happy to see Luo Chao and Han Shuya again. She actually really wanted to have several good girl friends to gossip with and talk about feelings and so on, though looking at the current circumstances, this wish was impossible to realize. Face red, Luo Chao stuttered, "Anything is fine, Boss Lan." However, Han Shuya did not stand on ceremony. "I want to drink Imuro juice." Imuro was an extremely rare and precious fruit, and so the juice extracted from it was also extremely expensive. Hence, Han Shuya was normally reluctant to drink it, but she had no need to be polite with Boss Lan here. After all, Boss Lan was the second generation of a top-level military family in the Federation. The amount of pocket money he had must be staggering. At this notion, Han Shuya felt resentment stir in her heart. Why were Boss Lan's parents so willing to give him so much credits, while her parents were so calculative? Every time she went to them to ask for some pocket money, they would even ask her for a full accounting of her expenses. Her heart ached just thinking about it. Han Shuya came to the profound realization that, sure enough, other people's parents were always the best. Just as Han Shuya believed, Ling Lan did not care at all about that amount of credits. Leaving aside the credits her parents gave to her, her omnipotent little four could already help her earn countless credits in a never-ending supply. No matter how she spent, the credits never ran out. In this way, under Luo Chao's reticent shyness and Han Shuya's decisive help when she could not take her friend's timidity anymore, Ling Lan finally figured out why the two girls had come looking for her. She considered how she really had nothing much to do today anyway, and so agreed to go shopping with them. They had yet to leave the house, however, when Ling Lan's doorbell rang again. Ling Lan opened the door to see Li Lanfeng standing there, and she asked curiously, "Leopard, what's up?" Li Lanfeng glanced into the room and saw the two girls sitting on the sofa in the rabbit's room. Li Lanfeng had not forgotten what they had said earlier, about how Luo Chao really liked the rabbit. He wondered if she had already confessed. It was rather unexpected that his rabbit was younger than him by 3 years, and yet the peach blossoms were already blooming everywhere in his vicinity. This left an astringent taste in Li Lanfeng's heart. Even he himself did not have a girlfriend yet. This was a little disgraceful. "You have guests." Li Lanfeng tried hard to tamp down on the rising sourness in his heart and pretended as if he had just caught sight of the girls, his face filled with surprise. "Yes, my 2 sisters. We're going to go shop at the marketplace," said Ling Lan breezily. Li Lanfeng's expression turned pleased at those words. "What a coincidence. I too was about to ask you to go shopping together. Why don't we all go together?" Ling Lan considered it and agreed. She felt that she might be too busy to handle both girls. It would be safer with Li Lanfeng coming along as well. Ling Lan did not forget that Luo Chao's outstanding beauty was just like Luo Lang's, capable of causing trouble on the scale of Helen of Troy. By the time Ling Lan and company departed, however, the group was no longer just the 4 of them because they had bumped into Qi Long as they were leaving. When this fellow Qi Long heard that boss was going shopping, he was instantly ecstatic. He very quickly summoned a large group of people, so in the end, it became a trip involving the entire Lingtian battle clan. The 12 members rushed towards the marketplace in high spirits. Meanwhile, on the second men's military academy's end, after receiving news that Luo Chao and Han Shuya were going shopping with a group of people from the first men's military academy, Jiang Xiaoyu also led his own battle clan out after them. As they had much more people now, Lingtian split into 2 groups. Luo Chao and Han Shuya were with Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng, Luo Lang, and Zhao Jun II, while Qi Long's group included Han Jijian, Lin Zhongqing, Xie Yi, Chang Xinyuan, and Li Shiyu. Compared to Luo Chao's group which was planning to shop around aimlessly, Qi Long's group was much more purposeful. As the team's specialized researchers, Li Shiyu and Chang Xinyuan would instantly buy anything which would be beneficial to their research, while the head logistician Lin Zhongqing would not forget to gather useful resources for his battle clan. Luckily, Ling Lan was prepared for this. Before the 2 groups went their separate ways, she transferred a large bulk of credits to Lin Zhongqing. That figure was enough to make even Lin Zhongqing, who managed the finances of the Lingtian battle clan, to tremble, feeling as if he would be flattened by the sheer weight of all those credits. It was clear to see how large this sum of credits was. As Ling Lan's team browsed the stalls, compared to the impatience that gradually surfaced on Luo Lang's and Zhao Jun's faces, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng were much more composed. They sat in a rest area, patiently waiting for Luo Chao and Han Shuya to finish trying out clothes. When Luo Lang could take it no longer, he stared across the street with stars in his eyes. There was a mecha equipment store there and he really wanted to go take a look. "Boss, I'll be going over there to take a look." "I'll be right back," Luo Lang finally spoke up to say. He no longer wanted to accompany his younger sister while she shopped for clothes. Zhao Jun's eyes lit up at his words and he quickly joined in to say, "I'll go too." Ling Lan waved nonchalantly. "Go. And then, Zhao Jun and Luo Lang could be seen running over to the store like they were being chased by demons. Ling Lan found it rather funny and turned to ask Li Lanfeng sitting beside her, "Leopard, is accompanying girls to buy clothes such an unbearable thing?" Although Ling Lan did not have the chance to personally try on these pretty outfits before her eyes, she was happy just looking at them. That was why she did not find waiting for the girls tiring at all and was instead happy to do so. Li Lanfeng seemed to be in a bit of a bad mood. He said lowly, "If you value the girl, then no matter how you accompany her, you will feel happy. Rabbit, that girl inside, do you value her a lot?" Ling Lan smiled and replied, "They are my dear little sisters. How can I not value them? Are they really just little sisters?" If they were just little sisters to Ling Lan, then why couldn't Luo Lang endure it? And Luo Lang was even Luo Chao's actual biological brother. Li Lanfeng cast a searching look at Ling Lan, trying to judge the truth of Ling Lan's words. Truth be told, Li Lanfeng did not really wish to see Ling Lan have a girlfriend right now. He just had the feeling that the friendship between Ling Lan and himself was still a distance away from his ideal, thus, Li Lanfeng did not want for a girlfriend to pop up and influence Ling Lan right at this critical period. In the fitting room, blushing, Luo Chao was holding onto a gauzy dress Ling Lan had chosen for her, completely zoned out. Seeing this, Han Shuya nudged her helplessly and said, "Don't just stand there. Change quickly and go out to dazzle the hell out of Boss Lan." Han Shuya's words made Luo Chao's face turn even redder, but she was at least aware again now to begin changing her clothes. As she changed, Luo Chao suddenly turned to ask Han Shuya, "That big brotherly, doesn't he seem to dislike me?" Taken aback, Han Shuya asked urgently, "Did you sense something?" Luo Chao frowned as if trying to recall something. "Every time I try to talk to Boss Lan, he always interrupts and changes the topic. He seems to have something against me." Han Shuya's expression turned serious as she began thinking back on everything that had happened along the way here. She found that it was really as Luo Chao had said, whether intentionally or not, that person called Li Lanfeng had been subtly trying to exclude them from their conversations. If Luo Chao had not brought it up, Han Shuya might not even have noticed. However, that Li Lanfeng had been constantly smiling, and when he spoke to them, his tone had always been gentle and polite. He had not shown any sign of disliking them. Could it be that they were just being overly sensitive? Han Shuya voiced this possibility and Luo Chao bit her own lip, unable to tell for sure. They could only decide to continue observing the situation. Very soon, they were done changing and they walked out of the fitting room. The customers browsing the racks in the store saw a seductive witch and an ethereal fairy step out, and their eyes lit up instantly. Han Shuya pulled the bashful Luo Chao right up to Ling Lan and then asked directly, "Boss Lan, are we pretty?" Truly, humans were visual animals. Even though Ling Lan was a girl like them, she was still stunned by the beauty of Han Shuya and Luo Chao. She nodded and praised, "Not bad, the clothes suit you both very well." Luo Chao's face was extremely red, but she could not conceal her joy at these words. Her lips curved up into a small smile. Li Lanfeng also smiled and said, "Yes, these two little sisters are really great beauties. They look lovely no matter what they wear." The sincere praise made Luo Chao and Han Shuya feel rather ashamed. It looked like they had misunderstood this big brotherly. Just as Luo Chao and Han Shuya were preparing to change back to their own clothes and pay for their selections, a great commotion suddenly broke out from the store across the street. Quite a few customers ran out from that store in a panic. When Ling Lan saw this, her expression changed. She had not forgotten that Luo Lang and Zhao Jun had gone over to that store. "Leopard, you stay here and protect Luo Chao and Han Shuya. I'll go over there to check things out." Ling Lan was decisive. She summarily entrusted Luo Chao and Han Shuya to Li Lanfeng, and then with a quick dash, she had disappeared from the store. "Where is Boss Lan going?" Han Shuya saw Ling Lan disappear before their eyes and quickly turned to ask Li Lanfeng. "He has gone to the other side to take a look. Go pay for your things first. We'll talk more later," instructed Ling Lan. The smile that had been on his face had disappeared and there was a trace of grimness in his expression. Just now, he had sensed some displacement in the air coming from the other side. It looked like a fight had broken out there and the physical skills levels of the people involved were not low. He wondered if it could be Luo Lang and Zhao Jun. After leaving the women's clothing store, Luo Lang and Zhao Jun had run straight for the mecha equipment store. As this market was a temporary one, its layout was rather chaotic. You might have just passed a small eatery, only to find a weapons store next door selling guns and ammunition. For instance, this mecha equipment store they just entered was surrounded by either clothing stores or jewelry stores, which were all somewhat incongruous with a mecha equipment store. The items in the equipment store were varied and comprehensive. There were energy packs, medical packs, weaponry bags, and even quite a lot of precious materials from various planets. These materials could be used to modify mecha and could also be used to forge weapons. As such, there were quite a number of cadets inside this store. As the Mecha Grand Tournament used real Mecha 3, everyone wanted to find equipment that could strengthen their mecha's combat power before the tournament began. This was also why equipment stores were the prime target for cadets to visit. Luo Lang looked at a cold weapon in the store in surprise. The weapon actually looked extremely similar to Ruthless which Boss Lan used inside Mecha World. The long, narrow, and thin pitch-black blade raised concerns about whether the 7-meter sword would hold up in battle. This sword, it's so familiar. Following Luo Lang's line of sight, Zhao Jun also caught sight of the sword and, like Luo Lang, he was also extremely surprised. Luo Lang could not stop himself from walking to stand right below the giant sword to try and see what material was used to forge it. He found that the material was not one he knew. A shop helper standing to one side saw how interested Luo Lang was in the giant sword, and so he approached him to introduce it, saying, "This sword is called Firmament 4. It is made from a newly discovered material. Don't look down on it for its long and narrow blade as it is actually very sturdy. And this firmament has a special characteristic, the blade has a certain degree of flexibility." Flexibility? Luo Lang was even more surprised by this new fact. He knew that his boss's Ruthless also possessed a certain degree of flexibility. Yes. If you are interested, sir, you can open up the protective cover and test it out personally, suggested the shop assistant. Luo Lang nodded and the shop assistant turned off the protective cover. Under the prompting of the shop assistant, Luo Lang pressed down on the body of the sword and sure enough, the sword bent a little under the force of his fingers. When he stopped pressing down, the blade bounced back to normal. It's a good weapon. How much for this firmament? Luo Lang's first thought was that this sword was very suitable for his boss and so he inquired about it. Because its material is rare and precious, it is several times more expensive than normal cold weapons. The shop assistant displayed the price of firmament to Luo Lang, and Luo Lang's complexion changed. This was not just a matter of several times, that price. Even if he added up everything he owned, he still would not be able to buy the hilt of the sword. Resigned, Luo Lang said, "Hold on to this sword for me for now. Wait for a moment and I'll bring someone over to take a look. If he's satisfied with it, we'll buy it." The shop assistant smiled and replied, "All right." This kind of situation was not uncommon, many interested customers were defeated in the end by this astronomical price, but many of them would still leave this request behind. Unfortunately, none of them had ever returned to purchase the sword. What does the beauty want? Perhaps I can be of assistance. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from behind Luo Lang. Luo Lang instantly frowned. He turned his head and saw a young man with a rather flirty expression on his face smiling at him. It was the team leader of the team from the 2nd Men's Military Academy, Jiang Xiaoyu. Luo Lang's brow furrowed, a trace of anger passing swiftly through his eyes. If boss had not cautioned him not to cause trouble, he definitely would have taught the other a lesson then and there. Luo Lang could tell from the other's actions that this was definitely yet another person who had taken a liking to his looks. Luo Lang glared scathingly at Jiang Xiaoyu and made a move to leave, planning to bring boss over to buy firmament. He was just passing by Jiang Xiaoyu when Jiang Xiaoyu actually reached out his right hand all of a sudden to try and grab Luo Lang's right wrist. With a slide step, Luo Lang evaded the other's lecherous hand glared at him, and said, "What are you trying to do?" Zhao Jun had also figured out that the other did not have any good intentions. He took a brisk step forwards to stand beside Luo Lang, glaring coldly at Jiang Xiaoyu. Zhao Jun's move was a signal for the boys behind Jiang Xiaoyu to come closer as well, and they quickly surrounded Luo Lang and Zhao Jun. "What? You want to fight?" Zhao Jun was furious and looked like he was going to charge forwards and brawl if things deteriorated any further. This was perfectly in line with his burly and irritable public image. A mocking smirk hung on Jiang Xiaoyu's lips. This kind of muscle-headed, simple-minded person was nothing to worry about. He sent a glance at the team member beside him who immediately understood what he wanted. That team member led 6 people to push closer towards Zhao Jun, attempting to separate Zhao Jun from Luo Lang. Seeing this, Zhao Jun did not hesitate to meet them, and in the back and forth of battle, he was unwittingly drawn away from Luo Lang's side. Luo Lang was extremely surprised that Zhao Jun had been successfully drawn away. Even though Zhao Jun had not joined Ling Tian for more than half a year, Luo Lang, who trained with him very often, knew that this fellow was not that simple. If you really took him for a brawny hot-tempered simpleton, he would definitely die cluelessly by the other's hand. That fellow was really very black-bellied. Sure enough, when Luo Lang glanced at Zhao Jun, he caught a quick surreptitious look in return from the latter. With that, Luo Lang knew that the fellow had to be plotting something and so did not bother worrying about him any further. Having gotten rid of the person in his way, Jiang Xiaoyu was in a good mood. He consoled Luo Lang with a bright smile, saying, "Little beauty, don't be mad. Your big brother here just wants to be friends with you too." Jiang Xiaoyu's sudden politeness was definitely not because he had suddenly had a fit of conscience and was planning to let Luo Lang go. Rather, compared to that delicate and bashful look of Luo Chao's, Luo Lang's face was currently flushed red from anger and his eyes were blazing as well, making him shine radiantly. Luo Lang looked just like a proud blooming red rose, stealing Jiang Xiaoyu's breath away. His heart was beating wildly. Even a veteran playboy like him could not resist that soul-stealing allure of Luo Lang's, and he found himself drunk on it. Though he had initially only had plans to fool around with the other, for the first time, he had the desire to chain the other within his embrace forever. He wished for this dazzling woman before him to only bloom before him. "Be friends?" The corners of Luo Lang's lips turned up slightly, a trace of killing intent seeping out from his narrowed eyes. Luo Lang most hated people whose hearts turned ugly due to his face. "Yes, as long as you give this elder brother a chance, I will definitely satisfy you." Perhaps Jiang Xiaoyu had been mesmerized by Luo Lang's appearance, for he actually did not notice Luo Lang's swelling rage that was about to blow or his uncontrollable killing intent. He even spoke up once more to tease the other, his words somewhat unclean and lewd. Done speaking, he fearlessly stepped forwards and reached out his right hand again, trying to touch Luo Lang's pert face to sample the other's soft tofu. "How dare you!" Pushed beyond the boundaries of tolerance, Luo Lang finally acted. His right fist shot out at Jiang Xiaoyu's face, charged with the strength of the peak level of early-stage Qi Jin. Jiang Xiaoyu was the number 1 of the 2nd Men's Military Academy, after all, so he was able to react instantly to Luo Lang's sudden outburst. His lecherous right hand changed directions midway to meet Luo Lang's angry fist. A loud boom rang out. 2 powerful hidden forces clashed head to head. Due to the powerful concussive force generated by the clash, the surrounding people found themselves unable to keep their footing. Those people surrounding Zhao Jun were forced by the pressure of these 2 hidden forces to take several steps back, distancing themselves from Luo Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, when he felt the powerful concussive force, Zhao Jun's eyes flickered. Then, he pretended like he too was unable to bear the force and stumbled back several steps along with Jiang Xiaoyu's men. Luo Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu forcefully exchanged blows, and the 2 of them wavered simultaneously, though their feet remained planted firmly on the ground. Luo Lang's brow furrowed. He had not expected this person before him to have equally strong physical skills as himself, and the other may perhaps even be a little better. It should be known that he had been the one to initiate the attack while the other had only reacted hastily to block it, yet the outcome was a draw. This made Luo Lang cautious. He could not flip his boat in the gutter once again. Last year, he had fallen for another's schemes, and that experience had been lesson enough for Luo Lang. Qi Jin stage. Jiang Xiaoyu's smile had faded as well. He could never have imagined that a girl he had inadvertently taken a shine to would have such strong physical skills, completely inconsistent with her soft and gentle appearance. "Aren't you the same?" Luo Lang smiled grimly but did not continue to attack. Instead, he swept a swift glance around the store to see whether the opponent still had any hidden tricks lying in wait. Right then, there were not many people in the store anymore. Luo Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu's exchange and the resulting concussive wave had shown that the people in the store that these two were definitely masters at Qi Jin stage. In order to avoid being injured in the crossfire, the customers in the store had all run out. Other than those people who had come with Jiang Xiaoyu, those who still dared to remain behind were all those who were very confident in themselves, masters in their own right. As for the staff of the store, they had long hidden themselves away from the fight. The reason why no one had stepped up to discourage the fighting was that all the merchandise of the store were already being protected by protective covers. Unless the combatants hit a cover directly, the shockwaves alone would not damage the items. How interesting. Who would have guessed that the girl I fancy would actually turn out to be a Qi Jin master? Jiang Xiaoyu licked his lips in excitement, growing ever more interested in Luo Lang. Thinking about it, he had never fooled around with a Qi Jin stage woman before. The more he thought about the prospect, the more excited he became. Girl. Luo Lang was stunned for a moment, but he was soon so angry that his pert face was bright red. He had initially thought the other was bent and had only been attracted by his face. He had not expected that the other had completely mistaken him for a girl. Wasn't this just another way of saying that he, Luo Lang, was like a girl? It was definitely an insult to him. Livid, the momentum of Luo Lang's peak early-stage Qi Jin was finally unleashed in its full glory. Being the closest to him, Jiang Xiaoyu's face could not help but change. He had never expected Luo Lang's force of presence to be this strong. Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze flickered and then he suddenly shouted, "All together now." And then, he was the first to leap at Luo Lang. When he attacked this time, not only was Jiang Xiaoyu using his full strength, he was also being extremely ruthless. He needed to take this girl away with him before the law enforcement team of the marketplace arrived on the scene, otherwise, he would need to wait for another chance to obtain the other. And now that the other had already suffered this encounter, she would probably stay cloistered within her school's accommodation area until the end of the tournament. In the accommodation areas, surveillance was very tight, so it would be impossible for him to act. Of course, he was not afraid of being too harsh in his attack and harming the other too much. A Qi Jin stage master had extremely high endurance and resilience. At the same time, their recovery ability was also extremely robust, and with the addition of current technology, as long as the other still had a breath left within them, it would be possible to save them. Perhaps Jiang Xiaoyu's members had constantly been involved in this sort of shenanigans, for when Jiang Xiaoyu gave the order, none of them hesitated at all. Even those who had been keeping Zhao Jun busy turned to leap at Luo Lang as well, planning to strike him down and cart him away. Bam, bam, bam. Those men leaping towards Luo Lang were suddenly smacked onto the ground. Those close by turned around to look and found that Zhao Jun, whom they had neglected, was standing over the men. He had efficiently struck them down within the span of several seconds. Jiang Xiaoyu and Luo Lang once again engaged in battle. This time, the two of them were unable to retain their footing. Both of them stumbled back several steps, though Luo Lang had to retreat 3 steps more than Jiang Xiaoyu. This proved that Jiang Xiaoyu was stronger than Luo Lang. Early stage advanced level Qi Jin. Luo Lang swallowed, trying to calm the roiling qi and blood in his chest. He stared at the other darkly, the opponent was several realms higher than himself, he was completely suppressed by the other. Jiang Xiaoyu did not respond but instead looked towards Zhao Jun, who was not too far from them, with a shadowed expression. Qi Jin. I did not expect your companion to be this strong. He seems a little bit stronger than you. His members were basically all at the peak of refinement, just one step away from entering Qi Jin. For him to defeat them so readily, Zhao Jun had to be at Qi Jin stage, and the ease with which he did so made Jiang Xiaoyu reckon that he must already be at the middle stages of Qi Jin. The only question was which minor ranking he was at. At these words, Luo Lang answered proudly, as my teammate, being strong is a must. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart sank. The other's assured demeanor showed that she was not lying. He did not expect this hulking fellow beside Luo Chao 3 to not be her escort but a teammate from the same battle clan. From this, it could be predicted that her other teammates would definitely be not much weaker either. If her teammates managed to rush over here in time. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed and he ran through some quick calculations mentally. Should he just give up now? But when he looked at that proud and lovely appearance of Luo Lang, his heart itched something fierce. He could not bear to just give up on such a delectable girl. Perhaps hoping for some lucky break, he instantly came to a decision. He shouted to the members still standing, "Number 3. This cry startled Zhao Jun and Luo Lang, but before they could figure out what Jiang Xiaoyu meant when he called out this number, they saw Jiang Xiaoyu's group whip out spherical objects from the bags at their waists. As soon as Luo Lang and Zhao Jun saw this, they knew that something was not right. These things were sure to be bad for them. The two shared a glance and then leapt in silent rapport towards the respective opponents they had targeted, trying to stop them from carrying out their next move. Despite how quickly Zhao Jun and Luo Lang reacted, they were still not faster than their opponents. Before the two could reach them, their opponents flicked the item in their hands and a column of green smoke was sent straight at them from the spherical objects. Zhao Jun and Luo Lang did not have time to dodge and plunged head first into the smoke. The two of them smelled a light fragrance and, in the next second, their heads began to swim. A soporific? Shocked, the two of them decisively moved to bite down on the tips of their tongues, thinking to use the sharp pain to chase away their dizziness. They soon found that it was useless, however, because they had already lost their strength. Their entire body felt weak, so weak that they could not even move their jaw to bite down. Crap. The two of them were extremely frustrated at this moment, they did not expect that they would still fall for the opponent's scheme. Just now, they had still been too careless. Grab them both. Jiang Xiaoyu saw the two of them finally succumb and fall over, and his lips pulled up into a satisfied smile as he gave orders to his men. Yes, leader. The team members immediately moved forwards to do as their leader had said when a white light suddenly flashed across their eyes. After that, they felt themselves being struck by a massive force and were sent flying back uncontrollably to crash heavily to the ground. Some of the weaker members instantly spewed blood from their mouths, their entire bodies slumped on the ground, unable to stand up for that moment. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed and the smug smile on his face stiffened. A white-clothed youth was currently already standing right in front of Zhao Jun and Luo Lang. His face was cold and emotionless, and when his placid gaze swept over to look at Jiang Xiaoyu actually felt a chill creeping over his heart. Due to his arrival, the temperature of the entire mecha equipment store instantly dropped several degrees and those people still within the store could not help but shiver. You are planning to take my people. The other spoke. His cold voice, cold gaze, and cold expression seemed calm, but Jiang Xiaoyu could still sense the turbulent storm underneath the calm surface. An unprecedented sense of pressure descended in the ensuing silence. Jiang Xiaoyu was able to become the number 1 in the Second Men's Military Academy and the leader for the representative team of his school to this Mecha Grand Tournament because he was a steady and determined person. Although Ling Lan's unexpected appearance had caused him to waver, he had soon regained his composure and had begun to study this new opponent, trying to figure out his stats and considering how he should handle him. White was an uncommon color for uniforms among the military academies of the Federation, and the other's uniform was very well made, so it definitely would not be some ordinary uniform. A notion sparked through Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. He had thought of the first men's military academy. A dux would be chosen from every year of students from every specialization, and white was the exclusive color for the uniforms of those duxes. Jiang Xiaoyu combined this knowledge with the information he had received about how Luo Chao had gone shopping with the first men's military academy. Jiang Xiaoyu could pretty much guarantee at this point that this austere youth was most likely a student from the first men's military academy. However, this person did not look at all familiar, so he could not be the well-known Xiao Ting. Could he be the dux of some other specialization? This speculation calmed Jiang Xiaoyu considerably. Even though he kept feeling as if he had overlooked something, he still had a lot of confidence in himself. He definitely would not allow someone to interfere and make him lose face, so he said with a sneer, "This is a matter between myself and the first co-ed military academy. Are you, a dux from the first men's military academy, also going to try and be a hero and meddle in this matter?" If Xiao Ting was the one who had stepped in, he might perhaps have given Xiao Ting some face. But as for this punk who had come from God knows where, did he think that he could swagger around as he liked just because he was a dux from the first academy? Humph, he was thinking too highly of himself and looking down on others too much. The first co-ed military academy? Ling Lan's eyes narrowed, and the temperature around her dropped several more degrees. She smiled coldly and said, "I did not know myself. When had my team members entered the co-ed military academy?" After bullying her people, the other actually dared to fabricate lies and find unreasonable excuses. Even though the first men's military academy had been suppressed by the second men's military academy for 7 consecutive tournaments, this did not mean that they from the first men's military academy were pushovers. By this time, Ling Lan had also been able to determine which school the opponents were from based on their uniforms. The other side was behaving in such an arrogant and audacious manner, likely in large part due to their academy's results for the past 7 tournaments. Their heads were swollen beyond belief. Hearing what Ling Lan said, Jiang Xiaoyu sneered back just as coldly and pointed at Luo Lang, saying, "This sweet and delicate little beauty, is also from your first men's military academy. I never knew that men's academies were taking in females now." Only then did Ling Lan understand what this commotion was all about. She threw a glance at that troublesome face of Luo Lang and sighed mentally. No wonder he had been mistaken for a girl. This fellow had unexpectedly grown to look more and more like a girl as the years added up. He was so enchanting that it was hard to distinguish whether he was male or female. No, to be accurate, the more one looked at him, the more one would think he was a girl. Ling Lan felt deeply hurt by this. Say, why had no one ever mistaken her for a girl? Well, these words were slightly skewed. She was a girl to begin with, so the question should be, why the hell did everyone just accept that she was a boy? She could be considered quite lovely, right? Ling Lan had the utmost confidence in the genes of both her parents. D*mid, who's a girl now? Right then, Luo Lang and Zhao Jun, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly stood up. Luo Lang cursed darkly and then turned his head to complain piteously to Ling Lan, "Boss, you didn't have to be so harsh in giving us the antidote." He gritted his teeth and bore the pain as he plucked a miniature syringe from his neck. Apparently, while Ling Lan had been rushing forwards to prevent their capture, she had not forgotten to shoot out 2 miniature antidote syringes to clear the drugs from the system of the 2 boys on the ground. Likewise, Zhao Jun deftly plucked the syringe from his neck. At this moment, his expression was stony. He felt very humiliated that he had actually been caught by the opponent's scheme, and in front of his own clan leader to boot. Ling Lan could not bear to look directly at that pitiful look of Luo Lang's. She turned her head away and said coldly, "If you have any objections, you can go discuss them with our clan doctor personally." Ling Lan's words made Luo Lang's pitiful expression vanish instantly, and his face even looked a little twisted. The present senior Li Shiyu was no longer that nice guy senior who had first joined the battle clan. Under constant exposure to his boss, Li Shiyu had already been stained absolutely black and had become corrupted. He, who had originally only known to focus on creating good medicine of healing, had now also begun to manufacture poisonous agents. Luo Lang recalled how he had been tormented savagely with agents once when he had offended Senior Li Shiyu by accident, and he could not stop his body from trembling. He absolutely would not go and seek out Senior Li Shiyu. Luo Lang abruptly turned his head to stare at Jiang Xiaoyu. Since he did not dare to argue with boss, then he would need to find some other place to vent his emotions. This person who had mistaken him for a girl was definitely a very good option for a punching bag. He turned fully to face Jiang Xiaoyu and asked fiercely, actually saying this lord is a girl, hells, which part of this lord looks like a girl, huh? At his words, an answer surfaced unbidden in Ling Lan's and Zhao Jun's hearts. Other than that extra bit you have below, everything else is like a girl. Luckily, Luo Lang could not know what his boss and teammate were thinking, otherwise he would definitely challenge Zhao Jun to a duel. Boss was naturally excluded. Luo Lang did not want to die just yet. Luo Lang's furious demeanor made a trace of wondrous appreciation pass through Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, but Luo Lang's words quickly snuffed that appreciation out. He had finally found what was off about the situation. Only now did he notice that the uniform Luo Lang was wearing was certainly not the uniform of the first co-ed military academy. Although it was different in color from the uniform on Ling Lan's body, it was in the exact same style. This meant that this beautiful and eye-catching girl before his eyes was in fact a boy, a student of the first men's military academy. Even though Jiang Xiaoyu had noticed the problem, he still could not believe it. After all, this person before him looked exactly like the Luo Chao he had seen yesterday at the registration hall. Doggedly, he asked, "Are you not the second-year student from the first co-ed military academy, Luo Chao from the Starship Navigation Specialization?" The moment he said this, the three of Ling Lan's group finally understood what all this had been about. So this person had mistaken Luo Lang for Luo Chao, leading to this mess. Hells, you actually dare to lust after my little sister. You're asking for it. When Luo Lang learned that the other's intended target was his precious little sister instead of him, he was instantly consumed with rage. Without thinking, he threw a punch at Jiang Xiaoyu. Right then, Luo Lang's only thought was to beat this scum before him to death. Compared to being mistaken for a girl, this matter drove him crazy even more. How could he allow the little sister he kept cradled in the palm of his hands one to be coveted in such a lewd way by an outsider? In Luo Lang's mind, the only one who could give Luo Chao happiness was his boss. Jiang Xiaoyu saw the other's angry fist coming right at him and without thinking, he met it with a punch of his own. There was a bam, and the two of them were sent stumbling back again respectively once more. Luo Lang's anger-infused attack actually did not benefit Jiang Xiaoyu any, but similarly, Luo Lang had not gained the upper hand either in the attack. Their exchange ended in a draw. Zhao Jun's feet shifted slightly, but Ling Lan suddenly stretched out an arm to stop him. She said softly, "You go finish off those small fry. Leave him to Luo Lang." Zhao Jun nodded. He had initially been planning to help Luo Lang out a bit as, after all, the opponent was 2 ranks higher than Luo Lang. He was definitely no match for the opponent in a one-on-one fight. However, since the clan leader seemed to have a plan, Zhao Jun gave up on his original intention. He believed that with the clan leader as backing, Luo Lang would definitely be fine. Setting aside his concern for Luo Lang, Zhao Jun turned to leap at the team members of Jiang Xiaoyu. Zhao Jun had not forgotten how he and Luo Lang had been cornered by underhanded means earlier. This grudge had to be avenged. Seeing Zhao Jun leap at them like a ferocious tiger, the remaining 7 people glanced at each other and then, gritting their teeth, they surged up to meet him. Despite knowing the opponent was formidable, since their team leader had not said they could leave, as members of his team, they could only bite the bullet and push forwards. On Zhao Jun's end, due to his strength exceeding the opponent's by such a significant margin, he was handling all the attacks coming at him with ease despite being besieged from all sides by the other party. If not for the fact that these people worked well together, forcing Zhao Jun to look harder to find any openings, Zhao Jun would probably have brought these people down a long time ago. Ling Lan saw that Zhao Jun was doing fine on his own, so she turned her full attention onto Luo Lang's fight. Right then, Luo Lang had already traded several blows with Jiang Xiaoyu. Although Luo Lang's rage was off the charts, the gap between him and his opponent's physical skills stage was still slowly pushing Luo Lang into a disadvantageous position, and the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for him. Ling Lan was not anxious, however, because Luo Lang still had an ace in the hole. As soon as he activated his innate talent, Luo Lang's strength would increase exponentially. The battle would only be truly decided then. Sure enough, after Luo Lang and Jiang Xiaoyu exchanged a few more blows, Jiang Xiaoyu felt that victory was within his grasp. But then, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat as a powerful sense of danger swept over him. Jiang Xiaoyu reacted swiftly. He decisively discarded the advantageous situation at hand and slid back, instantly pulling several meters away from Luo Lang. With a loud boom, Luo Lang's fists slammed into the ground. The ground caved in, creating a deep pit of about a meter wide. Not only that, with the pit as the center point, a spider web of cracks spread outwards across the ground. This obviously massive display of strength not only caused Jiang Xiaoyu's complexion to pale in shock, but even the face of the store owner was white as a sheet. He now realized that his store may very well be destroyed at the hands of these two people. The store owner's reaction was caught unerringly by Ling Lan. Her body shook minutely and the hems of her crisp uniform suddenly swayed a little despite there being no wind. Those people still inside the store immediately felt the surrounding temperature plunge to freezing point. They all began circulating their internal energy, and only then did they manage to banish the chill from their bodies. Among them was a middle-aged man who had been observing things from the sidelines. His eyes suddenly narrowed as a trace of shock coursed through them, his gaze fixed on Ling Lan who currently had her back to them. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression was currently extremely grim. The Luo Lang before him was already completely different from how he was before. His initially lively pretty face had lost all color now and seemed frozen in ice. His entire being radiated cold air, not much different from the white-clothed youth standing not too far behind him. What scared Jiang Xiaoyu even more was the palpable sense of danger coiled around this practically emotionless Luo Lang. So he has finally activated his innate talent. I did not expect Luo Lang to choose this personality. Ling Lan had thought that Luo Lang would use the savage personality which had the highest combat strength. Although the transcendent cold personality was also a decent choice, it would not be enough to raise Luo Lang's strength up to the level of his opponent. If Luo Lang wanted to defeat the other, he would have to pay a price. Jiang Xiaoyu felt Luo Lang's force of presence grow stronger and stronger until it was almost equal to his own. The sudden increase in the other's realm confused and frightened him. He could not tell how far his opponent could raise his realm. Still, though he was hesitant to gamble, he finally could not hold back any more and attacked. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's attack coming at him, Luo Lang merely peered at him calmly before raising a fist and punching it out fiercely to meet the attack. The two boys' fists once again collided and were held frozen like a tableau for several seconds, and then the two boys were sent hurtling backwards in opposite directions. Strangely enough, after flying back several meters, they seemed to be caught by something, losing all momentum to fall directly to the ground. When the middle-aged man saw this, the shock in his eyes was unmistakable, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Although he did not speak, and the people beside him could not know what he had wanted to say, the middle-aged man was well aware that he had been about to say, domain. Only a domain ability could seal Qi Jin capable of affecting the store within a specified range. There were not many domain masters in the Federation. What shocked him so much was the apparent youth of this young man before his eyes. Judging from the youth's appearance, he was definitely not yet 20 years old, and the record for the youngest person in the Federation to have broken through to domain was a 23-year-old. And now, the reality before him was telling him that this record had once again been broken. Another peerless prodigy had appeared in the Federation. The moment Jiang Xiaoyu landed, his expression changed subtly. While he had been in the air earlier, he had felt a barrier intercept his flight. Although that barrier was extremely gentle and had not harmed him, there was no doubt that a master had stepped in then. For the person responsible to have changed this area into a cage without him noticing, they were most certain to be a domain-level master. Jiang Xiaoyu swept a cautious gaze around the equipment store. When his eyes landed on Ling Lan standing not too far from them, he directly looked past her, putting his focus on those people hiding in the corner. A stern-faced middle-aged man with glittering eyes caught his eye. At his level, he actually could not tell what level the other was at. Could it be him? Right then, Jiang Xiaoyu was no longer as confident and composed as before. He did not know which side this domain master was on, so his heart began to beat erratically. At this time, he suddenly saw that middle-aged man turn his gaze to the white-clothed youth standing not far from them, and his lips moved as if he was saying something to the other. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart clenched in fright. He could almost confirm from this that the middle-aged man should be on the other side. If he really hurt the beautiful youth before him by accident, he could imagine that things would not end well for him. Having secured his position as number 1 in the Second Men's Military Academy, Jiang Xiaoyu was not a simple-minded person. He came to a quick resolution. When he saw his opponent prepare to attack, he immediately blocked with his hand and shouted, "I admit defeat." Unfortunately, his opponent was Luo Lang under the control of the transcendent cold personality. This Luo Lang was not someone who would make any half-hearted efforts. Since he had already clashed with the opponent, how could he rest without determining who was the winner once and for all? Jiang Xiaoyu saw that the other's footsteps did not even pause at his words and his heart sank. He felt that he had truly been too impulsive this time. Before obtaining a full picture of the First Men's Military Academy, he had recklessly challenged them up front. Sure enough, lust truly clouded the mind. For the first time, Jiang Xiaoyu felt remorseful. He had truly brought a knife down upon his head due to his desires. Resigned, Jiang Xiaoyu once again traded a move with Luo Lang. This time, as he had been forced to react hastily, he was sent reeling back a few more steps than Luo Lang. He only stopped when he bumped into the boundary Ling Lan had set. Ling Lan, who had been observing the fight coolly all this while, suddenly raised her eyebrows, and her gaze carried some deeper contemplation when she looked at Jiang Xiaoyu. Just now, her domain had been attacked, but unfortunately, the strength of the attacker was too weak in comparison to her own and had been unable to break her domain. Apparently, Jiang Xiaoyu had only looked like he had been forced back so many steps by Luo Lang's Qi Jin. In reality, he did not have to retreat that far. Luo Lang's activation of the transcendent cold personality may have made up the difference between their realms, but with regards to reserves of internal energy, Luo Lang was still weaker. Thus, even though Jiang Xiaoyu had lost the initiative, Luo Lang still would not have been able to suppress Jiang Xiaoyu to this extent. Jiang Xiaoyu's performance was completely so he could use Luo Lang's attack as cover to try and escape from the domain. When he had been about to bump into the barrier, long prepared, he had circulated his Qi Jin and slammed it into the barrier. Unfortunately, the barrier was much more solid than he had expected. His Qi Jin attack had not even caused a ripple in the barrier. His Qi Jin had been absorbed completely in an instant and he had been blocked, still within the barrier. By now, Jiang Xiaoyu knew that even if he took the initiative to admit defeat, neither Luo Lang before him nor the domain master helping Luo Lang from the shadows would let him go. Terrified, a savage gleam entered Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. Since the opponent was unwilling to let him go, then he would exact some price from them at all costs. In renewed ruthlessness, Jiang Xiaoyu no longer drew back. He unleashed his full force of presence, putting his all into the battle with Luo Lang. As expected, at full power, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately recaptured the flow of the fight, overpowering Luo Lang. However, as time went by, the situation seemed to be slowly tilting back towards Luo Lang. For the transcendent cold personality, the weaker his position, the harder he fought back. Meanwhile, unable to take down his opponent after so long, Jiang Xiaoyu was finally starting to show signs of impatience. There was a loud bang. The two boys clashed once more, but this time, the two boys did not separate instantly like the previous few times. They remained with their hands touching, standing motionless. However, those with keen eyes could see clearly that, this time, Luo Lang had not used a fist but a palm. His left palm was clasping Jiang Xiaoyu's fist, and this was one of the reasons why the two of them had not sprung apart like before. A trickle of blood suddenly flowed down from the corner of the immobile Luo Lang's lips. In order to hold the other in place, Luo Lang had received the full brunt of the opponent's qi gene and so had inevitably incurred some internal damage. Jiang Xiaoyu's face changed abruptly as the injured Luo Lang did not seem to feel the pain of his body. His palm holding Jiang Xiaoyu's fist captive was still strong and steady. Luo Lang suddenly raised his long-prepared right hand, and a fierce fist was sent hurtling towards Jiang Xiaoyu's face. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to catch the sound of the fist cutting through the air. He knew that if he was hit by this punch, he would definitely be struck unconscious. Jiang Xiaoyu was caught by Luo Lang so he could not dodge. He could only fight back with force, his left hand clenched into a fist and he threw it out decisively. Fist met fist and the forces behind them grappled with each other for several seconds. Having had time to prepare, Luo Lang had used his full strength in his punch, while Jiang Xiaoyu had countered hastily and so could only manage to use 70% of his power in his own punch. The outcome had been decided the moment Luo Lang decided to receive some damage to engineer this scenario. The two fighters were suddenly thrown apart, flying backwards. There was more blood trickling down from Luo Lang's lips now, but Jiang Xiaoyu could not control the roiling copper scent in his chest. He spewed a mouthful of blood in mid-air before crashing heavily onto the ground to slide several meters, only stopping when he reached the barrier. Luo Lang's condition was not much better than Jiang Xiaoyu's. After landing, he staggered back several steps and then, no longer able to stay upright, he collapsed to sit heavily on the floor. Seeing this, Ling Lan knew the outcome had been decided, so she dismissed her domain. Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been half leaning against the barrier, suddenly felt the barrier disappear from his back. His body fell backwards beyond his control, and he quickly put his hands out to prop himself up, narrowly avoiding smashing into the ground again. Luo Lang wiped away the traces of blood from his lips as he struggled to his feet. Then, he slowly walked over to stand before Jiang Xiaoyu and said coldly, "Remember, I'm called Luo Lang. Don't even think about touching my little sister. If there's a next time, I'll kill you." When Luo Lang said this, his eyes were all too calm and still, an extreme form of indifference within them. This gaze chilled Jiang Xiaoyu's heart. He clenched his fists tightly as he stared steadily at Luo Lang without saying a word. As the number one of the Second Men's Military Academy, he had his pride. He would not permit himself to yield. Luo Lang did not care about Jiang Xiaoyu's attitude, he had merely said what he did to convey his determination. As for whether the other was willing to listen, that was not part of his considerations. And so, as soon as Luo Lang's words faded, his expression had begun to change. His eyes, which had been emotionless and as calm as water, suddenly became lively again, and the cold air surrounding his body disappeared instantly. He had become his usual self again. Luo Lang slowly made his way back to Ling Lan's side. Ling Lan greeted him with a raised brow and asked lightly, "Satisfied?" Luo Lang smiled, abnormally beautiful, causing many of those lingering in the equipment store to be instantly stunned at the sight. He nodded and said, "Satisfied, boss." There was nothing more satisfying than being able to personally handle a person who had been eyeing him and his sister with lustful intent. "That's good." Only then did Ling Lan turn her head to say to Zhao Jun, who had long beaten the other members of Jiang Xiaoyu's team unconscious, "Let's go." Zhao Jun shook out his arms, his face regretful as he said, "That really wasn't much of a fight. Next time, Luo Lang, let's trade." "Next time." Luo Lang's face darkened instantly. Did this fellow still want him to be accosted and hit on again? Seeing Luo Lang's stormy expression, Zhao Jun knew he had said the wrong thing. He quickly added, "What I'm saying is, next time we fight against injustice, let me fight with the stronger ones first." That said, Zhao Jun once again emphasized his words to express his pure and unsullied heart, "That's fighting against injustice, you hear." Luo Lang huffed coolly, although he was not too happy with Zhao Jun's explanation, he still decided to let it go. Zhao Jun surreptitiously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, rejoicing over his luck in overcoming this hurdle. This punk Luo Lang was great in every way, but he was just too sensitive when it came to this point. As long as something touched on this hot button even just a little, he would go berserk. Ling Lan was just about to lead Zhao Jun and Luo Lang away from the equipment store when a few more people walked through the door. In the lead was Li Lanfeng, and there were two beautiful girls trailing behind him. Luo Chao quietly peeked out from behind Li Lanfeng, and when she saw Ling Lan, her face instantly flushed bright red. This left Ling Lan rather speechless. It had already been so many years. When would this little lass Luo Chao learn not to blush? Luo Chao did not know about Ling Lan's dismay. As soon as she had set eyes on Ling Lan, her heart had begun pounding and her face had begun to burn. In order to let her heart feel a little better, Luo Chao did not dare to look at Ling Lan anymore. She could only turn her gaze away, and when she saw Jiang Xiaoyu half lying immobile on the ground, she asked her brother in confusion, "Big brother, who's that? What has happened?" Luo Lang immediately blocked Luo Chao's view and said with an expression of disgust, "Just some scum. Don't bother about him. Let's go." Luo Chao's soft and sweet voice made the pensive Jiang Xiaoyu raise his head sharply. He saw Luo Chao, with that face which was identical to Luo Lang's, and his heart was instantly overcome with chagrin. Even though those two had identical faces, their temperaments were distinctly different and were extremely easy to tell apart. Why had he been so blinded with lust and desire that he had not been able to see the difference? Why had he been so sure that the person he saw was Luo Chao and had made a move so hastily? If he had only been a little calmer, perhaps he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Luo Lang was about to drag his sister away with him, but he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly recalled that he still had something to tell his boss. He quickly called out to Ling Lan to stop her. "Boss, wait." Ling Lan turned her head to look calmly at Luo Lang and waited for him to explain. Luo Lang dashed over to Firmament's side and beckoned Ling Lan over with a wave, wanting her to come over and take a look. The moment Ling Lan walked over, she was instantly stunned. She had not expected that there would be a sword in the real world with the exact same form as Regretless which Chang Xinyuan had forged in Mecha World. All that was unclear was whether this sword only resembled Regretless in form, or whether it was similar even in terms of creation materials and composition. Luo Lang was very swift. Seeing that his boss was indeed interested in Firmament, he quickly called over a shop assistant hiding at a corner and asked him to open the protective cover so his boss could examine the item. From the earlier battle, the shop assistant already knew that this youth who was as pretty as a flower was a Qi Jin master. How would he dare to hesitate? He quickly ran over and opened the protective covering. Ling Lan reached out her hand to touch Firmament, and she could the softness and flexibility of its body. Next, she also looked at the information booklet beside it and learned that this Firmament actually had characteristics extremely similar to those of Regretless in Mecha World. She was overjoyed at this discovery. It should be known that she was already used to using Regretless. If she could obtain a cold weapon like Regretless in the real world, even if she encountered an elite ace, Ling Lan would have the confidence to fight it out. As for the steep price of Firmament, Ling Lan was not at all concerned. She might perhaps lack other things, but credits was certainly not one of those things. Who asked her to have the incredible cheat code Little 4 to help her manage her finances? Over these past 10 years or so, that account which Little 4 had specially set up for her now contained an astronomical amount of wealth. Furthermore, her parents would transfer a humongous amount of credits to her every year. Just those credits given by her parents alone would be enough for her to purchase this Firmament. Ling Lan paid without any fuss, and then she asked the equipment store to deliver Firmament to the mecha storehouse specially set aside for the First Men's Military Academy. The staff member there in charge of maintenance and commissioning would help her to install Firmament onto her mecha. She did not have to worry any further about this. Only after settling all of this did Ling Lan lead Luo Lang and the others away from the equipment store. After they left, Jiang Xiaoyu could finally breathe a sigh of relief as he slowly climbed up from the ground. He did not show any expression of rage or hatred, merely calmly waking up those members of his who were unconscious and then leading them awkwardly away from the equipment store. Jiang Xiaoyu did not forget that domain master was still inside the equipment store staring coldly at him. He was afraid that if he revealed any bit of resentment, the other would be angered and destroy him completely. After leaving the equipment store far behind him, Jiang Xiaoyu finally could no longer feel any eyes on him. Only then did he truly relax. He turned his head to glance back at the equipment store and a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. This grudge would definitely be avenged. In that final battle royale, if anyone was accidentally killed in the chaos, no one could be blamed. The middle-aged man waited for everyone to leave before departing from the equipment store as well. Beside him, his friend saw him looking contemplatively in the direction Jiang Xiaoyu had left in, and he could not help but ask curiously, "You are interested in those people? They're all Qijin stage students. How can I not be interested? Who knows how many surprises they will be able to give me in the physical skills competition this time," answered the middle-aged man seriously. If that person participated, perhaps the entire federation would be shaken. I had forgotten that you're the physical skills referee for this year's tournament. So, how is it? Are you now interested to take in a disciple? Asked his friend with a laugh. Take in a disciple? I'm afraid I'm not qualified, muttered the middle-aged man to himself. His voice had been too soft for his friend to hear clearly, and so that friend asked, "Elder brother Qian, what did you say?" "Nothing. Perhaps you should watch this Mecha Grand Tournament well. You might be greatly surprised," said the middle-aged man to his friend seriously. Right then, the middle-aged man did not know that this Mecha Grand Tournament would indeed shock and surprise everyone, but just not in the way he was imagining. In the depths of the night, Ling Lan was diligently browsing through the files that Little Four had found for her on all the participants from the various military academies. After a long while, she tapped on one of the virtual images and said, "Perhaps, this will be a good thing. It's about time they learned how to stand on their own." Meanwhile, the spaceport, which had already been closed for a day, suddenly received a military signal code requesting entrance to the spaceport. The staff immediately checked the code and found that the encrypted code contained a permit to enter the port. Without any further delay, the staff immediately opened the passageway to allow the military vessel to fly into the spaceport. On his screen, the staff member responsible for monitoring the docking of the military vessel could clearly see a totem of a phoenix wreathed in flames emblazoned on the head of the ship. And beside the totem, 2 Arabic numerals were printed boldly, 23. He instantly leapt to his feet in excitement, almost sending his chair crashing to the ground, startling the people around him in the process. Before those people could ask him what was going on, he had already begun shouting loudly, "General Ling Xiao, it's General Ling Xiao's vessel." His cry sent everyone in the control room into a tizzy, quite a few people even fell off their seats. They quickly cut all their video feeds to the military vessel, and when they saw that totem that was so familiar it could not be more familiar, as well as that number 23 foot which represented the number of the army division, they all could not help but scream uncontrollably. The ruckus in the control room also startled the supervisor of the spaceport. When he learned that General Ling Xiao's vessel had already landed inside the spaceport, this supervisor was similarly so overwhelmed by emotion that he did not know what to do, almost slapping himself to convince himself that this was not a dream. Fortunately, he managed to retain his last bit of rationality and immediately led his deputy to rush towards the spaceport navigation area, intending on personally welcoming General Ling Xiao. In order to ensure the safety of all the honored guests of the Mecha Grand Tournament, the Department of National Security had not given Planet Chiming the detailed name list of all the attending guests. Instead, they had only provided them with a special safe passage passcode signal source to verify if a guest was legitimate. The staff on Planet Chiming were not able to guess who the guests were from these coded signals, and so they could only wait patiently until the guests arrived to be enlightened. In fact, on this day, the Planet Chiming spaceport had already received quite a number of distinguished guests. Of the 23 standing army divisions of the Federation, although many commanders had not come to attend, the divisions had at least sent their vice commanders or one of the sub-commanders in their division. There had also been several extremely famous imperial operators who had arrived, and even the vice president of the Federation had long arrived 3 days ago. It could be said that these staff members were already used to the shock of it all and were not as excitable as before. But all of this was completely useless when it came to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not only the only division commander in attendance thus far, with the highest status, he was also the national idol Ling Xiao, the immortal battle god. He could be said to be the spiritual support of the entire Huaxia Federation, which was why the staff of the spaceport had completely lost control due to Ling Xiao's arrival. The supervisor of the spaceport rushed at soonest notice to the navigation area and waited for General Ling Xiao to disembark from the military vessel. The first to come out were 6 senior colonels. Their eyes were shining with an intense light, even though they had reigned in their force of presence, the people waiting below to welcome them could still feel an invisible pressure pressing down on them. After they came down, they spread out to cover 6 directions, subtly blocking off all the people waiting in the navigation area. The supervisor knew that these 6 people were certain to be General Ling Xiao's personal guards. Since they had already come out, this meant that General Ling Xiao would soon appear. At this thought, the supervisor's heart began to pound. However, the next person to come out from the ship slightly disappointed the supervisor because it was a major general. He stood at the door of the ship, looked down to survey the situation for a bit and found everything normal, before turning back into the ship. Soon, another figure appeared at the ship's door. The supervisor fixed his gaze on the person and saw that it was General Ling Xiao this time. General Ling Xiao was dressed in a sharp-pressed general's uniform, and there was a warm and gentle smile on his handsome face, welcoming to others like a spring breeze. The supervisor's pounding heart instantly calmed down considerably at the sight of this smile. Everyone was waiting for General Ling Xiao to come down from the ship when General Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and reached out his left hand at the same time to hold on to another person's right hand. A slender and graceful figure slowly appeared at the door. She had a noble and elegant air, her beautiful face adorned with a soft smile as she stared with deep affection at the man standing beside her. The two of them looked extremely young, as if time had not left much of a mark on them. The handsome man and the lovely woman were like a jade couple too. Everyone knew that this had to be General Ling Xiao's wife, Lan Luofeng. The true love between General Ling Xiao and his wife was something every girl in the Federation dreamed of. The curtains were finally lifted on the All-Federation Military Academy Grand Mecha Tournament. First up was the grand opening ceremony at the main stadium at 9 o'clock. This opening ceremony would be broadcast live on the All-Federation Interplanetary Network. Both the military and the organizers on planet Chiming took it very seriously. After waking up early in the morning, Ling Lan washed up and then began circulating her qi to warm and nurture her body. Over these past 2 months, the hidden injuries she had received from training with real ace mecha would heal much faster every time she practiced her qi exercises. Thus, whenever Ling Lan was awake and had nothing better to do, she would circulate her qi to take care of her injuries. However, 1 month later, Ling Lan discovered the true profundity of the qi exercises. In the process of healing, her physical constitution was slowly becoming even stronger, though the effects were infinitesimal. If Ling Lan had not noticed how she was gradually receiving lighter injuries from her training with real mecha as time went by, perhaps she would have completely overlooked it, ending up unable to discover this deep secret of the qi exercises. This made Ling Lan prize the qi exercises even more, no longer just practicing them only for the sake of treating her injuries. Anytime she was free, she would sit and go through them. Ling Lan's tenacity was rewarded well. Ling Lan felt that the resilience of her body becoming better and better, and so her body's ability to endure the feedback pressure from mecha operation was also becoming stronger and stronger. Naturally, she did not forget to share this discovery with Li Lanfeng. After all, he needed the help of the qi exercises even more than she did. As long as Li Lanfeng kept up with the exercises, his frail body on the brink of collapse would no longer be a problem he would have to worry about. After a few circulations, Ling Lan saw that it would soon be the assembly time as notified by the organizers, and so she left her room and slowly began making her way to the assembly point. The assembly point was at the large square in the middle of the accommodation areas. Ling Lan had only just arrived at the fringes of the square when she could see that there was already a large group of people gathered there. Ling Lan looked around casually and found that almost all the cadets from the various participating military academies were already here. This made it difficult for her to pinpoint where the first men's military academy was gathering for a moment. However, Ling Lan was not troubled by it for long. Qi Long, who had long arrived at the square, had immediately sensed his boss's position the moment Ling Lan had come within range. He quickly turned his head and raised his right hand to greet his boss, to show that they were over here. Qi Long's loud greeting naturally startled some of the other military academy cadets around him. However, after a quick glance at Ling Lan, they no longer dared to look at him. Ling Lan did not hesitate to head over instantly. Many people were already gathered at Qi Long's side. They were all participating students from the first academy. Ling Lan took a look around and found that not only Xiao Ting's group was here, but even the rest from the other factions, Tianji, Wuji, Duodong, and so on were all present. Rather, because she had aimed to arrive right on the dot, she ended up being the last one to arrive. Still, no one would dare to grumble about it. In fact, many of the youths believed that Ling Lan should be the last one to arrive anyway. Xiao Ting's gaze was complicated as he looked at Ling Lan. He sighed mentally, unexpectedly, unconsciously. The regiment commander of Ling Tian, Ling Lan, had already gained prominence in the hearts of the students of the first men's military academy. How easily did this become a matter of fact? He had strived so hard for 4 years to obtain this, yet the other had done it so easily. A bitter feeling tinged with resentment towards fate one rose in Xiao Ting's heart. Ling Lan may very well be his rival for life. As soon as Ling Lan arrived, Wu Jiong, who had been coordinating everyone, quickly came forward to report to Ling Lan. Boss Lan, the staff have just notified us that our first men's military academy had been arranged for bus number 397. Now we're just waiting for the other cadets to leave first. 397. Ling Lan was taken aback. So, will be the finale? Don't blame Ling Lan for her surprise. Although the first men's military academy was ranked as the #1 military academy in the Federation, it had still come in second place for 7 consecutive Mecha Grand tournaments. Ling Lan felt that this kind of results should have made it unlikely for them to be the final ones to take the stage. Yes, when I received the notification earlier, I almost did not believe it as well. But then, I thought about it a bit more. Wu Jiong glanced towards Xiao Ting not too far away from them, smiled and said, maybe it's because of him. Ling Lan's mind contemplated the idea for a moment and she felt that Wu Jiong's judgment was not wrong. The first men's military academy had been given the special honor of being the finale this time, probably because of Xiao Ting. After all, he was known to be the only one after Ling Xiao who had managed to become an ace operator in his 4th year at a military academy. Both the military and the organizers on planet Qiming were pinning high hopes on Xiao Ting. As such, they did not dare to disgrace Xiao Ting in any way at this time. Qi Long did not care at all about whether they were the finale or not. With a hint of reluctance, he asked Ling Lan in a soft whisper, "Boss, are we really going to let Xiao Ting be the team leader during the opening ceremony?" The team leader would be the one to bear the school flag during the opening ceremony. Every cadet viewed this position as a mark of honor, which was why Qi Long felt rather unwilling to let it go to Xiao Ting. His boss was clearly the true leader. Why did Xiao Ting have to be one to enjoy the limelight? Isn't that fine? He's a primary force in this Mecha Grand tournament. It makes complete sense for him to bear the school flag, said Ling Lan nonchalantly. Compared to fame, she would rather have obscurity. Her gender had determined that she would not be able to walk into the public eye. Qi Long was still rather disgruntled because, in his heart, boss was the greatest. Although Xiao Ting was an ace operator, his boss was one too. Moreover, his boss was a supreme genius who had managed to advance to ace level in just 1 year at the military academy. This was not something someone like Xiao Ting could compare with. However, Qi Long also knew that his boss would not change his mind once he had decided on something, and so Qi Long sullenly shut up. When 9 o'clock came, the square began to bustle. One by one the hover buses arrived at the square, picking up batch after batch of students. Under the arrangements of the staff, everything proceeded in an organized manner, and with the passage of time, the number of students in the square gradually dwindled. Around 10 o'clock, it was finally the first men's military academy's turn. They were the only ones left at the square by this time. Xiao Ting reflexively glanced over at Ling Lan, and when Ling Lan nodded at him, Xiao Ting sucked in a deep breath and shouted, "Let us board." After saying that, he was the first to step onto the number 397 hover bus. The first men's military academy lined up according to their faction ranks, boarding the bus in an organized manner. The last group to board the bus was Ling Lan's team. When the final person, Xie, had boarded, the No. 397 hover bus left the large square, flying towards the main venue. At this time, 3 middle-aged men were standing in a corner of the large square. There were several other people behind them as well, and all of them were watching as the first men's military academy moved. The middle-aged man on the left said to the one in the middle, "Old Joe, what do you think about the first men's military academy this time round?" The man in the middle merely huffed coldly without replying. The eyes of the man on the left flickered, displeased with the non-answer. He once again said provocatively, "I heard that your team leader this time suffered a loss at the other's hands, and the one he was disgraced by was just some nameless small fry. It looks like for you all to get first place this time, it'll be a little risky." The other's gleeful tone of schadenfreude successfully provoked the man in the middle. He sneered and mocked back, "Old Wu, I heard that many of the team leaders in the Mecha Grand Tournament this time are ace operators. You all better prepare properly. Don't let your ranking drop from the top 4 to outside the top 10 and disgrace all the men's academies." He turned his head to look at the man on the right who had been quiet all this time and asked, "Right, old Chow?" The man on the right had a nice guy face. With a wide smile, he said, "Now that you've mentioned it, old Joe, I really feel the pressure." He then looked at the man on the left, sighed and said, "Old Wu, looks like we'll need to keep an eye out for each other and share a helping hand so we don't lose face when the time comes." Old Chow had barely finished speaking when old Joe's face turned black. Meanwhile, on the left side, old Wu laughed. Old Chow was willing to help him both implicitly and explicitly, so of course he was glad. The dark-faced old Joe smiled coldly. "Old Chow, don't take care of others so much that you suffer instead." His tone carried a vague hint of threat. Without the help of his school, did they really think it would be so easy to place well? In order to contend with the first men's military academy, their 3 military academies had tacitly cooperated with each other in the final battle royal for the past few tournaments, working together to eliminate the first men's military academy. Things should have been the same this year as well, but unexpectedly, the 3rd place First Co-ed Military Academy and the 4th place 3rd Men's Military Academy were actually having second thoughts and had begun ostracizing his military academy now. Could it be that they were dissatisfied because his academy had taken first place for 4 consecutive tournaments, not giving way to either of the other 2? It turned out that these 3 men were actually all from the top 4 schools, the 3 other military academies besides the 1st Men's Military Academy. Old Joe in the middle was from the 2nd Men's Military Academy, which had obtained first place for many consecutive Mecha Grand Tournaments. Old Wu on the left was from the 3rd Men's Military Academy, which had placed 4th last tournament, while Old Chow on the right was from the 1st Co-ed Military Academy, which had placed 3rd last tournament. This time, they had rushed here to the large square together just so they could check out the students who were representing the 1st Men's Military Academy this year. Old Chow did not seem to pick up on Old Joe's threat. Still smiling calmly, he said, "How could that happen? No matter how strong the opponent is, we'll still need to work hard and not let others pull one over us." Old Joe's complexion improved a little at those words. Old Chow had obviously compromised a little with his reply. Truly, if he did not bear some teeth, they would not behave. After Old Wu heard these words, he glanced at the agreeable Old Chow and became pensive. The 3 men saw that there was nothing left here for them to do, so they bid each other farewell. Then, leading their own assistants, they all went their respective ways. On the 2nd Men's Military Academy end, the assistant behind Old Joe said with a worried expression, faculty head, the 3rd Men's Military Academy and the 1st Co-ed Military Academy, what did they mean? Could it be that they don't want to work together anymore? Old Joe smiled coldly and replied, "It's fine. Leave them be for a bit. The competitions at the front depends on themselves. It won't be that easy for them to obtain good results. By the time the marks are tallied up, even if they don't want to work with us, they'll still have to. I don't believe that they would be willing to give up their current positions." Only then did the assistant breathe a sigh of relief. The faculty head was still more impressive, knowing to leave the line long to nab bigger fish. Meanwhile, on the 1st Co-ed Military Academy's end, there was also a conversation going on. However, old Chow was no longer smiling at this moment, and his assistant was equally indignant. The 2nd Men's Military Academy actually dared to do such a thing. Do they really think we will still want to work with them? Old Chow sneered and said, "Really thinking that we, the 1st Co-ed Military Academy, are made from glutinous rice too? Actually daring to target our female students, what bastards." The incensed nice guy could not help cursing. If not for the people from the 1st Men's Military Academy, our starship navigation prodigy would probably have been ruined just like that, and they actually acted like nothing had happened. They're really going too far. This time, even if our results leave us at the bottom, we will pull the 2nd Men's Military Academy off their pedestal. We will let them know that we, the 1st Co-ed Military Academy, have our pride and temper. When old Chow's assistant heard this, he instantly said happily, "Overseer 1, if that bunch of brats know your intentions, they'll definitely be over the moon." Luo Chow was almost ruined this time, and those stinky brats almost exploded from the anger. They've long been howling that we should show the 2nd Men's Military Academy what's what. Old Chow smiled at his words, nodded and said, "That's what our students should be like. If they can't protect their own brothers and sisters, then what use do they have for becoming strong?" While this side was planning to deceive and trip up the 2nd Men's Military Academy, on the 3rd Men's Military Academy's side, Old Wu was asking his assistant, "Ah Chi, tell me, what do you think the 1st Co-ed Military Academy is planning?" His assistant Ah Chi replied, "On the surface, they seem like they intend to collaborate with us. Like us, they seem to have some beef with the 2nd Men's Military Academy." But after faculty head Zhou of the 2nd Men's Military Academy said what he said, Overseer Chow seemed to have retreated. Retreated? Old Wu frowned. That fellow Chow Yongyu, although he looks like a really nice guy, very agreeable and open to discussion, we have really never been able to gain any advantage when dealing with him. This kind of person, would he really just give up because of one statement from Zhou Yuani? He did not believe it. His assistant Ah Chi also became thoughtful. Then, suddenly thinking of something, he said in a low voice, "Sir, last night, I heard some news from the grapevine. Perhaps it has something to do with this." Old Wu's eyes lit up and he quickly motioned for Ah Chi to elaborate. The team leader of the 2nd Men's Military Academy clashed with the 1st Men's Military Academy all because of a girl. And that girl is from the 1st Co-ed Military Academy, a starship navigation prodigy whom they are specially cultivating. Old Wu was surprised. He had thought that the 2nd Men's Military Academy and the 1st Men's Military Academy had clashed in the marketplace because they just could not see eye to eye. Unexpectedly, there was this extra element to it. Old Wu suddenly laughed and said, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Looks like our chance has come. Watch them closely. Once the results for the earlier competitions are out, we can study the situation better and decide who we should choose as our final partners to work with. It's about time for the perennial 4th place to move up a little." A flash of ambition coursed through Old Wu's eyes. At this moment, Ling Lan and the rest had already arrived at the main venue, completely oblivious to the dark current surging behind them. They were nervously lining up to enter the venue. As the last participating group to take the stage, everyone could take pride in this honor they had been given. Xiao Ting accepted the school flag which had been prepared by the staff members, gripping it firmly. This school flag which represented the military academy he came from, he had looked at it for 5 years, and he had never ever felt like it had any particular meaning. But here and now, the school flag was actually heavy, giving him a sort of invisible pressure. He suddenly felt that the treasured throne of king of just his military academy, which he had desired for so long, was actually such a trivial thing. My world should not be limited to a small military academy. It should encompass the entire Federation, no, the whole universe. A bright flame rose in Xiao Ting's eyes. He felt as if he was being remade from the inside out, and the bottleneck of his initially frozen and unmoving peak of advanced level Qi Jin actually began to show signs of loosening. Ling Lan sensed the change in Xiao Ting's condition. She threw a startled glance at the other, thinking that the other was becoming stronger both in terms of force of presence and confidence. She frowned lightly, but the furrow of her brow quickly smoothed out and her eyes soon became tranquil again. No matter how strong the opponent was, she was not afraid of any challenge. The pride in Ling Lan's heart surged and her force of presence began to shake violently. This instantly startled the students who had been caught up in their nervous excitement. The powerful pressure gave them no room to think of anything else. They could only grit their teeth and resist the oppressive pressure with all their might. As they were now putting their full attention on this, their initially stiff movements and restless minds due to their nerves instantly became much more natural and calm. Xiao Ting sensed the pressure coming from Ling Lan and turned to glance at her. His gaze became even more determined. Losing once did not mean losing for a lifetime. He would definitely become stronger than Ling Lan. The subtle byplay between Xiao Ting's and Ling Lan's force of presences was instantly noticed by the spiritually aberrant Li Lanfeng. He looked at Xiao Ting then looked at Ling Lan, and his gaze turned solemn. Whether it was Xiao Ting, who he viewed as his greatest opponent in this life, or Ling Lan, his most important confidant, they were both constantly improving. In that split second back then, he had felt the two of them becoming even stronger than before. Sure enough, it was not so easy to alter one's destiny. He needed to work much harder. Li Lanfeng's gaze turned cold and he began to silently practice the qi exercises. Ever since Ling Lan had told him that as long as he was persistent with his efforts in practicing these qi exercises, his terrible physical constitution would be inherently changed and may even be resolved completely, he had practiced the exercises whenever he could. After close to a year of relentless study, he had finally achieved a state where he did not even need to sit down and meditate to circulate his qi and go through the exercises. Now, he could even practice the qi exercises while exercising. Although the effects were not as great as when he was meditating, the effects were still noticeable after accumulation over time. Based on his current progress and efficacy, his constitution problem which originally would have required 5 to 6 years to resolve may be resolved a year or two faster. Of course, he had also shared the results of his research with Ling Lan. And as expected, his rabbit was unbelievably aberrant, only taking 1 month to achieve what he had spent a year to do. At this thought, Li Lanfeng felt both proud and somewhat put out. He was proud of Ling Lan being so outstanding, but put out just thinking of the gap between himself and the other. However, Li Lanfeng's heart was strong, he was not discouraged by Ling Lan's aberrant abilities. If he could not compare to the other in terms of talent, then he would use hard work to make up the difference. Li Lanfeng could never have imagined that Ling Lan had a cheat that allowed her to extend her practice time several times over. As such, whether it was in terms of talent or hard work, Li Lanfeng was doomed to chase after Ling Lan his entire life. Boss, retract your force of presence quickly. Inside Ling Lan's mind space, Little Four was panicking. He had not forgotten that Ling Lan's force of presence was currently extremely unstable. This was also why Xiao Ting had been able to provoke Ling Lan's force of presence so easily. Ling Lan, whose force of presence had already reached a critical point, was at risk of losing control at any moment. If his boss's force of presence was allowed to escalate freely, the possibility of losing control would be infinitely increased. Little Four did not dare to risk it. Little Four's words sent a jolt running through Ling Lan's heart. She too had recalled her problem, so she quickly suppressed her force of presence which was on the verge of rampaging. The team members who had been resisting the pressure with all their might suddenly felt the burden ease, and their bodies became much lighter. They silently breathed a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Right then, they no longer felt as nervous and tense as they had at the start, becoming much calmer and composed. They glanced at Ling Lan gratefully. They had been able to regain their usual state of mind all thanks to the pressure of Ling Lan's force of presence. They thought that Ling Lan had been trying to help them. This was undoubtedly a beautiful misunderstanding. Without her conscious knowledge, Ling Lan had once again made her image become even greater than before. At this moment, at the rostrum area, Ling Xiao, who was chatting happily with his dear wife Lan Luofeng, suddenly frowned, but his expression was soon relaxed again. Lan Luofeng, who had been peering at the entrance all this time, did not notice Ling Xiao's shift in expressions. She was extraordinarily excited, tugging on Ling Xiao's sleeve. She kept asking, "Have they come? Have they come?" Why hadn't she seen any sign of her baby daughter after so long? Where had the first men's military academy gone? Why weren't they here yet? Ling Xiao quickly reassured her. Soon, soon. The first men's military academy is typically saved for the last. Now that the other schools have all come out, it should be their turn soon. Although Ling Xiao was all smiles, his smile did not reach his eyes. Just now, he had sensed Ling Lan's force of presence and, powerful as he was, he had instantly sensed something wrong with it. He was very worried and also somewhat crestfallen at the same time. Even when his baby daughter was having problems, she still did not want to seek him, her father, out to help her solve her problems. Undoubtedly, he was too incompetent as a father. The last to take the stage is the First Men's Military Academy. The First Men's Military Academy is one of the strongest military academies in the Federation, with a long history of cultivating countless talents. Following the appearance of another participating school team, the host of the main venue began to announce the name and background of the next school to take the stage, providing a brief introduction as well. When Lan Luofeng heard that the First Men's Military Academy was about to appear, she instantly stood up in excitement. Her sudden move greatly surprised the other special guests. Smiling wryly, Ling Xiao quickly stood up as well to applaud the entrance of the participating team from the First Men's Military Academy. This move enlightened the surrounding people. General Ling Xiao had graduated from the First Men's Military Academy. No wonder his wife was so worked up. Ling Xiao's follow-up action perfectly explained his wife's excitement, and the virtual screens on all four sides of the main venue also began displaying the clapping figures of General Ling Xiao and his wife. This worked up the audience, and they began shouting fervently, submerging the entire venue in a sea of cheers. In the lead, when Xiao Ting saw Ling Xiao standing on the rostrum, he clenched his hands over the staff of the flag he was holding back the excitement in his heart. Ling Xiao was his idol as well as a target he wanted to surpass. In this tournament, he had to perform well and let General Ling Xiao know that he would be the next Ling Xiao. When Qilong and the others who knew the truth saw General Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng, they peeked at their boss in unplanned unison. Subsequently, they instantly felt a subtle drop in the temperature around their boss. The student representatives of the First Men's Military Academy saw their senior General Ling Xiao standing and applauding for them and were instantly overwhelmed with emotion. For a moment, the team was at risk of being thrown into disarray. If Ling Lan had not huffed coldly, startling them back to awareness, the boys might have lost control and disgraced themselves despite regaining their calm previously under the pressure of Ling Lan's force of presence. Ling Lan managed to rein in the situation with some effort, and then she stared speechlessly at the smiling handsome man who was applauding them passionately. This old man of hers, always unconsciously giving her some trouble. After that, Ling Lan looked over at the obviously excited Lan Luofeng, and her brain began to ache. Mind you, her mum was the person she most did not know how to handle. If her attitude was just the least bit off in any way, she would instantly be treated to a shower of tears. Leaving aside Ling Lan's complicated feelings, after walking once around the stage, they were finally led to the area designated for them by a staff member. Only then did Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng sit down again. Because of this, the First Men's Military Academy very quickly drew the envious gazes of countless other cadets around them. That was General Ling Xiao, their idol. Why couldn't General Ling Xiao be their senior? In their envy, countless cadets could not help crying internally, unbearably indignant. Once the first men's military academy's debut ended, this marked the end of the Mecha Grand Tournament's opening ceremony. Everyone patiently waited for the next event. At this time, at the center of the main venue, 100 arenas of equal sizes slowly rose up from the floor. The appearance of these arenas represented the official start of this Mecha Grand Tournament, and the first event to take the stage was the traditional item, physical combat. Now, may the participating members of each school advance to the arena number as indicated by the organizers for the scheduled matchups, prompted the host. Seated in his own place, Qi Long suddenly felt his communicator vibrate. He opened it and saw that a message from the organizing committee had been delivered. He was actually arranged to be the first to fight at Arena 17, and he was also the first one from the first men's military academy to fight in the physical skills combat to be up. He quickly informed his boss and then rushed over to Arena 17 to prepare for his match. This time, there were 5 people from the first men's military academy who were participating in physical combat. The other 4 were from Leitang, Tianji, Wuji, and Duotong respectively. Wu Jiong watched worriedly as Qi Long went to his arena and asked uneasily, "Qi Long going up, will it be okay?" The physical skills competition of the Mecha Grand Tournament was a place where all the best and brightest of physical skills prodigies of the Federation were gathered. There was even one military academy specializing in physical skills, whose specific purpose was to cultivate physical skills prodigies. Although Qi Long's physical skills were very strong, he was still somewhat lacking when compared to these prodigies among prodigies. At this thought, he could not help but cut a glance at Ling Lan. "Boss Lan, the one best suited for the physical skills competition in our Ling Tian is actually you. Why did you choose to send Qi Long instead of going yourself?" Ling Lan glanced calmly at Wu Jiong and said, "Qi Long's physical skills just happens to be at a bottleneck. A competition like this will be very beneficial in spurring a breakthrough. Also, don't you think it would be bullying the others too much if I went up there?" Even though not many knew about her breakthrough to domain, even when she had been a half step to domain, she was already unbeatable to anyone below domain stage. Fighting against these people at Qi Jin stage would indeed be rather unsporting. Of course, Ling Lan would not really mind this. The true reason why she was not participating was her problem with her force of presence. She was afraid that in the arena, any slip in her control might end up in disaster. But all of this was not something Ling Lan could tell Wu Jiong and the others. She could only bear it in silence and send Qi Long in her place, feigning some high-mindedness in the process. Wu Jiong decisively turned his head aside, "Sob, sob, sob, Boss Lan, you're really too much." Wasn't he being just a little selfish, wanting his own academy to obtain a few extra first places? Did he deserve such contempt? Fine, here was yet another clueless child who had been deceived by Ling Lan. Qi Long's luck was excellent, his opponent could be considered a weaker one. Without expending much effort, Qi Long defeated his opponent and successfully advanced to the next stage. Perhaps because the opponent was too weak, Qi Long did not seem to have had enough fun fighting, so he was clearly rather moody when he returned to the group. However, Qi Long's task for the day was done after his match ended. Now he just had to wait for the second day. Once all the participants who advanced to the next round were determined, the mainframe would randomly assign them new opponents. Whether or not Qi Long could progress further would still require some luck. Only if he did not get matched up against those hot favorites to be the winning candidate would he have any chance. Although the first rounds for the members from Leitang, Tianji, Wuji, and Duotong had yet to happen, Ling Lan did not plan to continue waiting. If those 4 participants could not even get past the first round, then they really would not be qualified to be the representatives of the 4 major factions. As such, Ling Lan was not too worried. Just like that, Ling Lan led her people from Ling Tian as well as the other members who were not interested in watching the rest of the fights to leave the main venue. After that, she turned down Qi Long and her companion's suggestion to go play at the entertainment establishments around the accommodation area, returning alone to her own room. Ling Lan was so decisive in refusing her companion's invitation because she was 80% sure that her father Ling Xiao would definitely come looking for her right after she left the main venue. Sure enough, not too long after she returned, Ling Lan heard a knock at her door. As soon as Ling Lan opened the door, she saw the smiling face of her dad who had been leaning comfortably against the door frame, waiting for her to open the door. Ling Lan could not help but quirk her lips at the sight and say in a slightly mocking tone, "Father, isn't your 23rd division still not yet established? You actually have the free time to come attend the opening ceremony of the Mecha Grand Tournament?" Ling Xiao burst out into hearty laughter at her words, reaching out a hand to ruffle Ling Lan's hair. His tone was somewhat resigned as he said, "What, Daddy has come all the way here to cheer for you and you're still complaining? But why did you bring Mum as well?" When Ling Lan brought up Lan Luofeng, she lost her usual cool, her demeanor carried a trace of helpless irritation. Of course, Ling Lan was still very calm and settled outwardly, but who was Ling Xiao? Just from the minute changes in Ling Lan's tone, he noticed something. Even as Ling Xiao was surprised by it, he could not help but be jealous. He was surprised that his cold-faced daughter would be as helpless as he was when handling Lan Luofeng. At the same time, he was also jealous of the lofty position Lan Luofeng held in Ling Lan's heart. The address of "Mum" was enough to prove the deep bond between mother and daughter. Just thinking about how Ling Lan still had yet to call him Dad, Ling Xiao's heart was instantly bitter and sour. Honestly, all those years ago, he really had not intended to abandon his wife and daughter. When exactly would Ling Lan forgive him and be able to truly accept him? Ling Xiao quickly cast aside these depressed feelings, rallying his spirits to answer Ling Lan. "When your first year ended, you only sent a message home saying that you were staying at the academy and would not go home. Your mum missed you a lot. So, knowing that you will be participating in this Mecha Grand Tournament, you think she'd have let this chance go?" Ling Xiao decisively threw all responsibility over to his wife. He absolutely would not ever admit that he had come because he missed his daughter too much. Ling Lan thought back to when she had video-called her mum. Recalling her mum's crazed expression back then, Ling Lan was instantly left speechless. Alright, this was all her own fault. Where's Mum? Ling Lan saw that there was no one behind Ling Xiao, so she knew that the place for their reunion was definitely not going to be here. At the tea house in the special guests' rest area. A trace of a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's lips. He was relieved that Ling Lan was able to immediately grasp his true intention in coming here. Then, "Father, please lead the way," said Ling Lan, resigned. Since she could not escape, she might as well go over earlier to avoid her mum exploding from the accumulated resentment. At that time, Ling Lan would only suffer even more. However, Ling Xiao did not move. He instead continued to lean against the door frame as his smile slowly dimmed. Then, he merely looked calmly at Ling Lan. His piercing gaze made Ling Lan's heart clench and she felt a powerful pressure pressing down on her, once again stirring up her force of presence. Ling Xiao's force of presence was only flashed for a moment and the pressure vanished after that light touch. Ling Lan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately reined in her wild and unruly force of presence with all her might. The effort of it made countless beads of sweat emerge on Ling Lan's forehead. It was truly exhausting. Seeing this, Ling Xiao frowned deeply. Ling Lan's condition was worse than he had imagined. He immediately discarded his initial plans and said, "Let's go to the combat room here." There were many leisure facilities in the accommodation area so that the participating cadets could have a place to relax outside of the competitions. This included a gym for the students to release any pent-up frustrations, as well as facilities such as combat rooms. Ling Lan knew that Ling Xiao had noticed her problem. They were likely heading to a combat room so he could fully explore the issue. Thus, she did not refuse, immediately bringing Ling Xiao to the service counter to request a combat room. Of course, at the service counter, Ling Lan became unable to sense Ling Xiao for a period of time. It looked like Ling Xiao did not want to be discovered by anyone and had hidden away for the moment. Unfortunately, with Ling Lan's current level of strength, she was actually unable to grasp Ling Xiao's presence when he truly intended to hide. She had even tried asking Little Four to use the surveillance equipment here to search for him, but she was still unable to find any trace of Ling Xiao. This left Ling Lan in awe. A God-class operator truly lived up to its reputation as the ultimate fighting force of the Federation. Even the virtual god Little Four could not grasp Ling Xiao's movements fully. Ling Lan opened the combat room, and as soon as she entered, Ling Xiao abruptly appeared inside. Almost at the same time, several soft poofs could be heard inside the room. Startled, Ling Lan understood what had happened after a brief pause. Probably, at the moment Ling Xiao had appeared, all the surveillance devices in the room had been instantly destroyed by Ling Xiao's force of presence. Although this might cause Ling Lan some minor trouble, as she would have to compensate for these broken devices, this little bit of trouble was nothing compared to Ling Xiao being discovered. Ling Lan immediately shut the doors to the room. From this point on, no one would be able to enter as long as she did not exit the room, and so no one would be able to discover Ling Xiao here. Come, Lan'er, let's spar. To fully comprehend the extent of Ling Lan's problem, Ling Xiao would need to have a proper fight with her. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he did not hesitate to throw a punch at Ling Lan. Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. Ling Lan only saw Ling Xiao raise his hand, and the next thing she could see was his fist already right before her eyes. There was no longer any possibility of Ling Lan lifting a hand to block, so she could only lean back and raise both her hands at the same time, crossing her arms to withstand this seemingly heavy punch.